Crack, crack, crack. On Yodo Mountain, a young man with slightly dark skin and a sturdy build was swinging an axe to cut down a tree as thick as a waist. Though only 16 or 17 years old, the youth was already close to adult height. His name was Wang Zheng, the son of a farming family from Yodo village at the foot of the mountain. Raised in a peasant household, he had been laboring since childhood, giving him a mature appearance beyond his years. Wang Zheng's ancestors were all tiger hunters, and his father was a renowned hunter far and wide. 3 years ago, a fierce tiger appeared in the nearby mountains. Wang Zheng's father and several veteran hunters entered the deep forest to hunt it. Unexpectedly, the tiger proved exceptionally ferocious, almost like a mythical creature, with steel-like bones and iron-hard flesh. Of the 7 or 8 hunters, only Wang Zheng's father and one other managed to escape with their lives. However, Wang Zheng's father injured his tendons and was left lame, unable to hunt in the mountains again. Previously, thanks to hunting, the Wang family had lived comfortably. Both Wang Zheng and his younger brother Wang Rong, who was 2 years his junior, attended a private school in town. But after losing their main source of income, they could no longer sustain this lifestyle. Consequently, the older Wang Zheng had to drop out of school. Being too young to venture into the deep mountains where tigers roamed, he resorted to chopping firewood to make ends meet. 3 years passed, and Wang Zheng now bore no resemblance to a scholar. His face was tanned, and his muscular arms rivaled those of his father. The seasoned hunter, the forest was silent, and though summer had not yet arrived, the weather was already extremely hot. After chopping wood for half the morning, Wang Zheng felt thirsty. He put down his axe, picked up his water flask, and took a few gulps. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wang Zheng didn't rest. The private school would be collecting fees next month. His younger brother, Wang Rong, showed more aptitude for studying than he did. In another 2 or 3 years, he could take the imperial exams. Even if he didn't become a successful candidate in the provincial exams, becoming a shiozai, a successful candidate in the local exams would still be worthwhile, as it could lead to a decent and respectable job. Their Wang family would then bring honor to their ancestors. Fortunately, a wealthy landowner in town needed some fine timber to build a new house. Wang Zheng had studied with the landowner's son at the private school for several years, and they remained on good terms. Therefore, Wang Zheng secured this job, which paid much better than chopping firewood. Hence, today, he had to fell this tree, otherwise he wouldn't have enough money to pay the private tutor. Crack, crack. The monotonous sound echoed again. Wang Zheng had been chopping wood for 3 years and knew how to conserve his strength. Otherwise, using full force every time would have quickly exhausted him, and his hands would have blistered a lesson he had learned the hard way initially. But suddenly, Wang Zheng stopped. For some reason, a chill ran down his spine. The annoying cicadas that usually made noise had gone silent. Wang Zheng immediately thought of something and turned around quickly, his back against the half-cut tree. Because tigers prowled in the deep mountains, people from Yodo village dared not venture far. Wang Zheng only chopped wood halfway up the mountain near the village. However, when Wang Zheng turned around, he saw through the dense foliage a pair of blood-red tiger eyes. A chill surged up from his feet. Without even looking at the size of the tiger, Wang Zheng turned and started climbing the tree. Though it was his first encounter with a tiger, Wang Zheng knew that running away on foot in the mountains was almost impossible. The only hope was to find a big tree to climb. Wang Zheng climbed fast, but after ascending just over 3 meters, a roar came from behind. With no time to turn around, Wang Zheng held onto the trunk with one hand and swung his axe backward toward the sound. Bang! A powerful force caused Wang Zheng's axe to slip out of his hand, but due to this blow, the tiger's attack missed its mark. Without caring about retrieving his axe, Wang Zheng quickly climbed higher. After reaching 6 meters off the ground, Wang Zheng caught his breath and looked down. Roar! Roar! The tiger roared as it leapt toward the tree, but clearly it couldn't jump 6 meters high. Yet, Wang Zheng's crisis wasn't over. This spot was 3 to 5 li away from the village. Few people came here daily. If trapped in the tree, without food or water, Wang Zheng might last a day or two. This tiger might not be so patient. But the tree, which Wang Zheng had already partially cut, swayed precariously under the tiger's strikes. If the tree fell, Wang Zheng doubted the tiger would give him another chance to climb a tree. So, Wang Zheng climbed further up, immediately looking around for any chance of escape. But the nearest tree was 3 zhang away, impossible for Wang Zheng to jump. Crack! A sharp sound, and part of the tree broke where it had been cut. The tree tilted dangerously. Wang Zheng clung tightly to the trunk, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Crack! Huff huff! Breathing heavily, heart racing. Was he going to die under the tiger's claws? What an injustice! If he got eaten by the tiger, his family situation would worsen. His younger brother might have to drop out of school, and his parents would suffer immeasurable grief. No, I can't give up. Unwilling to accept defeat, Wang Zheng glanced at the tiger below and then at the nearest tree. The tiger continued roaring, seemingly intelligent enough to know the tree was about to fall. It attacked more fiercely. Facing imminent death, Wang Zheng strangely calmed down. If he let the tiger continue hitting the tree, it would soon collapse unpredictably. But if he added his own force, there might still be hope for the tree to fall in a direction he desired. If it fell towards the nearest tree, given his current height, there seemed to be a chance to jump across. Wang Zheng took a deep breath, gauged the distance, and climbed another meter or so. At this point, the trunk was as thick as his calf. Climbing higher might cause it to break under his weight. Holding the trunk with one hand, Wang Zheng leaned his body toward the closer tree. Success was uncertain, but this was his only chance. Crack! Snap! The tree broke and crashed to the ground. Wang Zheng's body lost balance, but one hand still clung to the trunk. The tree fell roughly in the expected direction, but whether Wang Zheng could jump onto the other tree while off balance was unknown. At this moment, Wang Zheng forgot fear, forgot the tiger behind him, and focused solely on the closest branch. Hey! With a shout, Wang Zheng leaped forward. Branches hit his face, but he didn't flinch, stretching his hands toward the protruding branch. Just as he was about to grab it, a branch snagged his left arm, causing a sharp pain and making him cry out. His balance lost, Wang Zheng slipped just as he was about to grasp the branch. Falling like this meant certain death in the tiger's jaws. A wave of despair washed over him. So close, yet so far. Bang! Just as Wang Zheng was engulfed in despair, his foot inadvertently struck a tree trunk, awakening his primal instinct for survival. He twisted backward, hanging precariously from the branches. With a thunderous crash, the massive tree toppled, sending leaves, dust, and broken branches swirling through the air, while Wang Zheng, with one leg dangling from the tree, narrowly escaped disaster. Crack! Before he could catch his breath, the branch he clung to splintered, sending a chill of fear coursing through him. This time, fortune abandoned him. The branch broke, and he lost his point of support, plummeting downward once more. In his frantic attempts to grasp the trunk, he failed to secure a hold, nearly slowing his descent. At this rate, even if he survived the fall, he would be nothing more than a morsel for the ferocious tiger. Bang! Wang Zheng landed amidst the foliage of a tree crown, avoiding a bone-crushing impact, yet his peril remained unchanged. The tiger roared and lunged toward him, while he remained ensnared in the branches above. Faced with the imminent threat, Wang Zheng refused to resign to fate. Instead, he rolled to evade the tiger's assault, using the branches as shields. Fortune, it seemed, had not entirely abandoned him. In his tumble, he fortuitously rolled to the side of his axe. Yet, the tiger, having missed its target, quickly pivoted and charged once more. At that moment, Wang Zheng grasped his axe, fueled by years of chopping wood, his strength surging. Defiantly, he swung the axe at the feral beast. Clang! His strike met the tiger's paw, resulting in a resounding clash. However, his desperate blow merely sliced through the tiger's flesh. Its bones felt as unyielding as steel against his weapon. The axe was knocked from his grip, and as the tiger, wounded though it was, let out a furious roar, it pressed its massive paw onto Wang Zheng's chest. The overwhelming weight shattered his ribs in an instant, and the tiger opened its gaping maw, lunging for his throat. A wave of despair washed over him. Father, mother, I cannot fulfill my filial duties. Little brother, I leave the burden to you. A bitter smile crept across Wang Zheng's face, the stench of blood rising nauseatingly. Yet he met the tiger's gaze with defiance and hatred. Suddenly, a gray mist enveloped the tiger, chilling Wang Zheng to the core and momentarily eclipsing his fear. The once fearsome creature, ensnared in the gray vapor, struggled feebly before withering away before his eyes, leaving behind only skin and bones. The gray mist then ascended, drawn into the mouth of a cloaked figure standing atop a cloud. Miraculously spared, Wang Zheng found himself uncertain whether his fate was a blessing or a curse. This enigmatic figure instilled greater fear than the tiger had. God, deity, Wang Zheng muttered in a daze, but deep within, He sensed that this being was far from benevolent. Had it not been for his shattered ribs, he might have been tempted to flee. Your luck isn't entirely wretched. Encountering a demon tiger in this desolate place, a sinister voice echoed. The figure's gaze scrutinized Wang Zheng, causing his breath to quicken. He feared he would meet the same fate as the tiger, drained of flesh and blood. You possess a modicum of spiritual essence, so be it, you shall suffice. The figure declared, sending a wisp of gray mist toward Wang Zheng. No, please, don't. He cried in terror, but the mist enveloped him, lifting him into the air, ascending to the figure's cloud. Wang Zheng soon realized that what appeared to be a cloud was, in fact, a small black boat measuring over a foot in length. The cloaked figure, with its skeletal hands, offered him a crimson pill. The pill dissolved midair into a slightly metallic-tasting liquid, flowing down his throat. Trembling with fear, Wang Zheng found himself unable to protest as the figure tossed him onto the small vessel, which then soared into the distance. A sense of sorrow washed over him. He pondered whether being captured by this entity was a stroke of fortune or misfortune, and whether he would ever see home again. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought, at least I am still alive. A warmth spread through his body, and the pain from his broken ribs noticeably diminished. Despite the figure's malevolent appearance, for Wang Zheng, the mere chance to live a moment longer was a blessing. Over a month passed since the figure had taken him, and Wang Zheng found himself thousands of miles from Yodo Mountain. The day the figure had captured him, they had traversed nearly 3,000 miles in a single day. After 7 days of flight, they finally settled in an unnamed valley. Remarkably, his fractured bones healed within 3 days, astonishing Wang Zheng. The pill he had ingested was indeed miraculous. Although the figure seemed sinister, as long as it did not consume his flesh, Wang Zheng would comply. For the being had saved him from the jaws of the tiger. In the valley, the figure's abilities continued to astound him. With a mere wave of its hand, it conjured a golden sword that carved a cave into the stone wall, spending the better part of a day setting up a dwelling. Throughout the journey, the figure imparted a set of instructions to Wang Zheng on how to cultivate, revealing to him that it was a practitioner of the mystical arts. The cloaked figure, sparing with words, taught Wang Zheng the ways of cultivation and then left him to his own devices. During their travels, the figure often consumed medicinal pills and meditated. On 2 occasions, Wang Zheng noted that the figure coughed up blood, suggesting it bore injuries of its own. What puzzled Wang Zheng was why this enigmatic figure, possessing such wondrous crimson pills, could not heal its own wounds. During his stay in the valley, the figure hunted several demon beasts each day, returning to instruct Wang Zheng on how to mix their blood with various herbs to concoct a healing elixir. The figure would then meditate in the mixture until the crimson liquid turned clear. It was during these moments that Wang Zheng glimpsed the figure's true form, a gaunt frame, nearly devoid of flesh, so skeletal that it could easily be mistaken for a specter on the streets. Yet, after half a month, the figure began to show signs of improvement. Though still emaciated, its appearance gradually resembled that of a living being, flesh filling out over time. The figure then informed Wang Zheng that it would enter seclusion to heal and instructed him to practice alone in the valley. It also established a breeding chamber for 100 or so thumb-sized black ants, known for spewing venomous fire, assigning Wang Zheng the task of caring for them. Every 3 days, he was to feed them specially formulated pills. These black ants, called black fire poison ants, despite their individual weakness, boasted bodies as hard as iron, and their poisonous fire could inflict considerable harm even on practitioners. For an ordinary person like Wang Zheng, even the slightest contact would result in instant death. Fortunately, he had received several antidote pills from the figure. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times. Living in the shadow of the cloaked figure, Wang Zheng was perpetually on edge. Even in the figure's absence, he dared not leave the valley, setting aside the question of whether he could escape the figure's grasp. The roars of tigers and the cries of monkeys from outside were threats he could not afford to confront. None of the beasts were less formidable than the tiger. At this juncture, Wang Zheng had only just begun his cultivation journey. A month had passed, and he had yet to make any significant progress. According to the figure, the path of cultivation divided into 4 stages: refining essence into Qi, transforming Qi into spirit, returning spirit to void, and merging void with the Tao. The first stage, refining essence into Qi, further encompassed 4 realms: refining Qi, establishing a foundation, golden core, and primordial infant. Each realm was subdivided into 10 levels, with levels 1 to 3 representing the early stage, levels 4 to 6 the mid-stage, levels 7 to 9 the late stage, and level 10 denoting completion. Wang Zheng had been cultivating for a month, yet had not even reached the first level of Qi refinement. The figure in the black robe did not mince words. stating that Wang Zheng's aptitude was merely mediocre in the realm of cultivation, a quality that would likely confine him to the Qi Refinement stage for his entire life. Despite this blunt assessment, Wang Zheng did not feel disheartened. The black-robed man had unveiled an entirely new world to him. Although the journey ahead seemed arduous, Wang Zheng was filled with exhilaration. According to the black-robed man, the ferocious tiger Wang Zheng had encountered was merely a lower-tier beast comparable to the initial stage of Qi Refinement. Given Wang Zheng's aptitude, it was estimated that he might reach the third level of Qi Refinement in 2 to 3 years. Contemplating the ferocity of that tiger, Wang Zheng mused that even achieving such prowess would be formidable. It was likely that the martial experts of the mundane world would not stand a chance against such a steel-boned beast. While he had come to understand the essence of cultivation, Wang Zheng's mindset remained rooted in the secular world, measuring himself against the martial experts therein. Living in the presence of the black-robed man, he was perpetually on edge, yet he dared not leave the valley. Setting aside the uncertainty of escaping the black-robed man's grasp, the roars and howls echoing from outside the valley were not to be trifled with. Not a single one of those howling beasts was inferior to the tiger. At this juncture, Wang Zheng had only just embarked on his cultivation journey, having spent a month without even entering the first level of Qi Refinement. As the black-robed man explained, cultivation was divided into 4 stages: refining essence into Qi, transforming Qi into spirit, returning spirit to the void, and merging with the Tao. The first stage, refining essence into Qi, was further subdivided into 4 realms: Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. Each realm comprised 10 levels, with the 1st to 3rd levels considered early stage, the 4th to 6th as mid-stage, the 7th to 9th as late stage, and the 10th as perfected. Wang Zheng had spent a month in training yet had not reached even the first level of Qi Refinement. Nonetheless, the black-robed man had opened a new realm of possibilities for him. He had indicated that the tiger Wang Zheng had previously encountered was merely a lower-tier beast at the initial stage of Qi Refinement. With his current aptitude, it was anticipated that Wang Zheng could achieve the 3rd level of Qi Refinement in a couple of years. The thought of equaling the tiger's prowess sparked a sense of ambition within him, as he believed that even reaching such a level would be extraordinary. The martial experts of the mundane world would likely be no match for such a fierce creature. Despite his newfound understanding of cultivation, Wang Zheng's thoughts remained tethered to the secular realm, where he still compared himself to martial artists. He refrained from leaving the valley, fortunately. The black-robed man had slain numerous beasts previously, and this time, he had only utilized the blood, leaving the flesh for Wang Zheng. He dried the meat, which could serve as sustenance, and it seemed that consuming this beastly flesh could be beneficial for his cultivation. Days turned into weeks, and 3 months passed without the black-robed man emerging from his meditation. During this time, Wang Zheng finally managed to channel spiritual energy into his dantian, allowing it to circulate within his body. After 4 months, he attained the first level of Qi Refinement and noted that the black-robed man had left him a few spirit stones. According to the text provided by the black-robed man, the most crucial aspect for cultivators was their spiritual root aptitude. The spiritual roots were categorized into 8 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. There was no inherent superiority among these attributes. However, the purer the root, the higher the aptitude. A single spiritual root was the most desirable, followed by dual roots, while 3 roots were considered average. The black-robed man could only ascertain that Wang Zheng possessed a spiritual root based on the speed of his cultivation, deducing that it was likely not exceptional. Lacking the necessary tools to test Wang Zheng's roots, he provided him with a cultivation method that bore no specific attribute requirements. It was said that a genius with a single spiritual root could reach the first level of Qi Refinement in a mere 3 days. Although subsequent cultivation would not be so exaggerated, it was estimated that their speed would surpass Wang Zheng and Appo's by at least tenfold. Nevertheless, Wang Zheng did not succumb to despair. He was content, having narrowly escaped death and becoming a cultivator, though the black-robed man appeared rather sinister. Apart from the initial incident of using gray mist to heal his wounds with the tiger's blood, he had not committed any overtly malevolent acts. 3 months had passed, and still, the black-robed man remained in seclusion. By now, Wang Zheng had gained a deeper understanding of cultivation and realized that the blood spirit pill he had consumed had minimal effect on his own injuries. He found himself curious about the black-robed man's identity, but the man had only imparted essential knowledge about cultivation to him, and, due to his severe injuries, spoke very little, not even disclosing his name. During this time, apart from nurturing the poison fire ants, Wang Zheng devoted himself to cultivation. Achieving the first level of Qi Refinement was a minor accomplishment, yet he understood that it was far from sufficient. He was still no match for the tiger. The black-robed man had only provided him with the essence of the cultivation text and had not taught him any spells. 7 more days passed, and the last spirit stone disintegrated into dust during his training. Wang Zheng realized he could absorb a spirit stone every half-month, but without them, merely drawing on the ambient spiritual energy was far less effective, yielding only a third of his previous speed. From the introductory cultivation text, he learned that besides using spirit stones for cultivation, one could also consume medicinal pills, which were purportedly even more effective than spirit stones. However, pills were far scarcer, and the black-robed man had not supplied him with any. Although the absence of spirit stones slowed his progress, it was better than nothing. More pressing was the fact that the supply of feeding spirit pills for the poison fire ants was dwindling. If he ceased to feed them, what consequences might arise? Given the black-robed man's temperament, if anything befell the poison fire ants, it was likely that he would incur the man's ire. Wang Zheng called out a few times at the entrance of the black-robed man's meditation chamber, but there was no response. 2 more days passed, and with the feeding pills exhausted, Wang Zheng found himself at a loss. Even if the black-robed man emerged, he could not be held accountable. Nevertheless, Wang Zheng continued to check on the poison fire ants daily. The hungry poison fire ants were noticeably more agitated than before. On the first day, they were manageable, but by the second day, signs of cannibalism began to appear. Wang Zheng was alarmed. The black-robed man placed great importance on the poison fire ants, and should many of them perish, even if Wang Zheng bore no fault, he feared he would still face repercussions. Thus, he again called out at the entrance of the black-robed man's chamber. "I understand." A voice echoed in his mind, but thereafter, there was silence. Although Wang Zheng felt somewhat puzzled, he refrained from pressing further. The black-robed man had responded, and regardless of any issues with the poison fire ants, he hoped he would not be blamed. The fighting among the poison fire ants intensified, and within 3 days, 2/3 of them had perished, originally numbering over 100. Only 36 remained, and it seemed they had finally stabilized. Wang Zheng noticed that the remaining ants were even fiercer than before, and one had grown to the size of a fist, its abdomen taking up 2/3 of its body. It appeared to be a queen ant. The other poison fire ants surrounded this queen as those soldiers guarding their sovereign. The queen began to lay eggs, and within 2 days, she had produced over 1,000 gray eggs. Half a month later, the eggs began to hatch, revealing tiny poison fire ants the size of grains of rice, causing Wang Zheng to shudder in revulsion. During this half-month, the poison fire ants had inexplicably fed on the corpses of their slain companions. One day, just after concluding his training, a voice resonated in Wang Zheng's mind. "Come to the hall." He hurriedly rose and made his way to the central hall. Upon entering, he found that the figure before him could no longer be referred to merely as the black-robed man. Although he appeared aged, he had significantly improved from his previous emaciated state. Clad in a long azure robe, the figure before Wang Zheng appeared somewhat gaunt, with a pair of somber, eagle-like eyes set within a face of pallid gray hair. His aura was remarkably subdued. Had Wang Zheng not recognized him, one might easily mistake him for a decrepit elder. "Greetings, esteemed elder." Wang Zheng addressed him with utmost respect. After all, this individual had saved his life, albeit not purely altruistically. Had it not been for him, Wang Zheng would have long been devoured by a ferocious tiger. The elder's keen gaze scrutinized Wang Zheng closely. With his recent breakthrough into the first layer of Qi Refinement, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him could not elude this figure. Yet, Wang Zheng sensed a hint of disappointment in the elder's eyes. This made him feel somewhat self-conscious. Perhaps his innate talent for cultivation was truly lacking. "Please, sit down," the elder said. "I have been injured and have little time to converse at length. In a few days, I must depart for a while, and there are certain matters I need to entrust to you. I am Qi Hong. You may address me as Elder Qi." "Yes, Elder Qi," Wang Zheng replied as he settled onto a wooden stool across from him. The simple table and stools were fashioned from timber found in the valley during his moments of rest. Though rudimentary, they served their purpose. "You may voice any doubts regarding your cultivation. I am here to elucidate them for you," Qi Hong offered. Wang Zheng felt a surge of joy at this invitation. Although Qi Hong had previously guided him in his training, he had much to learn and comprehend. However, Wang Zheng was also aware that inundating the elder with trivial inquiries might prove irksome. Thus, he chose to present only a few pressing questions that had been troubling him. Qi Hong was quite pleased with Wang Zheng's discernment. Despite being a novice in the realm of cultivation, Wang Zheng had received a basic education and possessed a reasonable capacity for understanding. After half an hour of guidance, Qi Hong concluded the session and presented Wang Zheng with a scroll detailing the fundamentals of elemental techniques for him to practice in due time. Next, Qi Hong retrieved a storage pouch and handed it to Wang Zheng. Inside were 30 spirit stones and a vial containing 10 spirit-nourishing pills, precious items that could enhance his cultivation during the initial phase of Qi Refinement. Thank you, Elder Qi. Wang Zheng expressed his deep gratitude. During my absence, take great care in nurturing the poisonous fire ants in the breeding chamber. The herbs for refining the spirit-nourishing pills are planted within the valley and will mature within a month. You must refine them into the pills for feeding, remember. Do not allow the spirit insects to go hungry, or I shall not forgive you. Wang Zheng was taken aback, exclaiming, Elder Qi, I do not know how to refine spirit-nourishing pills. Refining them is quite simple. In the coming days, I will teach you, Qi Hong reassured him. While he spoke with ease, Wang Zheng felt a knot of anxiety within him. The significance of medicinal pills was not lost on him, even as a newcomer to cultivation. He knew that alchemists were exceedingly rare, 1 in 100 cultivators, if that. However, when Qi Hong began to instruct Wang Zheng on the process of refining the spirit-nourishing pills, he quickly realized just how straightforward the procedure truly was. Setting a 1-foot-high bronze furnace at the center of a gathering fire array, Qi Hong unleashed a stream of spiritual light into its core, causing 3 crimson flames to converge. A flicker of flame ignited beneath the furnace, its temperature moderate. With a wave of his hand, Qi Hong added 3 stalks of red beard grass into the cauldron. This herb was the primary ingredient for the spirit-nourishing pills, favored by the poisonous fire ants, and its long-term consumption would enhance their fiery prowess. Having reached the first layer of Qi Refinement, Wang Zheng had developed a faint spiritual consciousness. Although he could not manipulate objects as Qi Hong did, he could perceive the changes within the furnace. The red beard grass gradually coalesced into a mass, and due to the formations inscribed upon the furnace, the medicinal properties remained contained within, forming a pale red liquid. Qi Hong then introduced a fire snake fruit and a 10-year-old red ginseng, both of which were easier to refine than the red beard grass, ultimately merging into a single potion. With a slight focus, Qi Hong's consciousness directed the fist-sized crimson liquid, evenly dividing it into 20 to 30 droplets. As the fire array's intensity diminished, the liquid slowly solidified into bright red pills. With a flourish, Qi Hong opened the furnace, and the pills gracefully soared into a jade platter. Wang Zheng watched in awe, his mouth agape. He had initially expected pill refining to be akin to the mundane practices of earthly physicians concocting remedies, merely differing in materials. Now, he understood that it was a skill bordering on the miraculous. The precision with which Qi Hong divided the liquid left Wang Zheng utterly astounded. Elder, your skills are truly remarkable. Wang Zheng praised sincerely, his words flowing from the depths of his heart. Qi Hong chuckled lightly. A mere novice such as yourself deems this remarkable? Spirit-nourishing pills hardly qualify as true alchemy. It is merely a matter of blending the medicinal liquids. The only challenge lies in dividing the liquid, which, for a beginner, is understandably difficult. He then shared alternative methods with Wang Zheng. Given his current level of spiritual consciousness, it was clear that Wang Zheng could not achieve the same finesse in the furnace. However, the requirements for refining spirit-nourishing pills were relatively low. As long as the proportions were correct, extracting the liquid after merging was entirely feasible. In contrast, with genuine medicinal pills, any slight deviation in temperature could lead to failure. Qi Hong demonstrated the refining process once more, but this time, he did not divide the pills in the furnace. Instead, after merging the liquid, he swiftly extracted it using his spiritual energy and separated it into individual pills within a jade funnel. This method, while less fluid than the previous demonstrations, appeared far more attainable for Wang Zheng. After Qi Hong showcased the technique twice, he imparted essential tips and encouraged Wang Zheng to practice. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zheng felt a sense of trepidation wash over him. Lacking Qi Hong's control, he manually placed the materials into the furnace, monitoring its state with his consciousness and adjusting the fire array as necessary. Despite his caution, during his first attempt, the fire's intensity unexpectedly surged, incinerating the half-melted red beard grass in moments. Wang Zheng's face fell. Having witnessed Qi Hong's effortless finesse, he now faced a daunting reality. Rest for a moment, then continue. Qi Hong remarked coolly. He had not anticipated Wang Zheng's ability to transform the red beard grass into a semi-liquid state on his first use of the furnace, especially as a novice. After a brief respite, Wang Zheng resumed. Yet, Whether in controlling his spiritual energy or utilizing his consciousness, he struggled, resulting in the waste of 3 sets of materials. However, on his final attempt, he nearly succeeded in refining the liquid, only to spill it as he extracted it from the furnace. Casting a nervous glance at Qi Hong, he found the elder unfazed. "Rest for now. We shall continue tomorrow," Qi Hong instructed, maintaining his calm demeanor. The following day, Wang Zheng attempted 5 times. The first 4 were nearly successful, but on the 5th, fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to extract a batch of liquid, ultimately yielding 5 spirit-nourishing pills. This achievement filled Wang Zheng with exhilaration. While he had not yet mastered alchemy, he had at least taken his first steps into the realm. Remember the key points. If you're interested, you may peruse the alchemical insights on the bookshelf. There are also sufficient materials for you to practice. While I am away, I will activate the 5 elements illusionary array. Outsiders will not be able to find this valley. Qi Hong expressed his satisfaction with Wang Zheng's progress in refining the spirit-nourishing pills. The young man possesses a rather lackluster spiritual root, yet his comprehension is commendable. Unfortunately, Qi Hong let out a soft sigh as he piloted his dark cloud-flying vessel away from the valley. In midair, he cast a talisman, enveloping the valley in a shroud of mist. This 5 elements illusion array was a second-tier top-tier formation that he had exchanged a considerable number of spirit stones for. It was not merely ordinary beasts that would lose their way within. Even foundation-building cultivators would find themselves disoriented. Wang Zheng watched as Qi Hong vanished from sight after leaving the valley, letting out a soft sigh. Though he longed to return home and assure his parents of his safety, he understood that Qi Hong would not squander time traveling thousands of miles to deliver such news. Qi Hong's rescue was merely to enlist him as a menial worker. Uncertain of when he could return, Wang Zheng sighed again, dismissing these futile thoughts. Qi Hong had mentioned that this outing might last at least 1.5 years, or as long as 2 to 3 years. While this may not seem long to a cultivator, it felt interminable to Wang Zheng. Following Qi Hong's instructions, Wang Zheng planted the red whisker grass in the valley. As for the fire snake fruit and red ginseng, Qi Hong had already prepared ample supplies, so there was no need for cultivation. Wang Zheng had never seen the fire snake fruit or red whisker grass before, but he had encountered the red ginseng once at the town's apothecary. This slender ginseng, barely the thickness of a thumb, cost an astonishing 300 taels of silver. For Wang Zheng's family, that sum was astronomical. His family could only afford 5 taels for a year of schooling, and before his father's injury, their annual income barely exceeded 30 taels. That single red ginseng was equivalent to 10 years of their family's earnings. However, in the past few days, Wang Zheng had already squandered nearly 10 red ginsengs, wasting 3,000 taels of silver. Though Qi Hong brushed it off, Wang Zheng felt a genuine pang in his heart. Perhaps for this reason, Wang Zheng approached the alchemical process of crafting spirit-feeding pills with utmost caution and meticulousness. Were it not for this diligence, he would not have been able to produce the pills within 2 days. After Qi Hong departed, Wang Zheng's life returned to tranquility. Each day was filled with cultivation, the crafting of spirit-feeding pills, and the study of the several tomes on alchemy in the alchemical chamber, which invigorated him. While these texts were relatively rudimentary, they were more than sufficient for a novice like Wang Zheng to absorb for quite some time. In addition to alchemical techniques, these tomes also cataloged various spiritual herbs, spirit beasts, and minerals, opening a vast new world to him. He learned that the creation of elixirs was not solely reliant on spiritual herbs. The blood, inner course, and other materials from certain magical beasts, as well as specific minerals, could also be utilized. The first month passed in a flurry of alchemy and study. Once the red whisker grass matured, Wang Zheng successfully crafted a batch of spirit-feeding pills. With increased production, his success rate improved significantly, ensuring that he could consistently produce about 17 to 18 pills, and occasionally reaching 21 or 22 on a fortunate day. Though he had yet to achieve Qi Hong's level of complete efficiency, it was nonetheless a substantial improvement. Qi Hong left behind only 30 spirit stones. Given Wang Zheng and Appo's current cultivation pace, each stone would last him approximately half a month. However, he also possessed 10 Yuan Ling Dan. From the alchemical texts, he discovered that a single Yuan Ling Dan would enhance his cultivation speed threefold for about 10 days after consumption, and the effects of the elixir could stack with the use of spirit stones. Thus, Wang Zheng devised a plan. During the first half of the month, he would take the Yuan Ling Dan and use spirit stones for cultivation. In the latter half, he would plant red whisker grass, craft spirit-feeding pills, and study the foundational aspects of the 5 element spells. Days turned into weeks, and though the routine was monotonous, it felt fulfilling. Before long, 3 more months had slipped by, and Wang Zheng sensed that his spiritual energy no longer increased. From what he understood, this indicated that he had reached the peak of the first level of Qi refining. Yet, he felt no inclination to break through. Perhaps it was due to his insufficient control over his spiritual energy or a lack of solid foundation. Consequently, he ceased using elixirs and spirit stones for cultivation, instead dedicating more time to practicing spells. As Qi Hong had mentioned, frequent use of spiritual energy would help strengthen his foundation. 3 months passed, and Wang Zheng had only mastered 3 basic spells: Fireball Technique, Earth Armor Technique, and Binding Technique. According to the texts, mastering various spells required corresponding spiritual roots. Thus, Wang Zheng likely possessed at least fire, wood, and earth spiritual roots, and perhaps even more. He also attempted to practice the water arrow technique in the diamond shield, both of which seemed within his grasp. However, the valley lacked sufficient water and metal spiritual energy for him to successfully condense a spell using only his own spiritual energy. Hence, it was quite possible that he possessed the fabled 5-element spiritual root, which was considered the least favorable cultivation aptitude. Considering the time that had elapsed since he began his cultivation journey, 7 to 8 months, Wang Zheng had just barely reached the peak of the first level of Qi refining. According to the limited texts he had, some prodigious disciples could reach the 3rd level of Qi refining within 3 months, break through to the 7th level in a year, and achieve great perfection in Qi refining within 3 years. Of course, reaching the foundation building stage was considerably more challenging. Not exactly a 1 in 100 chance, but among 100 individuals, only 3 or 5 might succeed. Wang Zheng mourned for his spiritual roots before casting aside such distractions and continuing his spell practice. While there were other basic spells related to the 5 elements, he believed that mastering one practical spell from each category was sufficient for his current level of cultivation. He understood well the folly of being a jack of all trades yet a master of none, of attempting to grasp too much without the ability to digest it. Standing before the stone wall at the valley's edge, Wang Zheng observed the pockmarked surface, a testament to the traces left by his spell practice over the past months. His hands deftly shifted through the hand seals, although he had yet to comprehend why certain specific gestures were necessary when casting spells. He had become quite adept at the motions. Fireball, gather. Wang Zheng brought his hands together, the pale red spiritual energy coalescing around him, forming a fireball the size of an egg between his palms. The flame continued to grow, and with an impassive expression, he commanded the fireball's transformation. The flames were volatile spiritual energy. Should he fail to control it properly, it might very well explode in his hands, making him the first cultivator in history to be killed by his own fireball technique. After a few breaths, the fireball swelled to the size of a human head, and beads of sweat began to form on Wang Zheng's brow. This was the utmost limit of his control at present. Go. He thrust his hands forward, and the fireball shot forth with a whoosh, crashing into the opposite stone wall and leaving a basin-sized, half-foot-deep crater. Wang Zheng exhaled a breath, realizing that he could only consecutively condense such a fireball 3 times at most. Otherwise, he would exhaust not only his internal spiritual energy but also his mental focus. Satisfied with the fireball's power, he mused on how his current strength would fare against that fierce tiger should they meet again. If the fireball struck the tiger, even its iron bones would surely suffer. However, the time required to condense a fireball was 5 breaths, and he could not afford to be interrupted. The tiger would not grant him such an opportunity during a fight. Perhaps, as he advanced in cultivation and strengthened his mental energy, the time needed for such low-level spells would significantly decrease. Though Wang Zheng had become a cultivator, he remained at the very bottom of the hierarchy, lacking even a single magical artifact. According to the basic cultivation texts, cultivators possessed numerous techniques and tools, magical artifacts, spirit talismans, and other auxiliary offensive and defensive means, but he had neither seen nor possessed any of these. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. After a brief rest, Wang Zheng resumed his spell practice. After half a month of intensive spell training, with his spiritual energy continuously consumed and replenished, he found that the flow of energy within him became increasingly smooth. Following the consumption of a Yuan Lingdan, he successfully broke through to the 2nd level of Qi refining. Wang Zheng was filled with joy, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that, were other cultivators to learn of his predicament, they would likely burst into laughter. The transition from the first to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, encountering a cultivation bottleneck, was truly unprecedented. The reason for Wang Zheng's predicament was twofold. Firstly, his innate talent for cultivation was rather mediocre, Secondly, his previous life in the mundane world had left his physique lacking. The body is the foundation of cultivation, with a weak constitution. His spiritual energy was naturally impure and chaotic. However, Wang Zheng was unaware of these truths, and his breakthrough to the second layer of Qi Refinement brought him a fleeting joy that lasted several days. Time in the realm of cultivation is elusive, and a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the once tiny fire ants had grown to nearly an inch in length. Though they were slightly smaller than the 30 or so that had perished in their own internecine battles, their ferocity remained undiminished. The number of grown fire ants had surged to over 1,000, necessitating a significant increase in the quantity of spirit-feeding pills. Wang Zheng had taken to cultivating several plots of spirit rice in the valley, which he intended to use for pill concoction, thereby increasing the time spent on alchemy each month. Over the course of the year, Wang Zheng had become exceedingly adept at refining spirit-feeding pills, consistently yielding over 20 from each batch, comparable to Qi Hong and Appo's output. However, his alchemical skills still paled in comparison to Qi Hong's. Not to mention, his attempts at pill division had ended in failure more often than not. Occasionally, he would manage to succeed once or twice, but even then, from a single batch of liquid medicine, he could only produce 7 or 8 spirit-feeding pills, with the remainder turning to ash at the bottom of the alchemy furnace due to his insufficient mental control. Despite the abundance of materials, the waste was disheartening. Thus, he continued with his previous method, extracting and dividing the medicinal liquid once successfully fused. Over the course of the year, Wang Zheng's cultivation had reached the critical point of the second layer of Qi Refinement, yet he still found himself on the cusp of breaking into the third layer. With his supply of spirit stones and medicinal pills dwindling, he had learned from his earlier experience of breaking through the second layer, and 2 months ago, he had preserved his last spirit stone and Yuan Ling Dan for use when attempting to advance to the third layer. However, it seemed he had encountered yet another plateau. With no other options, he was compelled to continue honing his magical techniques. Although his cultivation had not advanced significantly over the past year, his mental acuity had multiplied several-fold, likely due to the intense focus required for refining spirit-feeding pills. This increase in mental prowess had allowed him to master the basic spells more adeptly. Now, his fireball technique was more than twice as powerful as it had been at the first layer, and he could cast it within 2 breaths. Should he encounter that ferocious tiger from before, he would now possess the confidence to contend with it. After over a month of rigorous magical practice, Wang Zheng successfully broke through to the third layer of Qi Refinement, yet he found himself entirely depleted of spirit stones and medicinal pills. Qi Hong had yet to return, and it had been nearly a year and a half since his departure. Wang Zheng was uncertain when he would come back, without spirit stones and pills. His cultivation speed had diminished significantly, with a month of arduous practice yielding results inferior to those he had achieved in just 3 days previously. With my current level of alchemy, I should be able to manage the refinement of red ginseng pills. After several days of contemplation, Wang Zheng resolved to concoct a pill to enhance his cultivation. Qi Hong had left behind a considerable stash of red ginseng, and utilizing a few roots would hardly be noticeable. At this moment, red ginseng was the only material he could employ. The red ginseng pill was only beneficial to cultivators with a fire spiritual root, and given Wang Zheng's mixed spiritual roots, it was somewhat applicable to him as well. The sole ingredient for the red ginseng pill was, indeed, red ginseng. However, its difficulty surpassed that of the spirit-feeding pills, as it demanded precise control over the heat. A minor miscalculation would result in failure. He extracted a root of red ginseng, trimming away the extraneous parts to retain only the essence, and then placed it into the alchemy furnace. The process of melting the red ginseng had become second nature to Wang Zheng. While previously refining spirit-feeding pills, he had attempted the pill division technique a few times, and thus, he swiftly divided the egg-sized medicinal liquid into 7 portions. However, just as he split them, 2 portions fell due to poor mental control, disintegrating into ash. Without time to lament, he adjusted the fire array to lower the temperature, watching as the remaining 5 crimson medicinal liquids spun and became increasingly rounded. Suddenly, 2 more portions plummeted to the bottom of the furnace, leaving only 3 suspended in the air. Wang Zheng was not surprised. The red ginseng pill's requirements were indeed more stringent, and his mental acuity was still somewhat lacking. 3 remaining portions were still commendable, he reassured himself, focusing his mental energy on the 3 nearly formed red ginseng pills. The heat was just right, he commanded, gather. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy to lift the furnace lid, allowing the 3 peanut-sized crimson pills to soar into his palm. To his astonishment, he had succeeded on his first attempt. A smile blossomed on Wang Zheng's face, but it quickly froze as he scrutinized the 3 pills before him. How could this be? He gasped, noticing the black specks that marred the surface of the red ginseng pills, although few. It became painfully clear that the pills he had concocted were utterly unfit for consumption, rendered useless. These so-called waste pills resulted from insufficient fusion or imprecise heat control, rendering the medicinal properties ineffective and laden with impurities. Consuming such pills would be detrimental to one's cultivation rather than beneficial. What a hollow triumph. Wang Zheng let out a resigned chuckle, realizing that truly refining pills was indeed no simple feat. He meticulously retraced the steps of his red ginseng pill refinement in his mind, yet could not identify any missteps. Perhaps it was due to his inadequate mental focus. Attempting to forcibly control 5 portions of medicinal liquid, that ultimately led to the failure of the remaining 3. It appeared he had been a tad too ambitious. Coming to terms with the reasons behind his failure, Wang Zheng was not overly disheartened, after all. The difficulty of the red ginseng pill surpassed that of the spirit-feeding pills by a considerable margin. Had it not been for the experience gained from refining spirit-feeding pills over the past year, he doubted he would have even managed to produce these 3 waste pills. After a brief respite, Wang Zheng resumed his efforts to concoct the red ginseng pills anew. This time, he learned his lesson. After separating the medicinal liquids, he voluntarily discarded 4 portions, retaining only 3 for his own control. Ultimately, he successfully produced 3 red ginseng pills, although one of them bore a few minor black spots. Wang Zheng felt helpless about this. Even the most experienced alchemists could not guarantee that their concoctions would be free of failures. Upon inspecting the remaining 2 red ginseng pills, he found no abnormalities and promptly consumed one. The pill transformed into a surge of warmth within his body. Under his guidance, this warmth circulated through his meridians several times before settling into his Dantian's energy sea. Wang Zheng opened his eyes to discover that nearly half a day had passed. The effects of his cultivation during these 2 hours were 3 to 4 times more effective than without the pill, rivaling that of a spiritual pill. However, while the effects of a spiritual pill could last around 10 days, the red ginseng pill's benefits only persisted for half a day. Nevertheless, Wang Zheng felt quite content with the outcome. With the aid of the red ginseng pill, his cultivation speed should not lag significantly. As time flew by, Wang Zheng cultivated with the red ginseng pills, and 10 months swiftly passed. It had been 2 years since Qi Hong left the valley. And under the influence of numerous red ginseng pills, Wang Zheng's cultivation reached the critical point of the 3rd level of Qi Refinement. The consumption of red ginseng pills no longer yielded any effects, and even intense practice of spells failed to provide him with a sense of breakthrough. Perhaps he had encountered a cultivation bottleneck. Wang Zheng pondered, understanding from various alchemical texts that encountering such bottlenecks is common in the cultivation world. However, those with superior talents typically face fewer obstacles during their practice. For instance, those with singular spiritual roots likely only experience a bottleneck upon reaching the peak of the Qi refinement stage, before breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Faced with this situation, there were 2 potential approaches. One was to take a natural course, patiently refining his spiritual energy. The purer the energy, the higher the likelihood of breaking through the bottleneck. However, this approach could take 10, 20 years, or even a lifetime. The second option involved consuming auxiliary pills designed to assist in overcoming bottlenecks. Such pills are collectively referred to as barrier-breaking pills, but are further categorized based on the level of breakthrough required. Qi Refinement barrier-breaking pills and Foundation establishment barrier-breaking pills. The former are seldom used, as individuals with decent talents do not encounter many bottlenecks in the Qi Refinement stage. Foundation establishment barrier-breaking pills, also known as Foundation establishment pills, are highly coveted by countless cultivators who have achieved the peak of Qi Refinement. Although Wang Zheng had encountered several Qi Refinement barrier-breaking pills in the alchemical texts he studied, he lacked the necessary materials to create them and could only lament his situation. Despite the ineffectiveness of spell practice in aiding his breakthrough, Wang Zheng still devoted substantial time to honing his skills. Apart from the fireball technique, entangling technique, and earth armor technique he had previously mastered, he was now also capable of employing the water arrow technique and the diamond shield with his current spiritual consciousness and energy. Additionally, he practiced several auxiliary spells, such as the spirit eye technique, which allowed him to concentrate spiritual energy in his eyes to perceive the strength of other spiritual energy, thus gauging their cultivation levels. This spirit eye technique proved quite useful. However, it would falter against those proficient in concealment techniques, especially if their spiritual consciousness surpassed his own. Day by day, He practiced tirelessly, depleting and replenishing his spiritual energy. Although his progress was minimal, after several months, his energy had become slightly purer. One day, while practicing his spells, Wang Zheng gazed at the 3-foot-deep pit created by his fireball technique on the stone wall, feeling quite satisfied. Now, his fireball technique had become 3 times more powerful than when he was at the first level of Qi Refinement, and the time required to condense it had diminished to less than 2 breaths. While it still could not be cast instantaneously, 2 breaths were entirely sufficient for practical combat. If he were to face that fierce tiger again, he felt confident in his ability to defeat it. As he calculated the time, he realized that nearly 3 years had passed since his encounter with Qi Hong. It had also been 3 years since he left home, and he wondered how his parents and younger brother were faring. The thought of his distant home filled him with melancholy, yet he felt powerless to return at this moment. Qi Hong had been gone from the valley for 2 years and 3 months, and according to what he had said, he should be returning soon. The remaining red ginseng and fire snake fruits were dwindling, and if Qi Hong did not return soon, there would not be enough materials for the spirit-feeding pills. In the following months, Wang Zheng could only use red beard grass for nourishment. Over nearly 3 years, he had grown quite familiar with the habits of the poison fire ants. Red beard grass was their preferred food. Although it did not promote growth as effectively as the spirit-feeding pills, it was better than nothing and prevented them from turning on each other. Now, those poison fire ants had grown to the size of his thumb, fiercer than ever. Suddenly, a thunderous noise startled Wang Zheng. What was happening? He paused momentarily, but quickly grasped the situation. Could it be that another beast had intruded into the 5 elements illusion array? The array primarily relied on illusion and confusion, but also possessed certain offensive and defensive capabilities. Anyone unfamiliar with array formations who entered would become disoriented and might even fall victim to its attacks. Over the past 2 years, 2 beasts had mistakenly wandered into the array, only to be eliminated by its traps. However, Wang Zheng lacked the talisman to exit the array, making it impossible for him to bring back any beasts for a meal. Wang Zheng's cultivation had yet to reach the stage of fasting, so for the past 2 years, he had subsisted primarily on the jerky left behind, supplemented by a few fruit trees in the valley for a change of taste. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of attacks reverberated, and Wang Zheng suddenly realized that it was not a beast that had stumbled into the array. The recent attacks were clearly intentional. Who had invaded the array? Did they intend to breach it? Wang Zheng felt a surge of panic. Although Qi Hong was confident in the 5 elements illusion array, Wang Zheng felt uncertain. Who could tell how skilled the intruders were or their expertise in array formations? If they entered the valley with malicious intent, it would not be unusual for him to be killed without a second thought, and given the current commotion within the array, his basic spells posed no threat to anyone. Heart pounding with trepidation, he made his way to the insect rearing room. The poison fire ants were the valley's sole means of defense. While he had not tamed the poison fire ant king, he had come to understand their habits well over the past 3 years. Moreover, he possessed detoxification pills, which would prevent the ants from attacking him. However, the same could not be said for others. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the spirit insect pouch left by Qi Hong and took out a handful of spirit-feeding pills to lure some of the poison fire ants into the pouch. Wang Zheng managed to collect over 300 poison fire ants, which should suffice to deal with this crisis. Although he had raised the poison fire ants for 3 years, he could not command them. He had no assurance that any would return once released. If he lost all these poison fire ants, he feared Qi Hong might not spare him upon his return. Losing a portion might not pose a significant problem, he mused. His greatest hope was that those within the array would not intrude into the valley, or, if they did, that they would be kind-hearted cultivators. However, the likelihood of such a scenario was slim. He could not place his faith in the goodwill of others. After half a day of tumult within the array, silence finally descended, and Wang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the intruders had fallen victim to the array. Though Wang Zheng's disposition was somewhat simple, he naturally preferred the demise of unrelated individuals over placing himself in danger. In the cultivation world, it was common to think, better a friend die than to put oneself at risk. Nevertheless, the array did not remain entirely quiet. In the following days, sporadic sounds continued to emerge, and Wang Zheng could vaguely hear several voices conversing. Brother Zheng, this array seems quite formidable. Are you certain you can breach it? This formation is of the 2nd-tier elite level. With my abilities, it is naturally impenetrable. However, this formation lacks a controller and is ultimately a sourceless water. Given some time, I can manage to create an opening in the short term. Oh, what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. Not so fast. Before we break the formation, I must clarify that when I point, both Taoist Qin and Taoist Feng must attack with all their might without the slightest hesitation. Otherwise, not only will we fail to breach the formation, but our lives will also be at stake. This is a given. Once we break the formation and enter this ancient cultivation cave, I shall have the first pick of any treasures. Do both Taoists have any objections? This is acceptable. Wang Zheng listened to the conversations of the others with a bitter expression. The intruders regarded this place as an ancient cultivation cave. And not just one person at that. If they discovered only a mere Qi Refinement Stage 3 cultivator here, would they not vent their frustrations upon him? As for using Qi Hong to intimidate the trio, that was even more unrealistic. These three mistakenly believed this was an unclaimed ancient cultivation cave. If they knew it was someone's territory, they would hardly give him a chance to report them. The probability of them silencing him would exceed 90%. The 300 poisonous fire ants in his storage bag provided little comfort to Wang Zheng. If it were only one person, those fire ants might suffice. But against 3 individuals, he felt uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Zheng returned to the insect-rearing chamber and collected all the poisonous fire ants into his spirit insect bag. At this point, he could not worry about whether he could retrieve the fire ants later. If he were to perish, all would be lost. Every so often, a wave of energy would ripple within the formation. Wang Zheng went to the alchemy room, gathering all the medicinal materials and alchemical texts into his storage bag. If the poisonous fire ants could not deal with the 3, and they managed to breach the formation, he might still have a chance to escape. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated as Wang Zheng hid among the canopy of a large tree at the valley's edge. The violent shaking dispersed the mist enveloping the valley in an instant, but within mere breaths, the mist gathered once more. Ah, old clock, you have betrayed me. A furious roar abruptly ceased. Subsequently, Wang Zheng saw 2 figures burst forth from the fog into the valley. The first was an elderly man in a tattered Taoist robe. His hair singed and disheveled, yet he bore no serious injuries. The second figure, a middle-aged man in black, appeared far more miserable, with bloodstains on his chest and his left arm hanging limply, clearly gravely injured. Old clock, you. The middle-aged man in black glared at the elderly Taoist. Taoist Qin, remain calm. This is a second-tier elite formation. If no one shields us from their attacks, how can we enter this ancient cultivation cave? Upon hearing the words ancient cultivation cave, the middle-aged man snorted coldly and fell silent, yet he maintained a distance from the elderly Taoist. The Taoist's cultivation level surpassed his. And given his injuries, he feared that if there were any treasures within the cave, the Taoist might resort to violence to seize them. Wang Zheng, concealed within the tree's canopy, focused his spirit energy into his eyes, employing the spirit eye technique to assess the cultivation levels of the 2. The elderly Taoist was surprisingly at Qi Refinement Stage 9, while the middle-aged man in black had attained Qi Refinement Stage 7. Wang Zheng felt a surge of anxiety. If he remained hidden and these 2 entered the cave without finding anything of value, they would undoubtedly scour the entire valley, and the canopy would not conceal him for long. However, if he rashly entered the formation, he feared he would be slain by its defenses. At this moment, the only hope rested in the black fire ants within his spirit insect bag. The elderly Taoist and the middle-aged man in black, wary of one another, entered the cave. But before long, their expressions darkened as they emerged. What ancient cultivation cave is this? There isn't even a single spirit stone. The only valuable asset in the valley was the cultivated red beard grass, but this grass could not be refined into elixirs. It was merely favored by certain fire attribute beasts or spirit insects and held little worth. Most significantly, they discovered that the cave had been established by another cultivator, and it seemed that someone had recently resided there. Perhaps the owner had merely stepped out for a while to have a second-tier elite formation as protection. It was evident that the valley's master was not someone they could provoke. The wisest choice now was to leave the valley before the owner returned. Taoist Zheng, what are you waiting for? Let us break the formation and leave this cursed place. The middle-aged man in black exclaimed anxiously, having gained nothing and suffered injuries. Not so fast. We must first locate that little mouse hiding about. Taoist Zheng replied, his gaze falling upon Wang Zheng's hiding place among the trees. The middle-aged man in black's expression slightly tightened as he too noticed Wang Zheng concealed within the canopy. At that moment, Wang Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. But he knew that for a cultivator possessing spiritual consciousness, remaining hidden would only be self-deception. Wang Zheng nimbly descended from the tree. Who are you, boy? Have you taken anything from here? Taoist Zheng's expression darkened as he reprimanded Wang Zheng. They had only just questioned why the valley's owner would leave behind a second-tier elite formation if there were no significant treasures. With this doubt, Taoist Zheng's spiritual consciousness began to search the valley, leading him to discover the presence of a Qi Refinement Stage 3 youth. Esteemed Taoists, I am merely the attendant of the valley's master. It would be wise for you to depart at once. Wang Zheng attempted to maintain a calm demeanor, as if he had some backing. Who is the master of this valley? The middle-aged man in black and Taoist Zheng approached Wang Zheng, inquiring as they walked. The esteemed elder shall return shortly. You would do well not to err. You have not incurred any losses, and if you leave now, I trust the elder will not pursue the matter. Wang Zheng warned the two. Hearing this, both Taoist Zheng and the middle-aged man hesitated. To utilize a second-tier elite formation, the master must at least be a foundation establishment cultivator. Although they had trespassed into the formation, they had gained nothing of value. It was unlikely that a foundation establishment cultivator would hunt them down for this. Yet, to leave without any gain was naturally unsatisfactory. The middle-aged man in black exchanged glances with Taoist Zheng. Taoist Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he used spiritual consciousness to communicate with the middle-aged man. That little brat surely possesses treasures left behind by a foundation establishment elder. If we eliminate him, we can leave swiftly. Exiting the formation from within is simple. The middle-aged man nodded slightly in response. Their pace quickened immediately. Wang Zheng's expression darkened as he realized their intentions. If he could not discern their plans, he would be a fool. Damn it, do not come any closer, or I shall not hold back. Wang Zheng retreated while hastily conjuring a Vajra shield spell to protect himself. Hiki, what does Indapos, not holding back Indapos, entail? Let this Taoist witness. Taoist Zheng's beady eyes narrowed as he raised his hand to summon a bolt of purple lightning. Though this was also a basic spell, it was the most destructive form of lightning palm, and given that this individual was at Qi Refinement Stage 9, even a single lightning bolt was beyond Wang Zheng and Apos' capacity to withstand. Crack. However, as Wang Zheng scrambled to evade, the purple lightning did not strike him. Instead, it hit the middle-aged man in black, who, despite being on guard against Taoist Zheng, had not anticipated an attack at that moment. Struck by the lightning, he momentarily succumbed to paralysis, allowing Taoist Zheng to dash forward, wielding a purple longsword that cleaved down, severing the middle-aged man's head, leaving him lifeless and unblinking. This turn of events left Wang Zheng astounded. What a ruthless Taoist. Yet, Taoist Zheng had also granted him a moment's respite. Wang Zheng, now hidden behind the massive tree trunk, no longer hesitated and unleashed the poisonous fire ants from his spirit insect bag, unleashing a swarm that surged forth. Zhang Daren had just vanquished the middle-aged figure clad in black and was preparing to seize the treasures left behind by the foundation-building cultivators when he was suddenly beset by a swarm of dark, ominous spirit insects. His countenance shifted dramatically. Poisonous fire ants. How could there be so many? Abandoning the pursuit of Wang Zheng, he swiftly turned and fled towards the valley's exit. Despite his rapid pace, the poisonous fire ants were equally swift, and the distance between Zhang Daren and Wang Zheng was negligible. Before he could breach the formation, the fire ants had encircled him. In a desperate bid for survival, Zhang Daren conjured a protective shield of spiritual light around himself. But the fire ants unleashed bursts of gray flames. Individually, these flames were feeble, yet their collective force quickly diminished his shield. Damn it, get away, Zhang Daren shouted, urgency overtaking him as he unleashed a bolt of purple lightning. Several of the poisonous fire ants were obliterated, while others were sent flying. However, those that were cast aside merely paused momentarily before charging back at him. Panic-stricken, Zhang Daren retrieved a yellow talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy to form a sturdy, earthen-hued shield far more resilient than his own. For a brief moment, the fire ants were unable to breach this newfound defense. Yet, regardless of whether he wielded his sword or cast spells, he could only eliminate a handful of fire ants at a time, and his shield continued to wane at a visible rate. My friend, please capture these insects, and I shall offer compensation, Zhang Daren implored frantically. But Wang Zheng remained concealed behind a large tree, observing with an unyielding gaze. He had no intention of believing such fabrications. As Wang Zheng remained unresponsive, Zhang Daren grew increasingly anxious. If you spare me, I will reveal the location of a genuine ancient cultivator's cave. The ancient cultivator's cave again. How fervently this fellow clings to exploration, Wang Zheng thought, yet to him, such a cave seemed an unattainable distant dream. Moreover, he had no control over the poisonous fire ants. Wang Zheng would not divulge this to Zhang Daren. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, where is this ancient cave? What treasures lie within? If you command these fire ants to cease their assault, I shall disclose it immediately. Zhang Daren struggled to resist. Humph. How can I trust you if I set you free? Wang Zheng retorted, leaving Zhang Daren in a state of despair. Truly I swear, if I utter a single falsehood, may my cultivation never progress, and may I perish beneath the heavenly lightning. Zhang Daren hastily swore. I do not believe you. Wang Zheng's response sent Zhang Daren reeling with frustration. What then shall you do? Zhang Daren, realizing he had no time to waste, pressed on. Tell me the location and what treasures lie inside. I cannot afford to stumble into another's lair. The corners of Zhang Daren's mouth twitched, indeed. He had encountered a stroke of misfortune. He had not located the ancient cave and was now cornered by a mere Qi disciple at Wanlei Valley. The lightning techniques I practiced were discovered at the cave's periphery. Without it, I would not possess a lightning root, nor could I cultivate formidable lightning spells. Please, my friend, let the insects cease their assault, and I shall provide you with a detailed map. Zhang Daren's shield was on the verge of collapse, and he had no time left for negotiations. Wanlei Valley. Oh, my apologies, I cannot control these poisonous fire ants, Wang Zheng stated candidly, causing Zhang Daren's eyes to blaze with fury. Ah, damn it, I shall kill you, he roared, and as his shield shattered, he knew escape was futile. Lightning surged around him, coalescing into a sphere the size of a human head, while his aura rapidly diminished. Wang Zheng, witnessing this scene, was taken aback and turned to flee. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Daren's shield dissipated, and in a fit of rage, he hurled the lightning sphere at Wang Zheng. Yet, the sphere was intercepted by the fire ants, losing much of its power, and only succeeded in obliterating the tree where Wang Zheng had taken shelter. Soon, Zhang Daren was overwhelmed by the fire ants that swarmed over him, his anguished cries fading into silence. When the insects dispersed, only a charred remnant remained. A shiver ran down Wang Zheng's spine. The last time a fierce tiger had been devoured, it had not been human. But seeing Zhang Daren reduced to mere bones left him feeling cold. The last lightning sphere released by Zhang Daren had wrought significant havoc, slaying over 100 fire ants and leaving a deep crater where the tree once stood. Had he not fled swiftly, he too might have been dragged down by the old Taoist. Now, the immediate danger had subsided, yet as he surveyed the valley, witnessing the fire ants devouring the red-beard grass, Wang Zheng's mind raced. How could he reclaim control over these fire ants? For the moment, he set aside the thought. The two individual storage bags remained, and he pondered the wealth of spiritual stones they might contain. Though the middle-aged figure in black had also fallen prey to the fire ants, their storage bags and weapons had been left intact. Wang Zheng collected the two bags and swords, incinerating the remains of their owners to ash. The crater would require careful excavation. A day later, Wang Zheng was astonished to observe that the fire ants, having consumed all the red-beard grass, had grown increasingly agitated. Many began to fight amongst themselves, and although it had not escalated to mutual slaughter, over 20 more had perished. Exhausted, they once again gathered around him. At this juncture, Wang Zheng began to comprehend the necessity of feeding them spirit-feeding pills rather than directly offering red-beard grass. The fiery snake fruit and red ginseng seemed to neutralize some substance within the grass. Otherwise, under such conditions, the fire ants would struggle to form a substantial colony. As he contemplated the encroaching fire ants, Wang Zheng felt a chill, recalling Zhang Daren, whose remains had been reduced to bones. Could it be that the queen ant is within the spirit insect pouch, thus preventing the swarm from dispersing? He speculated. When he returned the queen ant to the breeding chamber, the other fire ants obediently followed, confirming his hypothesis. Fortunately, the situation was far better than he had anticipated. Although he had lost over 100 fire ants, they remained within his control. While this number was considerable, if the red ginseng and fiery snake fruit were exhausted, and he resorted to feeding them red-beard grass, their aggression could lead to infighting, explaining the previous occurrences. Instinctively, Wang Zheng decided against informing Qi Hong about the intrusion of these two individuals into the valley. The spiritual stones in their storage bags were disappointingly few, totaling less than 100. Wang Zheng found himself grumbling. Even in the late stages of Qi cultivation, they were still so impoverished. However, they did possess 2 vials of cultivation-enhancing pills, one containing the Yuanling pill he had already consumed, while the other 3 were superior gathering spirit pills. Among Zhang Daren's belongings was a pill encased in a jade box, its potency far exceeding that of the gathering spirit pills. Wang Zheng had never encountered such a pill and speculated it might be the fabled Foundation Establishment pill. However, considering Zhang Daren's cultivation level at the 9th stage of Qi, it seemed improbable. Perhaps it was a pill designed to assist in breaking through bottlenecks in Qi cultivation, but without certainty, Wang Zheng dared not use it recklessly. Amidst all these spiritual stones, pills, and the two swords, Wang Zheng found himself particularly intrigued by a beast-skin scroll within Zhang Doran's storage bag. The scroll appeared ancient, crafted from an unknown beast's hide. It felt soft yet remarkably resilient, with the inscription still clear. Chaos Divine Thunder Technique. Merely the name stirred excitement within him. How majestic and formidable it sounded. Yet, the subsequent content incited an impulse to vomit blood. This is merely a fragmented technique. And the Chaos Divine Thunder is an abominable force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. It is inconceivable that anything as fearsome as this could exist in this realm. Thus, the name serves merely as a facade. The scroll contains only a rudimentary foundation for cultivating the Chaos Divine Thunder, and it is incomplete at that. Referring to it as the Chaos Divine Thunder technique seems excessive. It might be more fitting to call it the fragment of the 5 elements Divine Thunder. According to the fragment, the thunder root is classified as an anomalous spiritual root, though the specifics of its anomaly are not elaborated upon. It does, however, indicate that through certain unique methods, practitioners with 5-element spiritual roots can also condense thunder and lightning spells. This applies to single, dual, or even triple spiritual roots. Of course, if one possesses all 5 attributes of spiritual roots and cultivates to the utmost, there exists a slim possibility of merging the 5 elements Divine Thunder into the Chaos Divine Thunder. These aspirations are not something Wang Zheng would dwell upon. Yet he remains intrigued by the aforementioned ability to condense the power of lightning. The scroll merely records the method for a wood-attributed practitioner to condense the wood exorcism thunder, which necessitates a special spiritual wood, specifically the heartwood of a millennium-old exorcism peach tree. It must be said that Taoist Zheng is indeed a benefactor within his storage bag. He fortuitously possesses a segment of millennium-old exorcism peach tree heartwood, perhaps for his own cultivation of thunder techniques. After clearing out the miscellaneous items in both their storage bags and eradicating all traces, Wang Zheng resumed his cultivation, though he lacked a specialized barrier-breaking pill. The Yuan Ling pills and gathering spirit pills at his disposal could still enhance his cultivation. He was merely at the initial to mid-stage of Qi Refinement. And even in the absence of a barrier-breaking pill, consuming several refining pills should suffice to overcome his bottleneck. Over the next 3 months, Wang Zheng refined the contents of less than a vial of Yuan Ling pills. As his cultivation progressed, the originally lasting effects of the pills diminished to less than a third. Upon consuming the final Yuan Ling pill, he finally achieved his long-desired breakthrough to the 4th layer of Qi Refinement. Although this method felt somewhat wasteful, the efficacy of the Yuan Ling pills had waned for those at mid-stage Qi Refinement. Thus, achieving a breakthrough was worth the investment. Subsequently, Wang Zheng continued his training. Yet he refrained from using any more gathering spirit pills. He surmised that Qi Hong would soon return. Given his own aptitude, Qi Hong likely had a sense of it. Achieving the 4th layer of Qi Refinement in less than 3 years seemed plausible, but if his cultivation accelerated too rapidly, one could only wonder whether Qi Hong might suspect him of pilfering the Qi Shen. Qi Hong's alchemical skills far surpassed his own, and he was well aware that the Qi Shen could be refined into Qi Shen pills. Although Wang Zheng's cultivation had momentarily plateaued, he devoted most of his energy to the study of wood exorcism thunder. The method of cultivating the wood exorcism thunder was relatively straightforward. It involved absorbing the hidden lightning power within the exorcism peach tree heartwood through a unique technique, subsequently storing it within his body and merging it with his spiritual power to form an exorcism thunder seed. This seed's potency could be enhanced through further cultivation or by absorbing other similar lightning powers. The process was arduous and protracted. Each absorption of the lightning power from the exorcism would felt as though his very soul were being struck by thunder. He could only practice for 2 hours each day before needing to halt, lest his consciousness be depleted, leading to unconsciousness. Nevertheless, the benefits were apparent. Wang Zheng's consciousness seemed to strengthen with each session of cultivation. 3 months later, the lightning power within the millennium-old exorcism peach tree heartwood was exhausted, rendering it a mere scrap. Yet Wang Zheng's consciousness had increased by at least 30%. Now, when refining spirit-feeding pills, he could successfully produce 17 or 18 at a time using the pill furnace. When concocting Qi Shen pills, he could manage 6 or 7 simultaneously. Calculating the time, Qi Hong had been away from the valley for a full 3 years, and the Qi Shen and fire snake fruits in his possession had been depleted half a month prior. Wang Zheng fed the black fire ants with Qi grass, which indeed made them more ferocious, but under his supervision, only a few had succumbed to bites. Qi Hong's absence presented both advantages and disadvantages for Wang Zheng. The benefit was that he could consume his pills without reservation. The drawback, however, was his confinement within the valley, with no clear idea of when he might escape. If Qi Hong were delayed or encountered misfortune, Wang Zheng could not possibly remain in the valley for eternity. Pondering this, Wang Zheng also discovered basic texts on formations within Taoist Zheng's storage bag. Yet, these formations appeared more intricate than alchemy, without guidance, relying solely on his own fumbling. Wang Zheng was uncertain when he would be able to rely on his own capabilities to exit the valley. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the surrounding mist, causing Wang Zheng's expression to shift subtly. However, this time, it was not due to the intrusion of a beast or a person into the formation. Rather, the formation itself had been activated, dispersing the mist. Wang Zheng once again beheld the familiar dark cloud-flying vessel. He took a deep breath, casting aside all distracting thoughts. Before he could catch sight of Qi Hong, an arrogant voice rang out. "Master, is this the spiritual servant you spoke of? His aptitude is indeed lacking. After 3 years of cultivation, he has barely reached the 4th layer of Qi Refinement, despite Wang Zheng's inferior aptitude in menial tasks in the valley." Hearing such remarks from a stranger left him somewhat displeased. At that moment, the dark cloud-flying vessel vanished, having been retracted by Qi Hong. After 3 years, Qi Hong's hair had grown even grayer, and his spirit appeared less vibrant, perhaps still recovering from prior injuries. Beside Qi Hong stood a youth of around 16 or 17. Clad in exquisite garments. He was indeed handsome, but his lofty gaze disregarded Wang Zheng, perceiving him merely as an insignificant servant. "Enough, hanger." While his aptitude may be subpar and his cultivation resources scarce, achieving the 4th layer of Qi Refinement is commendable under the circumstances. Qi Hong cast a benevolent glance at the youth before addressing Wang Zheng. "This is my disciple, Qi Hong, hailing from the royal family of the Qi Kingdom. In the future, should I enter seclusion, heed his commands." Wang Zheng was unfamiliar with the Qi Kingdom. His homeland lay within the territory of the Qin Kingdom, and he had only ventured as far as 30 miles from home to Qintang Town. "Greetings, Senior." Wang Zheng regained his composure and immediately broached another matter. "Senior, the Qi Shen used for refining spirit-feeding pills was exhausted last month, and I have been reduced to feeding them Qi grass. However, after consuming the grass, the poison fire ants have become exceedingly volatile. Over the past month, more than 100 have perished from bites. I kindly request your assistance." Upon hearing Wang Zheng mention the poison fire ants, Qi Hong displayed a look of concern. The depletion of the spiritual herbs required for the poison fire ants had not escaped his anticipation. This outing had exceeded his initial expectations. Yet considering the rewards he had garnered, it was all worthwhile. His new disciple not only hailed from the royal family of the Qi Kingdom, but also possessed a rare single attribute fire spiritual root, promising immeasurable achievements in the future. Having met Qi Hong only a little over a year ago, he had already advanced to the 5th layer of Qi Refinement, a cultivation speed that surpassed even Qi Hong's own progress during his formative years. Observing Wang Zheng, who had been cultivating for over 3 years, but had only just broken through to the 4th layer of Qi Refinement, one could only imagine the extraordinary aptitude of Qi Hong. "Very well, I understand. Here are some Qi Shen and fire snake fruits. You may refine more spirit-feeding pills." Qi Hong tossed Wang Zheng a storage device, and Wang Zheng saw it filled with Qi Shen and fire snake fruits, indicating that Qi Hong intended to remain in the valley for an extended period. After skillfully refining the spirit-feeding pills, Qi Hong examined the poison fire ants with evident satisfaction. "Excellent. Take this vial of gathering spirit pills and this mid-grade talisman. Additionally, you are to deal with the demonic beasts and 1 cultivator that were eliminated within the formation. A vial of gathering pills and a red flag talisman. Magical artifacts are the tools utilized by practitioners during the Qi Refinement stage, ranging from weapons and shields to various peculiar items. The red command flag is a medium-grade magical artifact. Upon channeling spiritual energy into it, it can transform into a fire dragon for attack, boasting greater power and agility than Wang Zheng's fireball technique. However, controlling such artifacts requires considerable mental energy. Although Wang Zheng possesses 2 magical artifacts and the violet longsword wielded by Taoist Zheng is of the highest grade, he cannot openly display them. With the Qi gathering pills provided by Qi Hong, he can now consume pills without reservation. "Thank you, Senior." After expressing his gratitude and receiving the items, Wang Zheng set out to deal with the demon beasts within the formation and the fallen companions who had met their demise due to Taoist Zheng's treachery. The corpses of the demon beasts had long since decayed, Wang Zheng only collected 2 walnut-sized demon cores from the 2 first-tier middle-grade beasts, which matched his current strength. As for the other individual who perished in the formation, his cultivation level was indiscernible. So Wang Zheng buried him outside the valley and returned the storage bag to Qi Hong. Qi Hong naturally dismissed the contents of the storage bag with a mere glance, instructing Chu Heng to sift through it. Although Chu Hong had only been cultivating for a year, he was not lacking in spirit stones, pills, or artifacts. From the storage bag, he only found a bottle of Qi-gathering pills appealing, along with a couple of dozen spirit stones and a shield-shaped artifact, which he tossed to Wang Zheng. Subsequently, Qi Hong entered seclusion, announcing he would remain in isolation for 3 months, leaving Wang Zheng and Chu Hong in the valley to cultivate. However, less than half a month later, Chu Hong consumed all the food in the storage bag, dismissing the jerky Wang Zheng produced and insisting they venture out to hunt a demon beast for a feast. Reluctantly, Wang Zheng followed Chu Hong outside. In the vicinity of the valley, there were few high-tier demon beasts, and before long, they encountered 2 first-tier middle-grade Jinyun leopards. Chu Hong laughed heartily as he charged in, deploying a defensive Vajra talisman before attacking the leopards with a shuttle-shaped artifact. Wang Zheng was taken aback, despite Chu Heng's arrogance. He was evidently skilled and not unfamiliar with combat against demon beasts. At that moment, Wang Zheng had no choice but to muster his courage. Setting aside the formidable tiger that had overwhelmed him, this was his first encounter with a demon beast since becoming a practitioner. Although Wang Zheng had acquired several talismans from Daoist Zheng's storage bags, he refrained from using them, knowing they were one-time consumables and he could not afford such extravagance like Chu Hong. He quickly conjured an earth armor technique, retreating while retrieving his shield-shaped artifact. As the Jinyun leopard lunged at Wang Zheng, he activated the command flag artifact gifted by Qi Hong, channeling spiritual energy to unleash a fire dragon that surged toward the leopard. Though the fire dragon bore considerable power, it could not match the speed of the leopard, which evaded its advance. With a resounding clang, the leopard's claws struck Wang Zheng's shield artifact, causing him to stagger back. However, the fire dragon flag roared from behind, launching an attack at the leopard. The Jinyun leopard, lacking an understanding of magic, was nonetheless incredibly swift and agile, making it difficult for Wang Zheng's fire dragon to inflict any significant damage. Wang Zheng took a slight step back to maintain distance from the leopard, then sheathed his shield artifact and began to gather his binding technique. A greenish-blue aura swiftly coalesced into tendrils that slithered toward the Jinyun leopard. Just then, a blue light streaked past as Chu Heng's flying shuttle pierced through the leopard's neck. Astonished that a middle-grade demon beast was met with such force, Chu Hong cast a disdainful glance at Wang Zheng before retracting his shuttle. Wang Zheng could only offer a wry smile, realizing his binding technique was no longer needed. What are you waiting for? Roast the prey when we return to the valley. Should I really serve you, Your Highness? What a fool, Chu Hong declared, ignoring Wang Zheng as he turned to head back to the valley. Wang Zheng felt a pang of frustration but understood that not only did Chu Hong hold a significant position in Qi Hong's esteem, but he also surpassed Wang Zheng in strength. Wang Zheng pondered if utilizing the ethereal wood demon-slaying thunder might grant him a chance to defeat Chu Hong. Ultimately, he shook his head. The seed of the ethereal wood demon-slaying thunder within him was still exceedingly weak, and its growth was painfully slow. Currently, its power could not even support him in executing a palm strike. However, in a year or two, the ethereal wood demon-slaying thunder might possess some potency. Yet, considering his innate aptitude, he might only break through to the 5th layer of Qi Refinement within that time frame, while Chu Hong would likely have reached the 9th or even the 10th layer. Indeed, one cannot compare innate gifts. Competition breeds frustration. With a sigh, Wang Zheng reflected that instead of comparing himself to others, perseverance would eventually lead him to achieve a perfected Qi Refinement stage and perhaps even aspire to the Foundation Establishment stage. The Foundation Establishment stage, with a lifespan exceeding 300 years, was undoubtedly a tremendous allure. Upon returning to the valley, Wang Zheng began to roast the meat, and to his surprise, Chu Hong had brought along a bounty of seasonings. Satisfied with Wang Zheng's grilling skills, having refined numerous spirit-feeding pills and qi-boosting pills over the years, Chu Hong seemed to regard him as a competent chef. After a hearty meal, Chu Hong's attitude toward Wang Zheng softened slightly, perhaps viewing him in the light of a culinary companion. In the following days, aside from the occasional hunting foray, there was little interaction between the two. Though Chu Hong maintained an arrogant demeanor, he diligently pursued his cultivation. 3 months later, just before Qi Hong concluded his seclusion, Chu Hong astonishingly achieved another breakthrough, leaving Wang Zheng with an indescribable bitterness. Qi Hong, in high spirits, began sharing insights on the nuances of breakthrough with Chu Hong. While Wang Zheng was fortunate enough to listen in, despite Chu Heng's commendable aptitude, he encountered some bottlenecks upon reaching the 6th layer of Qi Refinement. Qi Hong, rather than urging patience, prepared a batch of barrier-breaking pills for him. In total, 3 pills were crafted, and by chance, Wang Zheng received one. However, afterward, Qi Hong instructed Chu Heng to continue his cultivation while retaining Wang Zheng to teach him the art of alchemy. With a foundation in crafting spirit-feeding pills, Wang Zheng quickly grasped the essentials of refining the Yuan spirit pill under Qi Hong's guidance, although he deliberately concealed his progress, resulting in 4 to 5 failures before successfully concocting his first batch. Qi Hong was nonetheless pleased, acknowledging Wang Zheng's latent talent in alchemy despite his mediocre aptitude. Yet, the Yuan spirit pill had become less beneficial for both Wang Zheng and Chu Hong after a few days of practice. Qi Hong began instructing him in the refinement of qi gathering pills and another type of pill to enhance mental energy, the soul condensing pill. It took Wang Zheng half a month to master these 2 types of pills. Subsequently, Qi Hong entered seclusion once more, advising Wang Zheng that he could consume qi gathering pills freely, but for the soul condensing pill, he must prioritize Chu Hong and Appo's needs before partaking himself. Each batch of soul condensing pills could only yield 1 pill, and currently, Wang Zheng's success rate stood at only 40%, managing to produce 2 successful batches from 5 attempts. If he wished to consume the mental-enhancing soul-condensing pill, he must improve his success rate. Half a month later, upon Chu Hong and Appo's emergence from seclusion, he had successfully advanced to the 7th layer of Qi Refinement. Wang Zheng let out a resigned sigh, still lingering at the 4th layer. Though he had begun consuming qi-gathering pills to aid his cultivation, his responsibilities had multiplied. He needed to maintain the supply of spirit-feeding pills, produce qi-gathering and soul-condensing pills for Chu Hong, and still engage in hunting and roasting. With only 1/3 of his time dedicated to cultivation, the gap between him and Chu Hong was only destined to widen. Yet, Wang Zheng, filled with a mix of determination and resignation, recognized Qi Hong and Appo's high regard for Chu Hong, while his own status as a lowly servant with mediocre aptitude relegated him to the role of a mere alchemist and nurturer for spiritual insects, rendering his cultivation achievements less significant. Nevertheless, even with diminished cultivation time, Wang Zheng's alchemical skills were advancing impressively. 3 months later, the success rate of refining the soul-merging pill reached 60%. This not only fulfilled Chu Heng's requirements but also saved 1/3 of the necessary materials. After consuming the soul-condensing pill, Wang Zheng discovered that the growth rate of the ethereal wood exorcising thunder within him had significantly increased. However, each time he practiced that technique, his consciousness seemed to be immersed in lightning, causing immense pain. Yet, thinking of the power of the ethereal wood exorcising thunder, Wang Zheng persevered, taking the soul-condensing pill every night to enhance the potency of the thunder seed within him. In the blink of an eye, another 1.5 years had passed. Qi Hong had yet to emerge from his seclusion, while Chu Hong had become even more diligent in his cultivation, astonishingly reaching the peak of the Qi refinement stage not long ago. Remarkably, Chu Hong had accomplished this in less than 3 years of training. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng had just recently broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement, and that was only due to his strong determination to catch up with Chu Hong. According to Wang Zheng's estimations, achieving the peak of Qi refinement would take him at least 5 more years, and that was without encountering any bottlenecks. Otherwise, the time needed would extend several-fold. Pondering was futile. He decided to continue his cultivation. To the alchemy room, the voice of Qi Hong echoed in his mind, prompting Wang Zheng to cease his training and head to the alchemy chamber. It had been over a year since Wang Zheng last saw Qi Hong, and he was taken aback by the sight before him. Qi Hong appeared little better than when Wang Zheng first met him. He was emaciated, with sunken eyes and patches of dark spots on his skin. "Senior, I have suffered severe injuries to my foundation. Though I have suppressed them with secret techniques over the years, ultimately, my efforts have been in vain. Chu Hong has reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and I have witnessed his foundation establishment. Thus, I can now lay my heart to rest. Today, I shall refine the foundation establishment pill. You may observe and learn as much as your comprehension allows." The foundation establishment pill. Wang Zheng could hardly contain his astonishment. It was the dream pill of Qi refinement cultivators. However, the materials for the foundation establishment pill were exceedingly rare, and collecting a complete set was a formidable challenge. Wang Zheng did not dare to hope that Qi Hong would give him one of the pills. Alas, Your aptitude is somewhat lacking. Otherwise, I would have hoped you. Qi Hong sighed. Although Wang Zheng possessed commendable temperament and comprehension, his innate talent was too poor, even with an abundance of resources. Reaching the peak of Qi Refinement would likely take him around 10 years. Qi Hong, however, could not afford to wait that long. Wang Zheng felt a pang of bitterness. Due to his talent, he was unable to grasp the opportunity of the Foundation Establishment pill. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. At the very least, he had escaped the jaws of danger and had become a cultivator, now also recognized as an alchemist. There would surely be opportunities to acquire the Foundation Establishment pill in the future. I am but a dull-witted junior, and I am grateful for your guidance over the years. Senior, otherwise, I would have long been prey to the hungry tiger. I have not aided you much. All is the result of your own hard work. Now, I am weary and shall not speak further. Here is the formula and materials for the Foundation Establishment pill. You may examine it and take charge of preparing the materials. I need to rest for a moment. There is only a single set of materials, and I cannot guarantee success. As Qi Hong spoke, he handed Wang Zheng a storage bag containing dozens of jade boxes. Wang Zheng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and began to meticulously study the formula. The Foundation Establishment pill is, in essence, a term for the auxiliary pill that aids cultivators at the peak of Qi Refinement in breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage. The ingredients vary by region and the spiritual items produced differ. Thus, the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill also varies. However, the most crucial materials generally remain the same. In this particular formulation, the primary ingredients included 3 essential herbs: the blood-red Ganoderma, the purple leaf lily, and the heavenly frost snow lotus fruit, each requiring over 300 years of maturity, with the blood-red Ganoderma needing more than 500 years. There were also 13 auxiliary spiritual herbs, indicating the complexity of the refining process. Wang Zheng spent 2 full days thoroughly studying the formula, followed by another 3 days organizing the materials. Although the formula listed precise measurements, each herb could not be strictly adhered to the specified age. While the requirement was over 300 years, it could range from 300 to 350 years, thus differing in the contained spiritual energy. This necessitated accurately adjusting the quantities based on the specific ages. And some herbs would not be used in their entirety but required the removal of the ineffective parts. Once Wang Zheng had organized the materials and checked them twice to confirm their accuracy, he turned to Qi Hong. In recent days, Qi Hong has been meditating, seemingly having consumed some elixir, his condition appearing to have improved somewhat. Indeed, given your innate talent for alchemy, with time, you may achieve remarkable feats. Qi Hong seemed to sense something, nodding in satisfaction after observing the herbs Wang Zheng had prepared. Watching Qi Hong's unsteady gait, Wang Zheng couldn't oppose. He helped but feel the urge to offer support, regardless of the reservations and criticisms he harbored towards Qi Hong. This man had undoubtedly saved his life and introduced him to an entirely new realm. From this moment forth, do not disturb me, Qi Hong declared, taking a deep breath. His spirit seemingly revitalized. At that instant, Wang Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of envy and jealousy towards Qi Hong, yet he restrained himself, not being one to harbor insatiable greed. Even if he were to receive this Foundation Establishment pill, it might take 5 or 10 years for him to reach the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. Setting aside his distractions, while the Foundation Establishment pill was indeed precious, the opportunity to observe a master alchemist at work was far more rewarding. Teaching a man to fish is far superior to simply giving him a fish. Even with limited aptitude, as long as he possesses exceptional alchemical skills, the day of Foundation Establishment will inevitably come. Though Qi Hong appeared frail, his consciousness expanded, and Wang Zheng felt an oppressive force greater than before, causing him to struggle for breath. Perhaps this was the intensity of consciousness that a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment stage should possess. The crimson blood Ganoderma was the first to be placed into the alchemical furnace. However, the flames within the furnace were not particularly intense, resulting in a slow melting process for the crimson blood Ganoderma, which took over 4 hours to transform into a vibrant red liquid, resembling a flame, suspended within the furnace. Next, Qi Hong added the purple leaf lily and the heavenly frost snow lotus fruit into the furnace. The liquid from the crimson blood Ganoderma floated slightly, resting atop the purple leaf lily and the heavenly frost snow lotus fruit. At this juncture, the crimson blood Ganoderma merely needed to maintain this state, while the other 2 ingredients gradually dissolved at a notably faster pace, likely due to the crimson blood Ganoderma's inherent fire attribute allowing it to withstand higher temperatures. After an hour, the purple leaf lily and the heavenly frost snow lotus fruit yielded a purple and a milky white liquid, respectively. Qi Hong continued to add various auxiliary herbs into the furnace, melting them down and blending them with the three liquids. The colors of the three liquids became increasingly muddled. Despite the addition of several auxiliary herbs, their volume did not increase significantly, and impurities continuously settled at the bottom of the furnace. Wang Zheng understood this was a purification process, yet when he refined the gathering spirit pill and the soul condensing pill, the purification time never exceeded a quarter of an hour. However, Qi Hong took a full 6 hours to complete the purification of the three liquids. At this moment, Wang Zheng observed Qi Hong adding the final auxiliary herb, the spirit melding grass, into the furnace, a commonly used herb capable of neutralizing the repulsive effects between different herbs. Following the addition of the spirit melding grass, the three liquids began to converge and merge into one. The lengthy process of fusion and purification ensued, taking an extended 2 days this time. Even as an observer, Wang Zheng felt his own consciousness depleting significantly, let alone Qi Hong, who was concocting the foundation establishment pill. Wang Zheng sensed that Qi Hong's consciousness had weakened considerably, reduced by more than half compared to before he began the alchemical process. Yet at this moment, Wang Zheng dared not utter a single word. The once bowl-sized mass of liquid had been condensed to the size of an egg, and as Qi Hong retracted the flames of the gathering fire array, Wang Zheng realized that the refining of the foundation establishment pill was nearing its conclusion. Qi Hong opened his mouth, and a fist-sized golden flame shot into the furnace. In that instant, the temperature within the alchemical chamber surged dramatically. This was Dan fire. Only the most skilled alchemists could cultivate such a flame within their bodies. Dan fire plays a crucial role in alchemy, granting the alchemist unparalleled control over the flames. However, the resources and time required for cultivating Dan fire were daunting, even for affluent alchemists. Qi Hong's Dan fire was of exceptionally high quality, and one could only wonder how many years he had dedicated to nurturing such a substantial flame. As the Dan fire enveloped the egg-sized liquid, the liquid began to evaporate at a visibly accelerated pace, ultimately reducing to 1/3 of its original volume, all within a mere quarter of an hour. However, in that brief moment, Qi Hong's already gaunt face turned even paler as his consciousness weakened to its utmost limit. Upon retracting the Dan fire, Qi Hong sighed with relief. Yet the liquid in the furnace had dwindled to the size of a thumb, swirling and becoming increasingly rounded. Nevertheless, Qi Hong and Appo's expression did not lighten, rather, it grew more solemn. Wang Zheng noticed that after retracting the Dan fire, Qi Hong seemed to be experiencing some issues. The Dan fire had become uncontrollable, forcing Qi Hong to exert his consciousness to suppress it. What was happening? Wang Zheng was puzzled as to why Qi Hong and Appo's own Dan fire would spiral out of control. Could it be that his body had succumbed to such a state? No, suddenly, Qi Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, panic filling his eyes as the nearly formed foundation establishment pill threatened to plummet to the bottom of the furnace due to his chaotic consciousness. Despair flickered in Qi Hong's gaze. Yet, in the next moment, the falling liquid traced an arc within the furnace, miraculously suspending itself once more. A spark of hope ignited in Qi Hong's desperate eyes, and even the rebellious Dan fire seemed to lose some of its ferocity. Good, Qi Hong repeated the word thrice, revealing the joy within his heart. The liquid did not rise spontaneously. It was Wang Zheng, utilizing his consciousness, who lifted it into the air. Senior, what should we do next? Wang Zheng felt the terrifying energy contained within that small mass of liquid. If he mismanaged it, the energy could potentially explode, and with both his and Qi Hong's current states, they could very well face fatal consequences. Calm yourself. Treat it as if you were refining the gathering spirit pill. The liquid is balanced now. There is no need for concern, Qi Hong instructed, and surprisingly, he closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, suppressing the rampaging Dan fire within him. Wang Zheng was speechless. This was the foundation establishment pill, vastly different from the gathering spirit pill he had previously refined. Yet, Qi Hong evidently had no time to consider such matters, leaving Wang Zheng with no choice but to proceed with a leap of faith. Wang Zheng lost track of time, his mind consumed with the final steps of the foundation establishment pill's formulation. He could not recall how long had passed when a voice echoed in his mind. If you do not collect the pill now, when will you? Instantly, Wang Zheng reacted, extending his hand to unleash a beam of spiritual light, lifting the furnace lid. A pale blue-hued foundation establishment pill soared from the furnace, landing in his palm. Gazing at the still warm foundation establishment pill, Wang Zheng swallowed hard. Although he had encountered few cultivators, he had perused some alchemical texts and travel logs from the storage bags of individuals such as the Bellmaster. And he understood the immense value of the Foundation Establishment pill. Nevertheless, the fleeting greed that surged within him was swiftly suppressed. It was not only that Qi Hong would not bestow the pill upon him. Even if he did, Wang Zheng would find it useless and would feel uneasy. Despite Qi Hong having saved his life and introduced him to the world of cultivation, Wang Zheng believed he owed Qi Hong nothing from his years of diligent service, nurturing spirit insects and assisting in alchemical endeavors. However, if he were to accept this Foundation Establishment pill, he would genuinely feel a pang of guilt. Senior. Wang Zheng took a deep breath and offered the Foundation Establishment pill to Qi Hong. Observing the pill in Wang Zheng and Appo's hand, a complex expression flickered in Qi Hong and Appo's eyes, quickly replaced by resolute satisfaction as he smiled warmly. Excellent. With this experience, I believe you will have the opportunity to refine the Foundation Establishment pill again in the future. Let us hope so, Wang Zheng replied, harboring a glimmer of anticipation. Let us proceed to the secluded chamber where the old man meditates. To witness how Chu Hang breaks through the Foundation Establishment stage, it will be advantageous for your cultivation. Wang Zheng was taken aback by these words. The breakthrough to Foundation Establishment requires absolute tranquility, and it seemed peculiar for Qi Hong to allow him to observe. Noticing the confusion in Wang Zheng's eyes, Qi Hong sighed with resignation. Hunger's foundation is still somewhat unstable. Before taking the Foundation Establishment pill, I intended to administer another medicinal bath to refine his body. Given my current condition, I will need your assistance. However, I shall not shortchange you. Although I have only gathered one set of materials for the Foundation Establishment pill, I possess some surplus ingredients, including a purple-leafed lily and 5 additional auxiliary herbs. Wang Zheng felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Thank you, Senior. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Senior, I have also expended considerable mental energy. Should I recuperate before we begin? Wang Zheng inquired. Qi Hong pondered briefly before nodding. Yes. Go recuperate and return in 2 hours. As he spoke, Qi Hong unsteadily exited the alchemy chamber. Observing Qi Hong's precarious state, Wang Zheng exhaled deeply and returned to his room. This was Wang Zheng's first time entering Qi Hong's cultivation chamber. Upon entering, he was enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy that compelled him to inhale deeply. He was well aware that the spiritual energy in the valley was not this concentrated. The chamber housed a spirit-gathering formation, and it was certainly powered by a medium-grade spirit stone, not a low-grade one. A medium-grade spirit stone, while comparable in size to a low-grade one, contains spiritual energy equivalent to 100 low-grade stones. Beyond aiding cultivation, it can also serve as a power source for formations. However, medium-grade spirit stones are exceedingly rare. Even during the Qi Refinement stage, one would possess very few. As Wang Zheng stepped into the chamber, the stone door thudded shut behind him. Senior. Wang Zheng saw Qi Hong standing beside a 3-foot-high medicinal cauldron, while Qi Hong sat naked within it, surrounded by a large quantity of pale red medicinal liquid. However, as Wang Zheng's mental energy swept over Qi Hong, his expression darkened instantly. For Qi Hong, who was seated in the cauldron, exhibited no signs of mental energy fluctuation. This indicated that Qi Hong was dead. Wang Zheng was utterly unprepared for the revelation of Qi Hong and Appo's demise, which surely could not have resulted from a failed breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. His gaze shifted to Qi Hong. He did not flee because he understood that even if Qi Hong appeared feeble, subduing a 6th-layer Qi refiner would be trivial for him. Not to mention the other means at his disposal. Even that venomous fire ant would be a formidable challenge for Wang Zheng. Qi Hong's gaze fell upon Wang Zheng as well. Indeed, you did not run away, which saves me considerable effort. Transmigration, indeed, bears resemblance to what I have read in those miscellaneous notes. Previously, Wang Zheng found it somewhat peculiar that cultivators were largely indifferent by nature. For resources were limited and danger lurked everywhere. Those with a penchant for kindness had long perished. Yet, Qi Hong did not strike him as a man of mercy. But after bringing back Qi Hong, he exhibited a concern and gentleness that took Wang Zheng by surprise. He had initially thought Qi Hong, nearing the end of his days, wished to pass on his abilities. However, seeing Qi Hong devoid of his soul, he comprehended the truth. Transmigration was indeed a reality. Wang Zheng harbored little fondness for Qi Hong, who regarded him merely as a subservient figure of inferior talent. For the first time, Wang Zheng felt that having poor aptitude might actually be advantageous. If he possessed superior talent, it was likely that his fate would mirror Qi Hong's. Wang Zheng did not care for Chu Heng's life or death, but he could not help but speculate that since Qi Hong chose to transmigrate into Chu Hong, he certainly did not summon him merely to observe. What would you have me do, senior? Although Wang Zheng found the notion of transmigration hard to accept, he realized he could only strive to preserve his own life. To be honest, had there been any other choice, I would not have wished to treat you as a sacrificial offering. Regrettably, I lack the time to seek alternative offerings. Sacrificial offering. Wang Zheng and Appo's expression shifted, sensing impending doom. But as he moved, a layer of gray mist emanated from Qi Hong. Instantly, Wang Zheng recalled the first time he encountered Qi Hong, when this very gray mist had devoured the flesh of a fierce tiger. A chill ran down his spine. The fate of my life and death hinges upon this devouring spirit demonic Qi. Were it not for this very essence, I would not have achieved my current cultivation, and I would not have found myself in this predicament. At this moment, Qi Hong seemed unperturbed by the prospect of Wang Zheng's escape. The chamber had been sealed. And where could Wang Zheng flee? Wang Zheng remained silent. Indeed, there was no avenue for escape. Death itself was not terrifying. He had already traversed the threshold of the underworld once. However, being consumed by the so-called devouring spirit demonic Qi would be far worse than being devoured by a fierce tiger. Wang Zheng hesitated no longer. A yellow talisman materialized in his hand, which he activated, enveloping himself in a layer of earthy spiritual light. This was a top-tier protective talisman he had discovered in the storage bag of the clock Taoist. This defensive talisman would take considerable time even for the venomous fire ant to breach. But whether it could withstand this gray mist was a matter of complete uncertainty for Wang Zheng. He chuckled, clearly surprised by your array of means. How intriguing that you possess a top-tier protective talisman. Qi Hong was oblivious to the details. He was merely a cultivator, not a deity. However, even a top-tier protective talisman, let alone a second-tier one, would be as fragile as paper before this devouring spirit demonic Qi. Yet, Wang Zheng and Appo's subsequent actions incited Qi Hong and Appo's fury. Wang Zheng swiftly retrieved a collection of talismans from his storage bag, activating several of them and hurling them towards Chu Heng's corporeal form in the cauldron. Although Chu Hong had achieved consummation in the Qi Refinement stage, his body could not withstand such a barrage of talismanic attacks, if not reduced to ashes. Any injury would severely diminish the success rate of his transmigration. You dare to be so audacious. Are you courting death? Qi Hong bellowed angrily, his figure instantly blocking the cauldron, while the devouring spirit demonic Qi surged toward Wang Zheng. In that instant, Wang Zheng understood the anguish and indignation that had consumed the clock Taoist after being deceived by him. The devouring spirit demonic Qi struck the shield of spiritual light, dissipating at a visible rate, and as Wang Zheng perceived his escape was hopeless, he summoned the power of the exorcising thunder seed within him, coalescing a purple thunderball the size of an egg in his palm. The thunderball he formed was incomparable to that which the clock Taoist had conjured. Perhaps the clock Taoist had cultivated this thunder technique for decades, while Wang Zheng had practiced it for merely over a year. The purple thunderball hurtled toward the cauldron. At that moment, Wang Zheng had no confidence in killing Qi Hong, but destroying Chu Heng's body would surely sever Qi Hong's path to survival. Suddenly, a piercing scream emanated from the devouring spirit demonic Qi, and it surged back into Qi Hong's body faster than the lightning itself. Ah, damn it, exorcising thunder. How could you possess? Qi Hong shrieked, as his once emaciated body rapidly withered, as though his flesh was being devoured by the devouring spirit demonic Qi. Wang Zheng's thunderball struck the cauldron. However, its durability surpassed his expectations, as it did not shatter but merely toppled over, spilling the medicinal liquid along with Chu Heng's body. Curse be it! With a roar, Wang Zheng was momentarily stunned. The exorcising thunder exhibited such formidable power. Yet now, he found himself completely drained of spiritual energy, devoid of any means of defense. He swallowed a spirit-gathering pill, leaving his recovery to fate. A faint shadow emerged from Qi Hong and Appo's withered form, its visage shifting unpredictably, at times resembling Qi Hong, at others, Chu Hong. Originally, Chu Heng and Appo's soul had been devoured by Qi Hong, though it seemed that complete integration had yet to occur. Old fool, look at you now, Chu Hong roared in fury, but was swiftly subdued by Qi Hong and Appo's formidable spiritual force. Foolish and unaware of your impending doom, Qi Hong scoffed coldly, casting a fierce glare at Wang Zheng before rapidly entering Chu Hong and Appo's body. Chu Hong and Appo's form convulsed violently, punctuated by anguished cries, some belonging to Qi Hong. but more so to Chu Hong himself. Wang Zheng gripped the purple spirit sword of the Zhong Daoist, fully aware that although his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted and the gathering spirit pill had yet to restore much, the blade's sharpness was still sufficient to obliterate Chu Heng's corporeal form. You seek death. Qi Hong's roar echoed, yet at that moment, Wang Zheng found no avenue for retreat. Without hesitation, he swung the sword downward. Clang! Just as he did, Chu Heng's right hand rose, conjuring a fiery spiritual shield that deflected Wang Zheng's blade. Wang Zheng staggered back, witnessing as a twisted fire serpent began to emerge from Chu Hong and Apos' hand, despair flooding his heart. He could no longer muster enough spiritual energy to activate even a single talisman. Old fool, let us perish together. Kill me, kill me. Chu Heng's eyes bulged, veins throbbing on his forehead as he bellowed, and the fiery serpent dissipated in an instant. Qi Hong's furious roar resounded again, yet Wang Zheng charged forward, wielding the purple spirit sword, and with a swift motion, severed Chu Heng's head from his body. As the head soared through the air, Wang Zheng thought he saw Chu Heng's lips move, the malice in his eyes fading. Perhaps this was a form of liberation for him. However, Wang Zheng did not relent. Though Chu Heng's physical form lay destroyed, Qi Hong's spirit remained intact. While Qi Hong, in his spiritual state, might not possess overwhelming power, Wang Zheng found himself lacking in self-defense. Qi Hong and Apos' spirit fled from within Chu Hong, the latter and Apos' soul seemingly obliterated. Qi Hong and Apos' presence appeared increasingly ethereal, as if on the verge of vanishing. He regarded Wang Zheng with a complex gaze, neither speaking nor attacking, perhaps due to his frail state, or perhaps for other reasons. Wang Zheng remained silent, focusing intently on harnessing the thunderous energy within him. If he could summon the exorcising divine thunder, he would have no fear of Qi Hong in his current state. Who would have thought that I would ultimately falter because of you? Qi Hong chuckled bitterly. I simply wish to survive. Wang Zheng gazed at Qi Hong, his heart tumultuous. Though they bore no formal master-apprentice relationship, Qi Hong had undeniably guided him into the realm of cultivation, once even saving his life. Yet Qi Hong had intended to use him as a sacrificial offering to feed the soul-devouring demonic Qi. The entanglements of their relationship were indeed intricate and difficult to untangle. I do not wish to die, nor does anyone. But who can escape death? Qi Hong mused, his words seemingly directed at Wang Zheng, or perhaps a reflection upon himself. In that moment, he appeared to unravel a knot within his heart, hatred dissipating, leaving only regret and helplessness. Wang Zheng remained vigilant, observing Qi Hong closely, while his palm flickered with the burgeoning light of thunder. At last, he could condense a bolt of lightning, bringing him some comfort. You need not concern yourself with me any longer. Regardless of my various methods, my time is limited. There is no need to revisit the past. I wish to propose a transaction. What do you wish to convey, Senior? Wang Zheng inquired. With your innate talent, your chances of establishing a foundation are less than 1% throughout your life. I can offer you an opportunity. Do not think that the golden core or nascent soul are merely distant dreams. With sufficient fortune, you may even touch the realm of divine transformation. Establishing a foundation, given Wang Zheng's mixed elemental roots, might take 2 or 3 decades under fortunate circumstances. If luck were to elude him, he might never attain it. What do you require of me? Wang Zheng did not inquire about the nature of Qi Hong's opportunity, but instead sought to understand his intentions. Even at this juncture, he remained skeptical, doubting that Qi Hong's motives stemmed from goodwill or a sudden pang of conscience. Qi Hong did not respond immediately but reached out, grasping a silver ring from his remains, revealing a jade slip in his hand. The contents of this slip remained a mystery, yet he expelled a stream of pure soul power into it, causing his already tenuous spirit to nearly vanish. I have a mortal enemy. Should you manage to slay him in the future, unsealing this jade slip with his essence will reveal the secret to you. I trust you will not regret this. Remember, my enemy is the Wuji Dao sect, Ling Taisu. The name echoed like a distant ambition, a figure whom even Qi Hong could not defeat. Certainly not a foe easily vanquished by one of Wang Zheng and Apos' caliber. Given your talent, eliminating this individual seems nearly impossible, hence I shall bestow some benefits upon you. Qi Hong extended his hand again, seizing a rib from his remains, and Wang Zheng discerned that this rib was unlike any other, shimmering with a lustrous, jade-like quality. From it, he sensed a familiar energy, the soul-devouring demonic Qi. Instinctively, the lightning in Wang Zheng's palm intensified. The soul-devouring demonic Qi will allow your cultivation speed to rival that of a single elemental root. And with your exorcising divine thunder, you need not fear backlash. Alas, had I possessed such an opportunity back then, I would not be in this predicament. Qi Hong observed the light of thunder in Wang Zheng's palm, a flicker of bitterness flashing in his eyes. Witnessing Chu Heng's cultivation speed, Wang Zheng comprehended the disparity between himself and the so-called geniuses. If the opportunity arises, I shall make an attempt. Although Wang Zheng refrained from providing a definitive answer, Qi Hong understood that once Wang Zheng recognized his own potential, he would undoubtedly act as suggested. Fate and destiny. Qi Hong's voice lingered in the air, followed by a haunting recitation, riding the winds to soar. Embracing the bright moon for eternity, lamenting the fleeting moments of my life, sighing at the boundlessness of time and space. Before he could finish, Qi Hong's spirit dissipated into nothingness. Wang Zheng stood in silence for a long while before finally exhaling a deep sigh, addressing the space where Qi Hong had vanished. Farewell. Once assured of the absence of danger, Wang Zheng began to clear the valley. Qi Hong and Chu Hong were interred at opposite ends. It was unlikely they would wish to rest in proximity. After tidying the valley, Wang Zheng proceeded to assess his gains. The contents within Qi Hong's storage ring were far fewer than he had anticipated. There were less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and only a handful of mid-grade ones, though substantial for Wang Zheng. It paled in comparison to what might be expected of a late-stage foundation cultivator, likely having been depleted in the purchase of foundation pills. As Qi Hong had stated, the materials for these pills included a sprig of purple-leafed bellflower and 5 auxiliary herbs. Other than that, there were scarcely any other elixirs remaining, though some unknown minerals. Likely not mundane. Additionally, there were numerous texts on techniques, alchemical insights, and maps of the cultivation realm, items that would greatly enhance Wang Zheng's understanding of this world. The fire ants, now without a master, were a potential asset. Wang Zheng also discovered a jade slip for taming spirit insects within Qi Hong's storage ring. As he had surmised, taming each insect individually was impractical. Instead, he could bind the queen ant through a blood contract and command the colony. However, with Qi Hong's demise, the queen ant had perished as well. To tame the black fire ants anew, Wang Zheng could only allow them to engage in mutual destruction until a new queen emerged. Though brutal, this was the survival instinct of the black fire ants, eliminating the weak and nurturing the stronger to propagate. Wang Zheng had been studying the 5 elements illusory spirit formation for some time. Previously, he had acquired several formation books from Zhang Daren, which allowed him to grasp the basics. Although he could not yet be deemed a formation master, he was capable of activating the 5 elements formation. At this moment, alone in the valley, without the black fire ants at his disposal, he felt a twinge of insecurity. After initiating the 5 elements illusory spirit formation, Wang Zheng ceased feeding the black fire ants. Days passed, and the ants began to turn on one another. Eventually, fewer than 300 remained, but to Wang Zheng's surprise, 3 ant queens emerged, each accompanied by a considerable number of followers, exhibiting tendencies to continue their battles. Taken aback, Wang Zheng separated the 3 colonies of black fire ants. Once divided, they began to breed independently, a process Wang Zheng was quite familiar with. He resumed his cultivation, undistracted, which allowed him to dedicate more time to his training. His progress accelerated significantly. After 6 months, he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, reaching the critical juncture of the 6th layer of Qi Refining. This time, instead of consolidating his cultivation through contact spells, he consumed a barrier-breaking pill, successfully advancing to the 7th layer of Qi Refining. Once his cultivation stabilized, Wang Zheng harvested the red beard grass in the valley to concoct a significant quantity of spirit-feeding pills for future use. Despite having over 3 vials of gathering spirit pills, his materials were depleted. Those pills would only sustain his cultivation for at most half a year, which was insufficient for a breakthrough. Calculating the time, Wang Zheng realized he had been away from home for more than 6 years. In the past, he could not leave the valley due to Qi Hong's presence, but now, he intended to depart without any hindrance. His cultivation had also advanced to the late stage of Qi Refining, supplemented by the 3 colonies of poison fire ants, which gave him a certain level of lethality. As long as he did not encounter anyone at the foundation establishment stage, no one should pose a threat to him. The map he found in Qi Hong's storage ring revealed his location. He was situated at the border of the Jin Kingdom, within the Wuheng mountain range, requiring him to traverse 3 secular nations to reach his home in the Qin Kingdom. 30,000 miles was no trivial distance for a Qi Refining cultivator. Although he possessed the Wuyan flying boat left by Qi Hong, it was a top-tier spirit tool that required the mental capacity of a foundation establishment cultivator to operate. Sword flight was also a capability reserved for those at the foundation establishment stage. As a Qi Refining practitioner, He could only utilize Qi manipulation to hasten his speed, akin to the pace of a mundane steed. Thus, even without rest, he would need a month or two to cover 30,000 miles, and if he took a detour, the time required would double. Nevertheless, no matter the distance, Wang Zheng was determined to return home and reassure his parents of his safety. Over the years, thanks to Chu Hang's penchant for barbecued delicacies, Wang Zheng had hunted a fair number of demon beasts, thereby enhancing his practical combat abilities. The nearby beasts were predominantly first-tier, lower-grade creatures. As long as he did not encounter them in swarms, he faced minimal danger. After retracting the 5 elements illusory spirit formation and tidying the valley where he had lived for over 6 years, Wang Zheng departed. Before leaving, he felt compelled to inscribe a few lines on the stone wall of the valley, words spoken by Qi Hong before his spirit dissipated, riding the flying immortals to Rome. Embracing the bright moon for eternity. Alas, the fleeting nature of my life, lamenting the boundlessness of time and space. Wang Zheng was uncertain if he would return. Yet he knew he would not forget this valley or the guide who led him into the world of cultivation. As for Qi Hong, Wang Zheng was torn between gratitude for his life-saving intervention and resentment for his cold-heartedness. However, Qi Hong had imparted a crucial lesson about the cruelty of the cultivation world. Reflecting on the few cultivators he had encountered, he recalled that 1 or 2 had perished, all meeting untimely ends. The harsh realities of the cultivation realm were starkly evident. Farewell, Flying Immortal Valley. Wang Zheng named the valley, a symbol of his life's pursuit. The Wuheng mountain range was not overly populated with demon beasts. After 3 days of travel, he encountered only 4. In contrast, he came across numerous cultivators. Yet, in the wilderness, trust was scarce. Despite being alone, Wang Zheng, now in the late stage of Qi refining, deterred teams primarily composed of mid-stage Qi refiners from confronting him. However, he learned from a small group of cultivators that a nearby town served as a gathering place for practitioners, albeit with a modest population of 300 to 500. For Wang Zheng, this would provide an opportunity to further understand the cultivation world. Yet, after encountering no danger along the way, he found himself less than 30 miles from the cultivation town, facing highway robbers. Hey, what are you staring at? Don't you understand what I and Oppos am saying? Be smart and hand over your storage bag, or I'll take matters into my own hands and collect your life along with it. A burly man with a fierce appearance and a scarred face blocked Wang Zheng's path, accompanied by a companion who resembled him closely, as if they were brothers. Both men were at the 8th layer of Qi refining and naturally did not regard Wang Zheng, who was at the 7th layer, as a threat. In the distance, he could faintly see 1 or 2 teams hunting demon beasts approaching, but those individuals were predominantly mid-stage Qi refiners, with a few even at the early stage. Upon spotting the 2 robbers, they took a wide berth to avoid confrontation. Fellow cultivators, I assure you, there is nothing of value in my storage bag. Please accept these 5 spirit stones as a gesture of friendship, Wang Zheng offered, presenting 5 spirit stones, neither too few nor too many. In fact, the storage bags of Zhang Daoren contained only 30 to 50 spirit stones. Are you trying to send me off with a few coins? The scar-faced man scoffed. His brother, meanwhile, silently circled around to block Wang Zheng's escape route. Practicing cultivation isn't easy. Are you truly going to insist on this? Wang Zheng's expression turned cold. He had already made a concession, but these 2 were clearly insatiable. Big brother, why are you wasting words on this stubborn youth? The burly man behind Wang Zheng grew impatient, his long knife radiating with spiritual light, appearing ready to strike. With a sinister smile, the scar-faced man replied, Kid, I'll give you one last chance. He seemed intent on seizing Wang Zheng's storage bag without bloodshed, not out of mercy. But due to the proximity of the town, killing here would attract the wrath of the guards in Wuheng town. The 2 brothers had long been on the town's wanted list. Wang Zheng was not predisposed to killing, yet it was clear that these 2 were unwilling to relent. With no option for a peaceful resolution, Wang Zheng ceased further dialogue. Spiritual light erupted around him as he conjured a layer of indestructible shield, followed by the fire dragon flag soaring forth, transforming into a fire dragon that charged at the scar-faced man. You're asking for death, the scar-faced man exclaimed. Taken aback by Wang Zheng's audacity to strike first, he swung his long knife downwards. The 2 men, originally bandits, had fortuitously obtained a cultivation manual that allowed them to enter the world of cultivation. However, they retained their malevolent ways, continuing their predatory lifestyle. Despite their repeated offenses, they typically preyed on the weak, which allowed them to cultivate safely to the 8th layer of Qi refining. As the fire dragon surged toward the scar-faced man, His brother's long knife descended from behind. Wang Zheng swiftly produced a golden long sword artifact, the very one he had acquired from the mysterious man in black. A top-quality weapon. With a resounding clang, the long sword clashed with the descending knife. Although Wang Zheng's cultivation was a tier lower, his mental prowess surpassed that of his opponents, granting him superior control over the artifact. The long knife was deflected, losing its balance. While Wang Zheng and Appo's golden sword executed a swift spin, piercing toward the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man was engaged with the fire dragon flag, which, while a mid-grade artifact, had power rivaling that of his long knife. "Be careful, big brother," the brother shouted, attempting to regain control of his long knife while redirecting it towards Wang Zheng. The scar-faced man was startled. He had not anticipated that this youth would be such a formidable opponent. The time for condensing spells had long passed. Without hesitation, the scar-faced man activated a soil armor talisman. Wang Zheng's golden sword struck the earthy glowing shield, causing it to tremble violently, yet it remained unshattered. Wang Zheng sighed in regret, just as the burly man behind him brandished his long knife. Despite possessing a diamond shield, it offered insufficient protection against the opponent's relentless attacks. Thus, Wang Zheng promptly drew forth a shield-shaped artifact to deflect the assault of the long knife. You actually wield 3 artifacts," the scar-faced man exclaimed in astonishment. While possessing 3 artifacts was not particularly rare, the remarkable aspect lay in this individual's ability to simultaneously utilize all 3 with apparent ease. Aware that he could not defeat the scar-faced man in a short span of time due to the shield talisman, Wang Zheng directed his golden sword towards the burly man behind him. This time, the robust adversary recognized the peril, retreating while activating a defensive diamond talisman for himself. Wang Zheng's attack again yielded no results. He furrowed his brow slightly. Although his spiritual consciousness was somewhat stronger, managing 3 artifacts was already at his limit. Attempting to control a 4th would stretch his mental capacity too thin. Moreover, his attacks offered no advantage compared to others of the same level, as his cultivation technique was rather ordinary, and the refinement of his spiritual energy was insufficient. Victory was not unattainable. Both the black fire ants and the dispelling thunder could catch the enemy off guard. However, these were Wang Zheng's trump cards, which he would not easily reveal. Furthermore, with others lurking nearby, he was naturally reluctant to expose his secret weapon. For a moment, Wang Zheng and the 2 brothers were locked in a stalemate. Although the duo had resorted to several offensive talismans, they were ultimately thwarted by Wang Zheng and Appo's spiritual shield or protective barrier. "You 2 scoundrels, perish!" A loud voice echoed from afar, belonging to a woman. This was none other than the voice of the woman who had come to their aid. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 2 brothers shifted dramatically. "Quickly, let's go!" the scar-faced man shouted, and both fled in haste, even resorting to applying 2 movement talismans for extra speed. "Kid, today I'll spare you, but don't let me cross paths with you again," the scar-faced man called out as they ran, uttering meaningless words. Wang Zheng exhaled, stowing away his artifacts, choosing not to pursue them. Given his speed, he would not catch up to the 2 brothers who had used movement talismans. These movement talismans were rather impressive, useful for both chasing foes and escaping danger. He wondered if they were available for purchase in this small town. "Are you all right, my friend?" The woman who had shouted earlier approached him, accompanied by 3 companions. She was not exceptionally beautiful, but tall with a striking figure, sporting a fiery red, ear-length bob and clad in fitted attire that exuded a sense of refinement and capability. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be in her early 20s, though one could not solely assess a cultivator's age by looks. Her cultivation level was at the 9th stage of Qi Refinement, and if her age aligned with her appearance, her aptitude should be quite commendable. If not a single spiritual root prodigy, at least a dual spiritual root practitioner. "No harm done. Thank you for your assistance." Wang Zheng expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Although he could have handled the 2 robbers without faltering, it would have been challenging to win without revealing his trump cards. "You are too kind. Even without our intervention, the Niu brothers would not have been able to contend with you," she replied. Noticing Wang Zheng's unfamiliarity, she continued, "Is this your first visit to Wuhing Town?" "Indeed. I am Wang Zheng, and it is my first time here. May I ask your name?" "I am Wen Qizhu, temporarily responsible for the defense of Wuhing Town. Generally, our town maintains good order. Rogues like the Niu brothers only dare to target solitary cultivators, but this time, they chose the wrong opponent." When Qizhu did not pursue the Niu brothers further, if they were so easily caught, they would not have been able to evade capture for so long. Wang Zheng returned to Wuheng town with Wen Qingzhu and her companions. Although they had not witnessed the entire battle, Wang Zheng's ability to withstand the Niu brothers for that duration spoke volumes about his strength, garnering a respectful attitude from the guards accompanying Wen Qingzhu. Upon returning to the town, Wen Qingzhu instructed a guard to familiarize Wang Zheng with the local environment before departing with the others. The guard, named Zheng Jun, was not particularly handsome but was quite talkative, guiding Wang Zheng on a tour of the town. As they walked, Wen Qingzhu introduced Wuheng town to Wang Zheng. Despite its remote location, the town produced some rare medicinal herbs, and several shops were established for purchasing materials and selling pills and artifacts. The Wen family, to which Wen Qingzhu belonged, was a significant clan in the cultivation realm of the Jin Kingdom, with its members dispersed for training across various locations. Wen Qingzhu, at merely 23 years of age, was indeed younger than Wang Zheng. Although her aptitude was somewhat inferior to that of Chu Hong, it was still commendable. Wuheng town was relatively small, with 300 to 500 cultivators typically congregating. However, it also housed thousands of mortals. Nestled at the edge of the Wuheng mountain range, the town occasionally faced incursions from demonic beasts. Most of these mortals would find it nearly impossible to leave Wuheng town in their lifetimes. Some were descendants of cultivators without spiritual roots, while others were martial artists from the secular world, seeking greater strength by coming here. Despite only a select few achieving the status of cultivators, the town was regarded as a sacred ground by martial artists within a radius of several thousand miles. Cultivators in the town held a superior status. Even the highest-ranking secular martial artists were reduced to mere subordinates here. Though the population of Wuheng town was not large, its land area was substantial. Wang Zheng rented a courtyard in the town, while the spiritual energy was inferior to that of Feishan Valley. It still required 3 spiritual stones per month. Wang Zheng did not intend to stay long but sought to engage closely with the denizens of the cultivation world. After several days, Wang Zheng realized just how fortunate he was. Approaching 24 years of age, he had recently broken through to the 7th stage of Qi Refinement. His aptitude was indeed not remarkable. However, compared to those in the town who lingered in the mid-stages of cultivation even at 30 or 40 years of age, he was significantly more fortunate. Some individuals struggled due to poor aptitude, but none would surpass Wang Zheng. Yet, many began their cultivation journeys late, entering the path in their 40s or 50s. Others found themselves stymied by a bottleneck for 10 or 20 years, or faced injuries while hunting demonic beasts that went untreated, ultimately leaving hidden dangers that affected their cultivation. Wang Zheng had previously thought his cultivation speed was slow in comparison to Chu Hong. However, most cultivators here earned insufficient spiritual stones in a year to purchase even a single bottle of gathering spirit pills. A bottle of gathering spirit pills was priced at 85 spiritual stones in the apothecary, retailing at 10 spiritual stones each. Yet, the cost of a gathering spirit pill, factoring in the success rate of pill refinement, was at most 3 spiritual stones, with proficient alchemists potentially producing them for as little as 2. Wang Zheng soon realized that alchemy was an exceedingly lucrative industry. Over the past few years, he had consumed no less than 10 bottles of Qi gathering pills, and a single breaking barrier pill was priced at 500 spiritual stones, with demand exceeding supply. The total cost of these pills amounted to 1,500 spiritual stones, while the production cost barely reached 500. After several days, Wang Zheng not only gained insight into Wuheng town but also developed a preliminary understanding of the cultivation realm within the Jin Kingdom. Within the Jin Kingdom, there were approximately 20 to 30 such cultivation towns, with the total number of cultivators exceeding 10,000. However, 99% were at the Qi Refinement stage, and a significant portion of them were akin to rootless weeds, struggling at the lowest levels, relying on hunting demonic beasts and gathering herbs to exchange for cultivation resources. Following them were various cultivation families, large and small. In the Jin Kingdom, there exist over 100 cultivation families, both large and small. The most formidable among them is, of course, the imperial family, followed by the 4 prominent clans. On the surface, the number of foundation establishment practitioners exceeds 10 in each of these families. Slightly smaller families are supported by 1 or 2 foundation establishment cultivators, while many others consist of 3 to 5 Qi Refinement period practitioners who occupy less than optimal spiritual lands, asserting their dominion in a manner akin to mountain bandits. For the vast majority of cultivators, attaining foundation establishment remains a distant dream, merely a fanciful notion to ponder over tea and meals. Acquiring the materials for foundation establishment pills in such a realm is akin to snatching food from the mouths of those entrenched in cultivation families. Thus, after discerning the cultivation landscape of the Jin Kingdom, Wang Zheng relinquished the aspiration of cultivating within its borders. Having embarked on this irretrievable path, Wang Zheng was naturally disinclined to remain stagnant at the Qi Refinement stage. However, he did not hastily depart from Wuheng town, for although modest in size, it provided an opportunity to gather some necessary items. He sold the beast hides and materials he had no use for and purchased a selection of spiritual talismans. What Wang Zheng most desired were the materials for refining gathering spirit pills and barrier-breaking pills. Yet, in Wuheng town, these materials were monopolized by a few shops. While clandestine transactions undoubtedly occurred, their quantities were insufficient to meet Wang Zheng's demands. Remaining in Wuheng town might allow him to collect some over a few months, but he lacked the luxury of time to squander. Hence, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he felt an urgent desire to return home. After some contemplation, Wang Zheng sought out the captain of the guard, Wen Qizhu, with whom he had a favorable impression. Taoist Wen, I hope you will pardon my intrusion. There is no need for such formality, Taoist Wang. What brings you to me? Wen Qizhu was forthright and preferred to avoid unnecessary pleasantries. Wang Zheng wasted no time with trivialities and spoke directly. I have heard that Dandan Workshop is a property of the Wen family. Might Taoist Wen have the authority to assist me? Wen Qizhu was somewhat taken aback. Are you looking to purchase pills? If you require a substantial quantity, I can offer you a 10% discount. Wang Zheng chuckled softly and shook his head. Not pills. I seek a batch of materials. Materials. Wen Qizhu was even more surprised. While Dandan Workshop sold pills and also procured materials, it was not common for her to be approached by someone wishing to buy materials. What materials do you need, and in what quantities? Wen Qizhu did not dismiss him outright. Wang Zheng handed her a list. Upon reviewing the materials and quantities, Wen Qizhu was astonished, particularly to find ingredients for barrier-breaking pills. Taoist Wang is an alchemist, she exclaimed, her surprise evident. In the entire Jin Kingdom, with its myriad cultivators, the number of alchemists was likely fewer than 100, and more than half could only concoct mid to low-grade first-tier pills. Barrier-breaking pills were among the most challenging first-tier pills to refine, and even the 3 second-tier alchemists in the Jin Kingdom could not guarantee a high success rate. If you require any pills to be refined, I can only manage 3 furnaces within 10 days while I remain in Wuheng town. Are you leaving? Wen Qizhu looked regretful. I am a traveler. Naturally, I must depart. You are not from the Jin Kingdom? Wen Qizhu pondered. As a young first-tier high-grade alchemist of such caliber would not escape her notice. Wang Zheng shook his head, choosing not to disclose his origins. In the world of cultivation, enmity could lead to dire consequences, and he was unwilling to expose his background. Should he make enemies in the future? He would prefer they could not trace back to his family for retribution. Wen Qizhu did not press further, falling into a brief silence. Can you truly refine barrier-breaking pills? Her concern was palpable, as she had been on the brink of the 9th level of Qi Refinement for over 6 months without signs of breakthrough. Though she was from the Wen family, she was not of the direct lineage. Acquiring a barrier-breaking pill would take her 3 years at least, though she would only be 26 at that time. The lifespan of cultivators was a fleeting matter. As the end of one's lifespan approached, even a few years could mean the difference between breakthrough and demise. Wang Zheng and Appo's youth made her hesitate. Wang Zheng had never refined a barrier-breaking pill before. The one he had consumed was crafted by Qi Hong. Nevertheless, he harbored a degree of confidence in his alchemical skills, having successfully concocted foundation establishment pills, albeit with considerable assistance. The experience had bestowed upon him a psychological edge. If he could create foundation establishment pills, could he not also create barrier-breaking pills? Such mental advantages could, at times, yield tangible results. Without further ado, Wang Zheng produced a vial of gathering spirit pills and handed it to Wen Qizhu. Upon opening it, her face lit up with surprise. The vial contained only high-grade gathering spirit pills. As a first-tier pill, gathering spirit pills were relatively high-end, and while not as challenging as barrier-breaking pills. If these were indeed refined by Wang Zheng, his alchemical prowess was undoubtedly commendable. She found it implausible that these pills were mere selections from numerous batches. Such an approach would be utterly futile. Within 3 days, I shall deliver the materials. For the 3 sets of barrier-breaking pill ingredients, I require only 1. But it must be of mid-grade or higher. As for the other materials, I will need to gather some, within 10 days, at market price. How does that sound? Taoist Wang? Agreed. Wang Zheng nodded, meeting Wen Qizhu's gaze. I trust that our transaction will remain confidential. Certainly. This poses no difficulty for me. And I would prefer to keep this matter discreet until I achieve a complete breakthrough in Qi Refinement. On the third morning, when Qingzhu delivered 3 portions of barrier-breaking pill ingredients to Wang Zheng. However, it was evident that considerable effort was expended in gathering these, as the quality of the materials could not be deemed optimal, with some already exhibiting signs of potency loss. Wang Zheng meticulously sorted through the materials, isolating the best batch to create 1 portion, while the inferior batch was prepared separately. He first practiced on the lesser quality ingredients, resulting in a near miss that led to failure, yielding only 3 waste pills. In the second attempt, he produced 2 low-grade and 1 mid-grade pill, while the third attempt yielded 2 mid-grade and 1 high-grade pill. Wang Zheng dedicated 3 days to refining these barrier-breaking pills. Had he adhered to his usual pace, it would not have taken so long, but to ensure a higher success rate, he meticulously adjusted his state for each attempt, necessitating additional time. With 2 low-grade, 3 mid-grade, and 1 high-grade pill, Wang Zheng contemplated how many to bestow upon Wen Qizhu. Although she had requested at least 1 mid-grade pill, he felt it improper to be so ungenerous. He decided to wait until she provided the materials he required before making his final decision. Days later, Wang Zheng rode away from Wuheng town on a magnificent steed, a treasure beyond worldly value, capable of traversing 1,000 miles with ease. Wen Qizhu, watching him depart, stood transfixed outside Wuheng town, stunned for a long moment before regaining her senses. 1 mid-grade and 1 high-grade pill, she mused, astonished by his alchemical skills, which far exceeded her expectations. It was a pity that he chose not to remain in Wuheng town to cultivate, yet when Qingzhu understood, the town was too small for a cultivator of his potential. Not to mention, even within the Jin kingdom, it was unlikely he would linger. When Qizhu also planned to leave soon, once she achieved the pinnacle of Qi Refinement, she too would seek opportunities beyond the Jin kingdom. For remaining there would likely confine her to the Qi Refinement stage for life. The foundation establishment pills acquired by the Wen family were scarcely sufficient for the direct lineage, let alone for her, a collateral descendant. Having departed from Wuheng town, Wang Zheng journeyed towards the Qin kingdom. After traversing 300 li, Wang Zheng suddenly halted. Before him lay a gorge, still on the edge of the Wuheng mountain range. Yet the surrounding stillness was so profound that not even the chirp of an insect could be heard, an evident anomaly. Expanding his consciousness, Wang Zheng swiftly discerned the irregularities. "Ah, this fellow is quite alert," a voice echoed, and Wang Zheng beheld the Niu brothers emerging from behind the rocks at the gorge's edge, seemingly intent on ambushing him. "Again, you two? If there are others, come forth." Wang Zheng's expression turned cold. It was evident that someone in Wuheng town had betrayed him. The Niu brothers should have known that. Given their strengths, they stood no chance against him, yet they dared to obstruct his path once more, suggesting they had additional support. As Wang Zheng probed with his consciousness, he found no sign of a third person. Could it be that only these two remained? Or did they possess some secret weapon against him? Fleeing was not an option. And cultivators using the spirit travel talisman could move faster than a galloping steed in a short span. Wang Zheng remained cautiously vigilant, dismounting and tethering his steed to a nearby tree. He had procured the steed for merely 3 spirit stones, but returning to Wuheng town would be a waste of time. Observing that Wang Zheng had not fled, the brothers smirked as they closed in. This time, Wang Zheng refrained from idle chatter, summoning a protective shield while conjuring a golden and a purple longsword to strike at the Niu brothers. "Top-tier magical artifacts," one of them exclaimed. "Isn't this the artifact of Old Ghost Zheng? You killed Old Ghost Zheng." The Niu brothers were taken aback. Zheng Daoist was quite renowned near Wuheng town, and they would not dare provoke him. Yet, in recent years, Zheng Daoist had vanished, and they never expected his artifact to be in the hands of this individual. "That old ghost is waiting for you to join him for tea," Wang Zheng coldly retorted, his hands never ceasing their movements. The Niu brothers quickly activated 2 defensive spirit talismans. Though they had studied basic spells, their effectiveness paled compared to talismans, and they could not manipulate multiple magical artifacts simultaneously as Wang Zheng did, making talismans their best option. "Don't make a move," Niota shouted as he defended against the attack of the top-tier magical artifacts. Wang Zheng remained alert. Indeed, there was someone else hiding, but where? His consciousness failed to detect them. Perhaps underground? Suddenly, he sensed a ripple of spiritual energy emanating from beneath his feet, faint yet unmistakable. Wang Zheng sprang into the air, just as a figure burst forth from the ground, thrusting a sword at him. "Zhang Jun, is that you?" Wang Zheng narrowly evaded the attack, recognizing the ambusher as Zhang Jun, a guard he was quite familiar with from Wuheng town. No wonder they could intercept him. There was indeed an insider. Zhang Jun lamented his failed ambush. "Humph, Hand over your storage bag, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Otherwise, he threatened, flanked by the Niu brothers, encircling Wang Zheng. Zhang Jun's cultivation was a notch above the Niu brothers, having reached the critical point of the 9th layer of Qi Refining, but he lacked the breakthrough pill. Days prior, he had discovered that when Qing Zhu had commissioned the collection of materials for such a pill. Although he conducted his inquiries discreetly, Zhang Jun, well connected, learned of Wen Qingzhu's urgency regarding the materials, and thus kept a close watch, discovering that Wen Qingzhu had dealings with Wang Zheng. Though unaware that Wang Zheng was an alchemist, he deduced that Wang Zheng possessed materials for the breakthrough pill. Being a guard in Wuheng Town, he knew not when he might obtain such a pill, which appeared only every few years and was fiercely contested. Wang Zheng remained silent, launching 3 attacking spirit talismans. As the trio dodged the talismans, they counterattacked. Wang Zheng's 2 long swords continued to engage the Niu brothers, while Zhang Jun's flying sword approached. Wang Zheng did not summon his shield for defense but allowed the sword to strike against his protective barrier. The shield trembled precariously, and Zhang Jun's expression brightened. Though this young man was troublesome, they were confident in easily subduing him. Zhang Jun, at the 9th layer of Qi Refining, was originally wary of allowing Wang Zheng to escape. Otherwise, he would not have shared the spoils with the Niu brothers. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt appeared, and Zhang Jun, unprepared, was struck, rendering his body numb. The purple longsword abandoned Yoda, piercing through Zhang Jun's chest. Zhang Jun's eyes widened in shock, and he died without closing them. Yoda, alarmed, exclaimed, "Who could have anticipated this child possessed such a skill? Flee!" Yoda shouted, retreating quickly, retrieving a spirit travel talisman. The brothers were adept at escaping, having survived this long by avoiding unnecessary risks. "Humph, do you think you can escape?" At this juncture, Wang Zheng would not allow them to flee. He clapped his spirit insect pouch, and hundreds of venomous fire ants swarmed forth, rapidly pursuing the 2. You. Insect cultivator Nyoda's face turned pale. The speed of the venomous fire ants far surpassed that of the spirit travel talismans, quickly engulfing the 2 and invading their bodies with venom. "Spare us, please. Fellow cultivator, spare us. We are willing to offer a treasure." Their pleas were disregarded by Wang Zheng, as the venomous fire ants swiftly consumed them before returning to the spirit insect pouch. This time, Wang Zheng felt little remorse, incinerating the remains of the trio with fireball spells, collecting their magical artifacts in storage bags, and departing on horseback. The wealth of the 3 left Wang Zheng speechless. The total spirit stones barely exceeded 100, yet they possessed over a dozen magical artifacts, albeit only 3 of which were of superior grade, the rest being of lower quality, likely obtained from plundering lower-tier cultivators. Medicinal pills were even scarcer, amounting to less than 2 vials of spirit-gathering pills. Wang Zheng knew that ordinary cultivators often lived beyond their means, rarely retaining resources. The only item that piqued his interest was a greenstone jar from Nyoda's storage bag. The jar was rather crudely made, resembling a vessel for serving liquor at a roadside tavern. Its body was adorned with strange patterns, and oddly enough, it had no opening, being entirely sealed. Wang Zheng's consciousness was unable to probe within. Could this be the treasure that the scar-faced man spoke of? Perhaps, but Wang Zheng could not fathom it at the moment. So he placed it into his storage bag for future examination. Although riding a steed renowned for its speed, Wang Zheng could not expect it to go without rest. Fortunately, he carried several red ginseng pills, which, while of no use to him, revitalized the weary steed, allowing it to regain vigor. After accompanying Wang Zheng for half a month, its speed even improved by 30%. Wang Zheng estimated that if he continued to feed it, this steed might have the potential to become a low-tier demon beast. However, its potential likely peaked there, with no hope of advancing further. Half a month later, Wang Zheng arrived in the kingdom of Chu, having traversed half the journey, and he planned to rest for a few days. After living in Yodo village for over a decade, and then spending 6 years in Feixian Valley, these 2 places were the only familiar locales in his life. Although the splendor of the secular world no longer intrigued him, it did not hinder his desire to witness it once more. To endure the splendor and withstand the solitude, one must first have witnessed the former. Otherwise, how can one remain steadfast in loneliness on the path of cultivation? As Wang Zheng traversed the mundane world, vibrant cities fell behind him, wine houses, tea parlors, and even the brothels he had frequented merely to observe the fleeting beauty of life. Yet, for reasons unknown, the myriad of worldly experiences seemed utterly flavorless to him. Perhaps the grandeur of the world he perceived rendered these trivialities incapable of stirring his heart. Amidst the vastness of mortal existence, his only desire was for longevity. to send a mayfly adrift in the cosmos while being but a grain in the boundless sea. He lamented the brevity of his life, envious of the eternal flow of the Yangtze River. He longed to soar with celestial beings and embrace the moon for eternity, mourning the fleeting nature of his existence while lamenting the infinite expanse of time and space, beyond the myriad of earthly tribulations. He held no attachment to anything except for the home that lay thousands of miles away. Thus, after a month and a half, Wang Zheng returned to the familiar Niutu mountain, which he had left over 6 years ago. As he gazed upon the village at the foot of the mountain, with its curling smoke rising from chimneys, his heart raced with excitement. He left his prized steed a few miles away in a copse, confident that its current strength and speed rivaled that of a first-tier demon beast, unperturbed even by the presence of a fierce tiger. With his divine sense, he could easily locate it whenever he wished. He was uncertain of his future destinations, but this steed would undoubtedly accompany him for a while longer. Dressed in a flowing azure robe, with a storage pouch at his waist resembling a humble purse from the mortal realm, Wang Zheng approached the village. Before he reached the entrance, he spotted a group of children frolicking. Upon seeing a stranger, they gazed with curiosity but did not dare approach. Most of these children were merely 7 or 8 years old, and the youngest had just begun to walk, having been away from Niutu village for over 6 years. Most of them had not yet been born, and while some might have seen him before, they did not recognize him now. "Young man, whom are you searching for?" inquired an elderly man seated at the village entrance. Wang Zheng recognized the man as the grandfather of Wang Hozi, recalling fond memories of sneaking drinks with him in his youth. However, after 6 years, the elder had long forgotten Wang Zheng. Perhaps he had indeed changed somewhat, but not drastically. After all, he had been 17 or 18 when he left. He hesitated to speak, swallowing his words. He had returned merely to reassure his parents of his safety, not wishing to stir up any commotion. "Excuse me, could you direct me to Wang Rong's home?" Wang Zheng sought a way to introduce his brother's name. "Oh, you're looking for the scholar. It's clear you are an educated man. However, our scholar is no longer residing in the village. He lives in the capital now, and even Zhu and his wife have followed him to enjoy a better life." Wang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. His brother had become a scholar. While he was aware of Wang Rong's intelligence and potential, he had never imagined that his brother would achieve such a distinction at just 21 years of age. It is commonly said that one becomes a mature scholar by 30 and that success in the imperial examinations is exceedingly rare. After his initial shock, joy overwhelmed him. His absence had not deterred his brother from his studies. Rather, he had persevered and triumphed, bringing great honor to their family. Nevertheless, Wang Zheng decided to visit his home, to see the places he once knew. Though the door was tightly shut, he could easily enter. The Wang family courtyard had been renovated, appearing more spacious and brighter. Yet it lacked the familiar warmth that once enveloped him. He sighed, realizing that he could never truly return. Just as Wang Zheng was about to leave, he heard a commotion outside. "Zhu, why are you two back here instead of enjoying life in the capital?" boomed a coarse voice. Wang Zheng recognized it as Uncle Lu from next door. "Can't get used to it. I woke up in the middle of the night and kept walking into the wrong door when I needed the outhouse. There's no place like home," his father chimed in, conveying a sense of pride that resonated with all, for a scholar had emerged from their family, and it was only natural to boast. Even the villagers of Niutu, upon reaching the town, were pointed at by others, who would say to their children, "See that? The scholar comes from our village. You better study hard. Our town has good fortune. I don't expect you to be a scholar, but you should at least strive to become a jinsher. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Why did your aunt return so soon from the capital? It's a long journey. It should take at least a month," another woman exclaimed, grasping her mother's hand with enthusiasm. "Ah, the capital has its perks, but it doesn't end Appos, compared to the intimacy of Niutu village. I can end Appos, sleep well. I dream of the boys knocking at the door." Tears streamed down her mother's face as she spoke. All right, let us all be happy. No need for tears. Even the old gods in the temple are watching over us. Our son is destined for greatness," came his father's voice, deeply resonating with concern, yet revealing the depth of a man's emotions. At that moment, standing in the courtyard, Wang Zheng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears flooding his eyes. He hurried to the door, but paused. If he stepped outside now, his parents would surely rejoice, but what would follow? How long could he remain home? 3 days, 5 days, or perhaps 10 days? Taking a deep breath, he silently turned away. That night, Wang Zheng's parents both experienced the same dream, wherein they saw their long-lost eldest son. In their dream, He told them of being rescued by a reclusive immortal and now training far away, assuring them of his safety and pleading for the immortal to heal his father's leg from afar. The following morning, they each recounted their dream to one another, astonished to discover their dreams were remarkably similar. What was even more astonishing was that Wang Zheng's father, who had been crippled by a tiger's attack, found his leg mysteriously healed. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng's mother appeared 10 years younger, her gray hair vanished, radiating vitality as if she had returned to her 30s. Initially, they dismissed it as just a dream, but soon they began to believe that this dream was indeed real. The world is replete with tales of deities. Perhaps this would merely add another to the collection. Yet it remained just a legend. Outside, Wang Zheng bowed toward his home, pondering the years ahead, uncertain of the path back. Days later, Wang Zheng arrived in the capital. This time, he did not rely on dreams but instead found his brother Wang Rong in his study, now a refined young man. Wang Zheng recounted his experiences over the years, though he modified certain details. The harsh realities of the cultivation world could not be encapsulated in mere words. While his narrative piqued his brother's curiosity, it also ignited concern. However, Wang Zheng was resolute and would not be swayed by his brother's pleas. Before departing, he left behind the foundational technique of the Hunyuan Jing for Wang Rong. Although not an advanced method, its simplicity made it accessible for those without innate talent. Should the younger generation of the Wang family possess any aptitude, this technique would suffice for their initiation. He also bequeathed some spirit stones, elixirs, and talismans, though not in abundance. They were certainly more beneficial than entering the cultivation realm without any foundation. Wang Zheng did not conceal the dangers of the cultivation world, as entering with naive expectations would only lead to icy blades in response. Moreover, he left behind a considerable supply of Qishan pills and Yuanling pills. Even for those who were not cultivators, consuming a few would yield benefits. For mortal martial artists, they would greatly enhance their inner strength. Naturally, Wang Zheng trusted that his brother was not naive. He understood how to plan for the family's future. Otherwise, it could spell misfortune for the Wang family. A solitary figure rides through the dust, drifting away into the distance. Wang Rong stands atop the city walls, silently observing the vanishing silhouette. He harbors an unsettling premonition that his elder brother may depart for an extended period, leaving him to ponder whether they shall ever reunite in this lifetime. The immortals bestow upon me their blessing. My hair tied, I am granted longevity. Longevity is both a blessing and a curse, yet he feels powerless to alter his fate. All he can do is wish for his brother to find the path to immortality. Thus, a month and a half later, Wang Zheng returns to Nyoto Mountain, a place he has not seen in over 6 years. As he gazes upon the village at the mountain's foot, where wisps of smoke curl upward, his heart begins to race with fervor. He leaves his steed, a horse of extraordinary speed and strength comparable to that of a first-tier beast, in a forest miles away, unperturbed by the presence of a tiger. With Wang Zheng's profound mental acuity, he knows he can easily locate his horse later, though uncertain of his future path. He believes the steed will accompany him for a while longer. Dressed in a flowing green robe, with a storage pouch at his waist resembling a common purse, he approaches the village. Before reaching the entrance, he notices a group of children playing. Upon spotting a stranger, their curiosity piques, yet they dare not approach. Most of these children, the eldest no more than 7 or 8, were not even born when Wang Zheng last departed from Nyoto village. Some may have seen him before, but they do not recognize him. Young man, whom do you seek? An elderly man seated at the village entrance inquires. Wang Zheng recognizes the elder as the grandfather of Wang Hozi, recalling fond memories of drinking with him in his youth. However, 6 years have passed, and the elder no longer remembers Wang Zheng. Perhaps Wang Zheng has indeed changed, but the transformation is not drastic, as he had been 17 or 18 when he left. Wang Zheng hesitates, words caught in his throat. His return is merely to reassure his parents. He does not wish to stir up any commotion. Excuse me, sir? Could you direct me to Wang Rong's residence? He asks, using his brother's name as a pretext. Oh, you seek the top scholar. You certainly strike me as a learned man. However, our esteemed scholar is no longer residing in the village. He has moved to the capital, along with Zhu and his wife, to enjoy a life of comfort. Wang Zheng is taken aback, stunned by the revelation that his brother has achieved such academic success. While he always knew Wang Rong was intelligent and perceptive, he never imagined his brother would become the top scholar at merely 21 years of age. It is commonly said that one reaches maturity at 30 and sees fewer candidates for the imperial examination at 50. The difficulty of achieving such an honor is apparent. After the initial shock, exhilaration surges within him. His disappearance did not hinder his brother's studies. Instead, it fueled his determination, culminating in this remarkable achievement, truly a source of pride for their family. Yet, Wang Zheng still wishes to revisit the familiar places of his youth. Despite the door being tightly shut, he can easily gain entry. The Wang family courtyard, now renovated, appears more spacious and bright. Yet it lacks the familiar warmth he once cherished. With a sigh of resignation, he realizes that he cannot return to the past. Just as he decides to leave, he hears a commotion outside. "Erju, why are you two back from the capital? Shouldn't you be enjoying your good fortune there?" A booming voice calls out. Wang Zheng recognizes it as Uncle Lu from next door. "We simply couldn't and oppose. T acclimate. I kept mistaking doors for the restroom at night. There and oppose, as no place like home." His father responds, pride evident in his tone. For the villagers, having a top scholar in Yodo village is a matter of great pride. Even in town, they are recognized. And parents point to their children, saying, "Look, the top scholar is from our village. You'd better study hard. We have good fortune here. I don't expect you to be a top scholar, but at the very least, do your best to become a successful candidate. Why did your aunt return so soon from the capital? It's such a long journey." Another woman exclaims, holding Wang Zheng's mother's hand with enthusiasm. "Ah, the capital is lovely, but it can't compare to the warmth of Nyoto village. I can't sleep well. I keep dreaming of the boys knocking on the door." Tears stream down his mother's face as she speaks. "Enough, enough. Let us all be joyful. There's no need for tears." Even the old deity in the temple would agree, our son is destined for greatness. His father's voice rings out, filled with deep, unexpressed emotions. At that moment, standing in the courtyard, Wang Zheng is overcome with tears. He rushes toward the door, eager to reveal himself, but halts. If he steps outside now, his parents would undoubtedly be elated, but what then? How long could he remain at home? 3 days, 5 days, or perhaps 10 days. Taking a deep breath, he silently turns away. That night, both of Wang Zheng's parents dreamt the same dream. They saw their long-lost son, who told them he had been rescued by an otherworldly sage and was now far away, engaged in cultivation. He could only send them a dream to assure them of his safety, and he earnestly requested the sage to heal his father's leg from afar. Upon waking the next day, both shared their dreams with one another, astonished to discover the striking similarities. Even more astonishingly, Wang Zheng's father, who had suffered a leg injury from a tiger attack and had been left limping, found himself miraculously healed. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng's mother appeared a decade younger. Her gray hair vanished, her spirit revitalized as though she had returned to her 30s. Initially, they dismissed it as merely a dream, but now they began to believe it was real. The world is rife with tales of immortals, and perhaps this would add yet another to the lore, albeit remaining merely a legend. Outside, Wang Zheng bowed towards his home, contemplating the years ahead, uncertain of his return. Days later, he arrived in the capital, this time without the need for dreams. In his brother Wang Rong's study, he encountered the now refined young man who had blossomed into a cultured scholar. Wang Zheng recounted his experiences over the years, albeit with some embellishments, revealing the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Though his words piqued Wang Rong's curiosity, they also ignited concern. Nevertheless, Wang Zheng remained resolute, undeterred by his brother's pleas to reconsider his path. Before departing, he entrusted Wang Rong with the foundational techniques of the Hunyuan Jing, simple enough for a novice, requiring no special innate talents. If the younger generation of the Wang family possessed spiritual roots, this method would serve as a solid introduction. He also provided a modest supply of spirit stones, elixirs, and charms, more than sufficient to give his brother a significant head start compared to those who stumbled blindly into the cultivation realm. Wang Zheng did not conceal the perils of the cultivation world, understanding that entering with naive expectations would only lead to harsh realities. He left behind a considerable quantity of Qi Shen pills and Yuan Ling pills, beneficial even to non-cultivators, and would greatly enhance the inner strength of worldly warriors. Wang Zheng believed his brother was wise enough to navigate these resources effectively. Otherwise, their family could face unforeseen challenges. A solitary figure rides through the dust, drifting away into the distance. Wang Rong stands atop the city walls, silently observing the vanishing silhouette. He harbors an unsettling premonition that his elder brother may depart for an extended period, leaving him to ponder whether they shall ever reunite in this lifetime. The immortals bestow upon me their blessing. My hair tied, I am granted longevity. Longevity is both a blessing and a curse, yet he feels powerless to alter his fate. All he can do is wish for his brother to find the path to immortality. The kingdom of Chun is small, spanning less than 1,000 miles. On that very day, Wang Zheng departed from Qin, having already determined his destination, Lingyuan City. Uncertain of the origins of the name of Lingyuan City, one might speculate whether it conveys the meaning of longing for fish by the abyss. Perhaps it does, yet it is not fish that one yearns for, but rather immortals. According to the map within Qi Hong's storage ring, Wang Zheng discerned that the place he currently inhabited, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, is known as Nanhuang Prefecture. A literal interpretation reveals that Nanhuang Prefecture is indeed a desolate expanse. However, this desolation does not refer to a sparse population, but rather to a deficiency of spiritual energy, rendering the environment for cultivation rather inadequate. Nanhuang Prefecture is home to 5 prominent nations: Qi, Chu, Zhao, Yin, and Jin, alongside numerous smaller states. However, the number of foundational stage cultivators is alarmingly scant, and it remains uncertain whether any golden core stage practitioners exist. During his time in Wuheng Town, he had heard rumors of an ancient being of golden core status within the Jin royal family, though this claim has yet to be verified. The resources Wang Zheng currently possesses are sufficient for him to cultivate to the perfected 10th layer of Qi refining. Yet the uncertainty lies solely in the number of years required. However, thereafter, seeking to establish a foundation in Nanhuang Prefecture seems almost an impossibility, not only for himself, but even for young heirs of esteemed families like Wen Qingzhu. The opportunities to procure foundational elixirs are exceedingly limited. To prepare for the future, Wang Zheng is determined to leave Nanhuang Prefecture for Lingyuan City. Yet, Lingyuan City lies a staggering 70,000 miles away from the Qin Kingdom, further than his previous return from the Jin Kingdom. While the number of cultivators in Nanhuang Prefecture is few, the closer one approaches Lingyuan City, the more practitioners one encounters. Naturally, some ill-intentioned individuals, seeing Wang Zheng as merely a 7th-layer Qi refiner, may attempt to take advantage of him. However, those who dare to act against him are swiftly vanquished by his formidable methods. Even ordinary 9th-layer Qi refiners struggle to evade his exorcising thunder. Although he can unleash only 2 to 3 bolts of exorcising thunder at a time, it suffices to deal with adversaries of similar standing. Should one evade the exorcising thunder, venomous fire ants await. While he currently possesses only 300 combat-ready fire ants, they should suffice as long as he does not encounter any foundational stage practitioners. Upon sighting Lingyuan City, Wang Zheng stood in a stupor for a long moment. The city boasts an immense scale, with walls extending for hundreds of miles, towering 30 zhang high and exceeding 3 zhang in width, all constructed of dark, polished stone, a feat only achievable by cultivators. Standing at the foot of the city, one cannot help but feel the insignificance of human existence. Outside the city, hundreds of individuals queue for entry, from atop the city walls. These people would appear no larger than ants. "This is your first visit to Lingyuan City, friend?" A voice jolted Wang Zheng back to reality. A slightly plump middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe smiled at him. "Have you come seeking something, fellow cultivator?" Wang Zheng, harboring a modicum of wariness, thought it prudent. Cultivators seldom rise early without the lure of profit, and he did not presume this person desired friendship. "Ah, my name is Wang Zheng. I am somewhat well known in Lingyuan City." Indeed, encountering Lingyuan City for the first time is a breathtaking experience. Established thousands of years ago amid a tumultuous cultivation war, it is said that the adjacent Qiyuan was cleaved by a formidable predecessor-s sword, shattering the earth's core and unveiling a demonic vein, thus allowing ferocious beasts to roam free within Qiyuan, even once spilling forth to wreak havoc upon Nanhuang. Ultimately, the collective might of Nanhuang constructed Lingyuan City to thwart the advancing hordes of beasts from Qiyuan, while Lingyuan holds the implication of longing for fish. Its true origin is intrinsically linked to the proximity of Qiyuan. This legend was new to Wang Zheng. "I am Wang Zheng. Is the Qiyuan you speak of the boundless canyon behind Lingyuan City?" He could barely discern the crimson glow emanating from the canyon. However, the canyon appeared endless, making Wang Zheng's claim of a cultivator cleaving it with a sword rather difficult to believe. Indeed, it is astonishing. However, this tale is no mere rumor. Within Qiyuan lies the Valley of Sword Comprehension, a manifestation of the sword intent left behind by the ancient predecessor. Contemplating the sword path within offers significant benefits, albeit fraught with peril. In time, you shall understand. Thank you for your guidance. Too kind. Should you require anything in the future, Wang Dao's friend, feel free to seek me out. Whatever can be found in Lingyuan City, I can procure for you. Naturally, if you uncover rare items, my offered prices will undoubtedly exceed those of the shops. Wang Zheng was evidently a businessman. "Oh, can you also procure foundational elixirs?" Wang Zheng inquired, somewhat astonished. Wang Zheng rolled his eyes. "If I could obtain foundational elixirs, I would not need to come to Linyuan City. While I may not have the elixirs, if you acquire the necessary materials for them in the future, I can certainly find someone to concoct them." Wang Zheng's influence was truly remarkable. As Wang Zheng stood in line, conversing with Wang Zheng, he learned much about Linyuan City and the nearby Qiwan. Linyuan City was established thousands of years ago, with the precise date long forgotten. The nation that originally built Linyuan City has since declined, leaving only the 5 major nations of Nanwang. Therefore, the governance of Linyuan City is a joint responsibility among these 5 nations, yet it remains autonomous from them. Linyuan City has a city lord and Apos' mansion, with the position of city lord rotating among foundational stage cultivators from the 5 nations every century. Additionally, there are 10 vice city lords, half of whom hail from the 5 nations, while the other half are formidable individuals from prominent families and rogue cultivators. The vice city lords serve 10-year terms, with the possibility of reappointment, wielding considerable power as the city lord primarily serves to balance the interests of various parties, while the day-to-day affairs rest with the 10 vice city lords. Although Qiyuan once brought calamity upon Nanwang, its existence has also provided a veritable treasure trove of resources for Nanwang's cultivators. Within it dwell countless beasts, as well as an abundance of rare flora, alongside remarkable locations such as the Valley of Sword Comprehension and the Spirit Cleansing Pool, all of which are immensely beneficial for cultivation. Of course, the dangers are not insignificant. Each year, hundreds of cultivators perish within Qiwan, yet this does not deter others from flocking to it. Cultivators vie against one another for profit and contend with fate itself. If one fears danger, a peaceful life in the secular world would undoubtedly grant longevity. The Valley of Thunder is located within Qiwan? Wang Zheng recalled the words of Taoist Zheng, who mentioned that remnants of thunder techniques were discovered within the Valley of Thunder. He was uncertain of the truth of Zheng's claims, and the precise location of the Valley of Thunder remained unknown to him. The map in his possession bore no indication of this place, yet to unexpectedly find it here piqued his interest. He resolved to investigate it should the opportunity arise. In Linyuan City, the fee for entry is 10 spiritual stones, allowing for a year of residence within the city. Upon expiration, one may pay at the city lord's mansion or remit several years' worth of fees at once. After properly registering with a drop of blood upon the identity token, duels within the city are strictly prohibited, with severe penalties for violations. The cultivator processing the entry tokens mechanically recited the rules as Wang Zheng paid for 3 years' worth of residence. He intended to stay in Linyuan City for at least 3 years, given his current pace of cultivation. It remains uncertain whether he can achieve the perfected 10th layer of Qi refining within that time. During this interval, he might also seek to gather materials for crafting foundational elixirs. Upon entering the city, aided by Wang Zheng rented a cave dwelling rich in spiritual energy, surpassing that of Faxian Valley by several fold. However, the cost was considerable, amounting to 80 spiritual stones annually, quite a premium even in Linyuan City. Given Wang Zheng's less than ideal aptitude, he was determined to create a superior environment for his cultivation. The annual fee of 80 spiritual stones comfortably fell within his means. To express his gratitude, he treated Wang Zheng to a modest meal at an inn, spending a total of 30 spiritual stones, even without ordering overly expensive dishes. At that moment, Wang Zheng realized how quickly spiritual stones could be depleted in Linyuan City. After becoming familiar with Linyuan City over a few days, Wang Zheng prepared to enter seclusion. The medicinal stones and elixirs he possesses are sufficient. However, the only aspect that leaves Wang Zheng somewhat hesitant is the matter of cultivation techniques. The Hunyuan Sutra does not impose any requirements on spiritual roots, allowing for a reasonable speed of cultivation, yet its ability to refine spiritual power is rather mediocre. Consequently, the lethality of Wang Zheng's spells is not particularly formidable, were it not for the presence of the exorcising divine thunder and the poison fire ant. His combat prowess would only be comparable to that of a 9th-layer Qi Refinement cultivator. And this is only because his spiritual consciousness has already surpassed that of an ordinary 9th-layer Qi Refinement cultivator, rivaling even those at the peak of the 10th layer. However, switching cultivation techniques is not a trivial matter. In the realm of cultivation, techniques can generally be categorized into 4 tiers, with their quality determined by 3 primary factors. Firstly, the completeness of the technique is paramount. A technique capable of fostering practitioners to the Nascent Soul stage is considered a treasure by the 5 great nations, treasured and passed down through generations. Secondly, the effectiveness of the technique in refining spiritual power is crucial. The more solid the spiritual power, the greater the potency of the spells, and the higher the probability of breaking through bottlenecks. Lastly, the technique may include special methods, often referred to as secret arts, which require the foundational technique for cultivation. Some powerful secret arts can even serve as life-saving trump cards. Thus, cultivation techniques are classified into 4 categories: supreme, superior, intermediate, and inferior. Supreme techniques must enable cultivation to the Nascent Soul stage, demonstrate significant effectiveness in refining spiritual power, and possess formidable secret arts. Superior techniques must at least reach the golden core stage in completeness, have decent spiritual power refining capabilities, and the presence of powerful secret arts is naturally preferable. Intermediate techniques should achieve at least the foundation establishment stage in completeness, with reasonable effectiveness in refining spiritual power, though the presence of secret arts is uncertain. Inferior techniques are any that do not meet the aforementioned criteria. The Hunyuan Sutra that Wang Zheng practices is merely mediocre among inferior techniques, with unimpressive power and lacking any notable secret arts, aside from its non-discriminatory nature towards spiritual roots. The process of changing techniques is quite troublesome, as it requires the re-refinement of the spiritual power within oneself. Even at his current level, it would take at least a year and a half. If he were to possess a superior technique, it would certainly be worth the effort, but for an ordinary intermediate technique, such time would be ill spent. It would be more prudent to first cultivate to the 9th layer of Qi Refinement. Before reaching the foundation establishment stage, the issue of cultivation techniques must be resolved. Otherwise, given his aptitude, the likelihood of a breakthrough is nearly non-existent. As for Qi Hong and Appo's suggestion to utilize the devouring spirit demonic Qi, Wang Zheng dismissed it outright. Although his exorcising divine thunder can counter the devouring spirit demonic Qi, engaging with such a force is akin to playing with fire, as evidenced by Qi Hong's own fate. Nonetheless, Wang Zheng did not discard the segment of jade-like white bone that housed the devouring spirit demonic Qi. From the records left by Qi Hong, Wang Zheng learned that the devouring spirit demonic Qi can consume the flesh and blood of beasts or humans, with a portion being absorbed by the host, causing the demonic Qi to continuously grow stronger. However, its demand for flesh and blood increases in quality and quantity. If the host is wounded and unable to suppress the demonic Qi, it could easily backfire, much like it did with Qi Hong. The feedback from the devouring spirit demonic Qi is entirely unrelated to spiritual roots. So as long as Wang Zheng becomes the host and allows it to consume a significant number of living beings, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would not be particularly difficult. However, the method of enhancement through the devouring spirit demonic Qi is difficult for Wang Zheng to accept, and the risks are considerable. Unless a breakthrough seems impossible, he would not entertain such thoughts. If the time comes when a breakthrough appears unattainable, then it would become a last resort for him. For cultivators, seclusion is a common occurrence. However, for low-tier cultivators, especially those in the Qi refinement stage, a retreat lasting 10 days to a month is quite typical. It is only during breakthroughs that one might seclude themselves for 3 to 5 months, and a retreat lasting a year and a half is exceedingly rare. Yet, one like Wang Zheng, who secluded himself for 3 years, is a first for Wang Zheng, especially in such a young cultivator. 3 years have passed, and Wang Zheng's cultivation has progressed from the 7th layer of Qi refinement to the brink of the 8th layer, somewhat slower than he had anticipated. Were it not for Wang Zheng sending a message that there is hope for the technique Wang Zheng seeks, he likely would have continued his seclusion for another year and a half. As for the living expenses within the city, delaying payment is of little concern, as it is not uncommon for cultivators to lose track of time during seclusion. Brother Wang, your cultivation has advanced significantly. I have never seen someone as dedicated to their practice as you, Wang Zheng expressed, somewhat moved. After 3 years of seclusion without stepping outside even once, Wang Zheng and Appo's progress from the 7th to the 8th layer is not considered exceptional. With limited talent, he can only hope that diligence will compensate for his shortcomings. I wonder, Brother Huang, where did you come across this technique? Last month, someone discovered an ancient cultivator's cave in the Qiyuan region. The technique was found within. The specific details remain unknown, but according to circulating reports, it imposes no requirements on spiritual roots, although it can only cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Its quality is said to be no less than that of a superior technique, accompanied by incredibly powerful secret arts. While it is unfortunate that it only reaches the foundation establishment stage, it seems to be the best option available. Techniques capable of reaching the golden core stage are beyond my reach at present. However, switching techniques after reaching the foundation establishment stage can be quite troublesome. Yet for most people, achieving the foundation establishment stage is already a luxury. Unless one breaks through to the golden core stage, this technique will suffice. The so-called ancient cultivator's cave refers to remnants left by those who previously cultivated in the Qiyuan region. Those brave enough to establish their own caves there must possess considerable strength. The technique has already been handed over to the Wanbao Pavilion for auction, scheduled for 3 months from now, as it coincides with the Decadal Exchange meeting in Linyuan City, which will feature a plethora of valuable items. Oh, I see. Do you have any idea how many spiritual stones that technique might require? Wang Zheng pondered. The starting bid is 3,000 spiritual stones, but based on past experience. Such techniques are usually targets of contention among prominent families, with the final price likely exceeding 10,000 spiritual stones, perhaps even more as Wang Zheng spoke. He observed Wang Zheng's expression, noting the absence of disappointment. Could it be that this individual is capable of producing over 10,000 spiritual stones? 3 months. It seems I shall be quite busy during this time. I wonder if Brother Huang could assist me in procuring some medicinal materials? Medicinal materials? Brother Wang, could it be that you are a pill maker? Wang Zheng exclaimed, surprised. Even among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Linyuan City, the number of pill makers does not exceed 100, and over 70% of them can only produce lower-tier pills. Yes, I have studied for a few years. May I inquire which type of pill yields the highest profit in Linyuan City? Wang Zheng inquired. Undoubtedly the barrier-breaking pill. Can you produce it, Brother Wang? The barrier-breaking pill is not any cheaper in Linyuan City than it is in Wuhing Town. In fact, it is even scarcer. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators here, at least a third require the barrier-breaking pill, yet the annual production falls short of 1/10 of the demand. The scarcity of materials for pill making is one aspect. More critically, the success rate of producing barrier-breaking pills is exceedingly low. Only a handful of second-tier alchemists in Linyuan City can guarantee a success rate above 50%. For others, the success rate is below 30%. While they 1 and amp, Oppos, T incur losses, they certainly 1 and amp, Oppos, T profit as much as they would from producing other pills. These are a few I produced previously. I can sell them to you at 80% of the market price. The spiritual stones obtained will be used entirely to procure materials for barrier-breaking pills. Wang Zheng presented Wang Zheng with a vial containing 7 barrier-breaking pills, 1 superior, 3 intermediate, and 3 inferior. May I inquire, Brother Wang, what is your success rate for producing barrier-breaking pills? Wang Zheng asked, somewhat tentatively. Wang Zheng contemplated for a moment before replying. About 40%. In truth, his success rate for producing barrier-breaking pills is closer to 70 to 80%, with very few failures. And only on rare occasions does he produce a defective pill. This high success rate is closely related to the exorcising divine thunder within him. During its cultivation, his spiritual consciousness is continuously tempered, growing increasingly robust. Although it cannot be compared to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, it has already surpassed that of an average perfected Qi Refinement practitioner. 40%. Wang Zheng was somewhat astonished. Among the first-tier alchemists in Linyuan City, those who could achieve a success rate of 40% in concocting barrier-breaking pills were certainly not non-existent, yet they would not exceed 3 individuals. Moreover, these alchemists would hardly pay heed to a mere intermediary like himself, for they were backed by formidable family forces. What if I gather the materials, and Brother Wang handles the refining, sharing the proceeds equally? Wang suggested. The cost of 1 set of materials was merely 1/3 the market price of a barrier-breaking pill, calculated at the low-grade level, with a maximum yield of 3 pills per furnace and an impressive success rate of 40%. The profit from each batch exceeded double the cost of the materials. Should there be any high or mid-grade pills among them, the profits would soar even higher. Huang proposed a 50-50 split, yet it was he who collected the materials and bore the responsibility of selling them. Although barrier-breaking pills were priced yet scarce, selling them in bulk within a short time frame required a considerable network, all while avoiding the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives. Agreed. But this matter must remain confidential to Brother Huang, Wang Zheng insisted. He wished to avoid drawing the attention of those powerful families due to his identity as an alchemist, lest they attempt to win him over or coerce him. Wang Zheng had no desire to become a mere tool for their alchemical endeavors. Rest assured, I will handle this discreetly, Wang Zheng replied cheerfully. Establishing a cooperative relationship with such an alchemist was an opportunity he could hardly bear to disclose to others. After 3 months of continuous refining, with only 3 days of rest, Wang Zheng found himself slightly dizzy from the incessant work at the alchemical furnace. The materials for the barrier-breaking pills had increased by 30% in cost. He had refined approximately 240 to 50 furnaces, achieving success in over 200 of them, with a success rate exceeding 80%. Wang Zheng was confident that even second-tier alchemists would struggle to match his success rate in concocting barrier-breaking pills. However, he was not inclined to entrust all the pills to Wang Zheng for sale, as doing so would easily reveal his success rate. The pills he provided Huang were just about at the 40% mark, primarily of mid to low quality, with high-grade pills making up less than 1/5 of the total. Nevertheless, Wang Zheng was overjoyed by the 200 or so barrier-breaking pills. Each low-grade pill netted him an 80 spirit stone profit. Mid-grade brought in 150, while high-grade fetched 300. By his calculations, Wang Zheng had amassed 30,000 spirit stones over the past 3 months, more than he had earned in his 13 years in Lingyuan City. He had never before witnessed an alchemist capable of continuous production over such an extended period. Most alchemists regarded their energy as precious. Managing only 3 to 5 furnaces a month is rarity-dictated value. Additionally, concocting pills consumed significant mental energy. It was customary to rest 1 or 2 days after refining a single batch of barrier-breaking pills. Wang Zheng and Appo's ability to work intensively for 10 to 15 days with minimal rest was indeed extraordinary. Aided by the torment of the evil-repelling divine thunder that tempered his mental fortitude, an ordeal few could endure, Wang Zheng still possessed nearly 300 barrier-breaking pills, predominantly high-grade, along with a dozen exquisite ones, which was a pleasant surprise. The current market price for a high-grade barrier-breaking pill was 1,000 spirit stones, while exquisite ones had yet to appear on the market. If offered for sale, they could easily fetch 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. These pills were valued at no less than 300,000 spirit stones. Yet Wang Zheng understood that selling them all at once would not only diminish their value, but also attract unwanted attention. Meanwhile, the 70,000 spirit stones he had amassed would suffice for a considerable duration. However, Wang Zheng did not feel particularly affluent. His expenses were considerable. Although he had no shortage of pills, the 300 fire ants required substantial nourishment, each possessing formidable mandibles. The materials left by Qi Hong for feeding the scarlet ginseng fire snake had been exhausted and needed replenishing. In the past, Wang Zheng had thought Qi Hong a foundation-stage cultivator, quite impoverished, with less than 10,000 spirit stones to his name. Yet, upon realizing the prices of the scarlet ginseng and fire snake fruits, he understood. Feeding the fire ants amounted to a yearly material cost of at least 10 spirit stones per ant. While 10 spirit stones was not a large sum, the sheer number of ants made the expenses daunting. With 1,000 ants, the annual cost totaled 10,000 spirit stones. 3,000 ants would cost 30,000. The provisions left by Qi Hong would only suffice to purchase materials worth 100,000 spirit stones. These fire ants consumed resources as though they were spirit stones, resembling a veritable gold-swallowing horde. Were it not for Qi Hong being an alchemist, he likely would not have raised such creatures. The pills Wang Zheng possessed could only sustain the fire ants for a decade, and he could not afford to expand their numbers. Otherwise, the costs would escalate, and he lacked the mental capacity to concoct feeding pills for them. Wang Zheng was reluctant to let outsiders know about his fire ants. Thus, he had no intention of seeking an attendant. Even at the foundation stage, 3,000 fire ants should be manageable. As the decade-long trading fair commenced, Wang Zheng procured a mask and black robe that could shield his mental presence. Many donned similar attire, as the cultivation world was rife with treachery and violence. It was prudent to keep one's wealth concealed, lest others uncover one's secrets. The trading fair would span an entire month, culminating in a final auction featuring the coveted set of techniques. In the preceding days, several small-scale auctions had taken place, both public and private. The public auctions were larger in scale but offered fewer valuable items, while the private ones were intimate, hosting fewer than 100 attendees. Information about these auctions was typically shared among acquaintances, and entry required specific tokens. In this private trading event, a plethora of intriguing items emerges, including some of dubious origin, potentially acquired through nefarious means. Additionally, several squares are dotted with stalls, though most of the goods are commonplace, making it exceedingly rare to stumble upon anything of true value. unless one is extraordinarily fortunate. Wang Zheng received from Huang Zheng the schedule and location of various auctions, along with a pass that is scarce in number, bestowed only upon a select few affluent acquaintances by the organizers. Wang Zheng traversed multiple trading events over the course of more than half a month, successfully exchanging over 100 barrier-breaking pills. In such clandestine dealings, the risk of secrets being divulged is minimal, as those who acquire the pills are unlikely to broadcast their newfound fortunes. Wang Zheng has upgraded all his equipment to exquisite magical artifacts. He meticulously catalogued his recent acquisitions, which include a superb purple longsword, a flying needle artifact previously wielded by Chu Hong, and a golden axe. The golden axe, reminiscent of his past experiences with woodcutting, inexplicably appeals to him. Among his possessions are 3 formidable offensive artifacts, a set of defensive spiritual armor, and a protective turtle shell shield, alongside a powerful barrier-breaking needle. Furthermore, he has amassed several hundred spirit symbols, intending to explore the Wanjing Valley once he has completed his cultivation techniques. The perils lurking within the Crimson Abyss compel him to arm himself thoroughly. To his delight, he managed to procure 3 types of foundational elixirs auxiliary spiritual herbs. Presently, he requires only 5 more auxiliary materials and 2 primary ingredients to concoct a batch of foundational elixirs. Although his goal remains distant, it is not devoid of hope. However, the materials for the foundational elixirs have only appeared 5 times across the 2 to 3 dozen trading events he attended. On 2 occasions, foundational cultivators were present, and despite the significant value of his elixirs, contending with them necessitates careful consideration of the potential consequences. In Linyuan City, gathering foundational materials is not impossible. Wang Zheng estimates Huang Zheng has likely accumulated a fair share. Yet, his current alchemical skills leave him devoid of confidence in crafting foundational elixirs. He wonders if achieving the consummate stage of Qi cultivation would enable him to successfully create such elixirs. The primary obstacle lies in the rarity of the materials, which leaves him with little opportunity to practice. Although he once succeeded in creating a foundational elixir that was merely a desperate measure, lacking the precision of a true endeavor. Having witnessed the complete process of crafting a foundational elixir has proven beneficial for his future attempts. Esteemed friends, the treasure I offer for exchange is this barrier-breaking needle. An elderly cultivator with silver hair clutched a 3-inch long, gleaming silver needle as he stood at the trading platform. Such private auctions typically feature a limited selection of items, after which participants are invited to provide their own trading offers. The silver-haired elder and Apos' needle took many by surprise. Can this sewing needle be a magical artifact? If displayed in public, it would surely invite ridicule, boomed a burly man, unabashedly laughing. Both he and the silver-haired elder were perfected in the 10th layer of Qi cultivation, so he felt no trepidation. The elder glanced at the man with indifference, affirming, "Indeed, my friend, this is not a magical artifact. What purpose does it serve if it is not a magical artifact?" questioned another, familiar with the elder. Upon hearing the term spiritual artifact, Wang Zheng sat up straight. His curiosity piqued. The use of a spiritual artifact demands a level of mental acuity and spiritual power far beyond what a Qi cultivator can muster. Yet, this elder, despite his Qi cultivation, possessed a genuine spiritual artifact, and it was clear this was no mere ornament. This item, known as the barrier-breaking needle, was once part of a set of exquisite flying needle spiritual artifacts, but only this one remained in the elder and Apos' possession. The attendees widened their eyes in awe. Most had likely never encountered a spiritual artifact, let alone one of such caliber. Although diminished in power since its prime, it remains a boon for those in the Qi stage, for without it, neither mental acuity nor spiritual strength would suffice. The barrier-breaking needle can penetrate the protective aura of cultivators, explained the elder. The protective aura, a luminous shield formed by those at or above the foundational stage, could be pierced by this needle, rendering it formidable against Qi practitioners. However, it is primarily effective in ambushes and lacks efficacy in direct confrontation, possibly proving less powerful than a superb magical artifact. Yet, if used unexpectedly, even foundational cultivators could find themselves at a disadvantage. "Zhao Lao, you are willing to part with such an item?" remarked the lean elder, his eyes glinting with envy. Yet he knew he lacked anything of value that could entice Zhao Lao. At their stage, the only items of utility were foundational elixirs or longevity-enhancing herbs. The latter were invaluable, scarcely worth trading even for a spiritual mountain. In these twilight years, what use is it to keep such an item? The younger generation lacks the talent to appreciate it, and leaving it to them would only invite calamity. Zhao Lao sighed, resigned. His family was small, lacking foundational cultivators. With only 2 or 3 dozen Qi practitioners, most below the mid-stage. Apart from himself, only one sibling, nearing the end of his lifespan, remained. The future of his family was uncertain. Although the barrier-breaking needle was indeed potent, even foundational cultivators would handle it with caution. However, without sufficient cultivation, it would be unmanageable. Even his brother would struggle to wield its power, having had a unique experience that slightly enhanced his mental prowess. How might we negotiate for this item? Inquired a richly dressed youth eagerly, his eyes fixed on the needle, exuding determination. He sought items that could extend lifespan by at least a decade or superior mid-grade techniques beneficial to his family's younger members. The lean elder, disheartened, realized that such treasures were coveted even by foundational cultivators. 8,000 spirit stones plus a crane saliva pill called out the youth. The crane saliva pill, another longevity elixir, could add only 5 years to one's lifespan, with diminishing returns upon repeated use. Zhao Lao shook his head. I have already consumed 2 crane saliva pills. They hold no value for me. Having already taken 2, the third would yield minimal additional years, rendering it pointless in his eyes. If he could secure 10 or 8 years, he might still seek foundational elixirs, ensuring his family could produce 1 or 2 perfected Qi practitioners. A technique, what of this? The burly man who had previously mocked the needle approached the trading platform, presenting Zhao Lao with a jade slip. The slip revealed only the introduction of the technique. The remainder was sealed with mental energy to prevent exploitation. Zhao Lao perused it briefly, hesitated, and ultimately shook his head. The burly man, disheartened, returned to his seat. And this technique? The richly dressed youth stepped forward, appearing particularly keen on the barrier-breaking needle. The technique presented by the young man in ornate robes appeared somewhat superior to that of the burly man. Old Zhao exhibited a hint of hesitation. Though he was not entirely satisfied, the likelihood of acquiring a better technique was rather slim. His reluctance to submit his items to the final auction stemmed from the fact that once something was auctioned, its sale was no longer under his control. Moreover, the inclusion of a crane saliva pill, which, while somewhat trivial for old Zhao, was still better than nothing. After all, an additional year of life was significant. At this moment, a figure clad in black approached the trading platform. Old Zhao, on the verge of acquiescence, refrained from nodding, opting instead to assess the black-clad individual's bargaining chips. The young man in ornate robes shot a glare at the figure, yet he was met with indifference. The black-clad individual communicated telepathically with old Zhao, offering 20 high-grade barrier-breaking pills. This was undoubtedly Wang Zheng, and he was keenly interested. Such items were exceedingly rare and hard to come by. Old Zhao glanced at Wang Zheng, his curiosity piqued, although obscured by a mask. It was clear that the 20 high-grade barrier-breaking pills could significantly bolster his family's prowess in the art of Qi refinement. With careful planning, it could ensure their legacy for centuries. Such rare commodities were often unsellable, even for spirit stones. Recently, he had heard rumors of the portly Huang having released numerous barrier-breaking pills, but alas, he arrived in Lin Yuan City too late to acquire any. This person, capable of producing 20 pills, likely possessed more. Add 10 more, old Zhao countered. Wang Zheng frowned. He had an ample supply of pills. Yet the barrier-breaking needle was invaluable. Upon hearing this, old Zhao was not angered. Rather, he was pleasantly surprised to note that the individual had not outright refused, implying that he possessed more barrier-breaking pills and was likely a pill master, or at the very least, associated with one. Coupled with the refining method for the 7 stars barrier-breaking needle and the materials old Zhao had collected over the years, obtaining this needle would mean that one day, when he reached the foundation building stage, he could craft a complete set of 7 stars barrier-breaking needles. Yet ultimately, he felt it was futile to hold on to these items, as they bore little significance. Wang Zheng was taken aback to learn that old Zhao possessed the recipes and some materials for crafting a complete set of top-tier spirit artifacts. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, "Deal." Wang Zheng tossed a storage bag to old Zhao, who in turn handed over the barrier-breaking needle. "Wait," the young man in ornate robes interjected, reaching out to halt the transaction. Wang Zheng and old Zhao had been communicating silently, leaving others oblivious to the nature of their exchange. Add 10,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, I, Chu Feng, am the 5th prince of the Chu kingdom. In the future, I can offer protection to your family. Upon hearing this, old Zhao's expression darkened slightly. The notion of protection could imply 2 things. If he agreed to the trade, protection would be granted. If he declined, trouble would likely follow his family. The Chu royal family could be perceived as a much more formidable sect of cultivators. I am but an old man from the Zhao kingdom. It seems the Chu royal family does not dare tread within our borders. The old man scoffed, his disdain evident. The Chu and Zhao kingdoms were two of the 5 great nations, neighboring one another, and their relationship was far from cordial, often marked by conflict, sometimes among mortals, and other times escalating to battles between cultivators. However, both sides were evenly matched, leading to a cycle of bloodshed and enmity that spanned generations. Chu Feng was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He glared at Wang Zheng. Are you also from the Zhao kingdom? The insinuation was clear and threatening. I am but a solitary individual. If need be, I shall simply refrain from visiting the Chu kingdom, Wang Zheng retorted in a gravelly voice. Completing the transaction with old Zhao, Chu Feng let out a cold huff and returned to his seat as the trading session drew to a close. His gaze fixed intently on Wang Zheng, evidently intent on uncovering his identity once they exited. However, upon leaving the trading venue, Wang Zheng entered the VIP area of a shop. Chu Feng attempted to follow, but was halted by the guards. Please present your VIP token. What VIP token? I am of the Chu royal family. How dare you obstruct me? Chu Feng fumed. This is Lin Yuan City, and we, at Bailing Pavilion, are under the jurisdiction of the Vice City Lord. Are you certain you wish to cause a disturbance here? The guards, despite being merely at the 7th level of Qi Refinement, showed no fear toward Chu Feng, though he hailed from the Chu royal family. The Chu kingdom was not the sole power in Lin Yuan City. The Vice City Lord was a foundation-building cultivator, someone Chu Feng could not afford to provoke. What must I do to obtain a VIP token? Chu Feng asked, gritting his teeth. Spend over 30,000 spirit stones in our establishment, or receive the approval of the pavilion master. 30,000 spirit stones. Chu Feng realized that if he sold everything he had on him, he might just scrape together the required amount. Ultimately, he left Bailing Pavilion, his countenance seething with resentment. Wang Zheng had anticipated this, as the token given by Wang Zheng had indeed spared him considerable trouble. After exiting through the back door of Bailing Pavilion and ensuring no one was tailing him, he made his way to the Tai-Bai Tavern. Wang Zheng had come here at old Zhao's behest after their trade was concluded. The old man had sent him a telepathic message regarding the materials for foundation-building pills. Wang Zheng understood that individuals like old Zhao, nearing the end of their lifespan, typically possessed some foundation-building pill materials. However, the ingredients required for such pills, if properly preserved, could retain their efficacy for 300 to 500 years. Even if old Zhao held such materials, he would likely be reluctant to sell them. Was old Zhao seeking to part with these materials? Wang Zheng found himself intrigued. Upon arriving at the Tai-Bai Tavern, Wang Zheng spotted old Zhao, who was seated with a gaunt elder. He had not anticipated their joint appearance. It seemed unlikely that they were there merely to sell materials, yet it was also improbable they were plotting against him. Wang Zheng approached, and both old Zhao and the thin elder immediately took notice. A mere glance confirmed their identities. Let us converse inside. Old Zhao rose and led the way into a private room in the back. The space was modest, yet warded by a formation, ensuring their conversation would remain unheard by outsiders. After all, even telepathic communication could be intercepted by cultivators at the foundation building stage. Friend, are you still unwilling to reveal your true identity? The elder expressed his discontent. Perhaps you two should discuss the matter at hand first. I have arrived as promised, and it is now time for you to demonstrate your sincerity. Wang Zheng was reluctant to divulge his identity. Should their conversation pique his interest, he might consider it. Otherwise, he would keep his identity concealed. Very well, I shall be succinct. First, before I proceed, I must ascertain whether you have a pill master capable of crafting foundation-building pills behind you. If not, there is no need for us to continue this discussion. Do you possess sufficient materials? Wang Zheng neither affirmed nor denied. If we had enough materials, we would have long since approached the city lord and Apos as residents. Why would we need to be here? The gaunt elder shot Wang Zheng an exasperated glance. Enough of this idle chatter. We are all aware of the city lord's disposition. Old Zhao seemed to harbor considerable grievances toward the city lord's residence. According to the regulations in Lin Yuan City, if one provided a set of foundation-building pill materials, the city lord's residents could engage a pill master to refine them. Although success was not guaranteed, should the pills be successfully produced, they would be administered to the provider, who would subsequently be required to remain in Lin Yuan City for 100 years. For those at the foundation-building stage, a century was not an insignificant commitment. If that were the case, it might be an acceptable arrangement for some cultivators lacking backing. Lin Yuan City possessed ample cultivation resources, and a century's stay would not hinder their advancement. However, while the rules were sound, their execution often deviated from the intended spirit. The alchemist typically does not allow onlookers during the refinement of foundation-building pills. The success or failure of the process relies solely on the alchemist's declaration. Those with connections can ascertain whether their elixirs have genuinely failed. They can extract some rationale from the ashes. However, those without such connections, like solitary cultivators or members of small families, must reluctantly accept the outcome. While it is not always the case that falsehoods are upheld, such occurrences have certainly transpired on numerous occasions. According to diligent observers, among 10 scions of prominent families, at least 4 or 5 can acquire foundation-building pills, whereas solitary cultivators or those from lesser families manage to secure at most 2. Is it merely luck that favors the offspring of affluent families? Clearly, this is not the case. The majority of the missing foundation-building pills have fallen into the hands of the royal families of the 5 great nations, solidifying their unassailable position. For an ordinary individual, procuring the materials for a foundation-building pill is arduous, and finding an alchemist to refine one is even more challenging. In the southern wilderness, all capable alchemists are under the dominion of the 5 great nations, leaving those without connections with no alternatives. If you cannot provide us with a satisfactory answer, any further discussion is futile. Elder Zhao gazed at Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng pondered for a moment before responding. I once received guidance from a senior regarding the refinement of foundation-building pills and personally witnessed the process. However, if you seek a precise answer, I must confess that I cannot provide one at this moment, as I currently lack the capability to refine foundation-building pills. You mean to say you can refine foundation-building pills yourself? Are you jesting? The elder was clearly taken aback. Wang Zheng, after a moment's thought, removed his mask, revealing a surprisingly youthful visage. Herein lies a batch of breakthrough pills I refined. This represents my current limit, though I cannot produce them yet. After achieving the 10th level of Qi Refinement, there is some hope. If you doubt my credibility, you may collaborate with the City Lord's mansion to verify. I would rather feed my materials to dogs than hand them over to those fellows. The gaunt elder expressed his indignation. Wang Zheng found himself speechless. It sounded as if using his materials for alchemy would reduce him to a mere canine. Elder Zhao, exhibiting a calmer demeanor, despite believing Wang Zheng was perhaps embellishing his skills, opened the vial of pills. Inside were 3 breakthrough pills, 2 of which were of exceptional quality and 1 of high quality. Indeed, these 3 originated from the same batch. Elder Zhao could discern the quality of the elixirs. Zhao Daoist, you are also versed in alchemy? Wang Zheng inquired with curiosity. Elder Zhao sighed and shook his head. Not quite. In my youth, I overestimated my abilities, wasting decades in pursuit of this art, ultimately only managing to refine some mediocre concoctions of little significance. Having observed Wang Zheng's alchemical creations, the attitudes of both Elder Zhao and the gaunt elder improved considerably. At this juncture, the 3 introduced themselves. Elder Zhao was named Zhao Guan, hailing from a modest cultivation family, while the gaunt elder bore the surname Qin, long since abandoned his given name due to his fondness for alcohol, being colloquially known as Qin the Old Drunkard. Although they were impressed by Wang Zheng's alchemical prowess, Elder Zhao ultimately expressed disappointment, stating, Friend Wang's alchemy is indeed remarkable, but it holds little relevance for me, though I have not practiced for many years. I am well aware of the challenges in refining foundation-building pills. Even if your spiritual sense surpasses that of ordinary folk, without having nurtured pill fire within, cultivating it is no trivial task. It requires at least a decade, if not 2. Not only am I unable to wait, but this old drunkard likely cannot either. With no personal gain to be had, both Elder Zhao and Chun the Old Drunkard were understandably reluctant to squander their time. Wang Zheng surmised that these 2, and perhaps others, possessed materials for refining foundation-building pills. However, given their advanced age, if these resources were of no use to him, they would rather reserve them for themselves than allow others to benefit. If it were merely a matter of pill fire, there might be a solution. Chun the Old Drunkard suddenly interjected. Both Wang Zheng and Zhao Guan turned their attention to him. A flicker of pain crossed Chun the Old Drunkard's eyes, seemingly reluctant to revisit old memories, yet ultimately compelled by the hope of survival to speak. Surely you are not referring to that place from 30 years ago? Elder Zhao appeared to have made the connection as well. The 2 were speaking in riddles, but Chun the Old Drunkard sighed and nodded, recounting the tale. 30 years prior, He and Elder Zhao had ventured to the Crimson Abyss in search of spiritual materials, accompanied by Chun the Old Drunkard and Apos' son, a promising descendant. At that time, Chun the Old Drunkard's son was just over 30, having reached the pinnacle of the Qi Refinement stage. Unfortunately, their party of 10 was pursued by a second-tier beast within the Crimson Abyss, forcing them into a perilous location. Ultimately, only Zhao Guan and Chun the Old Drunkard survived. Since that day, Chun the Old Drunkard has lived in torment, wishing it had been him who perished in that cursed place, rather than his only son. When we were scattered by that crimson flame dragon, I sought refuge in a cavern with my son. Beneath that cavern lay a lake of magma, filled with fire lotuses. And at its center, on a millennia-old lotus king, rested a ball of azure flame. I recognized it as the fabled azure lotus fire. The azure lotus fire is a rare celestial flame. Compared to the pill fire cultivated by practitioners, this heavenly flame possesses far greater potential if refined. Particularly that which is born from the millennia-old Lotus King is the wood-type spiritual fire that every alchemist dreams of. If Wang Zheng could refine this azure lotus fire, his success rate in producing foundation-building pills would increase by at least 30%. His pill fire would rival the golden flame cultivated by Qi Hong over the years. Moreover, the pill fire cultivated by an alchemist dissipates upon their death, meaning Wang Zheng could not utilize Qi Hong's flame. This azure lotus fire could potentially save Wang Zheng 2 decades of time, its value far exceeding that of a single foundation-building pill. Yet, astonishingly, Chun the Old Drunkard had concealed this secret for 30 years. Had he disclosed this information to a second-tier alchemist, the latter would undoubtedly trade several foundation-building pills for it. However, to maintain secrecy, it is also possible that Chun the Old Drunkard could be silenced. The ethereal flames of the heavens and earth shall not be extinguished by the demise of practitioners. Others, should they slay the alchemist, may seize the Qilian fire. Chen Laojiu and Apos' son, Chen Zhan, fell victim to the beast guarding the Qilian fire, while Chen Laojiu managed to escape grievously injured. The memories of those years weigh heavily upon him, filled with anguish. The creature residing within the volcanic lake is undoubtedly a formidable second-tier beast, and confronting such a powerful adversary poses a significant challenge for them. However, with prior knowledge, hope is not entirely lost, for practitioners possess means surpassing those of beasts. Yet, none of this can be acted upon at present. If the issue of the alchemical fire can be resolved, they may indeed attempt it. Even failure would be preferable to allowing those in the city lord and Apos' estate to squander their efforts. Zhao Guan spoke, while Wang Zheng pondered that. Should he fail in his alchemical endeavors, those ancient beings would likely turn against him with fervor. How much spirit herb do you possess, and how shall it be allocated? Wang Zheng inquired further. Zhao Guan shook his head, lamenting, though we old fellows each have a few spirit herbs, persuading them to gather the materials seems impractical. Zhao Guan felt helpless. To illustrate, he and Chen Laojiu shared a profound bond. Yet if they were to combine their resources to miraculously concoct a foundation-building pill, who would it be bestowed upon? Such matters cannot be settled amicably. It is likely to lead to enmity. As one must not yield an inch before the path of the great Tao. If not for gathering spirit herbs, what purpose do these individuals serve? The Qiyuan Abyss stretches for tens of thousands of miles, its depths exceeding 1,000. Although high-level beasts are reluctant to venture from the abyss due to the spirit vein, the creatures within thrive rapidly under the nurturing of spiritual energy, resulting in a beast tide approximately every 100 years that assaults the Linyuan city. It appears these individuals aim to infiltrate the abyss during such beast tides, circumventing the horde to explore deeper regions, where the number of beasts is significantly reduced, allowing access to previously unapproachable areas. Of course, this course of action is fraught with peril. Not all beasts in the abyss participate in the tide, and encountering several second-tier beasts could result in certain death. Yet for these elders with dwindling lifespans, this may be their final act of desperation. Given Wang's age, he need not take such risks, but the Qilian fire must be subdued by him personally. Should he be unwilling to risk it, Zhao Guan would not press him further. After Zhao Guan and Apos' declaration, he regarded Wang Zheng, who contemplated and asked, "When is the beast tide anticipated?" "That is uncertain. A century is not exact, and it could occur 2 or 3 years earlier or later. However, according to estimations, it will not exceed 5 years. 5 years still provides some time. If the tide is to occur in the next year or 2, I shall abstain from participating, for the journey into the abyss is no trivial matter. However, should it be delayed by 3 years, I, Wang, would dare to take the risk for the sake of the Qilian fire." Changing cultivation methods requires at least a year and a half, and with the time to acclimate, it would take no less than 2 years. Although Wang Zheng is fervent about the Chilean fire, he cannot neglect his own strength. Entering the abyss, he would face more than just a single second-tier beast. While his black fire ant could likely handle one alone, the beasts of the abyss do not act as solitary entities. After bidding farewell to the two, Wang Zheng retrieved the breakthrough needle. Upon probing it with his consciousness, he found no residual essence, indicating that Zhao Guan had retracted his. However, to utilize it, Wang Zheng needed to refine it. He pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the needle. The act of blood recognition is a mere formality. Blood serves as a medium for the soul. With his essence now mingled with the needle, Wang Zheng's command over it would be greatly enhanced. As he enveloped the needle with spiritual energy, Wang Zheng was astonished to discover that this small object absorbed energy at an astonishing rate, leaving his meridians feeling utterly drained in mere moments. He quickly halted the output of his energy and gazed ruefully at the breakthrough needle. Who could have foreseen that this little thing would consume spiritual energy so voraciously? With my current reserves, I can only unleash half its potential. While his mental strength sufficed for control, the inadequate energy input diminished the needle's efficacy. It seems that changing cultivation methods is indeed imperative. Welcome, esteemed friends, to the Wanbao Pavilion. I, the humble Kong Shang, extend my greetings. An elderly man in a moon-white robe, silver-haired and beaming, slightly bowed. He is an appraiser at the Wanbao Pavilion, renowned throughout Linyuan City, and a practitioner at the late stage of foundation building, commanding respect even from the deputy city lords. At that moment, over 3,000 individuals filled the auction hall. Aside from the foundation building practitioners in the front rows accompanied by 1 or 2 junior members for exposure. The rest were all at the late stage of Qi Refinement, as those beneath this level were not permitted entry. Master Kong, is it true that there is a piece of 1,000-year lightning-struck wood in the back? Please don't let us old lay return empty-handed. A burly middle-aged man queried at the auction stage. Rest assured, it should be accurate regarding the Lord of Thunder's interests. There are indeed many items auctioned, and I have not had the chance to inspect them all. Kong Shang's response, though non-committal, suggested confidence. If Deputy City Lord Lei desires the 1,000-year lightning-struck wood, he must prepare ample spirit stones. Otherwise, he shall depart empty-handed. A shadowy voice chimed from the front row. Humph, son Ao, if you wish for me to leave empty-handed, you are sorely mistaken. What, is your brother not here because I knocked him down? Before the auction even commenced, the crowd was entertained by their bickering. Ahem, gentlemen. Please remain calm. Allow me a moment of leniency. I believe everyone is eager to witness the first set of auction items. As the first set of auction items was unveiled, a young girl clad in a flowing robe gracefully approached the auction stage, carrying a tray, standing behind Kong Shang. The allure of the 10 maidens alone was captivating. Upon seeing the first set of auction items, Wang Zheng was taken aback for an extended moment. The first set consisted of breakthrough pills for the Qi Refinement stage, with 3 pills per bottle, totaling 30 bottles. Remarkably, each bottle contained 1 superior grade and 2 medium grade pills. Wang Zheng was nearly certain these were the very pills he had concocted and sold through Huangjin. He was unaware whether Huangjin had kept these for auction or if they had been procured by the Wanbao Pavilion for the event. If it were the latter, there would be no issue, but if the former, he would need to reconsider their partnership. Although Huangjin's actions would still yield Wang Zheng the market price for the pills, it would undoubtedly leave him feeling uneasy. Did Huangjin not realize that presenting the pills at the auction would be more lucrative? Such a move would only increase the chances of exposing Wang Zheng's identity as an alchemist. 30 bottles of pills could satisfy numerous demands. Even a solitary practitioner could collaborate with others to purchase. The starting price of 2,000 spirit stones for the pills ultimately soared to over 4,000. 1 superior grade and 2 medium grade pills sold for prices significantly higher than Wang Zheng's own concoction of 3 superior grade pills. With over 160 breakthrough pills still in his possession, Wang Zheng calculated that they could fetch upwards of 300,000 spirit stones. The auction's inflationary effect was clear. Quickly, Wang Zheng located Huang Zhen amidst the crowd, his face aglow with satisfaction, confirming that these pills had indeed been supplied by Huang Zhen to the auction. Truly, a shrewd merchant. Wang Zheng sighed, knowing that many would soon take an interest in the alchemist behind Huang Zhen after the auction concluded. As the auction continued, a series of items emerged, the least impressive of which was still a remarkable magical artifact. However, for Wang Zheng, the magical tools and talismans of the Qi Refinement stage held little allure. Soon, a unique talisman was presented. Kong Shang retrieved a pale purple beast-shaped jade talisman, resembling a leopard-like demon beast. Was this truly a talisman? This was Wang Zheng's first encounter with such a talisman. Previously, he had only seen talismans inscribed on paper, sealing magical energies. This item, known as the Beast Soul Talisman, was a special talisman crafted by ancient cultivators. It contained the sealed soul of a second-tier exceptional purple lightning leopard. Originally, its power was comparable to that of a second-tier excellent demon beast, but due to previous use by the seller, its soul energy had diminished. Now, it could only exhibit the combat capability of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, with each subsequent use, its effectiveness would further decline until the soul energy dissipated entirely. Although a demonstration was not possible, our esteemed establishment guarantees the quality of this Beast Soul Talisman, assuring it can still unleash a second-tier mid-grade attack once, or 2 second-tier low-grade assaults. While the Beast Soul Talisman might seem somewhat redundant for Foundation establishment cultivators, it was undoubtedly a life-saving item for those in the Qi Refinement stage. Wang Zheng finally discovered something that piqued his interest. The starting price was 15,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, the previously eager crowd and Oppos' hopes were instantly extinguished. However, many were still unperturbed by the cost, and the price of the Beast Soul Talisman swiftly surpassed 20,000. 25,000. A voice rang out from the back, belonging to a figure clad in black robes, who raised the bid by 5,000, causing hesitation among many. 26,000. A young man in purple, seated beside an elderly cultivator of mid-stage foundation establishment, called out, his expression revealing his determination. 30,000. The black-robed figure raised the bid again. 31,000. The young man glanced back, but there were too many black-robed figures for him to discern who it was. 35,000. The black-robed man seemed intent on securing the talisman, and a flicker of anger flashed in the young man's eyes. This time, the young man had identified his target, but could only see the black robe. 40,000. The young man was incensed, raising the bid significantly. The black-robed figure was Wang Zheng, after the young man raised the price to 40,000. Wang Zheng contemplated for a moment and chose not to bid further. Although the Beast Soul Talisman was indeed useful, its value diminished beyond 40,000. While second-tier talismans were scarce in the market, he could still collect a few. A couple of second-tier talismans would naturally not match the utility of this Beast Soul Talisman. Yet if he were to amass 10 or 20, their combined effect would not be inferior, and acquiring 20 second-tier talismans would not exceed 20,000 spirit stones. Noticing the black-robed figure ceasing to bid, the young man scoffed. Realizing he had unnecessarily spent over 10,000 spirit stones on something he could have acquired for less than 30,000. Although his background was respectable, spirit stones were not an infinite resource. The elderly cultivator beside him observed the young man's satisfaction at spending 40,000 spirit stones on the Beast Soul Talisman. But a glimmer of disappointment crossed his eyes. While the talisman was indeed valuable for the Qi Refinement stage, every item has its worth. If it had been secured for 30,000 spirit stones, it would have been acceptable, but at 40,000, it felt excessive. His disappointment stemmed not from the mere 1,000 spirit stones, but from his protégé's lack of emotional control and inability to restrain his desires. In contrast, the competitors acted decisively when necessary, relinquishing their bids without hesitation once the price exceeded their expectations. Such should be the mentality of a cultivator. Regrettably, his protégé had yet to acquire such wisdom. Although he cherished this young man, he would not place the family and Oppos' hopes solely upon him. The young man in purple remained blissfully unaware of the valuable opportunity he had forfeited through his actions, though he would eventually come to understand. And that day would not be far off. As more items passed, a few sparked Wang Zheng and Oppos' interest, even a piece of inner armor of spiritual weapon quality, which, due to its special material, required minimal spiritual energy to provide commendable defensive capabilities, making it suitable for those in the Qi Refinement stage. Ultimately, however, it was acquired by a Foundation establishment cultivator for his protégé. Many fine items graced the auction, yet Wang Zheng felt that there were others with greater means than he. Next up was a mid-grade cultivation technique, claimed to have been obtained from an ancient cultivator's cave. Due to its limited scope, only applicable to Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment stages, it was categorized as mid-grade. However, if one disregarded its completeness, it could rival high-grade or even exceptional techniques. Kong Shang's words immediately elicited gasps of astonishment. Was it truly that extraordinary? At this moment, Wang Zheng felt a mix of joy and concern. The high quality of the technique delighted him, yet he worried about the insufficiency of the spirit stones in his possession. Nevertheless, he had reached a point where a change in technique was imperative. Otherwise, even the broken needle would become redundant. Thus, this technique became a necessity. Even at any cost, even if it meant competing against Foundation establishment cultivators. This technique, named the Ziwei technique, not only absorbed spiritual energy, but also harnessed the unique energies emitted by the sun, moon, and stars to enhance cultivation. However, the specifics remained unknown. As no one had practiced it, the buyer would need to experience it personally. Its potency was undeniable, and it imposed no special requirements on spiritual roots. Also encompassing several practical secret arts and accompanying spiritual weapon crafting methods. Kong Shang extolled this technique to the heavens, yet Wang Zheng's countenance grew increasingly grim. After detailing its benefits, Kong Shang proceeded to mention a drawback, one that most cultivators could overlook. A drawback? What drawback? Due to the distinct cultivation approach of the Ziwei technique, once one established a foundation using it, changing techniques would become exceedingly difficult, or one would be limited to practicing similar techniques. What? Unable to change techniques, and only until the foundation establishment stage? Does that mean if I cultivate this technique, I will have no hope of reaching the golden core stage in this lifetime? A foundation establishment cultivator blurted out in shock. Well, it's not entirely correct. According to our assessment, the Ziwei technique is undoubtedly a fragment of an exceptional technique. If one could find subsequent techniques, there remains a chance of reaching the golden core stage. Kong Shang spoke in vague terms. However, was there any information regarding subsequent techniques? The foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps dissatisfied with his own technique, wished for a change. Kong Shang shook his head helplessly. At least they had no leads on their side. This drawback extinguished the enthusiasm of many, leaving Wang Zheng in a daze. To buy or not to buy? If he forewent this one, he might still acquire other items of slightly better quality, yet the potential of this technique, which rivaled exceptional techniques, made it hard to let go. The thought of finding subsequent techniques was daunting. Buy it first, and then decide. Wang Zheng was not convinced that the Ziwei technique was truly unique. If it was genuinely worthy of cultivation, even if he could not find the subsequent techniques, surely there would be similar alternatives available. The advantages and drawbacks of the Ziwei technique had been discussed. Now, the auction commenced, with a starting price of 30,000. And each bid must not be less than 1,000. The initial price of 30,000 caused those who had been hesitant to completely abandon the idea. Although 99% of people would never reach the foundation establishment stage, let alone the golden core stage, there remained a flicker of hope. When hope is extinguished, what difference is there from being a dead dog? The number of bidders was not excessively large, but each was resolute in their stance. The price quickly surpassed 50,000. Primarily driven by several small to mid-sized families. Those ancient clans, with their legacies spanning thousands of years, typically possessed at least one high-grade technique as a foundation, and thus would not squander spirit stones on this somewhat redundant mid-grade technique. However, for the smaller families, reaching the golden core stage is a distant dream. Even if someone were to achieve it, it would take centuries or even millennia for such an occurrence. As long as the most gifted disciples are prevented from cultivating this technique, it poses virtually no drawbacks for the others. 60,000. Just as the heads of several mid-tier families were embroiled in a fierce competition, a voice resonated from behind. Wang Zheng immediately sensed the scrutinizing gazes upon him. Yet, for the sake of the purple star technique, he steeled himself and remained steadfast. 60,001. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, suppressing his temper, added 1,000. 70,000. Wang Zheng raised his bid by nearly 10,000. Although these families possessed some assets, they were always in need of spirit stones, leaving little room for surplus. Wang Zheng's interference instantly filled the hearts of the family heads with dismay. A few other heads hesitated, refraining from speaking immediately, but glanced at the mid-stage foundation cultivator who had just made the offer. Who knew what background that brash youth had? If the other party possessed substantial financial resources, they would not want to embarrass themselves. However, the mid-stage foundation head found himself in a predicament. Brother Fong, it is said that your esteemed father perished years ago, and the Fong family's cultivation techniques were lost. Do not miss this opportunity. If Brother Fong speaks up, I shall refrain from further bidding. Came a cheerful voice. The mid-stage foundation head's grim expression darkened further. This individual bore a grudge against their Fong family. His words, seemingly pleasant, were nothing but a humiliation. How could a family that had lost its transmission of techniques sustain itself? The predicament he faced was that even upon reaching mid-stage foundation establishment, he lacked subsequent cultivation methods. Even among those at the foundation establishment stage, the differences between mid and late stages were significant. Initially, he had hesitated on whether to continue purchasing this cultivation technique, but being exposed by this person forced him into a corner. Although it was somewhat unwilling to cultivate a technique that would halt at foundation establishment, the superior techniques were beyond the Fang family's reach for at least several hundred years. 70,001. The Fang family head said coldly. 70,002. Wang Zheng followed with an additional 1,000. Had it not been for that garrulous individual, his price might have already intimidated others. Hearing that Wang Zheng had only raised his bid by 1,000, the Fang family head seemed to see a glimmer of hope. 70,003. 70,004. The Fang family head declared, maintaining his composure. 80,000. Wang Zheng knew that this was likely the Fang family's limit. 80,001. Without hesitation, Wang Zheng raised his bid by another 1,000. Seeing Wang Zheng and Appo's determined demeanor, the others began to waver. 80,005. At that moment, the young man in purple who had just purchased the Beast Soul Talisman shouted. Even the elderly cultivator beside him gazed at his grandson in astonishment. However, he quickly understood. This young man was merely trying to stir the pot, hoping to squeeze a few extra spirit stones out of the man in the black robe. Realizing the motive, he felt a surge of anger. Initially, one could argue it was an emotional reaction, but now such actions were undeniably immature. What good would it do? Apart from inviting an unknown enemy upon their family, Wang Zheng narrowed his eyes, discerning the intentions of the young man in purple. He began to ponder whether he should place another bid. If he refrained now, he could be certain that the young man in purple would be left floundering. But that thought was fleeting, quickly dismissed from his mind. Such actions would serve no purpose for him. Presently, while the purple star technique had its flaws, it offered him no greater alternatives. Otherwise, cultivating a mundane technique would not only yield feeble power but also hinder the refinement of his spiritual energy, making it problematic to break through the foundation establishment stage. For those with lesser talents, even consuming a foundation establishment pill might not guarantee a breakthrough. As for future resolutions, Wang Zheng did not believe that the purple star technique was unique in its existence. He refrained from speaking immediately, allowing the young man in purple to stew in his own discomfort for a while longer. As Wang Zheng remained silent, the young man in purple indeed grew flustered, casting an angry, desperate glare at Wang Zheng, who, however, did not even bat an eyelash. Kong Shang observed this scene with a beaming smile, asking, the purple star technique, whose cultivation effects rival those of superior techniques, is at 85,000 spirit stones. Is there any higher bid? Kong Shang's gaze lingered on Wang Zheng for a moment. But receiving no response, he turned to the heads of the other competing mid-tier families. Yet those family heads sat in contemplative silence, their expressions akin to those of monks in deep meditation. It was evident that the young man in purple had been ensnared. And while they possessed the spirit stones to potentially purchase the technique and extricate the young man, it was likely that few would be willing to practice such a technique once taken home, given the choice. At the very least, those who had already reached the foundation establishment stage would not willingly sever their paths of cultivation for a fleeting pleasure. They may have slim chances of breaking through to the golden core stage, but in the realm of cultivation, apart from talent, there also lay opportunities. When fortune strikes, even those with poor qualifications may find themselves successfully condensing their nascent soul. The purple star technique, 85,000 spirit stones, for the first time. Kong Shang began to count down. The young man in purple appeared despondent. 85,000 spirit stones? What purpose would that serve him? A technique limited to foundation establishment. How could someone as proud as he be willing to cultivate it? Moreover, the more pressing issue was that he simply did not possess that many spirit stones, even though his grandfather sat beside him. Persuading the elder to spend over 80,000 spirit stones on something trivial to their family would undoubtedly diminish his standing within the family. 86. A voice rang out like celestial music, and the young man in purple looked over in surprise, only to find it was the previous black-robed individual, turning his excitement into fury, feeling as if he had been tricked once more. However, this time, he would not dare to raise his bid again. Ultimately, Wang Zheng acquired the purple star technique for 86,000 spirit stones. Rising from his seat, he proceeded to the auction stage to complete the transaction. His purpose for attending today had been fulfilled. Next, the item up for auction was precisely what Lord Lei had mentioned earlier, the Millennium Thunderstrike Wood. Two robust youths carried a bonsai-like object onto the stage. However, that enormous pot contained a pitch-black wooden trunk, half a meter high and thick, from which purple lightning crackled and sparked. Wang Zheng's steps abruptly halted. the moment the Millennium Thunderstrike would appeared. The evil-repelling divine thunder seed within him felt as though it yearned to burst forth. Wang Zheng sensed the intense craving of the thunder seed within him. Though the thunder seed was not a living being, it exhibited instinctual behavior. This Millennium Thunderstrike would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for the thunder seed. Containing a power of lightning that surpassed that of the Millennium evil-repelling Peachwood heart by 100-fold. Initially believing his endeavors were complete, Wang Zheng's yearning for the Millennium Thunderstrike would now rival that of the Purple Star technique. Yet, he had exhausted his spirit stones. With only over 100 barrier-breaking pills left to sell, after a moment and as hesitation, Wang Zheng arrived at a decision. Before Kong Shang could introduce the Millennium Thunderstrike would, a voice interjected, "Master Kong, could we postpone the auction of this item?" Upon hearing this, Kong Shang's expression shifted slightly. "Kid, where did you spring from? Dawn and do you waste our time? Do you think everyone is idle?" Grumbled a burly figure with purple hair seated in the front row, his demeanor impatient. Wang Zheng turned to bow respectfully. "Forgive me, senior. I was merely excited upon seeing the item. But I am short on spirit stones and wish to auction off something before proceeding." "Ah, young lad. Do you think this auction is a mere place for anything to be presented? At this stage, if what you bring forth fails to satisfy those present, you may find yourself in dire straits," chuckled a balding, nosed elder seated centrally in the front row. Wang Zheng did not recognize the man. Yet he discerned that his status was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have been positioned so prominently among dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I am confident that what I present will pique the interest of most fellow cultivators present." Wang Zheng replied. "Confidence is vital, young lad. What say you, Brother Kong?" inquired the elder, glancing at Kong Shang, who sat on the stage. Kong Shang chuckled lightly. "Since Chun has given his approval, it is certainly not an issue. Let us see what you have." Wang Zheng ascended the auction stage, prepared himself briefly, and retrieved a storage bag, from which he extracted a dozen porcelain vials. "Master Kong, please take a look. This is what I intend to auction." "Elixirs?" Kong Shang exclaimed, somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that the lad would present elixirs, and in such quantity. Opening one vial, he examined its contents, his astonishment growing as he opened the second and third vials, revealing even more of the precious elixirs. With his delight increasing, "Brother Kong, what exactly are these? Do not indulge in your own joy without sharing it with us," called an elder named Shin from the audience. "Ah, esteemed guests, please forgive my excitement. It has been many years since I have encountered top-tier breakthrough elixirs." "Top-tier breakthrough elixirs? Are all of these vials filled with them?" someone exclaimed in awe. "Please remain calm," Kong Shang interjected, then turned to Wang Zheng, who had stepped aside. "The manner of auctioning is entirely at your discretion, esteemed elder." "Very well, then I shall commence," Kong Shang said, opening one of the porcelain vials. There are a total of 15 vials, each containing 10 superior and 1 top-tier breakthrough elixir. To expedite the process, we shall auction all 15 vials simultaneously. Interested cultivators need only transmit their bids to me and this young friend. After a TS brewing time, I shall announce the highest 15 bids. This unique method of auction startled those present. Perhaps Kong Shang wished to conclude swiftly due to Wang Zheng's interruption of the conventional auction. In a brief span, time seemed both fleeting and prolonged. Even those wishing to negotiate found the opportunity slipping away, and uncertainty lingered about whether their counterpart would adhere to any agreement. Many attendees expressed their dissatisfaction. With over 100 breakthrough elixirs, if sold individually or in smaller groups, they might have had a chance to acquire some. But now, even smaller families found themselves unable to compete. Time flew by, and those capable of bidding began conferring among themselves regarding prices. Ultimately, the outcome of the bidding remained uncertain. Wang Zheng continuously received various transmissions, some directly stating their bids along with names or seating positions, while others inquired about the origin of the elixirs or the alchemist behind them, promising various benefits in an attempt to entice him. Yet, Wang Zheng remained unresponsive, merely noting the more substantial offers. After a brief period, the results of the auction were revealed. Kong Shang announced the 15th bid at 21,000 spirit stones. Averaging out, each breakthrough elixir fetched approximately 2,000, double the market price. Those whose bids fell short could only lament their misfortune, particularly one who had bid 20,500, narrowly missing out on acquiring the elixirs. While more than 100 breakthrough elixirs seemed plentiful, they were scarcely sufficient for the larger families. Wang Zheng calculated that after deducting the auction house's commission, he would still receive 390,000 spirit stones. The highest bid astonishingly reached 35,000. A truly extravagant offer. Wang Zheng did not rush to the back to finalize the transaction. Instead, he returned to his seat. Everyone was aware that he was once again interested in the millennia-old thunderstruck wood. Although uncertain of the exact amount the elixirs had garnered, it was clear it would exceed 300,000. The thunderstruck wood, rich in lightning energy, could be utilized for cultivation or refined into spirit artifacts. As soon as Kong Sheng announced the beginning of the bidding, Wang Zheng declared his price, 250,000. This bid, while undoubtedly above the actual market price for the thunderstruck wood, was not excessively outrageous. Upon hearing this amount, a certain Vice City Lord, seated in the front row, felt a twinge of discontent. Though 25,000 was still below his limit, it was certainly not the lad's bottom line. After spending a considerable sum, acquiring the wood would be acceptable, but failing to do so would be quite embarrassing. The Vice City Lord, rugged in appearance yet shrewd, contemplated a cunning plan. At that moment, when a transmission reached Wang Zheng's mind, he was taken aback. This individual was remarkably cunning, yet he felt hesitant to refuse. Vice City Lord, is the thunderstruck wood not to your liking? Inquired Sun Ao, who had previously mocked the Vice City Lord. Haha, I am quite indifferent to it. If you desire it, feel free to bid. The Vice City Lord chuckled, showing no signs of annoyance. Sun Ao was momentarily perplexed by the Vice City Lord's intentions. Ultimately, after a single bid, Wang Zheng acquired the thunderstruck wood. He promptly proceeded to the back to finalize the transaction. However, upon completion, he requested the auction house to divide the thunderstruck wood in half, retaining one portion while exchanging the other half with the Vice City Lord for 150,000 spirit stones. It turned out that the Vice City Lord and Apos' idea was to propose sharing the thunderstruck wood, each party taking half while he offered 150,000, thereby ensuring Wang Zheng still benefited from the arrangement. Wang Zheng estimated that fully absorbing the lightning energy contained within this considerable piece of wood would take several years. While this item was indeed precious, it was not unattainable. Refusing would merely risk offending a Foundation establishment cultivator, and should the Vice City Lord decide to compete vigorously, Wang Zheng might not secure the purchase. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce. This is the VIP token of 1 Out Pavilion. Should you require any items or wish to sell elixirs in the future, you may directly seek me. An amiable, slightly portly elder of Foundation establishment late stage handed Wang Zheng a token. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall trouble you again in the future. Wang Zheng accepted the token gratefully and took his leave from 1 Out Pavilion. Upon exiting, Wang Zheng discerned that numerous spiritual senses were fixated upon him, some with ill intentions and others sent by various families to spy on the identity and whereabouts of this mysterious figure in black robes. Ignoring them, he proceeded forward, seemingly unaware. Meanwhile, within the auction hall, another scene unfolded. The next items to be auctioned were 3 Foundation establishment elixirs, each to be auctioned separately with a starting price of 200,000, and each subsequent bid required to exceed the last by no less than 10,000. Moreover, the starting price of the second elixir would be based on the final price of the first. This auction format incited frustration among many attendees. If they failed to secure the first elixir, the subsequent ones would be even more costly. Thus, competition for the first Foundation establishment elixir intensified dramatically. Foundation establishment elixirs ignited a fervor among countless Qi Refinement cultivators. The young man in purple seated at the front was equally captivated. 450,000. Upon hearing his grandfather's bid, the young man in purple felt slightly relieved. My dear disciple, I cannot yield this item. 500,000. Came the voice of another Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator beside him, causing the young man's complexion to pale instantly. The old man beside him remained silent, seemingly resigned to his fate. The first bid had failed, and the subsequent chances appeared even bleaker. Grandfather. The young man in purple pleaded with a look of desperation. The elder sighed, his heart softening as he calculated the spirit stones he possessed, and inquired, how many spirit stones do you have left? 3, less than 30,000. The elder sighed again, then quoted a price. 520,000. 530,000. The elderly man beside him showed no hesitation, appearing determined to secure the item. This time, the young man's pleading gaze was ineffective. The elder simply closed his eyes in contemplation. In an instant, the young man understood that the foundation-building elixir was beyond his reach. Regret washed over him as he lamented his decision to spend 40,000 spirit stones on the Beast Soul Talisman, realizing its limited utility once he reached the foundational stage. Brother Zhou, I will sell you the beast soul talisman for just 35,000. The young man quickly turned to a familiar figure nearby. Huh. The young man surnamed Shou chuckled lightly. 30,000. The young man in purple gritted his teeth. However, the other merely shook his head. 20,000. I cannot offer less. This beast soul talisman is indeed worth far more. Ah, brother Wen, why can't you understand? I need to reserve my spirit stones to purchase the foundation building elixir. The young man surnamed Zhou replied, exasperated. In such circumstances, he could not afford to spend spirit stones on the young man's wares. It would be tantamount to aiding his opponent by refraining from bidding. He aimed to prevent the price of the foundation building elixir from inflating, and the competitor who offered 530,000 was a formidable rival. Without that bidder, he could at least secure one of the second or third elixirs. The young man in purple sat there in a daze, surrounded by the cacophony of voices, his heart heavy with despair. At that moment, a realization dawned upon him. While 530,000 might be a significant sum for the Wen family, it was certainly not sufficient to deter the elder. Suddenly, he regretted his earlier choice to purchase the beast soul talisman. Fully aware that the auction for the foundation building elixir was imminent, he also harbored resentment towards that cloaked figure. For though his acquisition of the beast soul talisman had little to do with Wang Zheng, such individuals always served as convenient targets for frustration. Yet even now, he remained oblivious to the identity of that person. The first foundation building elixir was sold for 530,000, the second for 580,000, and the third for 650,000. The young man surnamed Zhou successfully acquired the second elixir, bringing him close to achieving his foundational aspirations. As for the despondent young man in purple beside him, Zhou displayed little interest. It was evident to any onlooker that this fellow had been forsaken. Otherwise, considering the strength of the Wen family, securing at least one foundation-building elixir would have been a certainty. Subsequently, the auction shifted to items unrelated to the Qi Refining stage, all pertaining to the needs of foundation-building cultivation, each starting at a price above 200,000. Though the price increases were not as steep as those of the foundation-building elixir, the final sale prices continued to soar, culminating in the auctioning of a breaking barrier purple gold pill. This pill was essential for those at the late foundation stage seeking to achieve completeness. The foundation-building cultivators in attendance immediately engaged in fierce bidding, ultimately claimed by the elder surnamed one for 1,850,000. The young man in purple stared blankly at his grandfather, as if he were a stranger. Yet, the elder offered no explanation, harboring a genuine disappointment in his grandson. Such a temperament was unworthy of the family's investment in nurturing him, especially considering there were at least 7 or 8 other descendants with commendable potential. In stark contrast to the purple-clad youth's despair, Wang Zheng, seated closer to the front, felt a mix of emotions. By leveraging Wang Zheng, he had managed to profit by over 10,000 spirit stones from the sale of the breaking barrier pills. He was also acutely aware that the individuals who purchased the Zihui Star technique in the Millennium Thunderstrike were none other than Wang Zheng himself. He could even surmise that the breaking barrier pills Wang Zheng had presented were crafted from materials he provided. Wang Zheng was astonished by Wang Zheng's pill success rate. It was nowhere near the 40% he had previously claimed, at least 70%, if not more. With such a plethora of high-quality and exceptional pills, Wang Zheng's alchemical skills were nothing short of extraordinary. However, Wang Zheng felt a twinge of resentment. The promised 50-50 split seemed to have been disregarded, as the young man had clearly hoarded a considerable number of pills. Yet, he understood that Wang Zheng had fulfilled his end of the bargain by providing him with 40% of the pills. Had he not known of Wang Zheng's impressive success rate, he likely would have harbored even greater grievances. As a shrewd businessman, he quickly recognized the potential for profit in this situation. When the auction for the foundation-building elixir commenced, Wang Zheng realized that, given his financial resources, he had no hope of acquiring one. The only way to secure the necessary funds to purchase the elixir was to keep Wang Zheng close. With this thought in mind, he lost all interest in the ongoing auction and left the venue in search of Wang Zheng. However, after waiting for some time, he discovered that Wang Zheng had not returned to their rented cave. His attempts to send a message were met with silence, and Wang Zheng sensed that something was amiss. Meanwhile, several family heads received troubling news. They had lost track of a person. "How could we lose someone with so many people around?" they exclaimed. And upon learning the outcome, they were left nearly apoplectic. These individuals had followed Wang Zheng to a bustling square filled with vendors selling relatively trivial items. Suddenly, a rain of spirit stones descended, thousands scattered across the ground. Nearby cultivators immediately scrambled to collect them, even engaging in physical altercations as chaos erupted. In an instant, the atmosphere was rife with confusion, and it became impossible to discern who was who among the throng of cloaked figures. There were at least 80 of them. Who could say whether that young man had slipped away amidst the turmoil? Though it was not long before connections were made between Wang Zheng and Wang Zheng. Given their significant transactions involving the breaking barrier pills, Wang Zheng soon found himself bereft of Wang Zheng's whereabouts. The only information he could glean was a name. Wang Zheng had seemingly gained notoriety, albeit only among a select group of foundation-building cultivators in Linyuan City, all of whom were now desperately seeking him. Such an alchemist would be a valuable asset, and if not captured, destruction would be the best course of action. Unfortunately, a year passed, then 2, then 3, and no one in Linyuan City had seen him again. Many even speculated that Wang Zheng had left the city entirely. However, during those 3 years, Wang Zheng remained quietly and steadily cultivating in Linyuan City, though not in the cave he had originally rented. Instead, he expended some spirit stones to acquire a cave dwelling from a departing cultivator. The spiritual energy here was average, but Wang Zheng set up a 5-element illusionary spirit array outside the cave and activated a spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy provided by medium-grade spirit stones was sufficient for his cultivation needs. 3 years passed, and Wang Zheng's cultivation method was upgraded. The Zihue star technique proved to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Though he was unaware of the effects of an exceptional technique, he found that the spiritual energy within him had increased in purity 3-fold. Even after using the breaking barrier needle twice, he still had reserves. However, 3 years later, Wang Zheng had only just broken through to the 9th level of Qi Refinement. The Zihue star technique not only enhanced spiritual energy refinement, but also possessed notable body tempering effects. This tempering was achieved through the absorption of stellar energy during cultivation. Though the process was gradual, it bore no risks of transforming him into a hulking figure riddled with muscle. With the discovery of subsequent techniques, Wang Zheng's resolve to reach his goal solidified. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to break through to the foundational stage. Initially, Wang Zheng planned to advance to complete Qi Refinement before venturing into Qi Yuan, but he received word from Zhao Guan that a beast tide was imminent. Based on previous experiences, beast tides began with overwhelming ferocity and brought forth the most formidable beasts, presenting their only opportunity to penetrate deeper into Qi Yuan. Due to the numerous lower-tier demon beasts that perished in battle, the initial wave of assaults will soon transition into a prolonged war of attrition, lasting for several years. During this period, higher-tier demon beasts will retreat to the Qi Yuan realm. If they fail to seize the opportunity, they may become casualties to the returning beasts. Additionally, once the beast tide commences, Linyuan City will enter a state of war, necessitating the unified mobilization of all inhabitants. Should one fail to depart promptly, the chances of escape during the beast tide will be exceedingly slim, as this would be construed as a cowardly retreat. Although the beast tide has yet to begin, signs of its impending arrival are already manifesting. Consequently, Zhao Guan has sent a message urging early preparations. Wang Zheng meticulously reviewed his belongings once more. 3 offensive magical artifacts, a piece of soft armor, and a turtle shell shield, all of exquisite quality. He possessed a spirit tool that could threaten foundation-building cultivators. Along with 1,000 first-tier upper-grade spiritual talismans, 100 first-tier supreme-grade talismans, 30 second-tier lower-grade talismans, and 7 middle-grade talismans. Additionally, he had over 10,000 poisonous fire ants. Over the past 3 years, Wang Zheng and Appo's strength had multiplied several times, and the population of poisonous fire ants had also tripled. However, managing this multitude of ants had proven to be an exhausting endeavor for him. In an effort to save time on concocting spirit-feeding pills, he even experimented by combining 2 or 3 ingredients in a single batch. Although he faced numerous failures, he ultimately succeeded. Now, a single batch of spirit-feeding pills could produce 100, more than 3 times his previous output. The ingredients qishu grass, qishan, and huisha fruit were all procured from nearby shops, as he simply lacked the time to cultivate them himself. With 10,000 poisonous fire ants, he should possess sufficient strength to contend with mid-stage foundation-building practitioners, provided he does not encounter large hordes of demon beasts. Thus, his journey to Qi Yuan appeared secure. However, within these 3 years, Wang Zheng had exhausted his accumulated spiritual stones, and he had to refine some pills along the way to exchange for more stones. Yet, he had refrained from concocting breaking barrier pills due to the difficulty in gathering materials and the risk of exposing his identity. Although the profit from gathering spirit pills was somewhat modest, crafting them in abundance would not attract undue attention. The foundation building stage was not far off. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zheng stowed away the 5 elements illusory spirit array, donned a black robe and mask, and set off towards the rendezvous with Zhao Guan. In a secluded cave, 7 individuals sat facing one another. As the organizer, Zhao Guan spoke first. Now that everyone is present, I trust you are all aware of the dangers this journey entails. So I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. If you have any questions, please voice them before we depart. I do not wish for any unforeseen circumstances to arise once we enter Qiwan. Among the 7, apart from Zhao Guan and Elder Chen, Wang Zheng was surprised to discover a familiar face, Wen Qingzhu. Wen Qingzhu had been in Linyuan City for 5 or 6 years, a timeline not far removed from Wang Zheng's own. However, while Wang Zheng had been engrossed in closed-door cultivation, Wen Qingzhu had ventured into Qiyuan multiple times in search of opportunities. The elderly woman beside Wen Qingzhu was referred to as Lady Qi, rumored to be her grandmother. Additionally, there were 2 brothers, Zhang Long and Zhang Hu. Although they were not twins, their resemblance was striking, both robust and seemingly accomplished in physical training. Among these individuals, all except Wang Zheng had reached the peak of the Qi Refinement stage. This Taoist Wang still refuses to reveal his true identity. My brother and I feel somewhat unsettled, Zhang Long remarked candidly, observing the masked Wang Zheng. After all, entering Qiyuan was inherently perilous, and the presence of an unidentified individual only heightened the risks. Zhao Guan turned his gaze towards Wang Zheng upon hearing this. Wang Zheng offered a wry smile, contemplating that these individuals would inevitably learn of his identity. And he trusted they would not betray him, as he was not a wanted criminal in Linyuan City. Upon removing his mask, the most astonished was undoubtedly Wen Qingzhu. Wang Zheng, Master Wang, is that truly you? Previously, she had sensed a familiarity about the cloaked figure, yet 6 or 7 years had passed, leaving her uncertain. Qizhu. Do you know him? Lady Qi inquired, her curiosity piqued. When Qizhu nodded, recalling, it was Master Wang who helped me concoct breaking barrier pills back in Wuheng Town. You're the one from the auction 3 years ago, Zhang Long exclaimed, seemingly recalling the legendary figure who had once produced over 100 breaking barrier pills in a single event. That was indeed Wang. I acted out of necessity to avoid attracting attention. I hope you can all understand, Wang Zheng replied, offering a slight smile of apology to Wen Qizhu, as he had pretended not to recognize her moments prior. Wen Qizhu shot him a playful glance but bore no ill will. I have but one question. Taoist Wang, with your current cultivation, can you truly concoct foundation establishment pills? Lady Qi voiced her skepticism, for it was indeed hard to believe that a Qi refinement practitioner could produce such advanced pills. Should I provide a definitive answer, I fear you may not believe me. To speak frankly, my current alchemical skills do present challenges in concocting foundation establishment pills. Thus, I must seek the Qinglian fire. Once I refine it, my success rate for producing foundation establishment pills should exceed 30%. As far as I know, the success rate of several second-tier alchemists in Linyuan City is only around 40%. If Wang Zheng could achieve a 30% success rate, it would certainly be more advantageous than handing the task over to the city lord's residence. I have heard whispers of Taoist Wang's alchemical talents, yet I have yet to witness them firsthand, Lady Qi remarked, casting a glance towards Wen Qizhu. At this moment, Wen Qizhu appeared somewhat reluctant. Grandma, Master Wang's alchemical skills are beyond question. He was already able to concoct upper-grade breaking barrier pills 6 or 7 years ago. Upon hearing this, Lady Qi shot a knowing look at Wen Qizhu. You child, are you reluctant to part with the youth-preserving fruit? Why not let Master Wang refine the Qinglian fire first, and then we can try with the youth-preserving fruit? There is only one, Wen Qingzhu whispered, clearly hesitant, for who among young female cultivators would not desire to retain their youthful beauty? Taoist, are you hoping for me to concoct youth-preserving pills? Wang Zheng inquired, somewhat taken aback. Youth-preserving pills are second-tier elixirs, albeit of the lower grade. They are nonetheless considerably more complex than breaking barrier pills. Of course, while the challenge of concocting youth-preserving pills pales in comparison to that of foundation establishment pills, they still contain a lesser amount of energy, making them easier to control. When Qingzhu nodded, reluctantly handing a jade box to Wang Zheng. Inside lay a translucent, ice-blue fruit, no larger than a walnut, exuding a refreshing aura that soothed the mind and spirit. Have you prepared the auxiliary materials? Please present them. Although Wang Zheng had never concocted second-tier elixirs, he felt confident that with his current mental acuity and internal spiritual energy, he could attempt this lower-grade elixir. When Qi Zhu nervously produced several jade boxes and handed them to Wang Zheng, as the importance of the youth-preserving pill to her equaled that of the foundation establishment pill. This is the formula. When Qi Zhu passed the formula for the youth-preserving pill to Wang Zheng took a glance, then returned it to her. No need. I already possess the formula. The notes left by Qi Hong contained several formulas for foundation establishment pills, including the youth-preserving pill. After all, if this youth-preserving pill were auctioned off, it would fetch a price comparable to that of a foundation establishment pill if it attracted the interest of several wealthy women. While he longed to witness the process, he could not observe while Wang Zheng concocted the elixirs. Thus, as Wang Zheng worked in the alchemy chamber, they waited outside. When Qi Zhu occasionally stood up, pacing by the door. All right, lass, you're making this old woman dizzy. Lady Qi chuckled, well understanding Wen Qingzhu's current state of anxiety. If it were 100 years ago, or even 50 years ago, she would not have appeared so frail, and her feelings would not differ much from her granddaughter and Apos. When Qi Zhu was originally a free-spirited and capable woman, yet at that moment, she could not help but feel a sense of anxiety about her gains and losses. The desire for eternal youth is equally significant for women, as vital as the foundation of cultivation. Indeed, if a woman were given the choice between living a beautiful life for 100 years or living as an ugly creature for 300 years, the majority would surely choose the former. When Qingzhu took a seat, but soon stood up again, the door to the alchemy room creaked open. How did it go? She rushed over immediately. Wang Zheng caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, and when Qingzhu was less than a foot away from him, had he not halted, they would have collided. Wang Zheng felt a tinge of awkwardness. Despite being in his 30s, he had never been this close to a woman before. When Qingzhu seemed to sense the awkwardness, but due to her focus on the rejuvenation pill, she momentarily set aside other concerns. I have successfully produced 3 pills. Although 2 of them are failures. A full batch of rejuvenation pills consists of 7, and for his first attempt, producing 3 was quite commendable. With a stroke of luck, the 2 failures might have succeeded. The success rate was already approaching 50%. Excellent. Master Wang has truly opened my eyes. When Qizhu exclaimed, as she opened the jade vial Wang Zheng had given her and poured out an ice blue rejuvenation pill, handing it to him. I have no use for it. You should keep it. Wang Zheng replied, showing no particular desire for beauty. Cultivators' ages cannot be judged by their appearances, though they can still change. Those nearing the end of their lifespans will age unless they consume rejuvenation pills or practice certain techniques that impart anti-aging effects. Wang Zheng believed in letting nature take its course. There was no need for such pills, even if you don't use it. It would be a lovely gift for a woman you admire in the future. When Qizhu smiled as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng shook his head again. That is even less necessary. I am wholly devoted to my path and have no such thoughts. You truly are a blockhead, when Qingzhu remarked, somewhat speechless, as she pressed the pill into Wang Zheng's hand. He, unfazed, promptly consumed it. Ah, you just ate it like that? When Qingzhu expressed her surprise, Wang Zheng retorted, why not? The rejuvenation pill seems to have no particular restrictions. As an alchemist, I suppose you are correct. When Qizhu thought it futile to discuss such matters with someone so oblivious. While there are indeed no specific prohibitions regarding the consumption of rejuvenation pills, one should at least prepare oneself and be in optimal condition before taking such a pill, to showcase one's best self afterward. Then, when Qizhu handed another rejuvenation pill to Madame Qi. Here, for you. What does an old woman like me need this for? Madame Qi expressed her disinterest in the rejuvenation pill. I am not asking you to take it now. Once you establish your foundation, let us stand together. Who knows who will appear younger? When Qizhu chuckled, and although her words were somewhat exaggerated, they held a kernel of truth. A person's appearance changes with age. And while age does not equate to that of mortals for cultivators, the proportionality of lifespan does reflect similar changes in appearance. An elderly person with gray hair, after establishing their foundation, would experience some alteration in appearance. While they might not revert to looking 20 or 30, they would likely appear as a person in their early 40s. Madame Qi seemed to harbor a glimmer of anticipation. I too await that day. After collecting the rejuvenation pills, the group left the cave dwelling and departed the city in batches. Wang Zheng, still clad in his black robe and mask, was checked by the guards at the city gate, who confirmed he was not a wanted criminal and had no outstanding dues in Linyuan City, thus allowing him to pass. What Wang Zheng did not realize was that as soon as he left, the guards sent a communication talisman, feeling quite pleased. Heh. What good fortune to have spotted him. This guard was a disciple of a certain family, and while he was not of the direct lineage, He had received a secret order to search for an alchemist named Wang Zheng. Years had passed without a trace of Wang Zheng, and although the reward was substantial, the guard had lost hope. Who would have imagined he would actually discover him? The talisman flew to a grand estate in Linyuan City, where the plaque read "When residence." A middle-aged man resembling a steward hurried over and encountered a young man in purple robes. The steward managed a strained smile and bowed slightly. "Young Master Hua. The old master is not in seclusion today, is he?" The young man, Wen Xinghua, was of the direct lineage of the Wen family, but had not been given much attention since a certain auction 3 years prior. This shift in status was evident to the steward, who understood the need to maintain appearances, as neglecting such matters could lead to disastrous consequences. "Is the old master in seclusion? What is the matter?" Wen Xinghua inquired, glancing at the anxious steward. The steward hesitated, fully aware that the young master's loss of favor was somewhat related to the alchemist Wang Zheng who had appeared at the auction. Although most could see the connection was tenuous, Wen Xinghua was not of that opinion. "Is it inconvenient to share with this young master?" Wen Xinghua's expression darkened. "And no. Not at all." The steward quickly shook his head, not wishing to incur the wrath of the petty young master. Upon hearing the steward's words, Wen Xinghua's eyes flashed with malice. "I will handle this matter myself. Do not alert anyone else, understood?" he said, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the steward. The steward, though troubled, could only nod in acquiescence. Wen Xinghua departed in haste, while the steward internally grumbled, "He deserves to be neglected." Expecting me to keep secrets without any benefit though displeased, the steward dared not disobey Wen Xinghua's orders. As for Wen Yong, the guard at the city gate, it posed a dilemma. Surely he could not use spirit stones to silence Wen Yong. The steward pondered, knowing that if this matter went unreported, Wen Yong would receive no reward, and given the substantial reward involved, he would not simply let it go. However, it was impossible for the steward to compensate Wen Yong, not only because he lacked the means but also because he had no inclination to do so, especially since Wen Xinghua had not provided him with even a single spirit stone. If Wen Yong made a fuss, the steward would undoubtedly face the old master's reprimand. But ultimately, Wen Xinghua would bear the brunt of the repercussions. The steward's thoughts spun, and he ultimately chose to let things be. Meanwhile, Wen Xinghua exited the city. Although he was unaware of Wang Zheng's destination, it was likely either toward Qiyuan or out of Linyuan City altogether. Given Wen Xinghua's status, he had certainly heard rumors of the impending beast tide. Naturally, he assumed Wang Zheng was leaving Linyuan City to evade the beast tide. Thus, the likelihood of heading to Qiyuan was slim. Perhaps he sought refuge in the mundane world to escape the turmoil. Wen Xinghua scoffed at this notion but swiftly set off in pursuit of this path. In his eagerness to catch up with Wang Zheng, he even expended a second-tier mid-grade cloud soaring talisman. The cloud soaring talisman allows Qi Refinement cultivators to briefly soar through the clouds. While not as swift as a foundation establishment cultivator wielding a spirit tool, it certainly surpassed the speed of using a transit talisman. However, after several dozen miles, he saw no trace of Wang Zheng. Did he head to Qiyuan? Is this fellow tired of living? In such times, the area near Qiyuan adjacent to Linyuan City was teeming with monsters, and those seeking treasures in Qiyuan had long since returned. However, Wen Xinghua hesitated momentarily before swiftly pursuing. Given his prowess, as long as he did not venture too deeply into the Qiyuan, he would encounter little danger. After all, aside from the exquisite equipment on his person, he also possessed a beast soul talisman comparable to the foundation establishment stage. Though the back and forth consumed some time, the speed of the cloud talisman was quite remarkable. Soon, Wen Xinghua spotted 2 figures ahead. Wen Qizhu. He recognized the 2 individuals before him. One was Wen Qizhu, and the other was her grandmother, Lady Qi. Both Wen Xinghua and Wen Qizhu belonged to the Wen family's Qing generation, yet Wen Xinghua was a direct descendant, while Wen Qizhu belonged to a collateral branch, leading to a disparity in their treatment. However, having lost the opportunity to acquire a foundation establishment pill, Wen Xinghua's standing was no better than that of Wen Qingzhu. What were they doing in the Qiyuan? A sense of suspicion arose within him. Strange occurrences often concealed ulterior motives. And with the 2 at the pinnacle of the Qi Refinement stage, what could possibly captivate their interest aside from the foundation establishment pill or its materials? Contemplating this, Wen Xinghua chose to maintain his distance, trailing the 2 to observe their intentions. After following for several miles, Wen Qizhu and her companion remained oblivious to Wen Xinghua's presence, instead joining several others, including a figure clad in black robes. Wen Xinghua was certain this was Wang Zheng, the one responsible for his loss of the foundation establishment pill. The information about Wang Zheng had undoubtedly been leaked by Wang Zheng, who, faced with inquiries from a group at the Foundation establishment stage, could hardly remain silent. Moreover, Wang Zheng's concealment of his alchemical prowess had also left Wang Zheng feeling disgruntled. Zhao observed the gathering and addressed Zhang Long, saying, "Well, now we must traverse the beast horde. It will be up to you two brothers. Rest assured, my friend Zhao, we are quite confident in this." Zhang Long replied with a chuckle. "Here are some transformation talismans. Once activated, they will imbue you with a hint of beastly aura, ensuring that low-tier beasts will not attack. However, should we engage in combat, the effect will dissipate. Thus, if we encounter trouble, we will lead the charge. Should we be unable to resolve the situation, then you may intervene. We have only a limited number of these talismans." The brothers had experienced certain fortuitous events in Qiyuan, and their cultivation methods were somewhat akin to those of beasts, which explained this peculiar item. The method of crafting transformation talismans had long been lost, making them exceedingly rare. "Wait," Wang Zheng interjected at that moment. "Do you have something to say, Wang?" Zhang Long inquired, puzzled. Instead of answering, Wang Zheng turned to survey their surroundings. "Have you been followed for so long? Do you intend to keep observing?" The faces of the others darkened as they realized they had all been unaware of the follower. It was unsurprising that Wang Zheng could detect him, for the ability to concoct second-tier elixirs indicated his spiritual sense surpassed theirs. Even if it did not match that of the Foundation establishment stage, it was not far off. When Qinghua's expression darkened, he had been discovered. He believed he had concealed his aura perfectly, but he was unaware that, to Wang Zheng's keen sense, he stood out like a firefly in the dark. Upon seeing Wen Qinghua emerge from behind a rocky outcrop, the group and Appo's expressions shifted. Indeed, someone was there. "Wen Qinghua, what are you doing following us?" Wen Qingzhu's tone was grim. Although they shared blood, the relationship between her and Wen Qinghua was far from amicable. The others regarded Wen Qinghua with unfriendly glances. "What is your purpose in entering Qiyuan?" Wen Qinghua was now more curious about their objectives. "Humph, young Master Wen, perhaps you are not fully aware of the situation." Zhang Long scoffed. "What, do you intend to confront me?" Wen Qinghua retorted disdainfully, producing the Beast Soul Talisman. The sight of the talisman caused the group's expressions to shift slightly. They had all participated in the auction 3 years prior and were well aware that, at present, the talisman could unleash the power of a mid-tier Foundation establishment beast. However, this did not deter them, if they could not handle even a mid-tier Foundation establishment soul beast. They had no business entering Qiyuan. "Huh, boy, do you truly believe that brandishing this will intimidate us?" Chun Laojiu remarked, his wine gourd glowing with a mystical light, revealing that it too was a treasure. "Hold on." Zhao spoke up at that moment. The others turned their attention to him. "This individual is from the direct line of the Wen family. Should we engage, he might alert others, and we may find ourselves barred from entering Linyuan City in the future." Zhao conveyed this through thought. Being less than 100 miles from Linyuan City, they were still within the range of communication talismans. Acting rashly could easily result in their messages being transmitted. Wang Zheng and the others understood the implications. Indeed, it was true. To eliminate Wen Qinghua in an instant, unless Wang Zheng could find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack using the breakthrough needle, it would be unwise. "Wen, my friend, you should have an inkling of our purpose for entering Qiyuan. It naturally pertains to the Foundation establishment pill. Since you have followed us, you might as well share in the spoils." It was indeed related to the Foundation establishment pill. When Qinghua shot a glance at Wang Zheng, realizing that, under the current circumstances, he had no chance to eliminate this individual. Furthermore, when weighed against the Foundation establishment pill, all grudges could be set aside for the moment. "Clarify your intentions." However, when Qinghua did not immediately acquiesce, "It is merely an opportunistic venture. With the onset of the beast tide, we can delve into Qiyuan to gather spiritual herbs more easily than before." "You are mad. Entering Qiyuan at such a time is akin to courting death." When Qinghua's expression darkened. At that moment, when Qizhu regarded him coldly and remarked, "We dare to go precisely because we have some assurance. There is indeed danger. But if you cannot endure this level of risk for the Foundation establishment pill, what makes you think you have a chance in the Wen family?" When Qingzhu's words struck at Wen Qinghua's sore spot. Within the Wen family, his chances of obtaining a Foundation establishment pill had dwindled significantly. Even his former companion, Zhou Tao, had broken through to the Foundation establishment stage a year ago, leaving Wen Qinghua to bow and address him as senior. A humiliation that drove him nearly to madness. All of this was the doing of this very individual. At that moment, When Qihua continued to place the blame squarely on Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng, of course, sensed the animosity directed at him but paid it little mind. Despite the formidable power of the beast soul talisman in Wen Qinghua's hand, it was not insurmountable. Very well, I shall accompany you into Qiyuan, but once inside, how will we allocate the spiritual herbs we find? Naturally, it will be divided according to the effort exerted. From this moment forth, to avoid unnecessary complications, I kindly ask that you refrain from contacting the outside world, Zhao said with a smile. At this time, any communication with the Wen family could prompt their intervention. There is no need for your reminder. Wen Qinghua replied curtly. An imminent battle dissipated into thin air, although Wen Qinghua might not possess overwhelming strength. Even confronting the mid-tier beast soul talisman would inevitably drain a portion of the group's combat effectiveness, which was unwise for their deeper venture into Qiyuan. Now that Wen Qihua joined, the beast soul talisman also became a part of their collective strength. Wang Zheng, while aware of Wen Qinghua's hostility towards him and the improbability of his presence being coincidental, remained unconcerned, as long as he did not cause disturbances during this period. Wang Zheng would not take action against him. Activating the transformation talismans, Wang Zheng felt enveloped by a mysterious force, and upon glancing at the others, he was astonished to see that they, too, had manifested a layer of beastly phantoms upon their bodies, resembling primates and exuding a faint aura of beasts. The Zhang Long and Zhang Hu brothers did not utilize the transformation talismans. However, their own auras bore a resemblance to that of beasts, rendering them unrecognizable as outsiders to the beasts. As they entered Qiyuan, the density of beasts increased, and they endeavored to evade them, though avoiding all encounters was impossible. Fortunately, the aura they emitted did not provoke hostility from these creatures. While skirmishes frequently erupted among beasts during the beast tide, conflicts were significantly reduced due to the dominance of higher-tier beasts. Nevertheless, occasional encounters with a few irritable beasts arose, causing them to attack upon spotting any perceived intruders. At such a moment, the Zhang brothers acted decisively, resembling two humanoid beasts, swiftly concluding the battle. Their cooperation was seamless, as if they had mastered a certain technique of combined strikes. Ordinary first-tier beasts were no match for their united front. Wang Zheng discerned that their combat experience far surpassed his own. Although Wang Zheng had encountered various perils, he had not engaged in extensive battles. Stop! Wang Zheng suddenly called out. The Zhang brothers, who were leading the way, immediately halted. Over the past 3 days, Wang Zheng had repeatedly demonstrated that his spiritual sense could detect unknown dangers in advance. For instance, some second-tier beasts had evaded them due to his warnings. Although second-tier beasts lacked high intelligence and should not have noticed their presence, an encounter with them was certainly not a favorable option. Second-tier beasts? Zhang Long inquired. Wang Zheng shook his head. There are people fighting ahead. People? The group was intrigued. Could there be others with similar intentions? 3 individuals, oh. 2 now, were being pursued by 2 second-tier medium-grade Thunderflame Tigers. Those 2 might have discovered them. Wang Zheng's expression darkened. It seemed those individuals were indeed after them, intending to drag them into trouble. What should we do now? Zhang Long's face instantly soured. If they hurried to evade, it might attract the attention of other beasts. In 3 days, they had only ventured a mere 100 miles, highlighting their slow progress. Let us finish this quickly. You brothers hold one off, and I should be able to ambush the other. Use the beast spirit talisman, Wang Zheng said, glancing at Wen Qihua. You. When Qihua felt a surge of anger, this fellow intended to expend her beast spirit talisman. The transformation talisman was limited in number. If her beast spirit talisman was used, the others would be rendered ineffective. On their return, if she did not use the transformation talisman, the others could also act. Wang Zheng spoke nonchalantly. Zhao Guan and the others remained silent, wary of Wen Qinghua, especially since she possessed beast spirit talismans that could threaten them. Once a beast spirit talisman was utilized, its power would diminish, rendering Wen Qihua less formidable, so they were willing to follow Wang Zheng's plan. Wen Qinghua's face was grim, yet she felt powerless. The 2 fleeing individuals, a gaunt elder and a stout middle-aged man, were in dire straits. One had lost an arm, while the other bore a deep claw mark on his abdomen. If nothing changed, they would soon become a meal for the 2 Thunderflame Tigers. Fellow Taoists, save me. I can reward you handsomely, the gaunt elder shouted. Wang Zheng and the others remained silent, but the Zhang brothers and Wang Zheng, along with Wen Qinghua, charged forward. The Zhang brothers rushed towards one of the Thunderflame Tigers, while Wen Qihua activated her beast spirit talisman with reluctance. A slender, dark purple panther spirit emerged, darting towards the other Thunderflame Tiger like a bolt of lightning. The Zheng brothers drew their magical artifacts, wielding identical tiger head shields, channeling their spiritual energy into them to combine their defenses against the tiger and Apos' onslaught. Bang! The ferocious force of the thunder flame tiger sent the Zheng brothers flying back. Although their faces turned slightly red, they did not falter and engaged again. Wang Zheng did not approach but withdrew the breaking needle, infusing it with spiritual energy. The gleaming silver light of the needle gradually became ethereal. Wang Zheng observed the Zheng brothers being pushed back again as the thunder flame tiger unleashed a burst of thunder fire. Zhang Long swiftly evaded, but the middle-aged man behind him, with the severed arm, was less fortunate, engulfed by the flames and instantly becoming a blazing figure, lifeless within moments. Wang Zheng no longer hesitated. As the thunder flame tiger had just expelled its thunder fire, it had not yet resumed its assault. A silver light shot forth, piercing through the tiger's neck. The hardened beast hide and bone crumpled as if made of paper, crashing down. With the breaking needle's success, Wang Zheng's complexion paled. He had expended nearly 40% of his spiritual energy. Although it did not incapacitate him, it significantly diminished his strength. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was nearing its conclusion. Although the combat prowess of the spirit beast did not match that of its living form, its ethereal body rendered the thunder flame tiger's attacks nearly ineffective. The tiger's claws grazed the spirit beast, inflicting minimal injury, yet it managed to sever the tiger's throat. Following the tiger's collapse, Wen Xinhua swiftly retracted her beast spirit talisman, knowing that prolonged use would deplete her soul energy. Thank you for saving my life, fellow Taoist. The gaunt elder expressed gratitude towards Wen Xinhua. Humph. Wen Xinhua coldly snorted, her expression unfriendly, feeling that her strongest attack had been wasted due to this man's actions. The gaunt elder, aware of his predicament, could only awkwardly smile. Thank you, old man. How did you end up like this? Chen Laojiu approached, seemingly familiar with the gaunt elder. Old drunkard, Zhao Leoj, is it you? At this moment, the gaunt elder finally recognized the group. I knew someone could detect us from afar. It turns out to be you, old fellow. Chen Laojiu seemed to grasp why they had been able to notice them from such a distance. This place is unsafe. We should leave, Zhao Guan suggested. The corpses of the thunder flame tigers were collected by Zhang Long and Wen Xinhua, while the severed middle-aged man and Apos' storage bag was picked up by Zhang Hu. The elder did not protest upon witnessing this scene. The group departed from the battlefield and walked for half an hour before locating a concealed cave, swiftly dispatching a nest of bloodlions that had occupied it. This elder raises a nest of hidden spirit bees, although they lack combat power. They excel at concealment and can gather information over a range that surpasses typical foundational cultivators' spiritual senses. With this old man around, we have substantial benefits, Chen Laojiu explained to the others. It was Wang Zheng's first encounter with another cultivator raising spiritual insects. The elder understood that if he did not prove useful now, these individuals would not tolerate him as a burden. His injuries, while not fatal, required several days for recovery, even with the hidden spirit bees. Being alone here left him no chance of survival. The density of beasts was alarmingly high. He had been unfortunate, entering the Qiyuan 6 months prior in search of an ancient cultivator-s cave, only to find the cave's location swarming with fire crows. Fire crows were not particularly formidable beasts, with most being lower tier. Only a few reached upper tier status. However, their numbers were terrifying, exceeding 30,000. Their party devised numerous strategies to infiltrate, but they suffered the loss of 2 members instead. Ultimately, they had no choice but to retreat. Who would have guessed that the beasts would suddenly converge near the exit of Qiyuan? They quickly realized that a beast tide was about to commence. Although they understood it was a perilous situation, if they did not exit now, they would have no chance of escape from Qiyuan for years to come. Remaining within Qiyuan for years, not only would they face peril, but even foundational cultivators might not survive. However, the beasts here exceeded their expectations. To evade a superior second-tier beast, they had inadvertently entered the territory of the Thunder Flame Tigers, leading to relentless pursuit until only the Elder remained. An ancient cultivator's cave. Upon hearing of another ancient cave, the group was naturally intrigued. However, upon learning of the swarm of fire crows, they promptly dismissed the idea. Not even a team of foundational cultivators would dare to confront such a formidable foe. Fire crows were notoriously vengeful. It was said that a foundational cultivator once killed several fire crows in Qiyuan and was pursued relentlessly by the flock, ultimately escaping back to Linyuan City. However, as tens of thousands of fire crows besieged Linyuan City, even though the city boasted formidable defensive formations, it still suffered considerable losses. Upon understanding the reasons, Linyuan City had no choice but to expel the foundation-building cultivator. Otherwise, the spiritual stones consumed by activating the formations would be a burden too great to bear, especially for the sake of one individual and Appos' mistake. The foundation-building cultivator, lacking significant backing, left in bitterness, and the final outcome remained uncertain, as he was never seen again thereafter. After spending a day in the cave, once old Xia's injury stabilized, they set off again. With old Xia and Appos' hidden spirit bees, their reconnaissance range significantly increased, ensuring a degree of safety. However, not everyone was pleased. When Xinghua remained resentful over the consumption of his beast soul talismans, harboring hostility towards old Xia. Naturally, Wang Zheng, the one who arranged for the use of those talismans, was not exempt from this animosity. Yet, Wang Zheng was indifferent, as they were not destined to become friends. If the opportunity arose, he would not mind resolving this inconvenience, provided it did not jeopardize their current mission. For everyone, acquiring the herbs for foundation-building pills was of utmost urgency. Another 7 days passed, and the group of 9 finally departed from the densely populated area of demonic beasts. At this juncture, they breathed a sigh of relief, though it was still not the time to relax. While most of the demonic beasts in the Crimson Abyss were concentrated near Linyuan City, numerous others still roamed within the depths of the abyss. Many beasts with heightened intelligence or strong territorial instincts would not abandon their domains. And the higher-ranking demonic beasts that instigated the beast tide could not completely control the Crimson Abyss. Let us take out our maps. We need to plan a route and avoid aimless wandering, Zhao Guan declared, producing a map filled with numerous symbols only he could decipher. Madame Qi, old Shinjiao, old Xia, and the Zhang brothers also presented their maps. Wang Zheng and Wen Qingzhu remained unresponsive. It was Wang Zheng's first visit to the Crimson Abyss. And although Wen Qingzhu had been here a few times, it was always alongside Madame Qi. Wen Qihua had previously ventured into the abyss for training but had always been accompanied by family foundation-building cultivators, leaving him with little recollection of the details. Zhao Guan and the others said nothing, instead combining all their maps to create a more comprehensive one. These maps not only detailed their explored routes but also indicated locations where spiritual herbs could be found, albeit previously overshadowed by dangerous beasts that deterred them from gathering the resources. 2 hours later, a new map emerged, and everyone was delighted to discover that they had identified as many as 53 potential locations for spiritual herbs. Of course, not all of these sites would guarantee the availability of the herbs. Some might have already been harvested by others, while others could still be guarded by beasts beyond their capacity to confront. From this map, Wang Zheng also located Wujian Valley, Wanlei Valley, and the Washing Spirit Pool. Yet, at this moment, there was no time to visit such places. The dangers of the Crimson Abyss extended beyond the presence of demonic beasts. Toxic miasmas and various natural hazards posed significant threats. Some areas, once entered, could lead to disorientation, leaving individuals lost for decades, while others harbored bloodthirsty plants capable of murder and draining life force, truly terrifying. Zhao Guan and the others had entered the Crimson Abyss dozens of times and were well acquainted with its perils, having prepared numerous provisions. Although it was Wang Zheng's first visit, he had also made preparations, stocking up on antidote pills and the like. Within 7 days, they explored 3 locations for spiritual herbs, acquiring 5 spirit rhinoceros grasses and 3 nourishing spirit fruits, all essential auxiliary materials for crafting foundation-building pills. These 8 herbs had originated from 2 distinct sites. At this moment, Wang Zheng and the others stood at the 3rd location, where a 5-colored spirit apricot tree was marked, known for its rarity and significance in the creation of foundation-building pills. However, much to their dismay, the valley housing the 5-colored spirit apricot was inhabited by a horde of iron-armed mad apes, and their numbers were substantial. The mature iron-armed mad apes were second-tier demonic beasts, and there were as many as 7 adults in the valley, the strongest among them being a peak second-tier beast, comparable to a fully realized foundation-building cultivator. With such formidable foes, the combined strength of their entire team would prove insufficient to confront them. There were only 2 locations for the 5-colored spirit apricot, and these fruits, once matured, would not remain on the tree for long, as nearby beasts would consume them. The presence of 7 ripe fruits here was a critical opportunity not to be missed. Zhao Guan hesitated to continue. If they failed to secure this batch of 5-colored spirit apricots, it was likely that none of them would manage to gather enough materials. How can we contend with a peak second-tier beast? Wen Qinghua expressed his reluctance. Despite their venture into the Crimson Abyss, He was not yet ready to stake everything on this encounter. This time would not suffice. There would be future opportunities. Perhaps even the chance to request assistance from family elders, for he had not been completely forsaken. Engaging in a life-or-death struggle with a peak second-tier beast was far too perilous. There is no need for a confrontation. We can lure it away, Wang Zheng suggested. Zhao Guan furrowed his brow, fearing it would not be easy. The apes possessed considerable intelligence and strong territorial instincts. Even if they managed to divert one or two, the remaining ones would still pose a challenge due to their overwhelming numbers. Friend Wen, you must still have some cloud-soaring talismans, right? Wang Zheng inquired. He, too, wished to acquire a few of these talismans, which were undoubtedly invaluable for Qi Refinement cultivators, but regrettably, such items were not available in the shops of Linyuan City, as they were firmly controlled by prominent families. When Qinhua's expression darkened, this scoundrel was trying to undermine his strength. Even if you possess cloud-soaring talismans, they only allow Ascension of 10 zhang. They cannot evade the iron-armed mad apes' attacks. The iron-armed mad apes could not fly, but their skill at hurling stones was exceptionally high, as they often practiced with the numerous loose rocks scattered throughout the valley. Wang Zheng believed that even a single blow from a stone the size of a human head would be enough to severely injure him. Just give me 2 cloud-soaring talismans. I'll lure away a few, and you all can seize the 5-colored spirit apricots and retreat without engaging. I only have one. When Qinhua produced a cloud-soaring talismans, unwilling to provide this scoundrel with an opportunity to take advantage of him, Wang Zheng muttered under his breath, so stingy. When Qinhua was furious, but found himself powerless to change the situation. Although this fellow was merely at the 9th layer of Qi Refinement, he was the only alchemist among the group, and it baffled him that everyone believed this man's claims of being able to concoct foundation-building pills. When Qinhua understood clearly that as long as he secured one set of materials, he could easily find an alchemist in Linyuan City to refine the pills, ensuring he would not be left empty-handed while others benefited from his efforts. With such an achievement, he might regain some favor. And even if the endeavor to refine the foundation-building pill failed, he would surely be compensated by the family. While Wen Qinghua plotted his own gains, Wang Zheng's thoughts were solely focused on how to lure away the peak second-tier beast. His gaze fell upon a juvenile ape, barely a foot tall, frolicking near the peak second-tier ape king. This juvenile was likely the offspring of the ape king. If he were to snatch this young ape away, the ape king would surely fly into a rage and pursue him. However, charging directly at it would be tantamount to seeking death. Wang Zheng patiently awaited the opportune moment. After 3 full hours, he finally spotted his chance. The ape king was napping in the sun, while the juvenile ape played further and further away, distancing itself from its parent. Wang Zheng continued to wait, and once the juvenile ape was over 30 zhang away from the ape king, he no longer hesitated. Activating the cloud-soaring talismans, he dove down from the cliff. Before long, an iron-armed mad ape noticed Wang Zheng's presence, yet he was swift. Seizing the playful little white ape just as the ape king lifted its head, he then dashed back toward the cliff, with a pitiful cry. The little white ape startled the ape king, who immediately sprang into action, charging towards Wang Zheng. In midair, Wang Zheng was out of reach of the ape king, so the latter seized a nearby stone and hurled it at him. Wang Zheng and Appo's audacity stemmed from his reliance on his spiritual consciousness. Even a second-tier elite beast could not surpass him in this regard, as most beasts lacked understanding of techniques and relied solely on instinct, resulting in a painfully slow growth of their spiritual awareness. Thus, as the ape king attacked, Wang Zheng swiftly altered his trajectory. The stone, traveling in a straight line, could not bend. However, other iron-armed apes soon reacted, and a barrage of flying stones rained down upon him. At this moment, Wang Zheng found it challenging to manage his consciousness. Consequently, he grasped the little white ape and shielded it in front of him. This was merely a facade, as the tiny creature could not genuinely defend against the stones. Nevertheless, the ape king let out a roar, seemingly understanding Wang Zheng's intention, and decisively ordered the cessation of the stone barrage. Yet, it was not an act of surrender. Instead, it quickly dashed towards the cliff, using all 4 limbs to scale the steep rock face as if it were level ground. Several second-tier beasts followed suit, leaving behind a group of juvenile apes shrieking in the valley. Wang Zheng was uncertain when the others would act. At present, he still had a considerable distance to cover before escaping. Though the cloud-soaring talisman was remarkably swift, the second-tier beasts were equally fast. The ape king pursued him relentlessly, and had it not been for its concern for the little white ape, it would have already brought him down. Wang Zheng had previously charted his escape route. He knew that typical terrains would not suffice to evade the ape king, So he flew into a canyon. The canyon measured over 100 zhang in width and plunged over 1,000 zhang deep, while the Ape King could not leap across. Utilizing the cloud-soaring talisman posed no challenge for Wang Zheng. The little white ape appeared to possess a remarkable bloodline. The thought of nurturing it as a spirit beast stirred something within Wang Zheng. However, he quickly suppressed this notion. If he took the little white ape, it would likely provoke the Ape King into a relentless pursuit. Given that he was currently in the Crimson Abyss, risking everything for a spirit beast seemed unwise. Wang Zheng paused at a large tree on the canyon's edge. "I'm sorry, little one." He smiled, offering a spirit pill to the little white ape. The alluring aroma of the pill caused the little creature to forget its fear, and it eagerly consumed it. "What a glutton!" Wang Zheng chuckled, placing the little white ape atop the tree before resolutely flying towards the canyon's opposite side. The Ape King reached the base of the tree, agilely climbing up to cradle the little white ape, roaring angrily at Wang Zheng suspended in the air, yet it did not pursue him further. Wang Zheng concealed himself on the opposite side of the canyon, and after a moment of furious howling, the Ape King departed with its kin. Wang Zheng sighed in relief but did not return immediately. Who could say whether the cunning Ape King would attempt to counterattack? He possessed only one cloud-soaring talisman, which was nearing its expiration. If pursued again, he would have no means of escape. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Zheng received a message from Zhao Guan, confirming their success, while the Ape King had returned to the valley. Only then did Wang Zheng descend from the canyon, preparing to head back. Although he lacked the agility of the Ape King, he swiftly descended the stone wall, using the binding technique. "Ah, snake herb!" Wang Zheng exclaimed upon discovering a plethora of snake herbs thriving at the valley's base. These herbs thrived in the habitats of serpents and were renowned for their excellent detoxifying properties, commonly used in the concoction of antidotes. Moreover, Wang Zheng noticed several serpents inhabiting the valley floor. While their numbers were significant, none appeared particularly formidable. These serpents seemed to sense Wang Zheng's strength, nearly flicking their tongues in a threatening manner without attempting to attack. Although the snake herb was not his target this time, it would be remiss not to collect some. Considering the age of the herbs, each could yield 3 to 5 dozen spirit stones, and with over 100 specimens in sight, it was prudent to gather them. A few restless serpent demons lunged at Wang Zheng, but he effortlessly dispatched them, while the others fled in terror. After collecting 70 or 80 herbs, he ceased once the remaining ones were insufficiently aged. Though the likelihood of returning here was slim, he could not bear to leave the herbs unharvested. Had former cultivators acted similarly, the majority of resources in the cultivation world would have long since dwindled. Suddenly, a series of hissing sounds caused Wang Zheng to turn sharply, whereupon he beheld a massive python, as thick as a barrel and over 7 or 8 zhang long, its body of vivid crimson, with a single horn atop its head, gliding through the air from several dozen zhang away. Wang Zheng was taken aback. This creature had already begun to transform into a dragon. Damn, how unfortunate, he thought. The transformation of snakes into dragons signified a transition from second tier to third tier, and this colossal python had evidently reached the peak of the second tier. The Ape King's decision not to chase him into the canyon was undoubtedly influenced by its fear of this blood python. Wang Zheng felt no desire to engage in combat with the blood python. Without hesitation, he conjured a verdant vine to ascend the adjacent cliff. However, to his dismay, the blood python unleashed a green venomous arrow, forcing Wang Zheng to leap aside, unable to remain on the rock face. As he watched the smoke rise from the scorched stone, a chill ran down his spine. The potency of this venom was exceedingly alarming. What to do? Even if he launched his breaking needle attack at this blood python, it would likely prove ineffective against its formidable scales. With no time to ponder, he activated a mid-tier golden armor talisman, his most potent defensive talisman. Utilizing the swift movement talisman, Wang Zheng hastily fled through the canyon. Yet, the blood python moved swiftly along the ground, while it could not match the Ape King's speed. Wang Zheng and Appos' use of the swift movement talisman paled in comparison to the cloud-soaring talisman, resulting in the gap between them narrowing. There was no escaping. Wang Zheng narrowed his eyes. If he sought help through a message talisman like the others, he surmised that no one would come to his aid. Even if he held considerable value, a second-tier elite beast was beyond what they could contend with. It was better to rely on oneself. Wang Zheng resolved without hesitation, unleashing a swarm of venomous fire ants from his spirit insect pouch. The sudden onslaught of venomous fire ants caught the blood python off guard. While the individual strength of the fire ants was meager, their sheer numbers posed a substantial threat to the python. A green venomous arrow shot forth, and upon contact with the fire ants, they immediately erupted in black smoke, leaving no trace behind. Conversely, the venom spat by the fire ants had negligible effect on the highly toxic blood python. Wang Zheng and Apos' expression darkened. The blood python was entirely encased in impenetrable scales, leaving no weaknesses except for its mouth and nostrils. The venomous fire ants were thoroughly restrained by the blood python. Although the python's rate of exterminating the fire ants was slow, continuous encounters would eventually lead to depletion. Yet, the venomous fire ants momentarily hindered the blood python's advance, allowing Wang Zheng to flee without hesitation. However, despair soon washed over him as countless venomous snakes emerged from the surroundings, converging on the venomous fire ants. The numerical advantage of the fire ants was rapidly diminishing. With a steely resolve, Wang Zheng released another wave of venomous fire ants from his spirit insect pouch. Should he fail to escape swiftly, he feared he would genuinely meet his end today. The venomous fire ants clashed with the serpent horde, although they suffered considerable losses. Typical serpent demons could not withstand the fire's assault entirely. Wang Zheng unleashed nearly all of his venomous fire ants, maintaining a substantial numerical advantage. However, at that moment, the blood python surged through the fray, charging towards Wang Zheng. Clearly, with its intelligence, the blood python recognized that the greatest threat was this human. Damn it! Wang Zheng felt as though he had returned to those days of facing a ferocious tiger. The disparity in power between himself and the blood python mirrored those past encounters. However, the current situation does not leave him defenseless. Crack! Without hesitation, Wang Zheng summoned a bolt of lightning from his palm and struck down upon the blood python. The flash of lightning flickered, and the blood python, unable to evade in time, was struck on its head. Although it did not inflict severe damage, it only served to incite the creature's fury further. Swish! The violet long sword and flying shuttles surged towards the blood python's eyes, the only vulnerable point for Wang Zheng's attack. Other parts of its body were impenetrable, even to the finest of needles. Its eyes, however, were devoid of the protective scales, prompting an immediate evasion from the creature. As Wang Zheng fought and retreated, he found himself uncertain of where to flee. The mountain cliff offered no opportunity for escape, as the blood python pursued relentlessly. His sole hope lay in the poison fire ants overcoming the serpent horde and arriving to support him against the blood python. With a whoosh, the blood python, irritated by the two magical artifacts targeting its eyes, attempted to dodge, but failed multiple times, provoking its true wrath. Closing its eyes, it flicked its head, shattering the flying shuttles into fragments. The once reliable shuttles were now rendered useless. As the blood python opened its eyes, it fixed its gaze upon the violet longsword and promptly closed them again to retaliate. Wang Zheng, disregarding the longsword, activated a second-tier mid-grade ice sword talisman, transforming it into a 3-foot-long ice blue sword aimed directly at the python and Apos' nostrils. Sizzle! The scales on the python and Apos' nose were somewhat thin, allowing the mid-grade ice sword talisman to inflict minor damage, merely slicing through a scale, far from fatal. A grimace crossed Wang Zheng's face. Even a second-tier mid-grade talisman proved ineffective. Acknowledging the bleakness of his situation, he launched the piercing needles simultaneously towards the newly exposed scale. Yet, the blood python reacted swiftly, tilting its head, causing the needles to strike its side with a resounding clang, failing to penetrate even the scales. Wang Zheng understood that while the piercing needles were once supreme magical artifacts, their current efficacy barely matched that of a mid-grade talisman, rendering them less potent than the ice sword talisman. With no success in ambush, was he to simply await his demise? Naturally, Wang Zheng was unwilling to resign himself to such a fate. Since his encounter with Meng Hui years ago, he had never been one to sit idly by. Crackle! Ignoring the advancing blood python, Wang Zheng concentrated on cultivating the dispelling divine thunder within him. Over the years, he had absorbed the energy from the ancient thunderstruck wood, amplifying the power of the thunder seed tenfold. Although he was uncertain if it could harm the blood python, its might would undoubtedly rival that of a mid-grade talisman. Hiss! The blood python displayed a wary expression, halting its advance and rearing its head to roar. Wang Zheng, seizing the opportunity, hurled a thunderball the size of a bowl towards the blood python without hesitation. The thunderball traveled at remarkable speed, leaving the blood python with no time to evade. With a thunderous boom, the thunderball detonated upon the python and Apos' head, shattering a couple of scales and leaving a trail of green venomous blood at its mouth. Yet, the damage was minimal. Gasping for breath, Wang Zheng realized that even his final strike had produced little effect. Was he truly destined to await death? No, there was still. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Zheng. He had yet to utilize an important item. From his storage ring, he retrieved a gleaming shard of white bone, within which lay the soul-devouring demonic energy left by Qi Hong years prior. His trepidation regarding the soul-devouring demonic energy had kept him from employing it, but at this moment, he felt he had no other choice. With the poison fire ants, mid-grade talismans, and dispelling divine thunder already deployed, he recognized the formidable nature of his adversary, one far beyond his current capabilities. The future could be contemplated later. All he desired now was to survive. The instinct to live surged within him, and he took a deep breath, channeling his consciousness into the white bone. Hiss! But at that moment, a distinct cry broke through. The blood python, rather than attacking Wang Zheng, writhed on the ground in pain. Could it be that his attack had severely injured the blood python? Wang Zheng was taken aback. Surely, his dispelling divine thunder, while powerful, could not have incapacitated such a formidable second-tier beast. But the python was not feigning. Could it have been injured previously? No, this was its transformation into a jiao. Wang Zheng suddenly realized that the blood python was on the verge of metamorphosis into a jiao, a creature whose lineage closely resembled that of dragons. Generally, serpentine beasts with a strong dragon bloodline had a chance to transform into jiaos during their ascension, and with further cultivation, they could even become true dragons. The might of dragons was unquestionable. Without a moment to spare, Wang Zheng retreated hastily. Regardless of the blood python and Appo's apparent agony, he surmised that slaying it would be impossible. Should it succeed in its transformation into a jiao and ascend to a third-tier beast, his chances of survival would vanish entirely. While retreating, he commanded the poison fire ants, unwilling to see them perish alongside the serpent horde. Though the serpents were slower than the poison fire ants, the sight of the returning ants darkened Wang Zheng's expression. Only about 6,000 remained, nearly half lost. These poison fire ants had been nurtured since his introduction to the cultivation world by Qi Hong, growing from a mere 100 to 10,000 over a decade. Yet in this brief moment, he had suffered such significant losses, an unbearable reality. Yet now was not the time for lamentations. Escaping to preserve his life was paramount. Just as Wang Zheng prepared to flee, a new development unfolded with the blood python. The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. Above the blood python, a mass of dark clouds, spanning several acres, coalesced, with flickering lightning within, threatening to strike at any moment. Could this be the heavenly tribulation? Wang Zheng had only read about it in legends, where cultivators faced tribulations upon forming their golden course. The origins of these tribulations remained a mystery, perhaps a natural law of the universe or the influence of some infinitely powerful beings. However, only those who survived the tribulations could emerge unscathed, with a significant portion of cultivators perishing beneath them. Thus, many cultivators, confident in their breakthroughs, would wait until their lifespans were nearly up and their powers flawless before attempting the final challenge. It seemed that demonic beasts also faced heavenly tribulations. Perhaps as a natural law, to gain greater strength, one must endure trials and tribulations. Otherwise, all would ascend to higher ranks, thereby overwhelming the resources of the cultivation world. Was there truly some unseen force or being orchestrating these tribulations? At that moment, Wang Zheng felt the insignificance of his existence. To be a mere insect in this vast world, a mere grain in the boundless sea. I lament the fleeting nature of my life, while envying the endless flow of the Yangtze River. To soar with the immortals, embracing the bright moon in the vast sky. Wang Zheng recalled a passage taught by his teacher in his youth, pondering the identity of the author, Su, from an era long past. Perhaps he too was a formidable cultivator, capable of such profound insights. Though small, an ant can shake a tree. Though weak, a mere worm can breach a dam. A surge of ambition filled Wang Zheng's heart. One day, he would ascend to the heavens and discover who was truly pulling the strings in the cosmos. However, after such reflections, Wang Zheng realized that if he did not leave now, he might never have the chance. Should the Jiao survive the heavenly tribulation, any thoughts of escape would be futile. As for the Jiao's potential failure, the value of its corporeal form was of little concern to him. He could not afford to gamble his life on mere chance. Crackle! A bolt of lightning descended, striking the blood python. Hiss! The blood python's anguish cry resonated, its formidable scales unable to withstand the onslaught, tearing apart under the force. However, under the influence of the thunder, the previously unyielding blood python seemed to swell, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy into its form. Wang Zheng, who had intended to flee, now found himself pale and collapsed on the ground. For in that very moment when the lightning struck, The nearly depleted thunder seed within him surged uncontrollably, bursting forth from his body and plunging into the tempest of lightning. Wang Zheng could perceive the existence of the thunder seed, which had transformed into a vibrant thunder spirit. Flitting about the blood python. Crack! A second bolt of lightning descended, inflicting further injury upon the blood python. Wang Zheng managed a bitter smile, astonished by the turn of events. The thunder seed had thrown his already waning spiritual energy into disarray, and he feared it would take hours to stabilize. He would be unable to leave the canyon, let alone cast even the simplest of spells. Surrounded by numerous snake demons, an unease settled within Wang Zheng, prompting him to release the venomous fire ants. Yet, the ants seemed to sense the oppressive power of the thunder and appeared restless, though they had not yet spiraled into chaos, remaining near him. With escape no longer an option, Wang Zheng resolved to think less. At this moment, both he and the blood python were gambling with their lives. Should the python successfully transform into a dragon, he would likely be doomed. Yet whether it could weather the tribulation remained uncertain. Crack! Crack! As the bolts of thunder struck down, Wang Zheng observed that the scales of the blood python had shattered significantly, and its head had begun to change. The original single horn was broken beneath the thunder, and in its place sprouted two straight antennae from either side of its head, which now bore a striking resemblance to the legendary dragon race, albeit with less majesty and more ferocity. What astonished Wang Zheng further was the strange sensation of control over the tribulation he felt through the thunder seed. Just moments ago, he had pondered who wielded such power over the tribulation, only to find himself experiencing this bewildering illusion. Was it merely an illusion? The thought startled him. Could he truly grasp the forces of the tribulation? With a resolve to test this notion, he silently attuned himself to the presence of the thunder seed. As another bolt of lightning prepared to strike, Wang Zheng focused his mind on the dragon and Apos' head. In its agony, the dragon appeared to sense something amiss. Raising its head in alarm and emitting a clear, albeit distressed, dragon cry, roar. Mixed with reluctance and fear, it released a blood-red inner core from its mouth. The dragon pearl. It was said that if a cultivator at the foundation stage consumed the dragon pearl, they had a significant chance of breaking through to the golden core stage, though Wang Zheng had only read about this legend in an alchemical text. And even the author had expressed uncertainty. Crack! The lightning struck, impacting the dragon pearl. It fell a distance before stabilizing in midair. Yet Wang Zheng could clearly sense cracks beginning to form upon its surface. Perhaps with 2 or 3 more strikes, the dragon pearl would shatter, dooming the blood python's transformation. It truly was possible. Wang Zheng felt an unbelievable shock. How could the thunder seed he cultivated possess such miraculous power? What grade of secret technique was contained within that fragment of thunder law? Surely, even the finest techniques could not yield such extraordinary effects. Could it be that by reaching the pinnacle, one could truly cultivate the chaotic divine thunder? Wang Zheng felt a mixture of excitement and fear. Such a formidable secret technique, and he had come into possession of it. Yet, if others were to learn of his capabilities, even legendary Golden Core or Nascent Soul experts would undoubtedly seek him out, intending to use him as a tool for tribulation. But soon enough, Wang Zheng felt a sharp pain as his consciousness was suddenly drained. His complexion turned pale. Recovering from this would be even more challenging. He chuckled sorrowfully, realizing the gravity of his situation. Having failed to vanquish the dragon, he might very well lose his own life. With 2 more bolts of lightning descending, only one struck the dragon pearl. Although the cracks multiplied and blood trickled from the dragon and Apos' mouth, the other bolt merely struck the dragon and Apos' body, causing the newly formed scales to thicken, enhancing its defenses beyond their previous state. The thunder seed returned to him, disrupting the slight recovery of his spiritual energy. While the residual waves of lightning left his limbs tingling, leaning against the cliff, Wang Zheng could only resign himself to fate. Even if he received a message through a transmission talisman, he had no means to respond. He could hardly move a finger. If he survived, he vowed to uncover the truth behind the thunder seed. Otherwise, should he encounter another tribulation, he would not know how he might perish. However, Wang Zheng feared he might not have such an opportunity again. Roar! 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 The blood python had successfully transformed, now to be referred to as the blood dragon. This majestic creature, entirely crimson as blood, with a powerful presence, measuring 12 to 13 zhang in length and as thick as a barrel, soared through the air, emitting resounding dragon roars, seemingly venting its exhilaration. Having transformed, perhaps one day it would become a true dragon, soaring through the heavens. While he would merely become a part of its sustenance, Wang Zheng thought to himself in self-deprecation. At that moment, the gaze of the blood dragon fell upon Wang Zheng, and the remaining venomous fire ants, under its imposing aura, tumbled to the ground, lacking even the courage to resist. Although Wang Zheng felt a pang of unwillingness, he did not resort to pleading. Even if it could save his life, he would not consider such an act. For it was impossible. He met the blood dragon's gaze, both confronting each other across the expanse. Meanwhile, in a cave several dozen miles away, Zhao Guan and the others wore grim expressions. Old Xie, is there truly no hope? Zhao Guan asked anxiously, setting aside his relationship with Wang Zheng. The latter had proven his potential to concoct foundation-building pills, and everything had been progressing smoothly thus far. Yet, who would have anticipated that Wang Zheng would divert the Monkey King and take refuge in a canyon that harbored a second-tier supreme beast? As the hours passed, they realized that this was indeed a second-tier beast undergoing tribulation. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines. The resounding dragon roar indicated that it was a dragon. A third-tier dragon. Old Xie shook his head. It's not feasible. The mist in the canyon was dense before. Now that the dragon has successfully undergone its tribulation, my concealed spirit beast dare not approach. Alas, fellow Taoist Wang, I fear. Old Xie shook his head. He and Zhao Guan shared a similar sentiment. They naturally hoped for Wang Zheng's survival, but given the current circumstances, the likelihood seemed slim. A third-tier dragon could easily crush them with a single claw. If they did not leave, they would surely perish here. When Qihua was in high spirits but restrained himself, unable to laugh out loud, though doing so was becoming increasingly difficult. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. If you wish to flee, do so on your own. Wen Qingzhu shot a cold glare at Wen Qinghua. Humph, the strategy to lure the enemy was your idea. I even provided the escape talismans. If you perish, it's of no concern to me. Wen Qinghua no longer concealed his feelings, knowing that everyone was aware of the discord between him and Wang Zheng. Enough. This is not the time for quarrels. Fellow Taoist Wang's life hangs in the balance. Even if we acquire the materials for the foundation-building pill, our chances of ultimately obtaining it are less than 20%. And fellow Taoist Wang is no ordinary person. He must have made preparations. Perhaps he is hiding somewhere. Let us wait one more day, and if there is still no news, we can leave. Then Zhao Guan's suggestion met no objections from the others. Though Wen Qinghua was reluctant, opposing alone would be futile. Waiting one more day seemed reasonable. After all, could the dead truly come back to life? The dead, of course, cannot be resurrected, but if one were not dead, the situation would be entirely different. After half a day, Zhao Guan received a transmission talisman from Wang Zheng, quickly locating the cave where several individuals were hiding. You and Amp, Oppos, still alive. When Qihua and Amp, Oppos' expression darkened. Huh, let me disappoint you. Wang Zheng sneered at Wen Qinghua. You. Indeed, Wen Qinghua was greatly disappointed. All right, Taoist Wang, let us discuss matters as we go. We cannot linger here, Zhao Guan declared, prompting everyone to leave the cave. With a third-tier flood dragon nearby, it was prudent to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the danger. Once outside the cave, when Qizhu inquired, "Where have you been these past 2 days? Why didn't you respond to the transmission talisman?" "I consumed a turtle breath pill. Just now recovering," Wang Zheng replied. The turtle breath pill nearly halts one's heartbeat, effectively simulating death. However, should one encounter a discerning individual, consuming such a pill would be futile. This explanation was accepted by the others. Besides feigning death, Wang Zheng seemingly had no justification for emerging alive from the jaws of a third-tier flood dragon. Wang Zheng smirked, casting a fleeting glance at the bracelet adorning his left wrist. This was a spirit beast bracelet, and unbeknownst to the others, the blood flood dragon was currently slumbering within it. Flashing back half a day, the blood flood dragon had locked eyes with Wang Zheng, expecting certain death. He never anticipated that the dragon would lower its noble head before him. Bewildered, Wang Zheng realized that the blood flood dragon seemed to be submitting to him. Furrowing his brows, Wang Zheng attempted to probe the blood flood dragon with his consciousness, only to discover it trembling. A sudden revelation struck him. The blood flood dragon must have misunderstood him. Previously, when he harnessed the thunder seed to manipulate the tribulation momentarily, the dragon had imprinted his consciousness, mistakenly believing he could control the tribulation. Thus, it chose to submit to him, driven by fear of the tribulation, even thinking that he might eventually help it transform from a flood dragon into a true dragon. Although communication was impossible at this stage, the dragon's intelligence was no less than that of a human. "You will become my spirit beast," Wang Zheng declared, and the blood flood dragon, albeit hesitantly, nodded in agreement. Wang Zheng felt a mix of confusion and elation. Subsequently, he discovered several storage bags and the spirit beast bracelet in the cave that had once been the blood flood dragon's lair. Remnants left by human cultivators devoured by the dragon long ago. To his delight, he also found 2 types of foundational building elixirs, one being the primary ingredient, the crimson blood lingji, and the other, dragon blood herb. There were 2 crimson blood lingji and over a dozen dragon blood herbs, although many had been consumed by the flood dragon before its recent elevation. Yet, despite this newfound ally, the blood flood dragon was currently too weak to provide much assistance, as it had just undergone tribulation and needed to hibernate within the spirit beast bracelet for an extended period, perhaps 3 to 5 years, or even 8 to 10 years. The duration was uncertain, but it would certainly not be brief. Though presently unhelpful, the prospect of having a 3rd-tier flood dragon as a spirit beast felt surreal to Wang Zheng. In the ensuing months, their endeavors progressed relatively smoothly, traversing thousands of miles. They scoured many locations for spirit herbs, amassing a considerable quantity. However, they could only assemble 3 complete sets of main ingredients. They managed to gather several supporting materials, but the primary ones were severely lacking. They had 5 crimson blood lingji, 7 purple leaf lily of the valley, but only 3 frosty snow lotus fruits. Of the 3 known locations for the frosty snow lotus, one had already been harvested, while another was guarded by a 3rd-tier mid-grade Xianbing lynx. At the 3rd location, they had to employ a complete set of the 3 talents blood spirit array, provided by Lady Qi, to eliminate 2 2nd-tier high-grade snow lions and secure the precious frosty snow lotus fruits. With only 3 fruits, there was insufficient quantity to share. While aware of the abundance of frosty snow lotus at the Xianbing lynx's lair, their current strength rendered any attempt a perilous endeavor. There are a few other locations, though they lack frosty snow lotus fruits, and we have enough supporting herbs. It's not worth going if we don't find any, Zhang Long suggested. Is there a way to lure the Xianbing lynx away? When Qinhua interjected eagerly, fully aware that with only 3 fruits, his chances of obtaining one were slim. Acquiring a single main ingredient would be no easier than securing a complete set of herbs. Haha. Wang Zheng chuckled. You go ahead and lure it. If the blood flood dragon were in Adapos, tea in slumber, perhaps he would have dared to take that risk. However, even with a cloud-soaring talisman, he could not outrun the Xianbing lynx. The Xianbing lynx, an ice attribute beast with ice-blue wings, might not match the speed of other avian beasts of the same tier, but it far surpassed the speed of sword flight during the foundation building stage. Time remains. Previously, we focused on known locations. Now we can explore potential ones. With a bit of luck, we are bound to find something. Zhang Long continued. The others, having no objections, resolved to proceed. After all, the vast expanse of Qiyuan was far too large. They were merely investigating a few points. As long as they found an environment suitable for the growth of frosty snow lotus, it was worth a look, though the outcome would rely on chance. However, their streak of good fortune seemed to have come to an end. They scoured 3 frigid locations in succession, finding no frosty snow lotus fruits and encountering multiple assassination attempts. Currently, they were being pursued by a flock of blizzard eagles, with no escape route in sight. In previous dangers, when Qinhua could rely on his cloud-soaring talisman to flee, but now, with its dwindling supply, it was rendered ineffective against the blizzard eagles. 20 or so blizzard eagles circled overhead, while the group took refuge in a snow cave, temporarily safe as long as they blocked the entrance. However, direly, a pack of snow wolves appeared nearby. Had it not been for Wang Zheng's keen consciousness, he would have failed to notice these beasts, which blended seamlessly with the snowy landscape. We can't wait any longer. If the snow wolves surround us, we'll have no way to escape. Let's split up and fend for ourselves. Zhao Guan inhaled deeply. If by chance we survive, let us rendezvous at Yanma Valley. Yanma Valley was where the Qinglian fire resided. Wang Zheng nodded, remaining silent. Let us go. Zhao Guan shouted, dashing out of the snow cave, his speed more than doubled, not merely due to some secret technique, but also from consuming a potential boosting elixir. Elder Chen took out a jade-green wine flask from his storage bag, wincing as he opened it. After a sip, his aura surged dramatically. Unexpectedly, he tossed the flask to Wang Zheng. There is one more sip left. Within half an hour, it will enhance your mana by half, though there will be some after effects. See you at Yanma Valley. Elder Chen exclaimed before charging out, his speed rivaling that of Zhao Guan. The gazes of the others fell upon the flask in Wang Zheng's hand. However, they had witnessed Wang Zheng's strength over the past few days, which did not pale in comparison to their own, and they were aware of his cultivated poisonous fire ants. While he had only unleashed 1,000, It was sufficient to trouble any cultivator below the foundation building stage. Yet Wang Zheng did not drink the wine immediately. It was not yet necessary. The Zhang brothers simultaneously consumed a pill, and their auras flared violently as their hair grew rapidly, fangs sprouting from their mouths, resembling werewolves. Without exchanging words, they rushed out of the snow cave, moving with a speed that surpassed even that of the snow wolves. "Let us go, girl." As Qi Refinement spoke, she cast forth a puppet bird of considerable size, embedding 3 azure crystals, more vibrant than mid-grade spirit stones, upon it. Instantly, the puppet bird became animated, exuding an aura that rivaled that of a second-tier demonic bird. When Qingzhu glanced towards Wang Zheng, opening her mouth yet refraining from uttering a word, this puppet bird could hardly accommodate 3 individuals. Dragged by Qi Refinement, when Qingzhu leapt onto the back of the puppet bird, transformed into a streak of azure light, and sped away. In the snow cave, only 3 remained. Wang Zheng, no longer hesitating, chose a direction distinct from the 3 groups and charged forth without employing any secret techniques. Meanwhile, old Xie cast a glance at Wen Qiwa but opted not to speak, instead swiftly exiting the snow cave to catch up with Wang Zheng's pace. "Taoist Wang, if we team up, we can look out for one another." Neither employed any secret arts, merely utilizing a movement talisman for a slight increase in speed. Wang Zheng nodded, fully in agreement. Old Xie had navigated the depths of Qiyuan for many years, undoubtedly possessing his own means of survival. At this moment, within the snow cave, only a somewhat dazed Wen Qiwa remained. Damn it! Wen Qinghua's expression darkened. Although the others were under no obligation to assist him, he was still filled with resentment. Moreover, why should old Chun bestow the spirit wine that could enhance magical power upon Wang Zheng? Why did old Xie choose to ally with Wang Zheng while disregarding him? No matter how much resentment he harbored, it was futile. If he did not depart now, he would be surrounded by snow wolves. Unaware of how he would meet his demise, Wen Qinghua contemplated emulating Wang Zheng, consuming a turtle breath pill to feign death, but unfortunately, he possessed none. Daring not use the floating sky talisman, he resorted to the movement talisman, hoping that the blizzard eagles would not pursue him. Once he evaded their chase, he would then utilize the floating sky talisman to escape the snow wolves. The ambitious youth, however, was met with a harsh reality as 3 blizzard eagles pursued him. There were 20 to 30 blizzard eagles in total, 5 of which were targeting Wang Zheng and old Xie, while others similarly hunted down the remaining individuals. To the blizzard eagles, 2-legged and 4-legged creatures were of no distinction. Both were mere sustenance. "What is your plan, Taoist Wang?" Old Xie inquired while running. Wang Zheng glanced back at the 5 blizzard eagles. The situation was not yet dire. "Let us run a bit further, then find an opportunity to deal with 2 of them." Old Xie nodded, aligning with Wang Zheng's strategy. Previously, each had their own means, but when gathered together, the sheer number of blizzard eagles posed a challenge. They could not exhaust all their trump cards, for who could ascertain the reliability of their companions? Zhao Guan and Old Chen shared decades of camaraderie. The Zhang brothers were similarly trustworthy, and the bond between Wen Qizhu and her grandfather surpassed that of others. Among them, Wang Zheng had known Wen Qingzhu the longest, but their friendship was not particularly profound, and the others were of similar standing. Old Xie, like Wang Zheng, was a solitary figure. Although their trust was limited, they could still cooperate under shared interests. After all, guarding against a single individual was far simpler than guarding against a multitude. With a shrill cry, a blizzard eagle dove down. Though only a second-tier low-grade creature, its speed outpaced Wang Zheng and old Xie several-fold, rendering the prospect of seizing it impossible. "Hold for 3 breaths," Wang Zheng shouted to old Xie. Coming to an abrupt stop, old Xie remained silent, activating a fire shield talisman. This talisman could offer the defensive capabilities of an early-stage foundation establishment practitioner, but would rapidly deplete spiritual energy. Given old Xie's cultivation, he could not maintain it for long. Old Xie was aware that Wang Zheng possessed the breaking barrier needle, which had previously slain a second-tier mid-grade Lei Yin tiger upon their first encounter. The blizzard eagle's defenses were certainly not superior to that of the tiger, making the breaking barrier needle an excellent tool for ambush. Bang! The blizzard eagle and Appo's claws struck the fire shield talisman, scorching the eagle with flames, prompting an angry screech. Yet, it did not relinquish its pursuit. Instead, it performed a mid-air maneuver and dove once more. "Quick!" old Xie shouted, as his fire shield was shattered, sending him tumbling into the snow. Whoosh! The blizzard eagle lunged at old Xie, but a flash of silver illuminated the air as the breaking barrier needle pierced through the eagle and Appo's abdomen, crashing to the ground. Haha! I'll stow this away for now and divide it later. Old Xie chuckled, placing the blizzard eagle and Appo's corpse into his storage bag. Wang Zheng was left speechless. At this moment, who cared about the beast's body? Let us go. Wang Zheng, having expended considerable spiritual energy, dashed forward. The demise of one blizzard eagle enraged its companions. As two more blizzard eagles simultaneously swooped down, one for each of us, let us make it quick. Wang Zheng commanded, tapping his spirit insect pouch, releasing a swarm of poisonous fire ants. Over the past few months, the poisonous fire ants had fought frequently, sustaining minimal losses, and their numbers still numbered nearly 5,000. Previously, as Wang Zheng released the ants in succession, they seemed to grow stronger by devouring other beasts, yielding far better results than using the spirit-feeding pills. The pills merely ensured the ants' growth, but enhancing their strength required the continuous consumption of other beasts' flesh. Perhaps in the future, when raising the poisonous fire ants, preparing additional beast flesh would yield even better results. The 2,000 poisonous fire ants swarmed forth, undaunted by the second-tier low-grade blizzard eagle. The blizzard eagle, lacking resistance to fire poison, could only kill a limited number of the ants with its claws. Whoosh! A violet sword lunged towards the eagle's eyes. The lost flying shuttle artifact could not be replenished here, and the axe artifact was ill-suited for such an attack. Thus, Wang Zheng gripped it tightly, channeling spiritual energy and hurling it at the blizzard eagle. The thunderstorm flying axe could be considered one of Wang Zheng's signature moves. Amidst the chaos caused by the encirclement of the poisonous fire ants, the blizzard eagle faltered. Wang Zheng's violet sword pierced its eye, eliciting a shriek from the eagle, while the golden axe struck its neck. Though it did not sever its head, the creature and Appo's vitality diminished significantly. The poisonous fire ants, seizing the wound, quickly devoured the blizzard eagle, which succumbed to their relentless assault, reduced to a mere skeleton, with bite marks evident on its bones. Though the ants seemed unable to gnaw through the bones just yet, Wang Zheng speculated that given more time, they might eventually consume even the bones. Meanwhile, Old Xie had also dispatched his blizzard eagle, doing so without the complications faced by Wang Zheng, utilizing a talisman treasure instead. Talisman treasures were akin to spirit talismans but could be reused, differing from beast soul talismans in that their power remained constant, albeit with a limited number of uses. In the past few months, Old Xie's talismans had been utilized twice, leading Wang Zheng to understand that when he was pursued by the Thunderflame Tiger, Old Xie was not as helpless as he appeared. Rather, he was conserving his talismans, as each use diminished their quantity. Wang Zheng found no fault in this. Were he in a similarly perilous environment, he too would refrain from depleting his life-saving resources. After slaying two more beasts, the remaining storm snow eagles screeched in anguish but surprisingly veered away instead of diving down again. Whether they were fleeing or seeking reinforcements, it was unwise to linger in this place. Casting a glance at the retreating storm snow eagles and the elusive snow wolves, Wang Zheng thought, these creatures truly are relentless. In a snow-filled valley, Old Xie gasped for breath. The area within several hundred feet had been stained crimson, yet no corpses of the demon beasts were visible. Only a plethora of scattered bones. The strength of the snow wolves was not uniform. Unlike the storm snow eagles, which were all of the second tier, most snow wolves were of the mid-grade first tier, with a few being of the upper first tier, and only a handful classified as elite first tier. While the second-tier threat was solely the Wolf King. However, the Wolf King commanded an innumerable horde of snow wolves to attack and would not risk itself, flanked by several elite first-tier snow wolves serving as guards, having been trapped in the valley for 3 days. Had it not been for Wang Zheng's arrangement of the 5 elements illusionary formation, they would have been utterly exhausted by now. Over these 3 days, they had dispatched more than 800 snow wolves. Even if one were to use a blade, it would take considerable time to fell that many. The primary force was not Wang Zheng and Old Xie, but rather Wang Zheng's venomous fire ants. Yet after 3 days, with 4,000 to 5,000 fire ants taking turns to feast, a significant number had begun to fall into slumber, having gorged themselves to fullness. Wang Zheng was at a loss. Perhaps these fire ants were on the verge of leveling up. Individually, their strength was still below the lower first tier. But should they all advance to that tier, their power would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, the timing of their slumber was far from ideal. Wang Zheng endeavored to limit the fire ants' consumption of the snow wolf's flesh, but such instinctual behavior could not be entirely suppressed. The 5 elements illusionary formation was precariously hanging on. Although it had performed admirably in its illusionary effects, the sheer number of snow wolves was overwhelming. They had slain 800, yet at least 3,000 snow wolves remained encircling them. The formation, battered by repeated assaults, had already achieved the miraculous feat of enduring this long. Should the formation collapse and the fire ants fall into slumber, their fates would be sealed. Though they possessed certain means to slay second-tier beasts, they were rendered ineffective, as they could not approach the Wolf King. The fire ants could fly, but the distance was too great for Wang Zheng to maintain control. This situation was untenable. The Wolf King must be eliminated. Wang Zheng's expression darkened. How could he be ensnared by a mere second-tier low-grade Wolf King when he had faced off against a second-tier Elite Ape King and a third-tier Blood Dragon without issue? Old Xie remained silent, fully aware that unless the Wolf King was slain, they would eventually be worn down. But how to kill it? Even with the fire ants, they had not been able to charge forward. Now with fewer than 1,000 fire ants remaining, how could they press on? If only they had a skyward talisman. Everything would be resolved. But that fellow Wen Qinghua had clutched it tightly, leaving Wang Zheng with no opportunity to acquire it. Let us meditate and recover. I fear the formation can hold out for only another hour. Wang Zheng lamented, feeling a pang of regret. The 5 elements illusionary formation had been procured at great cost by Qi Hong. Although not particularly strong in attack or defense, its illusory effects were remarkable. Since entering the realm of cultivation, the formation had been by his side, and now, as it teetered on the brink of collapse, he could not help but feel a profound sense of loss. An hour later, Old Ske's complexion subtly changed, but he refrained from further speech. Swallowing a pill and sitting cross-legged, the remaining fire ants could still serve as a temporary guard. If they delayed any longer, all would be lost. With a resounding crash, both Wang Zheng and Old Xie opened their eyes simultaneously. Within less than an hour, the 5 elements illusionary formation shattered explosively. The energy of the formation erupted, killing at least 100 of the snow wolves trapped within, but to Wang Zheng and Old Xie, it held no significance. Surrounding the valley were still at least 3,000 snow wolves, and the Wolf King stood on a snow mound outside, coldly observing them as the wolves surged forth. Let us employ every means. We have no retreat, Wang Zheng declared as he charged towards the Wolf King, flanked by fewer than 1,000 fire ants. Old Xie, with no retreat available, would be torn apart by the relentless snow wolves if he did not follow Wang Zheng into the fray. At that moment, talismans flew from Wang Zheng's hands. Prior to this encounter, he had prepared a considerable stock of talismans, and in the months since, he had expended relatively few, as they had rarely engaged in combat with large groups of demon beasts. However, with only 700 or 800 talismans left, he found himself in a precarious situation. Old Xie also produced some talismans, realizing that in the face of low-tier demon beasts, it was imperative to conserve their spiritual energy. The venomous fire ants and talismans mowed down the advancing snow wolves, yet more continued to flood towards them. These snow wolves, however, were not formidable foes. Their advance was agonizingly slow, and the Wolf King remained a distance of 1,000 feet away at such a range. The fire ants could not act according to Wang Zheng's commands. More critically, only over 500 fire ants remained engaged in battle, and some had become disoriented from their feasting, collapsing onto the ground, where they were either devoured by the snow wolves or buried in the snow. The Wolf King remained unyielding, as though regarding 2 overconfident prey. The losses among the wolf pack seemed trivial to it. Although they faced the threat of the storm snow eagles in this snowy expanse, their numbers were insufficient to endanger the wolf pack and Oppos' survival. Thus, the wolves thrived, their ranks swelling, and as long as they could hunt, the losses incurred were of no detriment to their kind. Time slipped away, and the venomous fire ants had all retreated into their spiritual insect pouch. Wang Zheng's talismans dwindled to a mere few, with some second-tier talismans left that would be wasteful to expend, for a second-tier talisman would not yield significantly more snow wolves than a first-tier one. Wang Zheng, unable to wield the purple spirit sword, grasped a golden axe in one hand and a turtle shell shield in the other, resembling a warrior as he engaged in close combat with the snow wolves. Old Xie, in a state of despair, found his cultivation technique lacking in physical enhancement. His body was not as robust as Wang Zheng's, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, with not a single talisman left, save for a fire shield talisman and one more attack with his talisman treasure. However, the Wolf King was still 500 feet away. Even if they managed to slay it, he would not last long enough for the wolf pack to retreat. Cough, my friend Wang. I fear I must take my leave first. Old Xie sighed, glancing at the talisman treasure in his hand, which he offered to Wang Zheng. Should you manage to break through, you may have a chance to eliminate these beasts. Old Xie was genuinely despondent. They had fought their way through, likely having slain 300 to 500 of the beasts, Yet the more they killed, the more emerged. These snow wolves did not comprehend fear. Just a little further. Another 100 feet, and I would be confident in slaying the Wolf King. Wang Zheng exclaimed. 100 feet? Old Xie chuckled bitterly. Knowing he could scarcely hold out for even 10 feet. He was astonished that Wang Zheng still had the strength to utilize spiritual energy. Memories of the auction years ago flooded back to him, recalling the technique he had purchased, which had once ignited envy in old Xie. Yet, he had hesitated due to its drawbacks. Later, when 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators had made their bids, he had refrained from competing. And had he had the courage to take a gamble back then, perhaps he would not find himself in such dire straits today. Let us hope this proves useful, Wang Zheng said as he handed over a greenish-blue wine flask. Old man Xie was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly realized that this was the wine given to Wang Zheng by Old Qin, capable of rapidly enhancing one's magical power and restoring it as well. As for the aftermath, one must first survive to worry about it. Thank you, Taoist Wang. Old man Xie expressed his gratitude, fully aware of the life-saving potential of this substance, which Wang Zheng had generously offered to him. I cannot rush in alone, Wang Zheng replied calmly, recognizing that without old man Xie and Appos' assistance, he would be vastly outnumbered and have little hope of defeating the Snow Wolf King. Ah, fine wine, old man Xie exclaimed as he consumed the potion, feeling a surge of violent spiritual energy coursing through him, though it caused a certain shock to his meridians. It was of little consequence. The rich fire energy invigorated him, and as a fire attribute practitioner, he felt exhilarated. With a shout, the once dim flame shield talisman flared back to life, scorching the several snow wolves that dared to approach. I shall lead the way, Taoist Wang. Prepare your killing strike, old man Xie urged, aware that time was of the essence. According to old Chun and Appos' words, the side effects would manifest within half an hour. And if they failed to resolve the situation before then, they would be in dire straits. Wielding his spiritual sword, he swung it before him like a blazing flame, incinerating any snow wolves that came too close, and their pace increased several-fold. Wang Zheng was taken aback as well, intrigued by the potency of this spiritual wine. However, he had no time to ponder its properties. His gaze fell upon the distant Snow Wolf King, his expression devoid of emotion. Even in the eyes of the Blood Flood Dragon, he had not witnessed such coldness. It was as if the creatures being slaughtered were mere weeds. Perhaps it was in his nature. Wang Zheng assessed the distance and calculated that he could launch an effective attack within 30 yards. Taoist Wang. Old man Xie sensed that the spiritual energy within him was waning, unsure of how much longer he could hold on. Killing the Snow Wolf King would not guarantee their safety. The pack would retaliate, and it was not enough to eliminate the leader. Once the Snow Wolf King fell, the remaining wolves would scatter without a commander. Secure the perimeter, Wang Zheng commanded, activating a low-grade second-tier defensive talisman and drawing out his purple longsword. Old man Xie was taken aback. He had not expected Wang Zheng to employ a magical artifact. How much power could this weapon truly withstand? Soon, old man Xie was astonished to witness a surge of thunderous energy emanating from Wang Zheng. The purple longsword, already imbued with lightning attributes, glittered brilliantly under the infusion of power. Crack! The sword began to crack under the strain of the thunderous energy. Wang Zheng frowned, realizing he could not afford to channel any more lightning into it. Go! Under Wang Zheng and Appos' mental command, the purple lightning sword shot towards the Snow Wolf King. The indifferent Snow Wolf King sprang to its feet, evading with no hesitation. Yet, Wang Zheng and Appos' flying sword was not a mere stone thrown by the Ape King. With a slight mental shift, the purple lightning sword locked onto the Snow Wolf King once more. Before the Snow Wolf King could evade again, the purple lightning sword was upon it. A Snow Wolf guard leaped in front of the Snow Wolf King, only to be instantly pierced by the sword, exploding under the lightning and Appos' fury. Although the purple lightning sword did not halt, the Snow Wolf King had gained precious moments to react. It tilted its head just in time, the sword piercing its left cheek and nearly severing half its face, though not fatal for a beast of its kind. Though old man Xie was preoccupied with fending off the surrounding snow wolves, his attention remained fixated on the Snow Wolf King. Witnessing Wang Zheng and Appos' attack narrowly missed the kill. Despair washed over his face once more. The Snow Wolf King held in agony, but it was more a cry of rage. Just as it prepared to issue a command to the pack to tear the two intruders apart, a flash of silver light pierced through its neck, extinguishing its life force in an instant. With a thud, the Snow Wolf King's body crumpled to the ground, and the nearby Snow Wolf guards lamented its loss. The pack erupted into a cacophony of mournful howls, as if bidding farewell to their cold-blooded ruler. Yet soon, the wolves unleashed a frenzied assault. Though Wang Zheng possessed confidence in his remaining thunderous powers, he would not place all his hopes on a single strike. Thus, after the purple lightning sword flew out, he swiftly used a piercing needle to ensure the Snow Wolf King's demise. Unfortunately, this left him with almost no spiritual energy left. At this moment, Wang Zheng and Old Man Xie stood back to back, both low on spiritual energy. They ceased their advance, merely maintaining their protective shields to fend off the Snow Wolves' attacks. Old Man Xie's aura grew increasingly faint, while Wang Zheng, having consumed a medicinal pill, regained some energy, though the effects were significantly diminished due to days of intense combat. Bang! Old Man Xie's spiritual energy was entirely depleted, causing his flame shield talisman to collapse. A snow wolf lunged at him, and he swung his sword in defense. But this time, he could not repel the creature. Instead, his sword was swatted aside. As the snow wolf bared its fangs towards Old Man Xie's neck, he attempted to evade, but his body felt utterly drained. Clearly, the after-effects of the wine were quite severe. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and the snow wolf was sent flying. Cough, thank you. Old Man Xie managed to utter weakly, astonished that the pack remained so frenzied even after the Snow Wolf King's death. Do not give up. Some of the snow wolves are retreating. Indeed. A portion of the pack began to disperse, losing their ferocity without their leader and Appo's command. Old Man Xie managed a bitter smile, even as some snow wolves withdrew. He could no longer hold on. Wang Zheng activated a low-grade second-tier diamond talisman, creating a golden shield that enveloped them both. The diamond talisman provided simultaneous protection for the two, but it also meant they would face increased attacks from the snow wolves, shortening their duration considerably. Though Wang Zheng had only this one remaining talisman, he felt it necessary, even if he did not shield Old Man Xie. A single diamond talisman would not suffice to see him through this crisis. Must I resort to the devouring spirit demonic Qi? Wang Zheng pondered, still uncertain about the nature of this power, knowing it carried significant risks. However, aside from the devouring spirit demonic Qi, he had only a small reserve of thunderous energy left, sufficient for a few lightning strikes. Yet if the thunderous energy were exhausted and the snow wolves did not retreat, he would be left with no choice but to use the demonic Qi, leading to a dead end. Moreover, once the thunderous energy was depleted, it would no longer restrain the demonic Qi, and he could not predict what chaos might ensue. If he were to employ the demonic Qi, he must conserve the thunderous energy. As Wang Zheng hesitated, the cry of an eagle pierced the air. A flock of storm eagles appeared in the distance. The snow wolf pack fell into disarray, their assault immediately faltering. One storm eagle swooped down, snatching up a fleeing snow wolf and soaring into the sky. At this moment, the snow wolves began to scatter, lacking their king's guidance, becoming disorganized and chaotic. Wang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, but the crisis was far from over. With the snow wolves retreating, if the storm eagles targeted them, they would have no strength left to resist. Taoist Wang, take this. It can be used once more. Let us hope luck is on our side. Old Man Xie handed Wang Zheng a talisman that held only one remaining charge, having exhausted his own energy for activation. Wang Zheng grasped the talisman and, pulling Old Man Xie along, dashed towards a nearby snowbank. A storm eagle swooped down, perhaps drawn by the conspicuous bloodstains in the area, and spotted the two men. With mere yards to the snowbank, the storm eagle was upon them. Without hesitation, Wang Zheng activated the talisman in his hand. A streak of azure sword light shot forth, swiftly severing one of the wings of the howling blizzard eagle. The creature crashed to the ground, while Wang Zheng and the elder Xie were engulfed in a massive mound of snow, buried beneath the falling flakes. Outside, the mournful cries of the blizzard eagle mingled with the howls of a nearby wolf pack. While the wolves were often prey to the blizzard eagle, a wingless eagle would undoubtedly attract their vicious attention. At that moment, Wang Zheng found his spiritual energy nearly depleted, his consciousness nearly extinguished. Thus, he remained indifferent to the battle outside, as both men took the opportunity to recuperate in the snow, focusing solely on the restoration of their powers. After an indeterminate amount of time, silence finally enveloped the area, prompting Wang Zheng and elder Xie to emerge from the snowdrift. Wang Zheng had regained barely a third of his spiritual energy, while elder Xie had only temporarily mitigated the after-effects, his own energy still near exhaustion. It seems our luck is not too shabby, elder Xie exclaimed, his spirits buoyed by their survival against the odds. However, he recognized that Wang Zheng had borne the brunt of their struggle. Had he been alone, he would have perished countless times over. Wang Zheng took a deep breath. the biting cold imparting a profound appreciation for life. Being alive was indeed a blessing. Surveying the field strewn with the corpses of snow wolves, they were in no haste to depart. Each of these creatures was a source of spiritual stones, while one snow wolf might be of little value. 100 or even 1,000 could yield significant gains. They had slain far more than 1,000, spending more than half an hour. They collected over 500 wolf carcasses, though many had been devoured by the venomous fire ants, leaving only the inner cores and the bones of these first-tier beasts, which were of little worth. Wang Zheng intended to save the wolf bodies to feed the fire ants later, while Elder Xie was not inclined to dispute this. Taking merely 300 of the inner cores for himself, these spoils would nearly compensate for their losses, yet in this crimson abyss, items such as talismans were far more valuable than inner cores. Let us find a safe place to restore our spiritual energy. Wang Zheng scanned the wide expanse, utterly uncertain of where safety might lie. However, the blood-soaked snow was too conspicuous for them to linger here. After traveling less than 1,000 yards, they halted in their tracks. A blade of light surged toward them, its overwhelming presence instantly revealing the approach of a foundation-building practitioner. The appearance of such a figure was entirely unexpected and certainly not a favorable development for them. Though Wang Zheng had regained a modicum of spiritual energy, the piercing needle was of limited use against someone of this caliber, who, being a fellow cultivator, would undoubtedly possess methods of self-preservation. Wait, how could it be him? Elder Xie exclaimed in shock, and Wang Zheng stood frozen in disbelief. It was inconceivable. Haha, at last, I have found you. The foundation-building practitioner, soaring on his sword, stood proudly, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Wang Zheng. Senior, please. Elder Xie stammered. To their astonishment, the practitioner was none other than Wen Qinghua. Both Wang Zheng and Elder Xie struggled to comprehend how, in just 4 days, Wen Qinghua had transformed into a foundation-building cultivator. Even if he had consumed a foundation-building pill, achieving such a breakthrough within days seemed implausible. The accumulation of spiritual energy was no trivial matter. They had never heard of anyone breaking through to the foundation stage in just 3 or 4 days. Especially given that he had been evading the Blizzard Eagle's pursuit, his breakthrough time could not have exceeded 1 or 2 days. Extraordinary circumstances often conceal hidden truths. Wang Zheng mused as he observed Wen Qinghua, who was now radiating the unmistakable aura of a foundation-building practitioner. Do you not know how to pay your respects to a senior? Wen Qinghua, rather than immediately executing them, was reluctant to release his pent-up feelings without first articulating them. If you call me senior, will you spare my life? Why the pretense? Yet, I am indeed curious how you managed to ascend to the foundation stage in such a short span. If you enlighten me, I might entertain the notion of addressing you as senior. Wang Zheng's tone remained composed, but Elder Xie's expression darkened. He recognized the animosity between Wang Zheng and Wen Qinghua, viewing the latter as a spoiled young master seeking a scapegoat for his failures. Wen Qinghua, harboring resentment toward Wang Zheng, had previously suffered due to his consumption of the beast spirit talisman. Now, he deemed Wang Zheng's chances of turning the tables non-existent, while his own prospects appeared equally bleak. Yet, he was intrigued by the absurd fortune that had propelled Wang Zheng to a foundation-building breakthrough. Haha, your mindset is commendable. Today, I am in a good mood and shall indulge your curiosity, doomed as you are. That day, I was pursued by a few troublesome beasts and fell into a ravine. By sheer luck, I discovered an ancient cultivation cave, within which I found several foundation-building pills, enabling me to achieve my breakthrough. This is impossible. How could foundation-building pills lead to a breakthrough in just 3 or 4 days? Elder Xie exclaimed incredulously. Ignorant fool. In ancient times, cultivation flourished, and there were indeed wondrous places. The efficacy of these foundation-building pills far surpasses those of the present day. Not only did I acquire ancient foundation-building pills, but I also obtained ancient alchemical techniques. Alas, you will never witness me becoming a master alchemist. Wen Qinghua boasted, seemingly preparing to strike. Ah, I see. Wang Zheng sighed as he traced a finger across his palm, causing it to bleed profusely. A bone, resembling white jade, materialized in his hand. And as his blood seeped into it, the bone transformed from white to crimson, vanishing into Wang Zheng's left arm in an instant. Wang Zheng's consciousness could still perceive the bone's presence, surging into it. A chilling energy cascaded into the depths of his soul, where a swirling mass of gray mist resided, emanating a violent power. Wang Zheng's gaze locked onto Wen Qinghua. Eliminate him, he commanded coldly. Wen Qinghua glanced around, suspecting hidden ambushes, yet found no threats. However, Wang Zheng and Appo's peculiar actions unsettled him. You seek death. When Qi roared, summoning his spirit sword, charging through the air, and channeling spiritual energy to strike Wang Zheng down. Yet, at that moment, a cloud of gray mist erupted from Wang Zheng and Apos' left arm, hurtling toward Wen Qi. Unfamiliar with this phenomenon, Wen Qi hastily retreated. However, the gray mist was swifter, reaching him in an instant. Enraged, he swung his sword to sever the mist, but two tendrils simultaneously penetrated his body. Wen Qinghua's expression contorted in agony. "Ah!" he screamed, his flesh rapidly withering as if his very life essence was being siphoned away. As he wailed, Wang Zheng's countenance mirrored his distress. Elder Xie, startled, staggered back several paces, trembling. "You, demon, a demon cultivator." The existence of demon cultivators had nearly vanished in the southern wilderness. However, according to ancient texts, their methods were brutally sanguinary, often involving the slaughter of others to augment their own power. What transpired before Elder X was terrifying. While he felt gratitude toward Wang Zheng, the thought that he might be the next victim of such a demon sent shivers down his spine. Old Man Xie felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet he was acutely aware that his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering him vulnerable to the perilous expanse of the snowy wilderness. To be alone in such a desolate place would be tantamount to courting death. That skeletal remains he had just encountered, perhaps, he thought, it was not a demonic cultivator after all. He sought to reassure himself. For he knew that Wang Zheng and Apos' cultivation method was likely the Ziwei Star Sutra that he had acquired long ago. Wen Qi could never have anticipated that after achieving the foundation establishment stage, he would meet his demise here. Had he known, he would never have provoked this individual. This man was indeed a demonic cultivator. A gray mist erupted from Wen Qinghua and Apos' body, inexplicably surging toward Old Man Xie. Terrified, Old Man Xie collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy, convinced that Wang Zheng intended to silence him. "Come back," Wang Zheng bellowed, but the gray mist seemed impervious to his command. Crack! A bolt of violet lightning struck the gray mist, eliciting a strange and mournful wail. The mist appeared to attempt an escape, but quickly realized that the vessel in which it could take refuge lay within the very person it feared. Return, or face annihilation. Wang Zheng's control over the lightning intensified. The gray mist spiraled once before diving into the skeletal remains embedded in Wang Zheng's left arm. Old Man Xie was left bewildered. What was transpiring? Wang Zheng offered no explanation, thinking it merely a means of self-preservation that had startled his companion. No. I shall never divulge a single word. Otherwise, I may never transcend the foundation establishment stage. Old Man Xie swore a venomous oath, his only concern being his own survival. Though he was convinced that Wang Zheng was not a demonic cultivator, he possessed abilities reminiscent of one. The sight of the bones strewn across the snow sent shivers down his spine. As the gray mist entered the skeletal remains, a surge of pure energy began to emanate from them, coursing through Wang Zheng and Apos' meridians and swiftly replenishing his spiritual energy. Wang Zheng felt a stirring within. If he could fully refine this energy, he might very well reach the critical threshold of the 9th layer of Qi Refinement, if not break through to the 10th layer. Before arriving at Qi Yuan, he had only just surpassed the 9th layer of Qi Refinement. And the energy required to solidify his cultivation using the Ziwei Star Sutra was immense, yet here it was, within his grasp in mere moments. What sort of genius could rival this? Recalling Qi Hong and Apos' earlier words, Wang Zheng found himself unexpectedly anticipating the devouring demonic energy. But the memory of Qi Hong's fate gnawed at his heart. In the future, he resolved to exercise caution with this power, otherwise, he might find himself facing a similar end as Qi Hong. Although the exorcising divine thunder could restrain the mist, its nature was too formidable. If allowed to consume him unchecked, he feared the day would come when it could not be contained, leading to his own demise. The two found a snow cave, sealing its entrance to recover within. At this moment, Old Man Xie felt a sense of relief. If Wang Zheng had intended to kill him, he would not have waited until now. With Wang Zheng and Apos' capabilities, he no longer needed to worry about his safety. Inside the snow cave, Wang Zheng focused on refining the energy within him, knowing he had to act swiftly. Having come this far, he would not dwell on what might have been. Without the devouring demonic energy, he would have perished in the snow. He was confident that as long as he adhered to his principles, this energy would remain under control for a considerable time. During this interval, he was determined to uncover the true nature of this force. As the residual effects on Old Man Xie dissipated and his spiritual energy was restored, He observed Wang Zheng's aura growing increasingly potent, his rate of cultivation astonishing. He realized this might be a technique of a demonic cultivator. If such speed were available to them, he would almost be tempted to become one himself. Yet, judging by Wang Zheng and Appo's demeanor, this ability appeared far from benign, likely carrying significant after-effects. After a fortnight, Wang Zheng concluded his cultivation, astonishingly reaching the critical point of the 9th layer of Qi Refinement, a mere step away from breakthrough. With a supreme barrier-breaking pill in his possession, he knew that with another period of seclusion, he could ascend. However, they had to depart. Others would soon arrive at the Flame Demon Valley. Before leaving, Wang Zheng opened Wen Qinghua's storage ring. Upon retrieving 3 pale blue pills, Old Man Xie's breath quickened with excitement. Foundation Establishment pills, crafted from ancient formulas. Wang Zheng gazed at the 3 pills, his exhilaration tempered by a hint of confusion. Is there a problem with these Foundation Establishment pills, Taoist Wang? Old Man Xie inquired. Wang Zheng shook his head, uncertain. They differ from any Foundation Establishment pills I have encountered. We must examine the formula first. Wang Zheng began to search. And soon he discovered the ancient recipe for the Foundation Establishment pills, his expression shifting to one of profound peculiarity. What troubles you, Taoist Wang? Old Man Xie asked. Take a look for yourself. Wang Zheng replied, his disappointment palpable. Was there a hidden danger within these pills? Upon seeing the name inscribed on the recipe, Old Man Xie was momentarily speechless. Huangliang pill. A century of hardship, a dream of Huangliang. Old Man Xie struggled to articulate his feelings. The Huangliang pill, indeed. A dream of Huangliang. It turned out that this ancient alchemist, despite his remarkable talent, had repeatedly failed in crafting the Foundation Establishment pills due to his limitations. Ultimately, just before his demise, he managed to devise the Huangliang pill. Consuming the Huangliang pill would temporarily expand Wen and Appo's meridians, allowing a perfected Qi refiner to transition into the Foundation Establishment stage. However, this effect was fleeting, lasting less than 3 days, after which the meridians would contract, potentially leaving one worse off than before. Essentially, taking the Huangliang pill was tantamount to severing Wen and Appo's chance at true Foundation establishment, reducing it to a mere 3-day experience. Nonetheless, the Huangliang pill was not entirely without merit. When truly cornered, it provided an opportunity for a last stand. Yet, aside from its inventor, who would be extravagant enough to use the ingredients meant for crafting Foundation Establishment pills to create a Huangliang pill? Wang Zheng handed 1 Huangliang pill to Old Man Xie, who regarded it with a mix of distaste and regret. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng continued to inspect Wen Qinghua's storage ring. Soon, he was taken aback. In one corner of the ring lay an array of jade boxes crafted from millennium ice crystal, numbering over 100. Upon inspection, he found they were filled with materials for crafting Foundation Establishment pills, retaining their potency after who knows how long. These jade boxes, made from millennium ice crystal, would fetch a price comparable to that of the Foundation Establishment pills themselves if sold. What manner of individual was this, to possess such an abundance of materials for Foundation Establishment pills? Were the ingredients so inexpensive during ancient times? Though curiosity piqued, no answers were forthcoming. The ancient cultivation cave Wen Qinghua had discovered remained elusive. Searching for it could take years. Wang Zheng held little interest in this, though the alchemist and Appo's preserved scroll of alchemical techniques proved intriguing, revealing novel insights and techniques that opened his mind. This individual was also a Qi refiner, yet he could concoct most second-tier pills. Did he possess a unique flame? Seeking this person's cave was less appealing than hastening to the Flame Demon Valley. Among the materials for Foundation Establishment pills, the Heavenly Frost Snow Lotus fruit was the most abundant, exceeding 20 pieces, and they could easily gather enough materials for 10 batches of Foundation Establishment pills. Wang Zheng handed 2 Heavenly Frost Snow Lotus fruits to Old Man Xie, saying, "These were found on Wen Qinghua." Old Man Xie was overjoyed. Even knowing that Wang Zheng had undoubtedly obtained more than he harbored no unreasonable expectations. Naturally, Wang Zheng would not reveal everything. He had not yet reached the point of selflessness. Unbeknownst to him, with his qualifications, he required several Foundation Establishment pills to achieve a breakthrough. The two set out once more, this time with heightened caution and vigilance. Wang Zheng possessed formidable mental prowess, and with the assistance of Old Xie and his hidden spirit bees scouting the path, as long as fortune did not frown upon them too severely, they would likely evade ambush. However, should they find themselves besieged by a pack of snow wolves, Even Wang Zheng's use of the soul-devouring demonic qi would struggle to ensure their safety. While this demonic energy could consume flesh and blood, it was not boundless. It required time to digest. After 7 days, they emerged from the snowy expanse, unscathed, and instead of embarking on further explorations, they headed directly to the Inferno Demon Valley. The Inferno Demon Valley was a perilous realm within Qi. Although it boasted a significant quantity of fire attribute spiritual herbs. It was also home to a multitude of ferocious beasts, the most troublesome of which were creatures known as Inferno Demons. Perhaps not quite fitting the description of beasts. These were spirit stone beings that had come into existence within the valley. These stone entities possessed dual elemental attributes of earth and fire, rendering them remarkably resilient. Ordinary magical artifacts struggled to defeat them. With a penchant for devouring other living beings, they earned the moniker of Inferno Demons. Equipped with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Defeating an Inferno Demon typically required the combined efforts of 2 or 3 practitioners of the same rank, and their numbers were staggering, which deterred many from venturing into the valley. It had been a month and a half since Wang Zheng and Old Xie entered the Inferno Demon Valley. Upon reaching its outskirts, they did not rush in but instead dispatched sound transmission talismans to others. To their delight, responses came swiftly. Zhao Guan, Old Qinjiu, Wen Qizhu, and Madame Qi had astonishingly been waiting in the vicinity for over 10 days. Apologies for keeping you waiting. We were besieged by some snow wolves and barely managed to escape. Wang Zheng found an opportune moment to interject, and the others did not press him for details. To Wang Zheng's surprise, the Zhang brothers had yet to arrive. The combined assault technique of the Zhang brothers, if not confronted by a Foundation establishment practitioner, should pose little threat. In fact, they were likely stronger than the other 2 groups. Yet, if fortune did not favor them and they fell prey to the snow wolves, they could find themselves in dire straits. In this realm of Qi Yuan, one's strength was not the sole determinant of survival. Luck played an equally crucial role. No one mentioned Wen Qihua, seemingly disregarded, as they all assumed he could not possibly have survived alone in the snowy wilderness. They had been in Qi Yuan for over half a year, and according to the patterns of previous beast tides, the fiercest onslaught should soon conclude. They needed to depart Qi Yuan promptly. After waiting for 7 or 8 days without the Zhang brothers' arrival, they could no longer afford to linger. Without the Zhang brothers, we may encounter some difficulties upon our exit, Madame Qi sighed. Although each of them still possessed 2 demon transformation talismans, once activated with spiritual energy, their effectiveness would be immediate. 2 talismans were hardly sufficient to ensure their return to Linyuan City. There was little they could do about it. And they hoped the Zhang brothers would have good fortune and join them soon. Now, let us deliberate on how to procure the Qinglian fire. At the mention of the Qinglian fire, Wang Zheng felt a surge of excitement. Acquiring it would make this journey worthwhile, even if they gained nothing else. This is a map of the Inferno Demon Valley. While it is not comprehensive, the general locations are fairly accurate, based on our previous explorations. The tribes of stone beings within the valley are concentrated in 3 areas. The volcanic lake we aim to reach lies within the territory of one of these tribes, which boasts the largest number of Inferno demons, roughly 1,000 in total, with at least 30 at the 2nd tier. We must ensure we remain undetected. For if discovered within the Inferno Demon Valley, escape would be impossible. Zhao Guan briefed the group on the valley's particulars. Yet, hope was not entirely lost. The Inferno demons possessed lower intelligence and weaker mental prowess compared to beasts of the same rank. With Wang Zheng's formidable mental strength and Old Xie's hidden spirit beast scouting the area, their chances of success in traversing the territory were relatively high. Although Madame Qi had never set foot in the Inferno Demon Valley, she was not entirely uninformed. Let us proceed into the valley. Old Qinjiu took a swig of liquor, his emotions seemingly unstable, perhaps haunted by memories of his son's untimely demise. The Inferno demon tribes resembled primitive human clans. Spanning hundreds of miles, the valley was teeming with fire attribute beasts, and these tribes survived by hunting them. Mature Inferno demons reached heights of over 10 feet, while ordinary ones could grow to the 1st-tier peak level, equivalent to the late stage of Qi Refinement. Only a scant few could achieve the 1st-tier completion, and even fewer could ascend to the 2nd tier, which was attainable only by those with exceptional talent. The Inferno demons did not comprehend the art of cultivation, but they instinctively manipulated flames and rock for offense, their bodies more durable than most magical artifacts, making it exceedingly difficult for practitioners of the same rank to inflict fatal damage. Although there were patrolling warriors outside the tribes, their ignorance of mental energy usage meant that Wang Zheng and the others could remain undetected. They waited at a distance from the Inferno demon tribe, which, like the human tribes, hunted at dawn and rested at dusk. As night descended, even the vigilant Inferno demon warriors succumbed to slumber. The group stealthily approached, communicating through mental transmissions. Suddenly, as they passed an Inferno demon guard, the slumbering sentry emitted an unintelligible sound. Startled, when Qi instinctively prepared to eliminate the guard to prevent drawing the attention of more Inferno demons, leaving them no option but to flee. However, just as she raised her hand, Wang Zheng restrained her, saying, "Hold on, he is merely talking in his sleep." Wang Zheng's mental acuity far surpassed that of Wen Qizhu, and he quickly assessed the situation, focusing on the guards. Wen Qizhu halted but struggled slightly. Her hand still gripped by Wang Zheng, she did not let go. She shot him a glare, sending a mental message. It was only then that Wang Zheng realized his impulsive action of grasping her hand. Acknowledging her remark, he hastily released her. Wen Qizhu chose not to regard Wang Zheng further and moved ahead, while he, lost in thought, did not dwell on it. Zhao Guan, walking behind, transmitted to Madame Qi. "I believe this pair is quite well matched." Madame Qi, sensing her granddaughter's interest in Wang Zheng, feared that it might be unrequited. He seemed too steadfast in his path to be swayed by romantic entanglements. "Ah, how we were in our youth." Zhao Guan sighed. Madame Qi reminisced about her own unwavering resolve in her younger days, only to find herself at a loss for advancement after reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement. It was only after encountering her soulmate that she embraced motherhood. Yet, fate intervened, and both her partner and children perished, leaving her with but a solitary granddaughter. As her lifespan dwindled, she found herself rekindling her aspirations. Before they could ponder further, the group had traversed past the guards and entered the heart of the Inferno demon tribe. The inhabitants resided in towering stone structures, and at that moment, the tribe was not merely filled with snores. Deep, resonant growls of varying pitch echoed from within the stone dwellings. Even without mental probing, the situation was all too clear. Wen Qizhu's face flushed crimson, silently cursing the lack of propriety. Yet, the Inferno demons likely felt quite aggrieved. How could they be deemed indecent for simply engaging in intimacy with their partners in the dead of night? Wang Zheng, having heard the commotion, found himself curious. Could these stone beings truly reproduce? Yet that seemed improbable. If they could not, where did the variously sized young Inferno demons come from? Perhaps these stone beings represented an entirely different life form, yet their behaviors bore a striking resemblance to human traits, akin to a primitive human race from ancient times. Perhaps, in several tens of thousands or millions of years, the Inferno demons could evolve into a high-level intelligent species akin to humans. Navigating through the Inferno demon tribe proved easier than Wang Zheng and his companions had anticipated. However, it does not imply that the Inferno Valley can be traversed at will by those in the Qi refinement stage. Wang Zheng possesses a mind comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, while old Xia's spirit bees are scattered about, acting as vigilant sentinels. Should any disturbance arise, they would swiftly retreat. Otherwise, entering the depths of the Inferno tribe's territory would not be so effortless. The volcanic lake lies within a subterranean cavern, yet at this moment, a contingent of Inferno guards stands vigil at the entrance, their demeanor alert and devoid of any signs of drowsiness. What could be the reason for this? It had not been the case before. Old Chun and Appo's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that the Inferno had discovered the spirit fire? Perhaps not. For this underground labyrinth is intricate, and the volcanic lake is not singular. The Inferno do not comprehend the refinement techniques, even if they were to discover the spirit fire. What could it matter? First, they must deal with this group of Inferno guards, for their time is limited with such sentinels present. Zhao Guan spoke gravely. There are 10 patrolling Inferno guards, one of whom is comparable to the peak of the Qi refinement stage, while the rest are in the later stages. Given their strength, it would be no simple feat to silently eliminate these Inferno guards. Wang Zheng inwardly lamented, had the 5 elements illusory spirit array not been damaged. They could have discreetly dealt with these Inferno beings. Taoist Qi, do you possess any formations to ensnare them? We cannot allow these Inferno to relay any messages. Zhao Guan inquired, aware that Lady Qi is a formation master and might possess useful arrays. The previously utilized 3 talismans blood spirit array, though it had reached the 2nd tier, was merely a killing formation and could not muffle the sounds of battle. However, there exists a top-tier first-level yin-yang illusory spirit array, which is purely an illusory formation without offensive or defensive capabilities. At most, it could trap these stone beings for a quarter of an hour, within which time they must resolve the situation. To eliminate this squad of Inferno guards in a mere quarter of an hour is no trivial task. I can handle two. Zhao Guan hesitated, then spoke. Leave the leader to me, Old Shen asserted. The Inferno at the peak of Qi Refinement is undoubtedly equivalent to 2 or 3 ordinary Inferno warriors. With 7 remaining, Wang Zheng and his companions must dispatch them. I shall manipulate the formation, while we two will handle 3. The rest shall be the responsibility of Taoist Wang and Taoist Xie. Upon hearing this, Old Xie's expression soured as he glanced at Wang Zheng, uncertain if the demonic cultivator's methods could consume these stone beings. Though he surmised that Wang Zheng would not resort to it lightly. Wang Zheng furrowed his brow. We were besieged by hundreds of snow wolves in the snowfield. Our spirit talismans have been depleted, and my broken essence needle may prove ineffective against these Inferno. Do any of you possess alternative means? Previously, they had discovered a few heavenly frost snow lotus fruits in the snowfield, and he was willing to offer one to compensate for their losses. Although they traveled as a group, items obtained individually could not be allocated according to team principles. Upon hearing Wang Zheng mention the heavenly frost snow lotus fruits, the others' eyes brightened. Previously, they had only gathered 3 shares of materials. According to their prior agreement, the distribution principle dictated that, apart from the Foundation Establishment medicinal materials, everything else would be divided equally, while the materials for the Foundation Establishment pill would be distributed in turns. Those at the front were Zhao Guan, Old Shen, and Lady Qi, followed by Zhang Long, Wang Zheng, Zhang Hu, Wen Qizhu, and the later joiners, Wen Qihua and Old Xie, at the end of the line. Thus, Zhao Guan, Old Shen, and Lady Qi each possessed a complete set of Foundation Establishment pill materials. Even if everything proceeded smoothly and Wang Zheng successfully refined the green lotus fire, the success rate for concocting the Foundation Establishment pill would be merely 30%. Even with 3 shares of materials, success would depend on luck. I possess a thunder pearl. With appropriate use, it would easily eliminate 2 Inferno. Zhao Guan produced a pulsating thunder pearl, no larger than a chicken egg, yet it emanated an overwhelming force that made Wang Zheng's heart race. This thunder pearl could likely slay even Foundation Establishment cultivators, surpassing the efficacy of an ordinary second-tier mid-grade spirit talisman. I also have 2 spirit talismans. Old Shen revealed 2 talismans, one offensive and one defensive, both second-tier low-grade, sufficient to slay an Inferno. After half a year in the Crimson Abyss, their stock of items was limited, hence their eagerness to acquire the heavenly frost snow lotus fruits. Lady Qi hesitated briefly before producing 2 jade boxes, stating, with these, we should have enough to take down 4 Inferno. I was fortunate enough to acquire a few longevity fruits, which can be refined into longevity pills, potentially adding 10 years to one and Oppo's lifespan. Might I request that the 2 of you relinquish the heavenly frost snow lotus fruits? Longevity fruits. Zhao Guan and Old Shen and Amp. Oppo's faces lit up with delight. While the heavenly frost snow lotus fruit is the main ingredient for the Foundation Establishment pill, their greatest obstacle now is not only the lack of the Foundation Establishment pill, but also their dwindling lifespan and weakened vitality, which considerably lowers their success rate in Foundation Establishment. The longevity fruits not only extend one's lifespan, but also rejuvenate their vitality, enhancing the likelihood of their success in Foundation Establishment. They hesitated only slightly before both readily agreed. Lady Qi obtained the heavenly frost snow lotus fruits, while the others received the longevity fruits, resulting in mutual satisfaction. Refining the longevity pills will require your assistance, Taoist Wang, Zhao Guan remarked with a smile. There is no need for formality. If I can refine the green lotus fire, I shall have a fair chance at producing the longevity pills. The difficulty of crafting longevity pills is slightly higher than that of youth retention pills, yet far less complex than the Foundation Establishment pill. Even now, Wang Zheng feels he has a reasonable chance of success, though it would be less challenging after refining the green lotus fire. Wang Zheng handed over the second-tier low-grade offensive talisman to Old Xie, fully aware that he was truly at his wit's end. Having acquired Wen Qinghua's storage ring, he had fortuitously obtained several second-tier spirit talismans, including 3 rare sky-soaring talismans. However, Wang Zheng was reluctant to reveal all his resources, thus only offering 1 heavenly frost snow lotus fruit, as he still possessed more of them, rendering it of little significance to retain. Lady Qi began to arrange the formation around them. Although Wang Zheng had perused a couple of formation texts, he found the intricacies of formations to be exceedingly profound and obscure. To achieve mastery would require an immense investment of time, which he could ill afford. Alchemy sufficed for his cultivation needs, thus he had no desire to delve further into formations. Nevertheless, The efficacy of formations is indisputable. As long as a formation master is given time to set up, dispatching 3 unnamed adversaries of the same tier is far from difficult. In the future, he must procure several sets of formations. The yin-yang illusory spirit array is evidently much simpler than the 5 elements illusory spirit array Wang Zheng had previously employed, covering only a mere 100 yards, yet it is sufficient for their current needs. Once activated, the yin-yang illusory spirit array enveloped the area in chaos, rendering everything within it invisible to the naked eye. The inferno guards stationed outside the cavern were instantly bewildered, chattering in a language incomprehensible to Wang Zheng and his companions, their expressions reflecting confusion at the sudden darkness. Clearly, they were unaware that danger had already approached, showcasing their limited intellect. Strike swiftly and decisively. Zhao Guan produced a rope-like artifact, medium grade in quality, which instantly ensnared 2 inferno guards. He then hurled a thunder pearl, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the 2 inferno, scattering their remains, aside from a small amount of red blood. The majority consisted of rock, truly peculiar in their bodily structure. The remaining inferno guards quickly realized that an enemy had appeared, no longer oblivious to the threat. At this moment, Wang Zheng and the others wasted no time in launching their attacks. Taking advantage of the fact that several inferno were still clustered together, Wang Zheng threw his thunder pearl. 1 inferno was blown to pieces, while the other 2 fell to the ground, albeit still alive. Wang Zheng seized his golden giant axe and charged forward, delivering a blow to the neck of 1 inferno, only to find that the axe did not sever its head. Wang Zheng was quite surprised. The defense of the flame demon was indeed formidable. Old Xie used an attack talisman to pierce through 1 flame demon and then directed his assault towards another flame demon injured by Wang Zheng's thunder pearl. The others also employed their unique methods to confront their respective foes. Moments later, a group of flame demons was reduced to mere rubble. Clear the area quickly and move in. Since there are guards here, we cannot remain undetected for long, Zhao Guan urged, prompting the others to take action. The rocks on the flame demons bore little value. Once detached from their bodies, they resembled ordinary stones. However, within each demon, aside from a yellow demon core akin to that of a beast, there existed a red spiritual crystal, the size of a date pit, exuding an exceptionally pure spiritual energy, comparable to medium-grade spirit stones. As the formation was dismantled, any discovery by the flame demons would surely lead to an assault on their array, providing them with an early warning. Old Qinjiao led the way, and the temperature within the cavern escalated. Occasionally, fire attribute beasts appeared, predominantly of the first tier and of lower quality, likely due to the flame demons frequently hunting in this area. After 2 hours, based on his experience, Old Qinjiao guided everyone to the edge of a volcanic lake. The volcano towered 1,000 feet high, its interior adorned with crimson fire lotuses, some of which had been growing for 300 to 500 years. The seeds of these fire lotuses were beneficial for alchemists, enticing even those in the Qi Refinement and Foundation establishment stages. However, at that moment, Wang Zheng's gaze was drawn to a massive red lotus in the center, with a diameter exceeding 30 feet. Atop this lotus bloomed a 9-petaled fire lotus, and within its seed pod danced a bull-sized azure flame. Indeed, it is the azure lotus fire. A glimmer of delight sparked in Wang Zheng's eyes. Yet, he remained level-headed, for it seemed that no traces of beasts had been present here for quite some time. According to Old Qinjiao, there had once been a peculiar fire attribute beast in this vicinity, at least of the 2nd tier. Yet he had barely glimpsed its entirety before his son Xinjiang was whisked away by a fiery tendril. Could it have left? Otherwise, if the beast were here, it would surely have consumed these fire lotus seeds. Lady Qi remarked curiously. Uncertain. It has been 30 years. Old Qinjiao gazed wistfully at the dancing azure lotus fire, his eyes filled with sorrow and nostalgia. At that moment, Old Xie released the ultimate concealment bees. These bees possessed sharp senses, especially towards demonic energy, yet after a thorough inspection of the volcanic lake, they found no signs of beasts, suggesting their absence unless the beast emitted no trace of its aura whatsoever. Taoist Wang, let us proceed. We cannot afford to delay, Zhao Guan urged again. Wang Zheng nodded slightly, but hesitated to act. He sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint its origin. Was it the sight of the azure lotus fire that had stirred his apprehension? Exhaling, he expanded his spiritual awareness once more, meticulously searching the area, and, upon confirming the absence of beasts, he dismissed his worries. Nevertheless, out of caution, he activated the 2nd-tier low-grade defense talisman given by Old Qinjiao. Observing Wang Zheng's actions, The others held their tongues. In the realm of cultivation, danger lurked everywhere, and a cautious approach could prolong one's life. Use this, Taoist Wang. The temperature in the volcanic lake is excessively high. Conserving some spiritual energy will be beneficial. When Qingzhu offered him a smaller puppet bird, which could only accommodate one person. Thank you. Wang Zheng accepted it without hesitation. Without this puppet bird, he would have to enter the volcanic lake directly. Though the fire lotuses provided some footing, the heat would be more intense, leading to greater spiritual energy expenditure. Wang Zheng was unaware of how long it would take to subdue the azure lotus fire. So conserving energy was advantageous. Upon seeing Wang Zheng insert medium-grade spirit stones into the puppet bird, when Qingzhu opened his mouth but refrained from speaking, he wished to suggest that a low-grade spirit stone sufficed for a first-tier puppet, but Wang Zheng, being an alchemist of renown, certainly did not lack a few spirit stones. Standing atop the puppet bird, Wang Zheng controlled it with his spiritual awareness, directing it towards the center of the volcanic lake. His vigilance remained unwavering, and upon reaching the azure lotus fire, he detected no signs of danger. Wang Zheng chuckled to himself. Ever since entering the realm of cultivation, he had faced peril at every turn, yet this time, everything seemed remarkably smooth, casting a shadow of suspicion over his thoughts. The azure lotus fire. A smile crept onto his lips. With this fire, the success rate of refining foundation establishment pills would significantly increase, even with his poor aptitude. The materials he possessed were sufficient to facilitate a breakthrough. At that moment, the center of the volcanic lake rose several times higher than its edge. Though enveloped in a defense talisman, Wang Zheng found the heat unbearable. Thus, he promptly consumed a Xianbing pill, a chill emanating from within to counteract some of the heat. Stealing a glance at the azure lotus fire, he retrieved his alchemical furnace. He could not refine the azure lotus fire here. The process of refining it would undoubtedly take more than a day or two. Moreover, the beasts that once roamed this volcanic lake could return at any moment, and the flame demon tribe would not afford him ample time. The alchemical furnace he possessed, left by Qi Hong, was of high quality for a second-tier furnace and could withstand the temperature of the azure lotus fire without issue. However, just as Wang Zheng prepared to capture the azure lotus fire, a voice from the shore called out, "Not good. The external formation has been breached." A chill ran down Wang Zheng and Appo's spine. The flame demon tribe had discovered their presence far too quickly. Taoist Wang, do not lose focus. Concentrate on capturing the spiritual fire. The flame demon tribe won't find this place so swiftly. Old Qingzhu shouted. Wang Zheng inhaled deeply and nodded. As his alchemical furnace descended upon the azure lotus fire, the fire seemed to sense the impending danger, thrashing violently, as if attempting to flee from the seed pod. Yet it lacked the strength to detach from it. And Wang Zheng would not allow its escape. Suddenly, a crimson flame vine shot forth from the volcanic lake, striking towards Wang Zheng. His expression tightened as he swiftly maneuvered the puppet bird to evade the incoming attack. The fiery vine missed its target and retreated back into the lake. A beast? No. It's... Wang Zheng, ever cautious, had evaded the strike with ease. To his astonishment, he realized that the fiery vine was not a spell conjured by a beast, but an attack emitted by the massive lotus at the center. The lotus has become sentient. Taoist Qin, is this the legendary beast from years past? Wang Zheng quickly inquired through sound transmission. Old Qingzhu was momentarily stunned before replying, "Yes, it is indeed. This lotus has transformed into a demon. How regrettable that I once thought it was merely the guardian beast of this volcanic lake. Now it makes sense. No wonder my concealment beast failed to detect any beastly aura. It turns out the fire lotus has evolved. We must act together to eliminate this demon, otherwise we will be unable to capture the spiritual fire." Old Qingzhu's eyes glinted with hatred. "But how do we contend with it? We cannot fly." Old Xia muttered, feeling frustrated. "I still have a few puppets here, but our spiritual awareness is no match for Taoist Wang's. It will be difficult to evade the fire lotus and Appo's attacks within the volcanic lake." Lady Qi furrowed her brow. "The attack range of this fire lotus is limited. You all should create distractions on the periphery while I focus on capturing the spiritual fire. This fire lotus is at home in the volcanic lake and is not easily slain," Wang Zheng declared. Though old Qingzhu felt reluctant, he recognized the truth in Wang Zheng's words. Lady Qi summoned her flying puppet, and she, along with Zhao Guan and old Qingzhu, entered the volcanic lake to assist Wang Zheng in capturing the spiritual fire, while Old Sun remained vigilant, for if the flame demon tribe ambushed them, all would be lost. As when Qizhu appeared to possess some understanding of formations, he began to arrange them near the cave entrance, striving to buy more time for Wang Zheng and his companions. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Spells rained down upon the water lilies. Though the fire lotus spirit could not move in the volcanic lake, it managed to conceal its lily pads beneath the water and Apos' surface. The attacks from others stirred up volcanic lava, splashing high. Yet they failed to inflict significant damage on the fire lotus spirit, which instead found itself in a state of distress, evading the relentless fire vines that flickered in and out of existence. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng deftly dodged the fire vines while using his alchemical furnace to collect the spiritual fire. However, every time the furnace neared the spiritual fire, several fire vines would lash out, and had Wang Zheng not moved it aside, he might have been ensnared. Losing the furnace would leave him at a loss for a vessel to contain the spiritual fire. This situation was untenable. The number of fire vines was overwhelming. "We cannot employ powerful attacks," cried Elder Qi. "The spiritual fire is not robust. If it suffers damage, it may extinguish entirely." Wang Zheng had invested considerable effort in understanding the spiritual fire, spending thousands of spirit stones merely to locate relevant texts. The spiritual fire of heaven and earth holds immense potential, yet it does not possess the power to obliterate everything. The azure lotus fire had likely taken years to coalesce, yet it remained in a nascent state. "What shall we do?" Chen Laochio's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. The fire lotus spirit bore a grudge against him for the loss of his son. "If I strike it with my heart lightning, I should be able to sever a few fire vines. However, I lack a lightning root, and this heart lightning is condensed using secret techniques, so its quantity is limited. I will need all of you to restrain the other fire vines." Upon hearing Wang Zheng's transmission, the three were taken aback. They had not witnessed him employ lightning-based spells for over half a year. Although it was condensed through secret techniques, it astonished them. Could it be the secret technique of that cultivation method? Zhao Guan inquired. Wang Zheng refrained from confirming or denying. Crack! A fire vine lashed out toward the alchemical furnace. But Wang Zheng unleashed a bolt of heart lightning. Though not particularly powerful, the fire lotus spirit was fundamentally a wood attribute spirit, and the fire vine was instantly cleaved into several segments by the lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if stimulated by the lightning, the other fire vines, which had initially intended to retreat into the volcanic lake, recoiled in fear. Spirits of flora and fauna possess a greater fear of lightning than humans do. Now and amp, Apos, our chance. Wang Zheng sent the alchemical furnace soaring toward the azure lotus fire once more. Swish, swish. A few fire vines shot out again, but Zhao Guan and the others swiftly entangled those fire vines with their magical tools. Only two managed to ensnare the alchemical furnace. Wang Zheng promptly unleashed a bolt of heart lightning, severing one fire vine, but the other coiled around the furnace, dragging it aside and preventing him from collecting the azure lotus fire. Without delay, Wang Zheng gathered his heart lightning again, but before he could launch another attack, the remaining fire vines withdrew into the volcanic lake. Wang Zheng was left speechless. This fire lotus spirit had indeed become sentient. Yet this also proved its fear of his exorcising divine lightning. While Wang Zheng wished to resolve the matter swiftly, dealing with the fire lotus spirit without harming the azure lotus fire was proving to be quite a challenge. The alchemical furnace soared toward the azure lotus fire once more, with Wang Zheng's heart lightning at the ready for immediate action. Although the fire lotus spirit possessed a degree of intelligence, its reactions were primarily instinctual. Thus, as Wang Zheng attempted to collect the azure lotus fire, the fire vines re-emerged. The fire lotus spirit remained oblivious to the futility of its actions. Its fire vines would eventually be exhausted. Finally, on the fifth attempt, the fire lotus spirit's fire vines were completely obstructed by the others, and Wang Zheng's alchemical furnace captured the azure lotus fire. The azure lotus fire itself possessed only slightly elevated temperatures and lacked significant offensive capabilities. The fire lotus spirit was unaware of any techniques to control the fire. However, upon collecting the azure lotus fire, Wang Zheng immediately sensed its agitation within the furnace. Yet, at that moment, he had no time to soothe or refine it, leaving it to thrash about within the vessel. This fire lotus spirit had likely existed for countless years, and these few lotus seeds were undoubtedly over a millennium old. Wang Zheng and Apos' heart raced with excitement. He could not afford to waste this opportunity. After securing the azure lotus fire, he sought to collect the seed pod as well, but when he unleashed a bolt of heart lightnings, it astonishingly failed to sever the stem beneath the seed pod. Wang Zheng was taken aback, but at that moment, the enraged fire lotus spirit, having lost the azure lotus fire, shook off the entanglements of Zhao Guan and the others and charged toward the alchemical furnace. Retreat. Wang Zheng hesitated no longer. He withdrew the furnace and made his escape. Now is the perfect moment to extinguish this fire lotus spirit while it lacks spiritual fire to constrain us. Elder Chen Laojiu interjected. Yet, before he finished speaking, Zhao Guan urged, Old drunkard, time is of the essence if we do not leave now. The people from the Flame Demon tribe will arrive. Despite this, Elder Chen Laojiu seemed resolute in his quest for vengeance. This is a millennium-old fire lotus. The value of those lotus seeds is no less than that of the azure lotus fire, each worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the lotus body is a precious material for crafting external manifestations. If you all assist me in eliminating this fire lotus spirit, I shall take no share of the spoils. Wang Zheng furrowed his brow. Zhao Guan and Madame Qi appeared tempted. At this moment, with no reservations, it seemed feasible to eliminate the fire lotus spirit with a powerful artifact. Although the Flame Demon tribe had discovered the formation, they would still require time to locate this place. Are you truly only motivated by revenge? Wang Zheng and Appos, as frown deepened. Elder Chen Laojiu and Appos, as demeanor appeared somewhat unusual. If it were solely for vengeance, after 30 years, could he not have found an opportunity? Simply informing a foundation-building alchemist of the azure lotus fire and Appos' location would compel them to go to any lengths to eliminate the fire lotus spirit. Of course, the enmity of a slain son is one that cannot be overlooked. Elder Chen Laojiu's face flushed with intensity. The Flame Demon tribe is drawing near. Extinguishing this fire lotus spirit will not be easy. If you truly seek revenge, why not wait a year or two until we break through to the foundation building stage? It would be a far simpler task then. This reckless endeavor now would yield more losses than gains. Wang Zheng shook his head. Elder Chen Laojiu and Appos' reasoning failed to persuade him. Old drunkard, Wang Dao speaks truthfully. We cannot venture into this volcanic lake. Extinguishing the fire lotus spirit is not something we can achieve in a short time. I promise that once I reach foundation building, I will return with you to eliminate the fire lotus spirit. Zhao Guan seemed to awaken to the reality. Elder Chen Laojiu and Appos' attitude was indeed peculiar. The enmity of a slain son is one that cannot be overlooked, yet so many years had passed. So, you all refuse to assist me. Elder Chen Laojiu's expression darkened. Old drunkard, our decades-long friendship means my word holds weight. When have I, Zhao, ever gone back on my word? Zhao Guan's brow furrowed. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, the voice of Elder Xi echoed, Hurry. A foundation-building practitioner is coming. A foundation-building practitioner? How could they possibly arrive here at such a coincidental time? Wang Zheng and Zhao Guan exchanged glances, their gazes falling upon Elder Chen Laojiu. You cannot think that I informed anyone else, can you? If I wished to seek assistance, would I still have waited until today? Elder Chen Laojiu's face darkened. It was a reasonable thought, yet it was too coincidental for a foundation-building practitioner to arrive here. The Crimson Abyss was vast, and the timing was peculiar. Old drunkard, I trust you have your reasons, but now is not the time. Shall we leave? Zhao Guan suggested, already flying toward the exit without waiting for Elder Chen Laojiu's response. Wang Zheng and Madame Qi followed suit. Now was not the moment to resolve internal conflicts. Elder Chen Laojiu gazed down at the volcanic lake, where the fire vines of the fire lotus spirit flailed futilely, seemingly attempting to reclaim the azure lotus fire. With a grim countenance, Elder Chen Laojiu ultimately turned and departed. Yet they were still one step too late, or perhaps their adversary had come prepared. Zhang Long, Zhang Hu, it is you too. Zhang Long and Zhang Hu trailed behind a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, a man with a fair complexion and hands as delicate as jade, indicating he was someone who took great care of himself. Accompanying him were two other late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, seemingly subordinate to this refined middle-aged man. Your Highness, it appears that the Blue Lotus fire has been claimed by this individual. Your Highness, he seems to belong to the royal family of one of the 5 great nations. However, Wang Zheng sensed a strong aura of alchemical fire emanating from him, suggesting he was also an alchemist. It was no wonder such a grand entourage included 2 late-stage foundation establishment bodyguards. Greetings, esteemed seniors, Zhao Guan said with a bitter expression, while the others had no choice but to bow. If it were merely a foundation establishment cultivator, even one at the late stage, they might still have a chance to fight back. But facing 3 foundation establishment cultivators, especially 2 late stage, how could they possibly contend? They possessed abilities to challenge beyond their rank. Yet surely the royal family of the 5 great nations would not lack valuable treasures. Bring it forth. The royal figure's gaze shifted towards Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng contemplated various escape strategies, yet they were cornered at the mouth of the volcanic lake, with no possibility of escaping. A whisper reached his ears. Wang, This man is Prince Chu Qi of the state of Chu. Do not offend him. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Wang, a wise person, knows how to navigate the currents of fate. This is the second Prince of Chu, one of the top 3 alchemists in Linyuan City. The Blue Lotus Fire is a celestial treasure. What merit do you possess to claim it? If you present it to His Highness, you will undoubtedly reap great benefits. Otherwise, Zhang Long's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Wang Zheng. Ah, you two truly are remarkable, Wang Zheng retorted mockingly. Yet he realized that retaining the Blue Lotus Fire at this moment was nearly impossible. The Blue Lotus Fire is here. Wang Zheng produced the alchemical furnace and sent it soaring towards the second prince. Upon seeing the Blue Lotus Fire, Chu Qi's heart brimmed with excitement. No alchemist in Linyuan City possessed such a celestial flame. If he could refine this Blue Lotus Fire, none would rival him among the alchemists of Linyuan City. Achieving the Golden Core stage would be merely a matter of time. Chu Qi felt a surge of ambition, while Wang Zheng keenly sensed the murderous intent flickering in Chu Qi and Appo's eyes. Just as he prepared to unleash his spirit-devouring demonic qi to break free, he heard Elder Chunjio's voice beside him. Your Highness, within this volcanic lake lies a Millennium Fire Lotus Essence. We lack the strength to retrieve it, so please accept it graciously. The mention of the Millennium Fire Lotus Essence ignited a fervent gleam in Chu Qi and Appo's eyes, momentarily overshadowing his earlier intentions of silencing witnesses. The Millennium Fire Lotus was indeed a rare treasure, and its seeds would provide immense benefits to fire-affiliated cultivators. The spirit essence would amplify those effects manifold. Chu Qi hastened to the edge of the volcanic lake and spotted the Fire Lotus Essence, still thrashing its fiery tendrils. Excellent. You have done well. Go retrieve that Fire Lotus, but take care not to harm the seeds or roots. Chu Qi commanded his 2 late-stage Foundation establishment guards. Understood, Your Highness. They soared into the air, grasping their spiritual tools, and soon hovered above the Fire Lotus Essence. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng and Appo's expression darkened. He transmitted a message to Elder Chunjio. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Wang Zheng did not trust Chunjio's words. It couldn't be as simple as revenge. Patience, my friend. There is no malice in my intentions. Ha! Wang Zheng scoffed, dismissing his words as nonsense. At that moment, he calculated the odds of launching a surprise attack on Chu Qi. Even harnessing the power of the Thunder Seed, he doubted he could kill Chu Qi. And 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Employing the spirit-devouring demonic qi might prove useful. But that was a method he was reluctant to resort to. Unless he eliminated everyone present, his reputation as a demonic cultivator would forever be sullied. It had been many years since a demonic cultivator had appeared in Southern Wilderness, should one emerge. Countless individuals would seize the opportunity to claim they were purging evil for the sake of righteousness. Was the Blue Lotus Fire worth such risks? Wang Zheng silently shook his head. No, not at this moment. Even without the Blue Lotus Fire, with the primary medicinal materials he had acquired, he could cultivate his own alchemical fire within a span of 10 to 20 years. By then, the Blood Flood Dragon would likely awaken. The Blue Lotus Fire would not vanish. Whatever was taken from him would ultimately be returned, along with interest. Yet, Chu Qi and Appo's intent to kill had already surfaced. He needed to devise an escape plan swiftly. Moreover, there was the enigmatic Elder Chunjio, whose motives remained unclear. Boom, boom. The volcanic lake erupted in tumultuous waves. A red-faced cultivator wielded a bowl-shaped spiritual tool, rapidly siphoning magma from the lake, creating a vacuum around the Millennium Fire Lotus. The true form of the Millennium Fire Lotus emerged before everyone's gaze. Why is it black? Wang Zheng was taken aback. The half-sheng-tall lotus bore a dark sheen, wholly unlike what he had envisioned. This could not possibly be the Fire Lotus. What was going on? Elder Chunjio surely knew something. Wang Zheng pondered, and at that moment, he felt the bone in his left arm stir. A wave of unease washed over him. He hoped nothing troublesome would arise. Gray mist began to materialize, yet without hesitation. Wang Zheng channeled the power of the Thunder Seed to push it back. Boom. The Black Lotus erupted violently. Damn it, what is happening? Chu Qi and Appo's expression was one of disbelief. Though the Black Lotus was indeed peculiar, the spiritual energy it contained clearly indicated it was no ordinary item. The 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were also left bewildered. They had not even acted. Gurgling sounds echoed as the volcanic lake seemed to boil. Not good. The volcano is about to erupt, Zhao Guan shouted. But in the next instant, instead of an eruption, 2 streams of magma surged forth. engulfing the two late-stage foundation establishment cultivators and pulling them into the volcanic lake. Wang Zheng cast a glance at Elder Qinjiao, who showed no sign of fear, but rather wore an expression of anticipation and excitement. Damn it! Wang Zheng cursed inwardly and, without a second thought, took control of his flying puppet to dart towards the exit. Wang Zheng was not the first to flee. Nearly all had escaped just as the two late-stage foundation establishment cultivators were drawn into the lake. Surprisingly, it was not the highest-ranked Qi who led the escape, but rather the Zhang brothers, who had positioned themselves at the rear to guard against Wang Zheng and his companions. Bang! Bang! Yet, as soon as the two brothers burst through the cave's mouth, they were struck by two flaming stones, sent tumbling backward. Wang Zheng's expression shifted, and he swiftly changed direction. A swarm of flame demons surged into the cave, all resembling second-tier flame demons on par with Foundation establishment cultivators. A dozen second-tier flame demons roared at the exit. Yet Wang Zheng and the others could not comprehend what these stone beings were saying. To his surprise, however, these flame demons did not continue their assault. Instead, they charged towards the volcanic lake. Chanting in a strange tongue, they pressed their hands to the ground, causing hardened rocks to roll from the earth and fly towards the volcanic lake, as if attempting to cover it completely. From the depths of the volcanic lake, a towering flame giant emerged, exceeding Tinzhong in height, far more formidable than the already imposing flame demons. The flame giant swatted aside the stones, sending numerous flame demons flying, their bodies exploding upon impact. Yet, the cave continued to be inundated with more flame demons, who manipulated rocks to attack the flame giant. What on earth was happening? Wang Zheng glared at Elder Qinjiao. At this moment, it seemed only Elder Qinjiao possessed the truth. Perhaps the flame demons understood, but they could not decipher the language among themselves. However, at this moment, Chen Laojiao appeared utterly disoriented, gazing at the flame giant with a complex expression. What on earth was happening? Chu Qi and Apos' gaze fell upon Chen Laojiao, realizing he was being treated as a pawn by this old man. Despite his noble status, he had few foundation-building cultivators at his disposal, particularly in the later stages. The resources required to cultivate two late-stage foundation-building cultivators were immense. Yet they had perished due to this old man's scheme, their deaths shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Chen Laojiao seemed unfazed by the extraordinary anger around him, muttering to himself, "Zhaner, is it really you? It must be you, right?" Zhan and Apos. Wang Zheng understood that Chen Laojiao and Apos' son was named Chen Zhan. But had not Chen Zhan died 30 years ago? Or had Chen Laojiao been dishonest all along? The feeling of being used as a pawn was quite unpleasant. Yet Wang Zheng had no intention of settling scores with Chen Laojiao at this moment. Instead, he watched the densely packed flame demons at the exit, feeling despondent. In their current predicament, escape was impossible, and fortunately, the flame demons were preoccupied with the flame giant and had no time to deal with them. Ultimately, whether the flame demons or the flame giant emerged victorious, their brief respite would come to an end. Though the flame giant was extraordinarily powerful, it was gradually shrinking under the relentless assaults of the flame demons. Moreover, the encroachment of the volcanic lake seemed to have constrained the giant's strength, tilting the scales of victory in favor of the flame demon tribe. "Help him, or we shall all be slain by the flame demons," Chen Laojiao bellowed. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself encircled by others. At this juncture, they were united in their animosity towards Chen Laojiao, who harbored ill intentions. Escape was no longer an option for him. "What is going on? Speak, or perish." Chu Qi brandished a radiant flame ruler. Its unusual form matched only by its formidable power, rivaling that of any sword or dagger. "Kill me, and do you think you can escape from the flame demon tribe? Our only chance of survival is to repel them together. They have a penchant for devouring the living." Chen Laojiao remained oblivious to Chu Qi and Apos' threats. "Your Highness, given the circumstances, let us first fend off the flame demon tribe. Otherwise, we shall all meet our demise." Zhao Guan cast a complex glance at Chen Laojiao, but ultimately spoke in his favor. Chu Qi longed to tear Chen Laojiao apart. Yet she understood that killing him now would only exacerbate the situation. "It has been a long time since I was treated as a pawn. You are quite good," Chu Qi remarked, then without hesitation, swung the flame ruler towards the flame demon tribe. A wave of fire surged forth, obliterating dozens of flame demons, its might far surpassing that of the two late-stage foundation-building cultivators from earlier. Wang Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. This individual and Apos' strength exceeded his expectations. And had he attempted to ambush earlier, the chances of success would have been minuscule. Wang Zheng and the others began their assaults. though their attacks paled in comparison to Chu Qi's late-stage foundation-building prowess. Their efforts incited the wrath of the flame demons, who began to retaliate against them. The most unfortunate were the Zhang brothers, Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, who had previously been injured and were now cornered. Lacking flying puppets, they could not take to the air, and while the flame giant battled the flame demons, they were overlooked. However, now that Wang Zheng and the others were attacking the flame demon tribe, they were discovered and swiftly assaulted by a horde of flame demons, suffering blows that sent them crashing to the ground. To their horror, a few flame demons approached to feast upon them, tearing off limbs while simultaneously engaging in combat. Wang Zheng and the others felt their scalps tingle. They had initially held back, but now they unleashed their full strength. The worst that could happen was death. Yet they would rather perish at the hands of the flame giant than fall into the clutches of the flame demon tribe. The Zhang brothers, torn apart limb from limb, let out anguished cries before succumbing, leaving even seasoned cultivators horrified at the gruesome sight. With newfound allies, particularly the formidable late-stage foundation-building Chu Qi, the flame demon tribe gradually faltered, suffering hundreds of casualties before retreating from the cave. The flame giant, now reduced to a mere 30 feet in height, stood divided from Wang Zheng and his companions. Chen Laojiu remained by the giant's side, while the others rallied around Chu Qi. Now, explain to me how this came to be. Though Chu Qi had expended considerable spiritual energy, the flame giant had weakened significantly since their earlier encounter. All eyes turned to Chen Laojiu. At that moment, the flame giant began to shrink further, becoming increasingly solid, soon resembling an ordinary human size. Although it had not yet attained a true corporeal form, its features were becoming discernible. Father, thank you for your efforts. The flame being gazed at Chen Laojiu, articulating awkwardly, yet the essence of its words was still somewhat understandable. Upon hearing this familiar yet foreign voice, Chen Laojiu could not restrain his tears. You are Chen Zhan, you're not. Zhao Guan was taken aback. He recognized Chen Zhan, having ventured through Qi Yuan alongside him. Zhao, uncle, it is I. Chen Zhan replied. Allow me to explain. Chen Laojiu interjected, noting that Chen Zhan may have struggled to articulate himself due to his prolonged silence or current form. 30 years ago, we sought refuge from beasts and inadvertently entered this place, ultimately becoming separated within the cave. Zhan'er and I found ourselves at this volcanic lake. Upon witnessing the blue lotus fire and the 10,000-year fire lotus, we were filled with joy, and after investigating for some time with no sign of beasts, we rejoiced immensely. As Zhan and Apos, possessed an innate fire spirit root, he was tasked with collecting the blue lotus fire. The outcome was as one might expect. He was ensnared by the fire lotus essence and dragged into the volcanic lake. Believing Zhan'er to be doomed, I attempted to confront the fire essence, but then sensed his spiritual fluctuations. I waited in anguish for several days, until I finally received his transmission. It turned out that beneath the volcanic lake, a fire spirit had formed, unbeknownst to when it was discovered by a powerful being who intended to use this fire spirit to cultivate an innate spiritual fire. Thus, an array was established beneath the volcanic lake to seal the fire spirit, providing energy for the celestial spiritual fire's primordial fire lotus. After countless years, it is unclear whether that powerful being encountered misfortune or simply forgot about this fire spirit, failing to retrieve it. Though Zhan'er fell into the volcanic lake and perished physically, his soul was taken by the fire essence attempting to break the seal, merging with Zhan'er's spirit. Upon hearing this, the gazes of all present fell upon the flame being Chen Zhan, astonished by the peculiarity of his plight. Are those flame demons outside the remnants of the guards? Chu Qi inquired coldly, expressing little interest in the father-son duo's tale, his focus solely on how to escape this predicament. Indeed, it is likely that the powerful being never anticipated that the guards they left behind would evolve into the flame demon tribe. Chen Laojiu lamented. How do we exit now? Chu Qi pressed. At that moment, the flame being gestured, and several fire lotus seeds soared towards them. These fire lotus seeds are a token of apology for your troubles. Zhan'er has just been freed and cannot stray too far from the volcanic lake. However, once his cultivation stabilizes, he and your highness will surely be able to break through the flame demon tribe. As Wang Zheng gazed at the floating fire lotus seeds, he discerned nothing amiss. While Chu Qi felt a surge of anger, had it not been for this unforeseen event, the 10,000-year fire lotus would have been hers alone. Yet now she had to share it with these lesser beings. Nonetheless, born into royalty, she maintained her composure, recognizing the necessity of temporary cooperation for their escape. Refraining from expressing her outrage in that moment, she accepted the fire lotus seeds, as did the others, regardless of their beliefs in Chen Laojiu's words. They had no choice but to remain here, awaiting Xinjiang's cultivation to solidify. Otherwise, even if Chu Qi attempted to force her way out now, it would be a path to certain death. However, observing their respective positions, distinctions can still be made. Elder Chen sat by the volcanic lake. While Xinjiang entered the lake to restore his cultivation, Chu Qi sat alone in a corner, and Wang Zheng and the others gathered together. Wang, believing the old drunkard's words held some credibility, communicated with Zhao Guan telepathically. After contemplation, Wang Zheng remarked that it seemed to be around 70 to 80% likely. But given his current strength, he feared he could not concoct a foundation establishment pill. He suggested that Zhao Dao should inquire about Chu Qi instead. Wang Zheng and Apos' suggestion caused Zhao Guan and Apos' face to flush slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. At his age, what was there to be embarrassed about? However, since Chu Qi had taken Wang Zheng's spiritual fire, it would indeed be awkward for them to seek her help. Zhao Guan did not expect Wang Zheng to be so forthright, leaving him in a dilemma of whether to agree or not. After Wang Zheng finished speaking, he resumed meditating to recover his spiritual energy, for in such circumstances, one and Apos' own cultivation was the most reliable. Xinjiang and Apos' recovery would not be accomplished in a day or two, and after several days of hesitation, Zhao Guan and the others ultimately sought help from Chu Qi. Had this been in another location, Chu Qi would undoubtedly have ignored them, but now, should these individuals succeed in establishing their foundations, it would benefit him. Whether it was in dealing with the Flame Demon tribe or upcoming changes, Chu Qi had no intention of fully trusting Elder Chun and Xinjiang and Apos' words at this moment. As the timing was not yet ripe, he was acutely aware that they harbored ulterior motives. That others were willing to gravitate toward him was a positive sign, evidently. They recognized the unreliability of Elder Chen's words. As for the young man who had been cultivating diligently, Chu Qi cared little. With his arrival, that alchemist had lost his value to others. Wang Zheng remained oblivious to the outside changes and continued his cultivation for several days. He exchanged a defensive formation with Lady Qi, albeit only a first-tier high-quality one, serving merely to provide peace of mind while cultivating, with little actual defensive capability in this context. 3 days later, when Wang Zheng emerged from the formation, when Qi Zhu was astonished to discover that he had actually broken through to the peak of the Qi refining stage. Moreover, his aura had more than doubled since just a few days ago, when Qi Zhu was taken aback. This fellow had chosen to break through to the peak of the Qi refining stage under such circumstances. Although the peak of Qi refining was not considered a major bottleneck, and Wang Zheng must have taken an exceptional breakthrough pill, the environment here was far from safe. If interrupted, failure was a minor concern compared to potentially damaging one and Apos' foundation, which would leave one with regrets too late. Yet for Wang Zheng, breaking through at this juncture was a necessary choice. Lacking strength left him at the mercy of others. Although the peak of Qi refining might seem trivial to outsiders, the distinction from the 9th level was profound for him. His mental prowess was now comparable to that of a typical early foundation establishment cultivator, and with a more formidable mind, he could employ a greater array of techniques. The usage frequency of the breaking needle had increased exponentially, and within the Z-Way Star technique, he could now learn 2 secret arts meant for the foundation establishment stage ahead of time. Congratulations on breaking through to the peak of Qi refining. When Qi Zhu exclaimed with a smile, Wang Zheng chuckled self-deprecatingly, stating, "There's nothing to congratulate. By all accounts, I should be older than you. You've been at the peak of Qi refining for 6 or 7 years. If I don't break through soon, I might have to respectfully call you senior when we meet." When Qi Zhu, hearing this, did not feel particularly joyful, her previously cheerful demeanor now seemed somewhat shy. She hesitated, unsure how to begin, as her grandmother had already resolved to seek Chu Qi's help for pill concoction the following day. Though when Qi Zhu was reluctant to approach Chu Qi for assistance, her grandmother and Apos' resolve was unwavering. Moreover, without the Qinglian fire, Wang Zheng would be unable to produce foundation establishment pills for at least a decade. While he could afford to wait, his grandmother could not. She would not stand idly by while her lifespan dwindled, hoarding a few materials for foundation establishment pills. "I understand without needing further explanation," Wang Zheng replied calmly, brushing the matter aside. It would be selfish of him to prevent others from seeking Chu Qi's assistance due to his own considerations. Zhao Guan and Lady Qi had limited lifespans and could not afford to wait for him to refine the pill fire over the next decade. Wang Zheng glanced toward Chu Qi, who had carved out a simple alchemical chamber in the stone wall and had begun concocting foundation establishment pills for Zhao Guan. While Wang Zheng was intrigued to observe Chu Qi's alchemy, He suspected she would not grant him that opportunity, standing nearby. He would genuinely worry about being attacked during the pill-making process. Wang Zheng withdrew his gaze, exchanged a few words with Wen Qingzhu, and began practicing the secret arts from the Z-Way Star technique, namely the Z-Way 7 cuts and the Z-Way mysterious steps. The Z-Way 7 cuts was entirely distinct from other techniques in the cultivation world, being unique to the Z-Way Star technique. It utilized the power of the stars to sever an opponent's meridians, rendering them unable to circulate their spiritual energy for a certain period. The technique comprises 7 layers, and upon reaching the highest level, it could sever all of an opponent and oppos's meridians, effectively nullifying their cultivation for a time, leaving them vulnerable. However, without reaching the pinnacle of mastery, one could only sever certain parts of an opponent's meridians, such as those in their left or right hand, preventing them from executing certain spells. Since the Z-Way 7 cuts employed celestial power, it could bypass the opponent's cultivation level, as long as one was struck. It would have some effect, though the higher the opponent's cultivation, the more resilient their meridians, reducing the impact. Nevertheless, given his current strength, this technique would undoubtedly prove useful against Foundation establishment cultivators. The only issue was that within the cave, he could not sense the power of the stars. So Wang Zheng could only rely on the celestial energy stored within his body, likely limiting his mastery of the technique to the introductory stage. The Z-Way mysterious steps, on the other hand, was a close combat footwork technique that, combined with the physique-enhancing effects of the Z-Way Star technique, could contend with body cultivators of the same level. Wang Zheng stepped upon the 7 stars, forming sword fingers, practicing as a mundane martial artist might. His speed was exceedingly slow. Not only cultivators, but even worldly martial artists could likely defeat him. Days went by, and gradually, Wang Zheng's speed improved, though it was still negligible in the eyes of cultivators. Meanwhile, Chu Qi's first batch of Foundation establishment pills concluded, regrettably, ending in failure. Given the suboptimal environment, coupled with his original 40% success rate, the failure of the first batch was hardly surprising. Fortunately, Zhao Guan had prepared materials for 2 batches, and after resting for a day, Chu Qi confidently began concocting the second batch. Zhao Guan anxiously awaited outside the alchemical chamber. For him, Chu Qi's pill-making was not merely about the pills but about his very life. Wang Zheng continued to practice his secret arts as the days passed, with his speed gradually increasing, yet at this rate, it was utterly unrealistic to think he could contend with Foundation establishment cultivators. Wang Zheng remained unperturbed, continuing his methodical training. 3 more days passed, and the door to Chu Qi and Appo's alchemical chamber swung open once again. Zhao Guan rushed forward. The others also turned their attention to Chu Qi. Although the materials were not theirs, the success or failure of her alchemy would inevitably impact them. The environment here is peculiar, so the timing was slightly off. The next batch should be fine. Chu Qi's words shattered Zhao Guan's hopes. I only have 2 sets of materials. Zhao Guan suppressed his anger. The success or failure of pill-making is commonplace. Once you gather the materials, I shall concoct another batch for you, Chu Qi stated, disregarding Zhao Guan and Appo's grim expression as she walked aside to rest. Wang Zheng shook his head slightly. Chu Qi was not one to deliberately fail in her alchemy. Zhao Guan and Appo's luck was indeed lacking. As I was about to divert my gaze, Wang Zheng and Appo's expression abruptly shifted, a thought creeping into his mind. Zhao Guan has gone mad. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, you seek death. Zhao Guan unexpectedly launched a surprise attack on Chu Qi, unleashing 3 explosive beads in one swift motion, perhaps his final means of survival, now fully employed. Chu Qi was utterly unprepared for such a brazen ambush. He did not activate his defensive measures. However, a passive protective talisman around him activated just as the explosion occurred, enveloping him in a shield of spiritual light. Yet, the ferocity of Zhao Guan's assault was overwhelming, causing the protective talisman to shatter, failing to fully mitigate the impact. Chu Qi was hurled against the stone wall, his right arm hanging limply, likely injured. Nevertheless, as a seasoned cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, this injury was not life-threatening. With his left hand gripping his rectangular spiritual artifact, he raised it and swung towards Zhao Guan. Although this strike did not possess his full strength, it was undoubtedly beyond Zhao Guan and Appo's capacity to withstand. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Guan and Appo's body was cleaved in 2 by the fiery wave. The sudden turn of events left Wang Zheng and the others momentarily stunned. Despite their various conflicts, this was hardly the moment for enmity. Yet, in his desperation, Zhao Guan seemed to forget everything. Whoosh! A fiery serpent shot forth from the volcanic lake, indicating that Qin Zhan had made his move. At that instant, Wang Zheng realized that Zhao Guan and Apos' attack on Chu Qi was no accident. It was deliberate. But he could not fathom why Zhao Guan would act so impulsively. This was utterly uncharacteristic of him. Even with the failure of 2 of his herbal concoctions, he was merely short 1 or 2 ingredients, which could easily be gathered again. It was inconceivable that he would resort to killing Chu Qi. A sinister aura began to envelop the scene. Bang! Chu Qi was struck by the fiery serpent, crashing against the stone wall with far greater force than before. Spitting out blood, he realized that the fiery being rushing towards him was part of a conspiracy. To remain oblivious would be foolish. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the exit, fully aware that in his current state, he was no match for the fiery creature. However, the fiery being suddenly flickered, a crimson glow flashing as it appeared before Chu Qi in an instant. Damn it, move aside. This time, Chu Qi did not retreat. Instead, he stowed away his fiery measuring tool and activated a talisman. 7 or 8 3-foot-long ice blue spikes materialized instantly, hurtling towards the fiery entity. These were second-tier top-grade ice spike talismans, each possessing far greater offensive power than mid-tier talismans. Yet, the fiery being did not flinch. Retreating would allow Chu Qi to escape, and it could not afford that. The ice spikes pierced through the fiery creature, significantly diminishing its aura, nearly dispersing its form, but in an instant, it reformed, albeit slightly smaller in size. The fiery being swung a fist, sending Chu Qi reeling backward. Wang, my friend, what shall we do? Elder Xie was at a loss. At this moment, when Qi Zhu and Madame Qi joined Wang Zheng, they were uncertain how to respond. Assisting Chu Qi seemed futile given his current predicament. Aiding the fiery being would likely lead to an equally grim fate. Could Madame Qi breach this formation? Though danger loomed outside, Wang Zheng believed that even the worst outcome beyond this place would be preferable. The fiery being had turned against Chu Qi, evidently confident in its ability to subdue him. But what of them? Should Chu Qi perish, the balance would shatter, leaving no escape for them all. This was indeed a second-tier top-grade formation, without the Prohibition token. The Prohibition token resided within Chu Qi's storage ring, and retrieving it was simply impossible now. Wang Zheng's gaze fell upon old Qinjiao. Instantly, old Qinjiao grasped Wang Zheng's intentions but wore a smile, cautioning the others to refrain from making any rash moves, lest he could not guarantee their safety. Old Qinjiao appeared undaunted, leaving Wang Zheng uncertain of what supported his confidence. This old man harbored malicious intentions. Seizing him was imperative, or they would possess no leverage at all. Elder Xie communicated telepathically to Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng remained silent, allowing his actions to speak for him. He stepped onto the 7 stars, akin to a fleeting shadow, crossing a distance of several zhang in an instant. Though not as refined as the fiery being and Apos' earlier escape technique, in their relatively close proximity, it proved far more agile and practical. Unaware of his own peril, old Qinjiao scoffed, producing a bell that he shook at Wang Zheng. Instantly, Wang Zheng became alert, instinctively slowing his pace. Yet, he perceived nothing amiss. Impossible. How could the soul-capturing goo be ineffective? Old Qinjiao exclaimed in shock. Although Wang Zheng was oblivious to the situation, he did not hesitate. Activating the Ziwei mystical step, he swiftly closed the distance to old Qinjiao. Realizing his trump card had failed, old Qinjiao retreated, preparing to unleash a talisman. But Wang Zheng shadowed him closely, a finger striking old Qinjiao's right arm, causing the meridians within to lose sensation, rendering him incapable of channeling spiritual energy. The talismans he held could not be activated. Just as Wang Zheng was about to expand his advantage, he heard gasps from Wen Qi Zhu and Madame Qi. Elder Xie. What has happened? Old Xie. Wang Zheng's consciousness probed, discovering that Elder Xie's eyes were bloodshot, on the verge of madness. Suddenly, Wang Zheng grasped the situation, slapping his hand down to seize the bell from old Qinjiao's left hand. Old Qinjiao glared in fury at Wang Zheng, realizing, you truly are cunning. Having administered the soul-capturing goo to this old fool, at that moment, without needing old Qinjiao to elaborate, Wang Zheng understood. The spirit wine offered by old Qinjiao contained the soul-capturing goo, a type of spiritual insect capable of manipulating the mind. Spirit insects are akin to spiritual worms, yet far more arduous to cultivate, with peculiar applications. Wang Zheng had not studied spirit insects, but he recognized that the bell in his possession must be the key to controlling the soul-capturing goo. Unbeknownst to him, the spirit wine old Qinjiao provided was compromised. He simply had a mistrust of unclear substances. Since entering the realm of cultivation, Wang Zheng had placed his faith in no one. although he had found some utility in old Qinjiao at the time. He doubted the old man would bestow upon him life-saving elixirs in the face of peril. Thus, Wang Zheng intended to research the matter further before deciding whether to consume it, never anticipating that the situation would become critical, leading him to give it directly to Elder Xie. Ironically, Elder Xie had shielded him from harm. Yet, even without Elder Xie, Wang Zheng would not have been eager to consume it, as the likelihood of falling victim was minimal. Previously, Zhao Guan's behavior indicated he too had succumbed to the soul-capturing goo. The long-standing friendship between old Qinjiao and Zhao Guan had ultimately led to Zhao Guan becoming a pawn, leaving one to speculate on the fate that awaited them should their destinies fall into the hands of old Qinjiao and his offspring. Wang, my friend, the item in your possession is the soul-capturing bell. Destroy it at once, or Elder Xie and Amp Apos S life hangs in the balance. Madam Qi and Amp Apos S voice rang out. No. Old Qinjiao cried out in despair, but Wang Zheng paid him no heed. The soul-capturing bell bore no more defensive strength than a mid-grade artifact. Wang Zheng grasped it, shattering it with ease. With the destruction of the soul-capturing bell, Elder Xie coughed up a mouthful of vital blood, his face paling to a ghostly hue, his aura waning. Yet, old Qinjiao fared even worse. With a loud bang, his chest erupted, a half-foot-long golden centipede emerging. While old Qinjiao's flesh and blood withered, the golden centipede rapidly expanding as if inflated. The man had harbored a spirit insect within him, and now it had gone berserk, resulting in a catastrophic backlash. Wang Zheng did not hesitate. A divine lightning bolt descended, instantly obliterating the golden centipede, leaving Qin Laojiao and Amp Apos S sunken eye sockets wide open, his gaze eternally fixed. You shall die. The flame man roared in rage, clearly consumed by fury at Qin Laojiao and Amp Apos S demise. Bang! Chu Qi was sent flying by a single punch, landing not far from Wang Zheng, now utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. Without a moment in Apos S pause, Wang Zheng appeared beside Chu Qi, conjuring a fist-sized sphere of lightning, pressing it down upon Chu Qi's head. Ah, you dare. Chu Qi could not fathom that Wang Zheng would strike at him with lethal intent at such a moment. Bang! Chu Qi's head shattered into countless pieces, his death irrevocable. Wang Zheng, unwavering, removed Chu Qi's storage ring and waved his hand, directing the awakened venomous fire ants towards the flame man. Wang Zheng was uncertain whether the venomous fire ants could confront the flame man, yet their resistance to fire was commendable. The venomous fire ants emerged from their slumber, their size unchanged, yet their previously pitch-black bodies now bore silver spots. Their strength and speed had evidently increased, and their mandibles were sharper, although they had yet to be tested. Moreover, the ants were restless within the spiritual insect pouch, perhaps sensing the intense fire spiritual energy outside, yearning for freedom. Yet Wang Zheng could not allow them to be exposed to prying eyes, and thus kept them restrained. Damn it! How could you possess such foul creatures? The flame man shouted in terror as the venomous fire ants surged forward, seemingly drawn to a delectable feast. Although many ants perished in the flames surrounding the flame man, they pressed on relentlessly, alighting upon him and devouring the flames that enveloped him. Wang Zheng, who had been prepared to flee, suddenly wore a peculiar expression. The venomous fire ants were capable of restraining the flame giant, and it appeared that the flame man was dreadfully afraid of them. Fire demon insect? Is that the true name of the venomous fire ants? Wang Zheng was perplexed, yet under the voracious assault of the ants, the flame man's form diminished. Bang! With only a half-zhang remaining of the flame man, he suddenly exploded, scattering hundreds of venomous fire ants to oblivion. From the fiery remnants emerged a lustrous white jade skull. In that instant, Wang Zheng and Apos S left arm bone stirred with a strange vitality. Could this white jade skull be from the same individual as the bone on his arm? Wang Zheng had long sought to understand the connection between this white jade bone and the devouring demonic energy within. The appearance of the skull seemed to offer him hope. Thus, he did not hesitate to unleash a bolt of divine lightning. Ah! The anguished cry of the flame man echoed. The lightning struck terror into his soul, compelling him to abandon his assault on Wang Zheng and flee towards the volcanic lake. Wang Zheng discerned his intent and would not permit him to escape. Should he plunge into the lake, Wang Zheng would be utterly powerless. The white jade skull lay further from the lake than Wang Zheng, so he swiftly activated the Ziwei Misty Steps, darting forward to intercept the skull, unleashing a bolt of divine lightning. The white jade skull was sent flying once more, and the flame man and Apos S cries of agony resonated again. The white jade skull soared high, attempting to pass over Wang Zheng, yet he did not hesitate. activating a levitation talisman as the lightning surged in his grasp. The white jade skull, stricken with fear, realized that another few strikes would lead to its utter annihilation. Regardless of your nature, surrender willingly, and I may spare your life. You should understand that causing your soul to scatter is no challenge for me. The lightning flickered in Wang Zheng and Apos' hand as a shadowy figure within the white jade skull emitted a reluctant roar. Crackle. Another bolt of lightning struck the skull. Cease your actions. I promise you, remember your vow, or you shall regret it. The flame man and Apos' voice was filled with resentment. With prior experience in dealing with the white jade skull, Wang Zheng knew well how to handle it. However, this flame man, born of the skull, possessed far greater intelligence than the devouring demonic energy. This turn of events transpired in mere moments, leaving Wen Qingzhu and the others utterly astonished. In but a brief interval, both Chu Qi and the flame man had been vanquished. Chu Qi lay dead, and the flame man remained only a skull, now choosing to surrender. Qin Daoyu, take control of this formation. Wang Zheng extracted the prohibition token from Chu Qi and Apos' storage ring. Lady Qi and Apos' expression shifted, initially perceiving Wang Zheng merely as a formidable alchemist. Yet she never anticipated his methods would be so astonishing. Moreover, he had directly slain Chu Qi, a late-stage foundation alchemist, and the second prince of Chu Kingdom. All right. Lady Qi nodded, for although Wang Zheng held the reins of control, he appeared more amicable than both Chu Qi and the Flame Man. The only concern was whether Wang Zheng might resort to silencing them to protect his secrets. Although their interactions with Wang Zheng had been pleasant, such matters were unpredictable. And he was clearly not one to show mercy, as evidenced by his decisive execution of Chu Qi. This time, thank you for your troubles, Xie Daoyu. Wang Zheng expressed to the elder Xie. The elder Xie regained some composure. Your words are too kind, Wang Daoyu. Who could have foreseen that old ghost and Apos' treachery? Moreover, under those circumstances, even knowing so, we still had to consume it. Had it not been for the spiritual wine, he might have been torn apart by the snow wolves. Wang Zheng nodded slightly, refraining from further conversation, and instead approached the secret chamber where Chu Qi had refined pills to interrogate the white jade skull. The white jade skull hovered before Wang Zheng, its gaze fixated on the flickering lightning in his palm, sending a chill through its very soul. Divine lightning. How could this youth possess such a thing? You require no instruction on what to say, do you? Wang Zheng spoke coldly. I have stated that you must ensure my soul remains intact, or else. Crackle. A bolt of lightning struck the white jade skull. You. The flame man's soul, struck by divine lightning, was filled with utter dread. You may choose to remain silent or offer vague responses. But let us begin with you. Who exactly are you? Wang Zheng was acutely aware that Chun Laojiu's words were not entirely credible, laden with embellishments. Within the white jade skull, a shadowy figure gritted its teeth, yet at this moment, it had no capacity for resistance. You may call me Qinzhan, or Fire Spirit. I am a fusion of their souls. Crackle. Another bolt of lightning struck down upon the white jade skull. What are you doing? I speak the truth. The flame man and Apos' voice was filled with anger and fear. If you continue to speak in riddles, I see no reason to listen. Wang Zheng gathered a lightning sphere in his hand, the energy contained within it multiple times that of the palm lightning, and it continued to expand. I speak the truth. I possess their memories. The flame man and Apos' soul cried out in desperation. Who are you? What is this white jade skull? You have but one chance. Speak or face obliteration. Do not attempt to deceive me. I know far more than you imagine. The lightning sphere in Wang Zheng's hand had grown to the size of a human head. Should it strike down, the white jade skull may not shatter. But the soul within would undoubtedly be obliterated. You, you are the true devil. The flame man's soul was filled with rage and despair, yet he had no choice. This youth clearly knew too much, and any further excuses could lead to his exposure. Gazing at the ominous lightning sphere, the flame man's soul quivered, and ultimately, he chose to tell the truth, for he could not afford to gamble. This youth was decidedly not one prone to indecision. I am a member of the Flame Demon clan, serving as the commander of Scarlet Flame under the Flame Saint King. 100,000 years ago, I fought alongside my king in this realm, only to have my body shattered by our foes, with my head sealed here. The voice of the flame being echoed. The demon clan differs from the demon practitioners within the human race. It is an entirely distinct lineage. It is said that the techniques practiced by demon practitioners are merely adaptations of the demon clan's arts. While these adaptations may possess certain drawbacks, they wield formidable power and facilitate rapid advancement, albeit through somewhat cruel means that are not tolerated in the cultivation world. Are you saying that this white jade skull is your remnant? Wang Zheng inquired, gazing at the translucent white jade skull. Indeed, when my body was shattered, only my hardened head remained, and my enemies found it difficult to destroy it in a short time, thus sealing me here. Upon hearing this, a surge of murderous intent flickered in Wang Zheng's eyes as he hurled a thunderball towards the white jade skull. "Ah, no." The flame being cried out in alarm, astonished that this individual would resort to direct action. Bang! The white jade skull was struck, though the thunderball veered slightly off course. The flame being was not utterly destroyed, yet its soul energy had been significantly depleted. You are being contradictory," the flame being roared in fury. "What exactly is this white jade skull? There is but one opportunity." Wang Zheng coldly regarded the skull, once more gathering a sphere of lightning. "You." The flame being's voice faltered, realizing that this person seemed to know something. "No, it cannot be. How could a mere human possibly be aware? Speak, or perish." 3 breaths. Wang Zheng would not grant him time to ponder. Although he was keen to uncover the secrets of the white jade skull, he would never allow an untrustworthy remnant soul to linger by his side. Within the white jade skull, the flame being's soul flickered, teetering on the brink of dissolution. He felt bitter. As the esteemed commander of Scarlet Flame from the Flame Demon clan, even within the demon race, he was a figure of renown. Yet at this moment, he was being humiliated by a mere ant from the human race in the Qi Refinement realm. The commander of Scarlet Flame even contemplated risking his life against this individual. However, that thought flickered and vanished. Having been sealed for 100,000 years, he was already in a state of weakness. Moreover, that young man wielded the exorcising divine thunder, a force that he would have avoided even at his peak. "It seems you have no intention of speaking." Wang Zheng's thunderball radiated with even greater brilliance. "No, I will speak. This is the bone of longevity." The bone of longevity? Wang Zheng had never encountered this term before. What is the bone of longevity, and what purpose does it serve? Do not think you can deceive me. If I deem your words false, you shall bear the consequences. Wang Zheng's voice extinguished any remaining hope within the commander of Scarlet Flame. What did it mean to find something false? The truth was determined solely by him. Yet, in his current state, he was but a fish at the mercy of the butcher. Having mentioned the bone of longevity, concealing anything further was meaningless. The bone of longevity is the remnant physical form left behind after a being of longevity transcends. It encompasses the secrets of immortality and harbors great terrors. Long ago, my king came to this realm in pursuit of the bone of longevity. Ultimately, a cataclysmic battle ensued, severing the spiritual veins within 1,000,000 miles and causing the very heavens to tremble. I was vanquished, my body shattered. Yet my spirit found refuge within the bone of longevity. Later, the bone was obtained by a powerful human who, in a bid to evade enemies, sealed it beneath molten lava. However, that human may have perished, never to return to this place. Thus, I relied on the abundant fire spiritual energy here to form my flame body, hoping to escape my confinement. Who would have thought that 10,000 years ago, a human transformation practitioner would come and mistake my flame body for a fire essence, intending to cultivate a celestial flame from it? At that time, my strength was limited, and I had no choice but to conceal myself. Eventually, that fire lotus continuously absorbed my power, rendering me weaker and weaker. Otherwise, how could I have been? The commander of Scarlet Flame expressed his frustration. His luck had truly been abysmal. What of Chen Zhan and the old wine merchant Chen? Wang Zheng inquired further. 30 years ago, that father and son arrived here, only to be ensnared by the fire lotus within the molten lava. Due to my weakened spirit, I devoured Chen Zhan's soul energy, acquiring his memories. I then informed that old man that only by extinguishing the fire lotus essence and finding an innate spiritual body could I reclaim my life and break free from this volcanic lake. Innate spiritual body? You intended to seize my body? Wang Zheng's voice turned frigid. Well, somewhat. After all, in this lower realm, the probability of an innate spiritual body being born is exceedingly low. Chen Zhan and Apos, as physical form was destroyed. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to such desperate measures. Wang Zheng looked at the white jade skull with a strange expression. Have you lost your wits from being sealed? I possess a mixed elemental root, hindering my cultivation speed and making breakthroughs arduous. I am hardly an innate spiritual body. No, I cannot be mistaken. Generally, a complete elemental root is considered inferior, but extremes often yield reversals. Among the 5 elements, there occasionally emerges a powerful 5 elemental spiritual body, inherently balanced. though cultivation may be slow and breakthroughs difficult. Mastery over elemental energy far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Even when compared to other spiritual bodies of the same rank, its combat prowess ranks among the top 10. There are thousands of known spiritual bodies, and being among the top 10 is indeed extraordinary. Wang Zheng furrowed his brow, unable to discern the truth behind this being and Apos, as words. He felt no innate talent in his cultivation. Perhaps the techniques you practice are unsuitable, thus preventing you from perceiving the strength of the 5 elemental spiritual body. What technique should I cultivate? I cannot say for certain, given that you are human and our demon clan and Apos, as techniques do not suit you. Wang Zheng suddenly recalled that he had already cultivated the Z-Way Star Sutra. Even if he found a technique suitable for a 5 elemental spiritual body, it was likely he would not be able to utilize it. I have cultivated a unique technique, self-contained, and cannot pursue other types of techniques. Is there any remedy for this? The commander of Scarlet Flame understood that if he did not demonstrate some value, this individual might not honor his previous promise to keep his spirit intact. Thus, he answered Wang Zheng and Apos' inquiry with great detail. Upon hearing Wang Zheng and Apos' description, the commander of Scarlet Flame was astonished. I did not expect you to practice the legacy technique of the Z-Way Palace from the Star Realm. If you could obtain the complete technique, there would be no need to seek a 5 elemental technique specifically. It is merely a bit more challenging to cultivate. But those from the Star Realm dual cultivate both body and technique, utilizing the power of the stars to temper their bodies. They possess some unique methods that are quite formidable in the upper realms. Do you know where I can find this technique? If you journey to the Star Realm, you will naturally discover it. However, what you would obtain would be only the foundational technique, which cannot facilitate your escape from this small world. In the past, many cultivators from the Z-Way Palace visited this realm, yet whether they left behind their teachings is uncertain. Wang Zheng felt that the likelihood of finding a subsequent technique from 100,000 years ago was slim. Even if a legacy were left, the chances of it enduring for 10,000 years were questionable. What if I cannot find the complete technique? Wang Zheng asked again. This is not difficult. Simply select a 5 elemental technique suitable for your cultivation, then find a body cultivation technique that utilizes the power of the stars for dual cultivation. Such techniques, while rare, are certainly easier to find than the legacy technique of the Z-Way Palace. With the question of techniques resolved, Wang Zheng felt a slight sense of relief. Otherwise, after breaking through the foundational stage, he would indeed encounter significant trouble. What is the secret of longevity you speak of? And what is this great terror? The commander of Scarlet Flame sighed in resignation. In those days, I was merely a moderately ranked commander. How could I have known anything about the secret of longevity? As for the great terror, I have indeed witnessed it. In the past, we discovered the remains of that being of longevity. During our struggle, we shattered the skeleton, only for a terrifying gray mist to surge forth. Anyone who was engulfed by it would find even the highest cultivation utterly futile, as they would soon be consumed. Flesh and blood. I, too, had my body destroyed and barely escaped with my remnant soul. Wang Zheng's expression subtly shifted. It was no surprise that the gray mist was the soul-devouring demonic Qi. In the past, this marshal of crimson fire possessed cultivation that was undoubtedly no weaker than the transformation stage, yet he was devoured and reduced to flesh. However, Wang Zheng sensed that the energy emanating from the gray mist at this moment was far from that formidable. What could it be? Wang Zheng inquired with urgency. No one knows. Perhaps only those of the Saint King level might have an inkling, but you certainly would not wish to encounter that ghastly entity. Indeed. I would rather not, Wang Zheng replied, yet he withheld a thought. That ghastly entity was already within him. One final question. Who exactly are you? Wang Zheng and Apos' consciousness locked onto the white jade skeleton, his lightning orb poised for action. I have revealed everything. If you break your promise and keep me here, you will reap unforeseen benefits. Though I am but a remnant soul, I possess some knowledge of human cultivation. Guiding you will be sufficient, and in my current state, I pose no threat to you. The Marshal of Crimson Fire exclaimed in terror. Chen Laojiu died because of me. You haven't forgotten, have you? Wang Zheng retorted coldly. Ah, is that what you mean? There is no need for concern. I merely absorbed and fused Xinjiang's memories. Previously, his soul's power was still present, naturally influencing me. However, your exorcising thunder nearly obliterated my primordial soul. Xinjiang and Apos' soul power has long since dissipated. Wang Zheng gazed at the white jade skeleton for a moment. If I discover that you have uttered even half a lie in the future, I shall not hesitate to silence you. With that, he promptly stored the white jade skeleton in a storage ring, which contained not even a fragment of spirit stone. The white jade skeleton, embodying the marshal of crimson fire, found itself isolated within the storage ring, filled with infinite despair. This cursed brat would one day make him pay back in full. But for now, all he could do was slowly restore his soul power in slumber. Otherwise, another strike of lightning would truly scatter his soul. Upon exiting, Wang Zheng briefly modified his account for the others. Although they understood that his words were certainly not the complete truth, they refrained from pressing for more details. Old Xie vaguely suspected that the white jade skeleton bore similarities to the piece of white jade handbone Wang Zheng had previously produced. Yet he chose to selectively forget this matter. Given their current strength, it was uncertain whether they could withstand another assault from the Flame Demon tribe, let alone escape this place. Wang Zheng's 4,000 to 5,000 venomous fire ants, while powerful, might still be insufficient against the Flame Demon tribe. The only way to leave was to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. It remained unclear whether the Flame Demon tribe had abandoned their assault or was merely preparing. The past period had been unusually quiet. Thus, Wang Zheng resolved to hasten the refinement of the Blue Lotus fire and subsequently concoct the Foundation establishment pill. Let us hope our luck is not too poor. Refining the Blue Lotus fire should take about a month. And combined with the time needed to prepare the Foundation establishment pill and breakthrough, it totals 3 months. Wang Zheng harbored uncertainty. Yet he had no choice but to seize the time. Whether it would succeed depended solely on fate. Should the Flame Demon tribe invade during this period, he would have to resort to the soul-devouring demonic Qi. According to the description given by the Marshal of Crimson Fire, although its power had diminished, it should still be effective against the Flame Demon tribe. Fellow Taoist Wang, focus on your refinement. We will handle the outside. If it comes to that, we still possess 3 Huangyang pills. We will ensure they do not have it easy. Old Xie remarked, though reluctant to consume the Huangyang pills. Should it come to dire circumstances, he would have no choice. Experiencing the Foundation establishment stage before death would at least leave him with fewer regrets. Exercise caution. I have heard that refining the heavenly spirit fire is exceedingly perilous. When Qizhu expressed her concern, I am prepared. Wang Zheng nodded, proceeding towards the alchemy chamber. Madame Qi observed from the side, shaking her head. Her granddaughter had evidently developed feelings, but Wang Zheng seemed to lack such inclinations. It appeared she needed to counsel the girl to avoid entangling herself too deeply. Inside the alchemy chamber, the Blue Lotus fire flickered within the alchemical furnace. Perhaps due to the extinguishment of the Fire Lotus essence, the Blue Lotus fire appeared significantly weaker than before. This, in fact, was somewhat advantageous for Wang Zheng. However, the Blue Lotus fire possessed a degree of sentience. Perhaps due to the previous battle with the Fire Lotus essence, it had retained a memory of Wang Zheng and Appos as presence, thus exhibiting some resistance towards him. At this moment, the Blue Lotus fire resembled a child with nascent intelligence. With some time, its hostility could still be transformed. Yet Wang Zheng found himself pressed for time. Employing forceful measures to eradicate its sentience would severely diminish the Blue Lotus fire's potential, rendering such an action counterproductive. After considerable contemplation, Wang Zheng retrieved a Fire Lotus seed. Initially produced by the fireman, he had obtained one. Later, he acquired 2 more from Chu Qi and Zhao Guan, while 3 were found on Qinlaojiu. In total, he possessed 9 Fire Lotus seeds, 6 were his, while Old Xie and Wen Qingzhu each held 1. The Fire Lotus seeds were of significant utility for Wang Zheng as an alchemist. Hence he had no intention of distributing them to others. However, he had shared some medicinal pills and talismans obtained from Chu Qi with them, which served as a form of hush money. Should news of Chu Qi's demise circulate, they would be implicated as accomplices. The haughty Chu royal family would scarcely listen to their explanations. At this moment, the seed that Wang Zheng produced was not the millennia-old Fire Lotus seed, but rather one harvested from a volcanic lake, possessing 300 years of medicinal potency. Upon sensing the fragrance of the Fire Lotus seed, the Blue Lotus fire immediately surged with excitement, eager to break free from the alchemical furnace. Wang Zheng suspended the seed above the furnace. The Blue Lotus fire leapt, nearly reaching it, yet falling just short. Sensing the Blue Lotus fire's impatience, Wang Zheng remained unhurried, patiently waiting, much like training a falcon. After a quarter of an hour, he cast the Fire Lotus seed into the furnace, and the Blue Lotus fire swiftly enveloped it. In mere moments, the seed was refined and absorbed, visibly improving the state of the Blue Lotus fire. Wang Zheng produced a second Fire Lotus seed, continuing the process of nurturing the Blue Lotus fire. After utilizing 4 or 5 seeds, the Blue Lotus fire and Appos resistance towards Wang Zheng seemed to diminish significantly. It had begun to perceive him as a caretaker. Wang Zheng was not anxious. He understood that fully winning over the Blue Lotus fire would not be accomplished in a day or two. 7 days later, as Wang Zheng approached the alchemical furnace, the Blue Lotus fire exhibited signs of joy. Wang Zheng recognized that the timing was nearly perfect. He then retrieved a millennia-old fire lotus seed. Upon sensing its familiar aura, the Blue Lotus fire erupted into a frenzy of movement, far more vigorous than before. Although the Blue Lotus fire could not escape the furnace, Wang Zheng's consciousness surged forth, extracting a small flicker of blue flame from it. Hiss. Wang Zheng felt his consciousness ignite instantaneously. Fortunately, his mind had been tempered by lightning, preventing a total collapse. Otherwise, with his Qi refining cultivation, attempting to refine the Blue Lotus fire would be utterly preposterous. Wang Zheng's consciousness, entwined with the small blue flame, soared from the furnace, landing upon the fire lotus seed. Since this millennia-old fire lotus seed was beyond the capacity of a mere flicker of blue flame to refine, the flame merely enveloped the seed, flowing over its surface. Wang Zheng waved his hand, channeling a portion of spiritual energy to encapsulate the fire lotus seed. Although it was but a wisp of Blue Lotus fire, Wang Zheng's spiritual energy was rapidly consumed, yet a fraction fused with the Blue Lotus fire. It took a full 3 days for Wang Zheng to gain control of that wisp of Blue Lotus fire, which then flew into his palm, coursing through his meridians within his body. Wang Zheng could not help but inhale sharply, even though he had refined it. The power of the flame still scorched his meridians and internal organs. Without hesitation, Wang Zheng swallowed a blood-red blood mushroom pill. The blood mushroom pill is crafted from the crimson blood Ganoderma, and its sole purpose is to expedite healing. The crimson blood Ganoderma serves as the primary ingredient in the formulation of foundational elixirs. When breaking through the foundational stage, the role of the crimson blood Ganoderma is to mend meridians that have been torn asunder due to a surge in spiritual power, the efficacy of which is self-evident. Under the influence of the blood mushroom pill, Wang Zheng's body endured continuous cycles of burning and healing. After several hours, he finally withstood the formidable force of a wisp of azure lotus flame. At that moment, he drew the wisp of azure lotus flame into his dantian. Having expended more than half of his internal spiritual power, Wang Zheng swiftly consumed a gathering spirit pill to recover, then extracted a second wisp of azure lotus flame from the alchemical furnace, repeating the previous procedure. However, this time, the process was significantly swifter, as the essence of the azure lotus flame resonated within him, facilitating easier integration. As the second wisp of azure lotus flame coursed through his meridians, they were indeed scorched, but to a far lesser degree than the first. The first wisp took a full 4 days to refine, while the second required less than 2. Without respite, Wang Zheng continued to refine the third wisp. The pace of his refining was neither hurried nor sluggish, yet each attempt yielded improvement. Gradually, the quantity of flame he divided grew larger, and after a month, less than a third of the azure lotus flame remained in the furnace. Without hesitation, Wang Zheng directly cast the fire lotus seed into the furnace, where it was enveloped by the remaining third of the azure lotus flame. After a month of continuous refinement, a substantial mass of azure lotus flame had coalesced in his dantian. At this juncture, the mass of azure lotus flame surged into the furnace, commencing its integration with the remaining third. This time, it took a full 3 days for the two flames to merge completely, and the ancient fire lotus seed vanished without a trace. Though the fire lotus seed possessed remarkable fire resistance, its energy had been nearly exhausted after enduring a month of refinement by the azure lotus flame, becoming fully absorbed. Since they shared a common origin, their fusion was relatively effortless. Wang Zheng pondered whether he should procure fire lotus seeds from others. In their hands, the seeds held little value, but for the azure lotus flame within him, they were irreplaceable. The azure lotus flame emerged from the furnace and settled in Wang Zheng's palm. Guided by his spiritual will, the flame entered his body. Although he felt an intense heat, his meridians remained unscathed. The azure lotus flame flowed through his meridians, gathering in his dantian before surging back into the meridians. This cycle repeated, operating with remarkable fluidity within Wang Zheng. The refinement of the azure lotus flame appeared to progress smoothly, yet the journey was anything but pleasant. Each division of the flame ignited his consciousness, akin to being engulfed in raging fire, and its operation within him was akin to being consumed by flames. Yet, he ultimately persevered. Over the course of this month, even with an abundance of spiritual pills, Wang Zheng reached his limit. Thus, after refining the azure lotus flame, He refrained from immediately exiting his meditative state, opting to continue cultivating to restore his spiritual power, abstaining from pill consumption due to developing resistance from previous intake. Nevertheless, within the alchemical chamber, Wang Zheng had arranged a mid-grade gathering spirit array where the spiritual energy was dense, allowing for a commendable recovery rate. When Wang Zheng finally emerged from the alchemical chamber, a month and a half had passed. The duration exceeded his initial estimation by a considerable margin. The other three individuals immediately turned their gazes toward Wang Zheng, their eyes reflecting clear curiosity. Wang Zheng smiled faintly, relieved that everything had proceeded smoothly. The three of them promptly beamed with smiles. As Wang Zheng's successful refinement of the azure lotus flame, coupled with his alchemical skills, now offered him a fair chance at concocting foundational elixirs. "Oh, have you broken through?" "No, wait, this is..." When Qi suddenly remarked with surprise. "What's wrong?" Wang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. "Your cultivation level." Old Xia appeared equally bewildered. Initially unaware, Wang Zheng now sensed a power within him that was even more potent than before. His internal spiritual power and consciousness had increased by at least 30%. Had he truly experienced another breakthrough? Impossible, as he had already reached the pinnacle of Qi Refinement, with no further advancement unless he entered the foundational stage. Indeed, it seemed that perhaps through the refinement of spiritual fire, his internal spiritual power had undergone further tempering. Yet it still paled in comparison to the foundational stage. Has the Flame Demon tribe not launched an assault? Wang Zheng deftly diverted the conversation. "I was just about to mention that. We need your directive." Old Xia's expression turned serious. It turned out that days prior, disturbances had arisen outside. They were startled by the notion that the Flame Demon tribe was initiating an attack. However, as several hours passed without any sign of action, unease settled over the three of them, prompting Old Xia to utilize the concealed spirit bee to scout for information. The results revealed that significant events had indeed transpired within the Flame Demon tribe. In the Flame Demon Valley, 3 tribes of flame demons existed, though of the same kin. They were far from amicable. The tribe they belonged to had previously suffered the loss of several hundred members, their elite forces decimated. This once mighty tribe soon fell prey to attacks from the other 2 tribes, with many of their kin either slain or enslaved. As for the changes on their side, they were overlooked, perhaps due to the majority of those aware of the truth being slain amidst the chaos, while the other 2 tribes likely remained oblivious to the sealed secrets of the volcanic lake. After all, a millennium had passed, and the mission left behind by the past transcendent was known to but a few. Currently, the cave still saw hunters from the Flame Demon tribe, though their defenses were not stringent. Thus, the hope of escaping was quite substantial. Should they attempt to concoct foundational elixirs or establish their foundations here, any interruption could yield dire consequences. Old Xia evidently favored vacating the cave. The other 2 shared his sentiment, having witnessed the brutality of the Flame Demon tribe, and naturally deemed it best to leave if given the choice. After careful consideration, Wang Zheng concurred that departing was indeed prudent. Even if he had refined the Azure Lotus Flame and successfully concocted foundational elixirs, he would still require some experimentation. Within a month, it was likely impossible to produce all the foundational elixirs, and the breakthrough process would demand an additional 2 months. During this time, their combat capabilities would be severely diminished, and if they found themselves trapped within the cave, their fates would be grim. Let us depart then. This place is certainly not a suitable sanctuary. The underground cave, with its lax defenses, posed no significant challenge to traverse. This time, the exit was unguarded, and the 4 of them made their way out of the Flame Demon Valley, each feeling a sense of survival after their ordeal. However, to declare everything was entirely well would be premature. They were still within the Red Abyss, having been there for 8 months. The beast tide was likely at a stalemate, and some high-tier beasts had probably returned to their lairs, significantly increasing the odds of encountering formidable foes. The only piece of good news was Wang Zheng's unexpected advancement in cultivation. His consciousness had now reached a strength comparable to the foundational stage. As long as he did not encounter beasts proficient in spiritual attacks, he could detect even those at the late foundational stage in advance. As for third-tier beasts, there were likely only a handful within the entire Red Abyss. Should they truly encounter one, it would merely be their misfortune. Although this journey was fraught with peril, their gains were substantial, as each possessed more than one set of materials for foundational elixirs. Additionally, Wang Zheng had previously traded several of their scarce primary herbs for the ancient fire lotus seed, resulting in Old Xia now holding 3 sets of herbs, while Wen Qingzhu and her grandson possessed 5. Provided their luck did not falter too greatly. Upon returning to Linyuan City, they could each secure at least one foundational elixir. Thus, after leaving the Flame Demon Valley, they refrained from searching for further treasures, opting instead to evade any encountered beasts. With Wang Zheng's consciousness and old Xia's concealed spirit be leading the way, they could avoid most conflicts unless they found themselves in a narrow passage. Following their upgrade, Wang Zheng's poison fire ants approached the strength of low-tier first-level beasts. While they might struggle against solitary first-tier beasts, their collective strength allowed them to sweep through most mid to low-tier first-level and second-level beasts. After more than 3 months, they found themselves 300 miles from the exit. At this moment, however, they came to a halt. In the fore lies the assembly point of the beastly army. Although many beasts have retreated into the depths of the Qiyuan, the area within a few hundred miles remains densely populated with them. The Zhang brothers discovered several transformation talismans in their storage pouches, but activating them would require more spiritual energy than they possessed. The only entrance and exit to Qiyuan is here. Elsewhere, there are swarms of beasts or perilous natural formations, where even those at the foundation establishment stage would find passage impossible. If all else fails, we must find a place to hide. The old man Xia, who had once managed to escape the Qiyuan, now felt a lingering dread. This is not a viable solution. Can we truly remain here until the tide of beasts subsides? Lady Qi expressed dissent. Xia understood the inherent risks of such a course of action, for the beasts within the Qiyuan are not static. Should they be discovered, they would be engulfed by the army of beasts before they even realized it. If necessary, let us prepare for foundation establishment here, and return afterward. When Qingzhu proposed a compromise, comparatively, this location is somewhat safer than the Yinma tribe. At least we won and Oppos, be overwhelmed. The city of Linyuan is close at hand. Yet Wang Zheng is reluctant to concoct foundation establishment pills here. I possess a flying spiritual artifact. I shall attempt to refine it first. If successful, our chances of breaking through will significantly increase. If not, we will have no choice but to establish our foundation here. A flying spiritual artifact. The 3 were elated, astonished that Wang Zheng possessed such a treasure. They believed that with Wang Zheng's formidable spiritual consciousness, equivalent to an early-stage foundation establishment, he would surely be able to refine it. However, Wang Zheng bore a heavy heart. That dark cloud-flying vessel is a premium spiritual artifact, and he was still not at the foundation establishment stage. The spiritual consciousness required for a premium artifact is significantly greater than that for lower-tier ones. All he could hope for was that this vessel would demand less spiritual consciousness. 7 days later, Wang Zheng successfully refined the dark cloud-flying vessel. Yet, this did not bring him overwhelming joy. It was a bittersweet achievement. Controlling the flying vessel indeed consumed less spiritual consciousness than ordinary premium artifacts, but maintaining its flight required a continuous drain of energy. With Wang Zheng's current level of spiritual consciousness, the vessel could only attain 70% of its speed, allowing it to cover approximately 200 miles in a quarter of an hour. Even with the aid of some consciousness replenishing pills, it would not exceed 300 miles. This speed, while sufficient to evade most first and second-tier beasts, rendered them vulnerable to aerial predators, turning them into easy targets. However, Wang Zheng preferred to take the risk of returning to Linyuan rather than establishing his foundation in such a perilous place. For if their cultivation were interrupted during the process, it would not merely be a failure, but could potentially jeopardize their very foundation, halting their path of cultivation entirely. Wang Zheng conveyed the current situation to the other 3, who unanimously agreed to take the risk. After all, they still possessed a few transformation talismans, and both Wang Zheng and Oppos' spiritual consciousness and old Xia and Oppos' concealed spirit could prove useful. With the transformation talismans affixed, they even hunted a few beastly primates, donning their skins to further disguise themselves. As long as one did not look too closely, the ruse would remain undetected. Should they encounter aggressive beasts, Wang Zheng would unleash the poison fire ants. After traversing over 100 miles, they beheld a landscape teeming with beasts, many of which were embroiled in territorial disputes or battles for sustenance. Should they reveal themselves now, they would undoubtedly find themselves besieged by the beasts. Fortunately, Wang Zheng and Oppos' spiritual consciousness helped them navigate around the conflict zones, steering clear of areas frequented by second-tier beasts. Communication among them ceased as 2 thunderous roars reverberated, nearly causing their spiritual energy to erupt. 3 tier beasts, at least 2, 3 miles, 5, 10, 20, 30. Wang Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. The surrounding beasts numbered in the thousands, and 4 three-tier beasts had already made their appearance. Roars echoed. Suddenly, the entire herd stirred. This is bad. The beasts are about to launch an attack. What shall we do? Xia and Appo's voice trembled in fear. Run. If we don't, we'll be trampled. Wang Zheng urged them to hasten. The beastly army exhibited little discipline. It was a miracle they did not turn on one another. Thus, when the army moved, those who lagged behind were trampled underfoot. However, at that moment, they could not utilize their spiritual power nor their talismans. They were left to rely solely on their physical strength to flee, except for Wang Zheng, who could barely keep pace with the nearby beasts. The other 3 began to falter. If this continued, they would either be scattered or crushed by the beastly horde. Wang Zheng knew he could not wait any longer. If he did, the lives of the 3 would be forfeit, and he would struggle to survive alone among the beasts. Without hesitation, he discreetly opened the spirit insect pouch, releasing a swarm of poison fire ants. Given the chaos surrounding them, the sudden appearance of the ants would not attract attention. Among the beastly army, some spirit insects existed, albeit in scant numbers. Wang Zheng unleashed nearly 1,000 poison fire ants, causing the surrounding beasts to instinctively retreat, granting the 4 a temporary reprieve from being trampled. They gradually fell to the rear of the group. No further retreat was possible. Behind them lay higher-tier beasts. Xia and Appo's voice echoed. Wang Zheng was acutely aware that retreating further would lead them straight into the midst of the commanding higher-tier beasts, although they had not seen them closely. The number of 3-tier beasts certainly exceeded 5. Linyuan City had not witnessed the emergence of golden core cultivators, yet the city remained steadfast through numerous beast tides, indicating the presence of formidable golden core experts, though the lower-tier cultivators remained oblivious. After traversing 100 miles, the silhouette of Linyuan City finally came into view. Though they had escaped the Qiyuan, joy was a distant sentiment. The immediate concern was how to extricate themselves from the throng of beasts. Retreating into the clutches of the commanding 3-tier beasts would be akin to courting death. Charging ahead would lead them to the terrifying onslaught of Linyuan City. While cultivators may not possess the stringent discipline of secular armies, hundreds or thousands attacking simultaneously with spells could easily annihilate an equal number of beasts, not to mention the array of defensive spiritual artifacts. Maintain distance. Do not allow ourselves to stray within 1,000 zhang of Linyuan City, lest we fall prey to the array's attack. We must stay as close to the edge of the beastly army as possible. Lady Qi transmitted her thoughts. As a formation master, she was well acquainted with the defenses of Linyuan City. The array could strike targets from 1,000 zhang away. Wang Zheng could hardly fathom the terror it embodied, surely surpassing the 2nd tier. A swarm of poison fire ants surrounded them, gradually edging toward the perimeter. A cacophony of cannon fire erupted, causing the earth to tremble beneath them, and the transformation talismans on their bodies instantly faltered, their spiritual energy thrown into disarray. Yet, this was of little consequence. At that moment, no beast would pay them any heed. Before the beastly horde, streams of spiritual light cascaded down, each obliterating the beasts within a radius of several dozen zhang. The god-slaying spirit cannon. Wang Zheng had only heard of such a spiritual artifact. It was no ordinary artifact. A single god-slaying spirit cannon weighed several thousand pounds and consumed tens of thousands of spiritual stones with each attack. However, its power was terrifying. Even a 3-tier beast, struck by several god-slaying spirit cannons, would likely suffer grievous injuries. Roars erupted behind them, as the disarrayed beastly army, struck by the god-slaying spirit cannons, surged forth with renewed ferocity, and a shadowy army of flying beasts darkened the sky. Although Linyuan City remained under bombardment, with various spells and arrows raining down, it could not halt the advance of the beastly horde. The flying beasts unleashed azure wind blades or hurled fireballs and bolts of lightning, bombarding Linyuan City from above. Buzzing. In that fleeting moment, a layer of ethereal light emerged upon the walls of Linyuan City. The luminous energy from all 4 walls converged to form a celestial canopy, enveloping the vast expanse of Linyuan City within its protective embrace. The assaults from the ferocious beast struck the canopy, creating ripples across its surface, yet failing to breach it. Despite being amidst the horde of beasts, Wang Zheng felt a sense of relief upon witnessing the city's defensive formation withstand the onslaught. As a member of the human race, he was unwilling to witness their defeat. However, the onslaught from the beasts did not cease. Some of the creatures had already surged to the foot of the walls. With massive ironclad bulls, each exceeding 3 meters in height, charging towards the fortifications en masse. Thud, thud, thud. Though the walls were sturdy, they trembled under the impact, and signs of the canopy and Apos' disintegration began to show, only to quickly stabilize again. The ironclad bulls, after fulfilling their purpose with a single charge, were swiftly annihilated by the multitude of magical crossbows and artillery raining down from above, with the beast horde numbering in the millions. The deaths of a few hundred or thousand were but inconsequential, like mere bubbles bursting into nothingness. The walls continued to shake, and the array gradually wavered. In the skies above, the darkening clouds of monstrous birds attacked relentlessly, some eventually piercing through the formation and claiming the lives of cultivators below. After more than an hour of battle, the casualties among the beasts surpassed 1,000,000, yet the defensive array within the city finally shattered. The monstrous birds flew towards Lin Yuan's city, while hundreds of varying-sized flying vessels soared forth from within, each equipped with small spiritual cannons, manned by dozens to hundreds of cultivators who engaged fiercely with the avian foes. The city gates, unable to withstand the relentless battering, were on the brink of destruction and were swung open directly. Under the leadership of several golden core cultivators, they formed battle arrays to clash with the beastly horde below. Wang Zheng and his companions, having reached the edge of the beast army, were gripped by astonishment at the brutal slaughter unfolding before them. In such a grand scale of carnage, individual strength felt utterly insignificant. Not only those in the Qi Refinement stage, but even those in the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages could easily fall. At this moment, several Golden Core cultivators had detached from the main force, charging towards the few third-tier beasts orchestrating the monstrous tide. The conflict was such that every action could inflict tremendous damage, and numerous beasts and human cultivators alike found themselves caught in the crossfire, with no means to evade the chaos. Although Wang Zheng and his group had reached the periphery, escaping the tumult of battle seemed impossible. What shall we do? Elder Xie's forehead glistened with cold sweat. We must draw near Lin Yuan's city and seek an opportunity to join the fray. Otherwise, we shall never gain entry. At this time of war, entering Lin Yuan's city would entail rigorous scrutiny, and although their identities were unblemished, leaving the city amidst the beast tide would inevitably lead to complications. A quarter-hour passed, and they approached the human army of Lin Yuan's city. Ahead, 3 Qi Refinement stage cultivators were ensnared by a pack of spiny hedgehogs. Originally a team of 10, only these 3 remained. 2 men and 1 woman appeared youthful, with a robust young man leading, flanked by a young female cultivator whose long dress was stained crimson with blood, her complexion slightly dusky, yet her features strikingly delicate. On the other side stood a gaunt young man, his left arm pierced by several sharp quills, and a deep claw mark visible on his chest. The only one still holding up was the sturdy young man, desperately shielding his companions, his sister, and his close friend, knowing he could not abandon them. For even if he wished to save himself, opportunity was scarce. Their sole hope lay in perseverance. Perhaps nearby teams would emerge victorious and lend a hand. Yet such hope seemed dim, for they had just been pursued by a second-tier beast, becoming encircled. Though an elder in the Foundation Establishment had held off the second-tier beast, their companions had suffered heavy losses. Just then, a portion of the spiny hedgehogs attacking them was pierced by magical artifacts and talismans. A group of 4 approached, bloodied yet evidently stronger than the trio. "Thank you for your assistance," the robust young man expressed gratefully, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. "There's no need for formality. As fellow humans, how could we stand idly by? If you have any strength left, let us join forces and regroup with the main army. Our team was just scattered, and we have no knowledge of the fates of the others." The tall young man who spoke was Wang Zheng, accompanied by his 3 companions. Upon entering the battleground and witnessing the dire situation of the trio, they took action, now with a valid reason to do so, even without employing their formidable treasures. Their group of 7 was among the stronger in their tier. Wang Zheng, although not yet in the Foundation Establishment stage, surpassed many who had achieved Qi Refinement stage 10. However, they would not exert their full power at this time. The 7 made their arduous way towards Lin Yuan City, battling as they advanced. Although they did not unleash their full potential, the other 3 were pleasantly surprised. The surrounding beasts posed no hindrance to their progress. Yet, it seemed they had attracted the attention of a second-tier beast. Having just vanquished a Foundation Establishment opponent, a second-tier lightning tiger charged towards Wang Zheng and his companions. The lightning tiger was a formidable creature among second-tier beasts, excelling in both speed and ferocity. Elder Xie and the others looked to Wang Zheng, seemingly inquiring about his plan. While defeating the lightning tiger was not beyond their capabilities, doing so without revealing their strength posed a challenge. That elder to the left is about to win. Let us move closer. Wang Zheng observed a familiar figure on the left, someone with whom he shared a prior acquaintance. Elder Lei, save us. Wang Zheng called out to the burly middle-aged man with purple hair. The burly elder had just repelled his opponent, a superior second-tier windwolf, and was about to deliver a final blow when he heard the call for help. Glancing over, he spotted several Qi Refinement stage youngsters being pursued by a second-tier lightning tiger. This delay allowed the windwolf to escape, and pursuing it among the beast horde would be troublesome. Although the lightning tiger was of a lower tier, its lightning core would still be beneficial to him. The young man addressing him as Elder Lei indicated prior acquaintance, making it unreasonable not to intervene. You and Appos, in for a tough time. Elder Lei soared towards the lightning tiger. The beast had intended to treat the humans as a light snack, but the sight of the approaching purple-haired figure filled it with dread. Yet, before it could turn to flee, a bolt of lightning struck it. Though it was a lightning attribute beast, it could not completely negate lightning attacks, and this strike exceeded its defensive capabilities. Witnessing this, Wang Zheng sighed in relief. Otherwise, he would have wasted yet another second-tier talisman. While Chu Qi possessed a fair number of second-tier talismans, it was unwise to squander them. Moreover, having the deputy city lord lend a hand brought a sense of reassurance, especially since this individual had once taken half of his Millennium Lightning Wood from him, albeit for a price. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, suggesting a third-tier beast had been injured and was retreating. The balance of battle had shifted, and soon, the beast horde began to rout. Although many pursued, Wang Zheng and his companions immediately retreated to Linyuan City, their three newfound allies too weary to pursue further gains. Simply returning was a stroke of fortune. Wang, my friend, and everyone, your kindness shall not go unacknowledged. Once we tend to our wounds, we shall find you to share a drink. The robust young man introduced himself as Zhou Peng, while the wheat-skinned female cultivator was Zhou Ya, his sister. The gaunt young man was Zhang Yu, a close friend of Zhou Ping. All three hailed from a modest cultivation family, with a couple of foundation establishment members. Yet none could evade the calamity brought by the beast tide. Moreover, while the beast tide poses significant dangers, it also presents extraordinary opportunities. Over the past year, no fewer than 20 individuals have secured foundation establishment pills through their exploits in the beast tide, igniting envy among countless Qi refining practitioners. The air in Lingyuan City is thick with a sense of bloodshed. Following the fierce battles, numerous human cultivators have perished. The number of human cultivators pales in comparison to that of the beasts. Even now, the total number of cultivators emerging from the southern wilderness scarcely exceeds 500,000. While estimates suggest that around 80 to 100,000 have already fallen in battle. Yet, within the city, there is little atmosphere of despair. Rather, many are enthusiastically recounting their achievements, boasting of the beasts they have slain and the merits they have accumulated, pondering how far they are from acquiring a foundation establishment pill. Such is the nature of cultivators, who struggle against fate, each content with their own destiny. Let us first settle in. We shall reconvene in 3 days, Wang Zheng remarked. Observing the trio before him, their bodies smeared with the blood of their foes. Though they bore minimal injuries, the blood that adorned them primarily belonged to the beasts. Their appearance attracted a measure of attention and even admiration. While many had participated in the conflict, only a select few had the audacity to fight fiercely. And only a rare few could obtain a foundation establishment pill. At last, we have returned, Elder Xia exclaimed joyfully. Having departed from Lingyuan City 6 months earlier than the rest, he was now filled with hope, especially since he possessed 3 sets of materials for the foundation establishment pill. When Qinju opened her mouth to speak, but after Wang Zheng bid farewell to the duo, he headed towards the cave dwelling he had previously occupied. Upon leaving Lingyuan City, he still had 5 to 6 years remaining on his rental agreement. According to the city and Appos' regulations, as long as rent was paid, the cave dwelling would not be reclaimed. For Lingyuan City was vast, housing hundreds of thousands, with ample room for individual residences. Upon activating a simple protective formation, everything remained as he had left it. Subsequently, he activated the second-tier supreme defensive formation gifted by Chu Qi, entered his bedroom, and with a wave of his spiritual energy, he brushed away the dust before collapsing onto his bed, sinking into a deep and peaceful slumber. For an entire year, Wang Zheng had not enjoyed a restful sleep. Though meditation could restore spiritual energy, cultivators are still human, and prolonged tension leads to exhaustion of both body and mind. in Qiyuan and the Flame Demon tribe. He had to keep at least one eye open even while sleeping. However, in this moment, he was in Lingyuan City and following the recent conflict. It was unlikely that turmoil would arise in the immediate future. The second-tier Supreme Defensive Formation was not easily breached. At this juncture, Wang Zheng began to comprehend the significance of Lingyuan City for the cultivators of the southern wilderness. It was not merely a place to harvest beast materials, but also a sanctuary providing a sense of security. Of course, this security was relative. For true safety was a rare commodity in the cultivation world. At least for now, Wang Zheng could enjoy a well-deserved rest. He slept deeply, oblivious to the passage of time, and when he finally awakened, 3 days had elapsed. Both when Qing Zhu and Elder Xie had sent him communication talismans. Stretching languidly, he relished the delightful crackling sound of his body. After responding to their messages, he departed from his cave dwelling. They convened in the cave dwelling rented by Elder Xie. At this moment, the spirits of the group appeared significantly improved compared to 3 days prior. Although not everyone had indulged in a 3-day slumber like Wang Zheng, they had all enjoyed a refreshing rest. When Qing Zhu looked particularly exquisite, more so than during their time in Qiyuan, her appearance striking and impressive. Elder Xie produced several tokens and distributed them among the group. These were the beast-slaying orders, which had yet to be tallied for merits. Beast-slaying orders? Wang Zheng inquired, examining the jade token in his hand. Delving into it with his consciousness, he discovered it contained only simple information regarding the number of beasts slain and the corresponding merits. These were issued temporarily during the beast tide. After slaying a beast, one could acquire inner cores or special materials to present at the city lord's office for merit tallying. Accumulating 10,000 points of merit would yield a single foundation establishment pill. 10,000 points? Wang Zheng pondered, uncertain of the significance of this figure. 1 point for a low-grade first-tier beast, 3 points for a mid-grade, 10 for a high-grade, 30 for a supreme grade, 300 for a low-grade second-tier, 1,000 for a mid-grade, 3,000 for a high-grade, and 10,000 for a supreme grade. His expression turned to one of astonishment. To acquire a foundation establishment pill, one would need to hunt down a second-tier supreme beast, a formidable challenge he had personally experienced. For an average Qi refining practitioner, this was virtually impossible. Considering the most common beast within the ranks, a mid-grade first-tier beast would amount to 1,000 heads to reach 10,000 points. Most participants would be in teams, making it nearly impossible for an individual to hunt 1,000 beasts alone. Elder Xie began to speak, but paused, reflecting on their earlier encounter with snow wolves, where they had slain approximately 1,300. He himself had managed to take down a mere 200. Yet, who could rival the prowess of the individual before him? Not only first-tier beasts, but second-tier beasts had also fallen to his blade. Would purchasing inner cores count? Wang Zheng raised his question. Of course it counts. Purchasing inner cores still requires someone to have hunted the beasts, and it must be from this year's hunts. This revelation stirred something within Wang Zheng. He estimated he possessed about 1,000 inner cores, and not limited to first-tier, as he had several second-tier cores as well. However, he ultimately decided against exchanging his inner cores. Doing so would attract undue attention, and he had ample materials for foundation establishment pills. At the very least, he could secure 3 or 4 pills. If he could not successfully establish a foundation with that, he would need to consider alternative methods. I happen to possess some inner cores. If you require them, feel free to take some, though I advise against exchanging them just yet. Thank you, Taoist Wang. We are well aware of this. After all, we have been away for quite some time and must avoid drawing attention. Even if we do choose to exchange, it would be prudent to wait a year or so. After all, the beast tide will not conclude swiftly. These beast-slaying orders were left to me by an old friend, whose team suffered substantial casualties, and he himself is gravely injured. He entrusted me with the care of a junior, and I assure you, there will be no mistakes. Elder Xie proceeded to explain the rules during the beast tide. All cultivators in Lingyuan City were required to participate, yet they were not obligated to comply with the city lord and Oppos, as centralized commands, for cultivators are not soldiers. Even under unified command, it is challenging to maximize combat effectiveness. Thus, aside from the 5 great nations and some prominent families forming the Lingyuan City Guard, the majority operated in teams, ranging from 3 to 5 individuals, or even larger groups nearing 100, they could collectively hunt smaller numbers of beasts. These teams frequently changed members and could not report their numbers in real time. They simply needed to register a team leader's name at the outset of the battle for coordination purposes. Consequently, the beast-slaying orders were distributed to the team leaders, who then entrusted them to their members. However, Using a beast-slaying order for merit tallying at the city lord and Apos' office would confirm one's identity. And each individual could only possess one order, thus preventing anyone from resorting to theft. To optimize their merits, teams usually logged their points on the team leader and Apos' beast-slaying order. Within the team, members merely needed to remember their respective shares. If they accumulated enough points for a foundation establishment pill, it could be exchanged immediately, with subsequent discussions on distribution. Therefore, these unmarked beast-slaying orders were quite numerous. And since the rest of the team had perished, there was no risk of information leakage. Elder Xie was thorough in his arrangements, providing them with a suitable identity. With this matter resolved, their entry into Qiyuan would remain undisclosed. No accusations of cowardice would befall them. The ensuing discussion naturally turned to the crafting of foundation establishment pills, with all three gazing at Wang Zheng with eager anticipation. Yet, Wang Zheng could not divulge that he intended to begin alchemical preparations at this moment. Having just refined the azure lotus fire, I have not concocted many elixirs during this period, necessitating some time to familiarize myself with the power of flames before I can proceed with confidence, especially considering the scarcity of materials for foundational elixirs. However, this process should not take long, perhaps a minimum of 3 months or a maximum of 6. Upon hearing this, Madame Qi smiled and remarked that indeed, we can afford to wait for a year or so. After a brief exchange, we parted ways. Though the atmosphere in Linyuan City remains tense, significant battles have been infrequent. Over the past year, there have only been 5 instances of a massive army of beasts attacking the city, and their frequency continues to diminish. Otherwise, not only would the human inhabitants of Linyuan City struggle to withstand such assaults, but the beasts would also be unable to sustain their numbers. Given that the humans are in a defensive posture and possess various means of protection, while the beasts can only rely on lower-tier creatures to expend their resources. While lower-tier beasts are numerous, they are not infinite. Furthermore, beast tides follow their own patterns. Ultimately, the overpopulation of beasts born from the Qiyuan requires periodic culling through beast tides to promote survival of the fittest and facilitate their growth. For humanity, although the beast tides necessitate passive defense and result in heavy casualties each time, the number of cultivators who break through after each tide is exponentially greater than in previous centuries, an analogous process of natural selection. Without the trials of beast tides, humanity would remain akin to flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. According to these patterns, it is anticipated that there will be no significant battles in the upcoming 3 to 5 months. While skirmishes occasionally occur between Qiyuan and Linyuan City, their scale pales in comparison to earlier siege battles. Within Qiyuan, aside from materials for foundational elixirs, Wang Zheng has acquired a considerable assortment of other spiritual herbs, including some suitable for refining second-tier elixirs. Chu Qi, as a late-stage foundational alchemist, naturally possesses a wealth of second-tier refining materials in her storage ring. Thus, Wang Zheng need not worry about this matter for the time being. Otherwise, during the beast tide, when Qiyuan becomes sealed off, access to spiritual herbs is obstructed, and a significant portion of the herbs within Qiyuan City is controlled by the Lord and Apos' estate. While Wang Zheng immerses himself in alchemy, Elder Xie and Wen Qingzhu have not secluded themselves within the city. For them, seclusion has lost its significance. To obscure their activities, Elder Xie and Apos' team has begun to accept various tasks issued by the Lord and Apos' estate, and has also incorporated 3 or 4 new companions. Although Wang Zheng remains behind the scenes, the newcomers are aware that there is a mysterious alchemist within their ranks. As their team consistently acquires rare healing and restorative elixirs during a time of scarcity in Linyuan City, these elixirs would require merit to exchange at the Lord and Apos' estate. But they can now be obtained simply by using spirit stones or beast cores, which is quite advantageous. 3 months later, Wang Zheng has mastered the art of refining mid-grade second-tier elixirs. Although his spiritual consciousness is only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, the efficacy of the azure lotus fire is extraordinary, as it would attribute spiritual fire. It is not only easy to control but also compensates for his insufficient internal spiritual power. It is reasonable to assume that he could refine mid-stage foundational elixirs. Though the success rate may not be high, nevertheless, Wang Zheng does not rest on his laurels but continues to practice diligently. He possesses a dozen or so high-grade second-tier herbs, which, while precious, pale in comparison to the significance of materials for foundational elixirs in Wang Zheng and Apos' eyes. Thus, He plans to refine these herbs before commencing the process for foundational elixirs. The Sanyuan Recovery Pill is a foundational elixir that aids cultivators in restoring their spiritual power. Boasting remarkable effects that can restore over 70% of a foundational cultivator and Apos' energy in a short period, often a life-saving elixir. The primary ingredient is the tri-leaf yuan spirit herb, with 7 auxiliary materials. While it may seem that the Sanyuan Recovery Pill requires fewer materials than foundational elixirs, its difficulty is proportionally greater. This is due to the tri-leaf yuan spirit herb containing an abundance of spiritual power, surpassing the energy found in foundational elixirs. In refining elixirs, the control of weight and heat is crucial, but the most important factor is maintaining the energy balance within the elixir. The stronger the energy, the more challenging the task. Unlike foundational elixirs, the Sanyuan Recovery Pill requires the auxiliary materials to be melted first. Only upon their completion can the energy-rich tri-leaf yuan spirit herb be refined. Wang Zheng meticulously refines the elixirs, adding each ingredient into the cauldron fluidly and without delay. The 7 auxiliary materials take 3 hours to melt completely. Thanks to the azure lotus fire, Wang Zheng does not need to melt the materials as painstakingly as Qi Hong did in the past, only calling upon his internal alchemical fire at critical moments. While the alchemical fire is powerful, it consumes the alchemist's internal spiritual power, whereas the azure lotus fire, as a heaven and earth spiritual fire, only requires the replenishment of fire attribute spiritual items to recover and even enhance itself over time. Had it not been for the azure lotus fire, Wang Zheng would likely have needed most of the day to refine these auxiliary materials, and he would not have dared to attempt the primary herb. Wang Zheng and Apos' gaze fell upon the tri-leaf yuan spirit herb, which appeared unremarkable, yet harbored terrifying energy. With a wave of his hand, spiritual power surged, and the tri-leaf yuan spirit herb soared into the cauldron. The azure lotus fire enveloped the herb, and what seemed like an ordinary plant was subjected to the fire's intense heat. It took a full half-hour before it began to show signs of melting. After another quarter-hour, the first drop of medicinal liquid emerged, merging into the 7-colored liquid created from the auxiliary materials. Drop by drop, the medicinal liquid from the tri-leaf yuan spirit herb fell into the cauldron, rapidly enhancing its energy. Wang Zheng's spiritual consciousness guided the liquid's rotation and integration, diligent and cautious. However, Wang Zheng's expression soon shifted. He had underestimated the energy of the tri-leaf yuan spirit herb. He felt a growing difficulty in maintaining control with his spiritual consciousness. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Without hesitation, Wang Zheng immediately consumed a purple-hued recovery pill, a spirit recovery pill from Qi, which possesses the ability to replenish spiritual consciousness. However, Qi only had 7 of these left, and no materials or recipes to craft more. As Wang Zheng's spiritual consciousness gradually restored, the process of refining the medicinal liquid was far from swift. After the effect of the first recovery pill faded, he did not hesitate to consume a second. Having reached this stage, abandoning the endeavor would not only waste this batch of elixirs but also leave him uncertain about the extent of his spiritual consciousness depletion. The recovery pills resolved his spiritual consciousness issue, but it took 3 of them before he was nearing the conclusion of the Sanyuan recovery pill. As the 3 pills emerged from the cauldron, Wang Zheng looked at 1 greenish pill and 2 grayish ones, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Of the 3 pills, 2 were failures, and the only successful one was of inferior quality. Yet, the Sanyuan recovery pill's refining difficulty is equivalent to that of high-grade second-tier elixirs. Given his current alchemical skills, successfully crafting the Sanyuan recovery pill gives him confidence in producing foundational elixirs. However, the consumption of 3 recovery pills left Wang Zheng feeling the pinch, as the value of 1 recovery pill is undoubtedly on par with that of the Sanyuan recovery pill. Originally, he had intended to refine the remaining high-grade second-tier materials, but he had no choice but to abandon that plan, no matter how extravagant he might be. He could not afford to treat recovery pills as mere candies. An even graver issue loomed. Where could he find sufficient recovery pills to craft foundational elixirs? After resting for several hours, Wang Zheng resolved to visit the Lord's estate. He was not there to accept any tasks, but rather to see if he could exchange merit points for recovery pills. There were indeed recovery pills available. However, upon reviewing the exchange rate, Wang Zheng exclaimed that it was unaffordable. 1 recovery pill costs 2,000 merit points, which implies that 5 recovery pills could be exchanged for a single foundational elixir. Given that he had just used 3 recovery pills to refine a single Sanyuan recovery pill, The combined cost of the materials was nearly equivalent to that of a foundational elixir. Wang Zheng estimated that the spiritual consciousness required to refine foundational elixirs is slightly less than that needed for the Sanyuan recovery pill. Yet even if he only consumed 2 recovery pills, that would still be excessively extravagant. If the success rate of refining the foundation establishment pill is less than 50%, it is more cost-effective to exchange for merit points. Why is the spirit recovery pill so exorbitantly priced? Wang Zheng found it utterly astonishing. However, he did not possess the formula for the spirit recovery pill and was unaware of the reasons behind its high cost. The likely explanations were either the rarity of the materials or the extreme difficulty of the refining process. Friend, may I inquire why the spirit recovery pill is so expensive? Wang Zheng asked a female cultivator in the exchange hall. This young woman appeared to be no older than 20. Yet she had already reached the 9th level of Qi Refining, indicating her exceptional talent. She was probably a direct descendant of a prominent family, inevitably conscripted. Yet here she could avoid the ravages of battle. The female cultivator glanced at Wang Zheng with indifference, her demeanor either reflecting a bad mood or a naturally cold disposition. Seeing his plain attire, her eyes conveyed impatience, as if to say, "What does the price matter to you? Can you even afford it, you pauper?" Wang Zheng, typically mild-mannered, felt an impulse to strike her down for such insolence. He considered himself polite, and as she was on duty, he thought it reasonable to inquire. "All right, Xiaoling. You needn't and amp. Oppos. Linger here any longer. Go take a break." A chubby girl with a round face noticed the tense atmosphere and hurried over, pushing the irritable female cultivator away. Wang Zheng suppressed his anger, wishing to turn and leave, but he needed clarity about the spirit recovery pill to proceed with the foundation establishment pill's refinement. "My apologies, friend. Xiaoling has faced some grievances today. The barrier-breaking pill meant for her was snatched away. She usually isn't like this." The round-faced girl explained while apologizing. "Not a problem." Wang Zheng exhaled, deciding it was and amp. Oppos. Worth getting riled up over such a foolish woman. "Do you require the spirit recovery pill for healing spiritual injuries?" The round-faced female cultivator asked. "Does the spirit recovery pill possess such healing properties?" Wang Zheng found this revelation surprising, as he had not perceived any such effects from the pill. The round-faced girl, unaware that Wang Zheng was a pill master, assumed he lacked knowledge about elixirs, and proceeded to explain, "For us Qi refining cultivators, the spirit recovery pill is quite effective for healing spiritual injuries, but its cost-effectiveness is lacking. If the injuries are not severe, it would be better to exchange for the spirit-nourishing pill, which, although slower in effect, is gentler and considerably cheaper." "Oh." Wang Zheng nodded slightly, beginning to comprehend that the spirit recovery pill might indeed have some therapeutic effects for other Qi refining or even foundation establishment cultivators. However, due to his spiritual essence having been tempered by lightning, the spirit recovery pill would scarcely provide any healing for him. Wang Zheng was not interested in the spirit-nourishing pill. Rather, he sought to understand the reasons behind the exorbitant price of the spirit recovery pill. The round-faced girl, with a friendly demeanor, explained with a smile, "The materials for the spirit recovery pill are quite precious. More importantly, among the herbs used to refine it, there is a type known as soul-molding orchid, which is exceedingly delicate. Any slight misstep could lead to the failure of the refinement process. Therefore, the refining of the spirit recovery pill cannot utilize a gathering fire array. It must be entirely done with pill fire, which poses significant harm to the alchemist. The mental essence of the alchemist is also affected to some degree during the refinement of a single batch of spirit recovery pills. Hence, most alchemists are reluctant to refine it, and the success rate is dismally low. Even experienced alchemists struggle to achieve 30%. Upon hearing this, the expression on Wang Zheng and Amp Oppos' face finally relaxed. "I see. Are the formulas and materials for the spirit recovery pill available for exchange here?" he inquired. "Are you looking for an alchemist to refine the spirit recovery pill?" the round-faced girl asked. Wang Zheng nodded slightly, affirming his intent. The round-faced girl seemed on the verge of saying more, but upon seeing Wang Zheng's resolute demeanor, she refrained from further persuasion. "The formula is not expensive. It costs 100 merit points, while the materials are 200 merit points for each portion." Wang Zheng had no merit points left in his bounty token, but he had slain numerous beasts, allowing him to exchange for even more merit through their intercourse. However, he did not exchange excessively. He merely redeemed over 3,000 merit points to purchase the formula and materials for 15 spirit recovery pills. Before leaving, he expressed his gratitude to the round-faced girl, gifting her a vial of medicine. Such gestures were commonplace, and the round-faced girl initially paid no mind. But when she opened the vial, she was utterly astonished. "Lining, why would that pauper give you anything? Were you spellbound? After all that introduction, what did he give you? One gathering chi pill or a yuan spirit pill?" The previously irritable woman, named Xiaoling, approached. Lining snapped back to reality and, just as she was about to stow away the vial, Xiaoling had already come over, intending to mock Lining. However, upon seeing the elixir inside, she gasped, "Ah, a barrier-breaking pill." She had just lost one earlier that day. Although Lining came from a prominent family, her talent was decent but not of the absolute direct lineage. The barrier-breaking pill that should have been allocated to her was instead taken by the granddaughter of a powerful elder in her family, who had just reached the threshold of the 9th level of Qi Refining. At that moment, it dawned on Lining that this seemingly impoverished loose cultivator had gifted her a barrier-breaking pill, and it was a top-tier one brimming with spiritual energy. Upon hearing of the barrier-breaking pill, several young women in the hall immediately gathered around. They had witnessed the earlier events, which were not uncommon, and now, witnessing such a dramatic turn of events, they surrounded Lining, filled with envy and curiosity, eager to glean information about the mysterious cultivator. Yet Lining only knew his name. She had no further details. Xiaoling, feeling foolish for a prolonged moment, realized she had squandered a tremendous opportunity. In an instant, she developed a deep-seated resentment towards Lining, believing that the top-tier barrier-breaking pill rightfully belonged to her. Unbeknownst to her, had it not been for her previous attitude, Wang Zheng would not have produced a top-tier barrier-breaking pill for Lining. Xiaoling experienced the sting of regret, thinking that if given another chance, she would surely treat that seemingly impoverished individual with utmost respect. However, such hypothetical scenarios rarely materialize, even if given 100 opportunities. She would still judge others by their appearance. "Jia, what was that person in Appo's name just now?" inquired a girl who appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. "Wang Zheng. It must be him," Lining replied with certainty. "Ah, it truly is him." The questioning girl suddenly realized. "Who is he?" Lining asked, intrigued. "I don't know him, but I've heard of him. For years ago, at an auction, he sold over 100 barrier-breaking pills. That was definitely Wang Zheng. What a coincidence." "A pill master? He is actually a pill master." Wang Zheng would never have imagined that, after 4 or 5 years, some would still remember him. After departing from the city lord's estate, Wang Zheng returned to his cave dwelling and began studying the formula for the spirit recovery pill. What posed a significant challenge to others was easily resolved for him, thanks to the celestial spiritual fire and pill fire, an advantage that could drive any alchemist to madness. If one disregarded the necessity of using pill fire, the difficulty of the spirit recovery pill was merely at the mid-tier level of the 2nd stage. With his alchemical skills, Wang Zheng could undoubtedly achieve this, and his success rate would far surpass that of other alchemists, as he had exclusively used the green lotus fire throughout the refining process, having completely abandoned the gathering fire array. From the 15 portions of materials for the spirit recovery pill, Wang Zheng successfully refined 10 batches, with 5 failures, 3 of which were from his initial attempts. If one began counting from the 4th batch, the success rate had already exceeded 80%. Each batch yielded 5 to 7 pills, and combined with the remaining ones from before, the total exceeded 60 pills. This bolstered Wang Zheng's confidence to continue practicing with those high-tier 2nd stage materials. Wang Zheng contemplated the possibility of exchanging these spirit restoration pills for merit points. Even if he only received half, it would be enough to procure 3 foundation establishment pills. However, he was acutely aware that such an action would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the alchemists. For the sake of the heavenly spirit fire, they were capable of committing heinous acts. After a month and a half, Wang Zheng successfully refined the 2nd-tier superior materials, yet his success rate remained below 40%. Nevertheless, this performance had already reached the standards of many mid to late-stage foundation establishment alchemists. The Qinglian fire compensated for the shortcomings of the alchemical flame and proved more efficient, while the spirit restoration pills remedied his insufficient mental energy. With everything in place, Wang Zheng was prepared to commence the refinement of the foundation establishment pills. This endeavor absorbed him for a full 5 months. During this period of alchemical creation, he could not afford any interruptions. Although he had set up a 2nd-tier elite defensive array, he still summoned Old Xia and the others to stand guard, just in case. Seated within the alchemy chamber, Wang Zheng recalled every step in detail of Qi Hong and Appo's method for refining foundation establishment pills. Despite possessing the Qinglian fire, he understood that his alchemical skills were still a distance from Qi Hong's. The golden alchemical flame he had conjured was undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, his Qinglian fire was still in its nascent stage. The growth of this heavenly spirit fire was considerably slower than that of ordinary flames, requiring tenfold the resources. Yet, for him, nurturing the seemingly boundless potential of the Qinglian fire was truly worthwhile. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zheng stood and meticulously prepared each ingredient, just as he had done in the Feishan Valley. Scarlet blood lingji, purple leaf lily of the valley, heavenly frost snow lotus fruit, one by one. The auxiliary herbs were placed into the alchemical furnace. Wang Zheng conducted the refinement with utmost precision, leaving no room for error. Whenever his mental energy waned, he promptly replenished it with spirit restoration pills. On the following day, a pill soared from the furnace, landing in Wang Zheng's palm. Observing the pale blue pill, he could not help but smile wryly. It had indeed been completed, yet the abundance of black spots upon it was rather excessive. A failed pill. Wang Zheng exhaled, not feeling disheartened. Although he had previously succeeded in refining second-tier superior pills 5 or 6 times, each had required numerous failures to discern the underlying principles. His cultivation level, despite being forcefully compensated, still fell short. Fortunately, the materials for the foundation establishment pill were plentiful, allowing him to indulge in experimentation. Wang Zheng opened the door to the alchemical chamber, and the gazes of Wen Qingzhu and the others fell upon him. He could only shake his head in resignation. Though somewhat disappointed, the trio was entirely unsurprised. If he had succeeded on his first attempt, that would have truly been remarkable. No worries, there and amp, oppos, no need to be anxious. It and oppos, perfectly normal to fail on your first try. Old Xie remarked with a reassuring smile. I think it and oppos, you who and oppos, nervous, Uncle Xie. When Qizhu teased, her cheerful nature shining through as she joked with old Xie, who shot her a sidelong glance. If you're not nervous, then you can go ahead and practice with your materials. Despite their familiarity, proper etiquette still needed to be observed. Thus, it had been clearly stated that they would take turns refining their materials, accepting the outcomes as their own. Naturally, if someone were fortunate enough to produce 2 foundation establishment pills, they would have to share the surplus with the others, given their shared trials and tribulations. Go ahead. It's all the same whether you extend your neck or withdraw it, Wen Qingzhu remarked, but to claim she was not anxious would be untrue. Wang Zheng engaged in casual conversation with the group to alleviate his own tension. While a true alchemist should possess a heart of steel, to assert that he was entirely free from nerves would be a fabrication. After a brief chat, Wang Zheng began to rest, recovering his mental energy. After a day of adjustment, he readied himself to refine once more. A slight miscalculation led to yet another failure. Taking a deep breath, this time he did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat in the alchemical chamber, meditating while reflecting on the recent refinement process, seeking to uncover the differences between his approach and Qi Hong and Appo's. By the expected time, Wang Zheng anticipated the pill should have been completed, yet it had not emerged. When Qizhu stood up, visibly anxious, calm down, Don and amp, oppos, fidget, or you and amp, oppos, get dizzy. Are you nervous? Old Xie chuckled, addressing her. Who was nervous? When Qingzhu retorted, returning to her seat, but with Wang Zheng still inside, her unease was palpable. Whether in success or failure, she could accept the outcome, but the uncertainty was unsettling. After 2 additional days, the door to the alchemical chamber finally opened. At that moment, when Qizhu dashed forward, without waiting for her to inquire, Wang Zheng produced a jade vial, handing it to her. You succeeded, she exclaimed. Opening the vial, a tantalizing aroma of the pill wafted forth. Wang Zheng, you are incredible. Whether from sheer excitement or her true nature, when Qizhu grabbed Wang Zheng's arm and leaped in joy, enveloping him in a warm embrace, though not overweight. When Qizhu had a well-proportioned figure, her curves pressing against Wang Zheng's chest. Despite having no such intentions, he could not help but feel his cheeks redden. Ahem. The sound of Madame Qi's cough broke the moment, leaving her bewildered as to whether Wen Qizhu was truly overwhelmed with joy or was being intentionally flirtatious. Realizing her exuberance, Wen Qizhu blushed, releasing Wang Zheng and awkwardly averting her gaze. Congratulations, my dear, old Xie remarked, somewhat enviously. Madame Qi appeared to have something on her mind, but after glancing at Wen Qingzhu and then at the somewhat flustered Wang Zheng, she chose to withhold her questions. Inside, she pondered whether Wang Zheng had succeeded on his first attempt after such a lengthy absence, or if he had used Wen Qingzhu's materials for the first batch and then switched to his own for the second. Madame Qi had half guessed correctly. Wang Zheng indeed used his own materials for the second batch. However, this was not due to the materials belonging to Wen Qingzhu, but rather because he had been wholly focused on the alchemical process, the impressions from both his recent refinement and Qi Hong's methods vivid in his mind. The comparative analysis revealed subtle differences, which ultimately led to the success of the third batch, though the quality was merely inferior grade. The foundation establishment pills available on the market were predominantly of mid to lower quality. At least in Linyuan City, superior grade foundation establishment pills had yet to appear. Wang Zheng and Apos' successful refinement of the foundation establishment pill, whether from the second or third batch, was a momentous joy for them all. According to their prior agreement, the next batch would utilize Wang Zheng's materials. As he stepped out of the alchemical chamber, Wang Zheng realized he had consciously overlooked the fact that this foundation establishment pill had been refined with his own materials. Observing Wen Qingzhu's excitement, he felt it prudent to remain silent. Once when Qizhu had calmed down, she inquired why he had taken so long this time. Wang Zheng replied, "I needed some time to summarize my experiences." The fourth batch also utilized his materials. Despite Wang Zheng and Apos' utmost diligence, it ultimately ended in failure. It seemed that refining foundation establishment pills indeed required a measure of luck. The fifth batch belonged to old Xie, although he did not pace back and forth. He was sweating profusely. Memories of Zhao Guan's frenzied confrontation with Chu Qi, after 2 batches of foundation establishment materials had been ruined, flashed through his mind. While Zhao Guan's actions had been influenced by the soul-capturing goo, it was evident that such thoughts had crossed his mind, and the goo's manipulation had driven him to madness. Yet old Xie merely reflected on the past. He would never resort to such measures. Remembering the death of Wen Qihua sent chills down his spine. At the very least, even if I were to exhaust 3 cauldrons of elixirs, others might still strike lucky and produce a single pill to share with me, even if I lack sufficient resources. I am merely a couple of herbs short of completing a full set. My fortune cannot perpetually be so dismal. Suddenly, the door to the alchemy chamber swung open, and the old man Xie felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The moment Wang Zheng presented him with a vial of elixir, an immense surprise propelled him forward in a flurry. Thank you, thank you." Xie repeated these words incessantly, perhaps the most he had ever uttered in his life, having previously been addressed with such terms by others. Today, however, he found himself expressing gratitude to someone else. Wang Zheng chuckled softly, patting Xie's shoulder. He understood the old man and Apos' exhilaration. If he were to wait another 50 or 60 years just to obtain a foundational elixir, he would surely be equally overwhelmed. Subsequently, Wang Zheng chose to pause his alchemical endeavors. Although he could replenish his spiritual energy in a timely manner, the mental strain was not so easily alleviated. For the following 3 days, he refrained from alchemy and cultivation, instead enjoying peaceful nights of slumber while spending his days leisurely strolling through Linyuan City, guided by Wen Qizhu. Shopping was an entirely new experience for Wang Zheng. While he had wandered through shops before, it had always been with a specific purpose. This time, however, he ambled without any particular aim in mind. As he resumed his alchemical practices, a sense of discontent lingered. Ultimately, Xie and Apos' 3 cauldrons of materials yielded 2 successful concoctions, while Wen Qizhu's lineage also achieved 2 successes from 5 cauldrons, excluding the portion given to Wen Qizhu. Wang Zheng had utilized 4 cauldrons yet gained only 1 foundational elixir. In total, from 13 cauldrons, only 5 had succeeded, yielding a success rate of less than 40%. Yet, why was it that his success rate lingered at a mere 25% while Xie and Apos' soared to 60 or 70%? Even Xie felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of offering a foundational elixir to Wang Zheng. However, Wang Zheng graciously declined. As he still possessed 6 cauldrons of elixirs, which could easily yield 2 or potentially 3 foundational elixirs, he had no desire to accept anything from Xie. When Qizhu and her lineage each secured 1 elixir, neither more nor less. While success was not guaranteed, they felt no regret. Possessing foundational elixirs did not compel them to enter seclusion immediately, as the situation remained precarious. Should a siege warfare erupt while they were engrossed in their meditative states, it would indeed be a tragic fate. It was not until 2 months later that the beast army launched another offensive, resulting in a stalemate. With many of the beasts retreating deep into Qiyuan, leaving a few to engage in skirmishes within a 300-mile radius of Qiyuan, clashing with human cultivators in a protracted battle. Following historical patterns, such a standoff would likely endure for 2 to 3 years. However, it seemed that Linyuan City would not witness any major conflicts during this time. At this juncture, Xie and Wen Qiju's lineage decided to enter seclusion to break through to the foundational stage. Wang Zheng, however, refrained from refining any additional materials. With a foundational elixir in hand, he contemplated attempting a breakthrough, despite the low probability of success. Should he succeed, the effectiveness of his future alchemical creations would significantly improve. A foundational elixir was worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Although Wang Zheng had reaped considerable rewards over the past couple of years, few items were suitable for exchange. Most of his possessions were not meant for public display, such as the Flame Ruler spirit tool he acquired from Qi, which would surely attract the wrath of the Qi royal family if exposed. A foundational stage alchemist would hold immense value to the Qi royal family, potentially rivaling even the emperor himself. Speaking of which, he had quite a connection with the Qi princes, although Chu Heng did not die because of them. Wang Zheng did sever his head, which could be seen as a form of liberation for Chu Hong. Conversely, he had personally slain Qi, and his belongings were not easily taken. Upon returning to his residence, Wang Zheng began his seclusion. Having been in the realm of cultivation for 15 years, he had achieved the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. This pace may not be considered rapid, but it was certainly not slow either. In those 15 years, he had never once relaxed, fully aware that his innate talent was somewhat inferior to that of most cultivators. Even if that martial Qi spoke of the 5 elements spiritual body, what could it truly accomplish? Cultivation remained a slow endeavor, and breakthroughs continued to be arduous. With a deep breath, Wang Zheng prepared to take the plunge. He poured the pale blue foundational elixir into his palm and swallowed it whole, settling into meditation to refine it. The energy contained within the foundational elixir was fearsome, instantly filling Wang Zheng and Appo's meridians. Had his meridians not been tempered during the refinement of the Qinglian fire, they would have surely torn under the strain. The spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, which he meticulously compressed into his dantian. The dantian, previously saturated from his Qi refining stage, now threatened to rupture with pain. Veins bulged on Wang Zheng and Appo's forehead. Yet his body remained motionless as he relentlessly forced the spiritual energy into his dantian. He could not help but let out a muffled groan. It felt as though his dantian was indeed being torn apart. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy within showed no signs of liquefaction. The foundational elixir contained both the blood spirit mushroom and medicinal herbs from Shu, allowing for the gradual healing of his damaged dantian. The pain persisted, leaving him uncertain when it might conclude. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After a full week, Wang Zheng's aura seemed to have strengthened significantly, while the pressure within his meridians diminished. Within his dantian, the spiritual energy swirled, more solid than before, as if on the verge of liquefaction, ready to meet the standards of the foundational stage. Yet, he was merely a step away. At this moment, Wang Zheng was torn between laughter and tears. His breakthrough had faltered, yet his cultivation had surged. Just as during his refinement of the Qinglian fire, the spiritual energy within him had increased by over 30%. Currently, without accounting for the effects of his technique, his internal spiritual energy was nearly double that of an ordinary Qi refining stage pinnacle. In the foundational stage, internal spiritual energy was merely 3 times that of the Qi refining stage pinnacle. Thus, Wang Zheng's current internal spiritual energy was not far off from that of an early foundational stage cultivator, and with his cultivation of the Ziwei Star technique, he was not at all inferior to the average early foundational stage cultivator. But without achieving the foundational stage, he remained at the Qi refining stage. Despite the enhancement of his spiritual energy and consciousness, he could not progress further. What was this? Wang Zheng chuckled bitterly. If others at the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage were to assess him, they might label him as a Qi refining stage 12. Lacking a foundational elixir at that moment, he lamented that he would have certainly consumed another, convinced that he could reach a Qi refining stage 13. Wait, you've broken through? No, that can't be right. What is going on? When Qingzhu's eyes brimmed with confusion, Lady Qi and Old Man Xie shared similar expressions of astonishment. Or perhaps he should no longer refer to him as Old Man Xie. A month had passed, and the 3 of them had each achieved breakthroughs. When Qingzhu appeared, little changed, but there was a newfound ethereal quality about her. Lady Qi, once silver-haired, now resembled a stately woman in her 40s, exuding grace and elegance. Xie, or rather, Xie Yun, had transformed into a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man. His once sparse hair now thick and dark, rejuvenated by a significant margin. Qi refining stage cultivators could easily live for a century, with proper care. Some might even reach 120 years, while others who practiced longevity techniques or consumed longevity elixirs could extend their lives to 150 years. Though this was the limit. Conversely, foundational stage cultivators could generally expect to live 300 to 400 years. Thus, the two individuals appeared drastically transformed after their breakthroughs to the foundational stage. Sigh, I also wish to seek guidance from the three esteemed seniors. Wang Zheng remarked with self-mockery. Ahem, no, I am unworthy of such a title. We share a bond of life and death. As long as you do not mind my humble status, shall we not refer to each other as brothers? Xie Yun hurriedly waved his hand, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Wang Zheng addressing him as a senior, even after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Xie Yun lacked confidence in his ability to defeat Wang Zheng, even disregarding the black fire ant and the terrifying gray mist. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within Wang Zheng were on par with those of Xie Yun, who was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Wang Zheng, I sincerely seek your guidance. You are well versed in various matters. Could you enlighten me on this situation? Why is it that despite my cultivation having improved, I have not reached the foundation establishment stage? Wang Zheng and oppose, as frustration was palpable. This, Xie Yun scratched his head, having never encountered such a situation. He turned to Madame Qi, who also shook her head in confusion, having never heard of such a phenomenon. In the previous instance, it was due to the refinement of the Qinglian fire, but this time, Wang Zheng had consumed a foundation establishment pill. It was unheard of for someone to take a foundation establishment pill and improve their cultivation without actually reaching that stage. Typically, consuming a foundation establishment pill would guarantee a successful breakthrough, while failure could lead to being stuck at the peak of the Qi refining stage, or even injury and regression in cultivation. However, Wang Zheng's case was unprecedented. Not only had they not seen it, they had never even heard of it. Ah, it seems I can only try again. Wang Zheng managed a wry smile. Donna and Amp, oppose, to act recklessly. What if something goes wrong? We should first consult someone. When Qingju advised, her concern evident, Wang Zheng's expression turned grave as he shook his head. How do I ask? If I don't speak the truth, it's meaningless. If I do, it would expose the fact that the Qinglian fire was stolen, and I might not even be able to preserve my life. When Qizhu fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words, Wang Zheng's circumstances indeed needed to be kept a secret. How about this? You wait for a moment and refrain from consuming the foundation establishment pill. We can discreetly inquire around. Perhaps someone knows something. Once we have a lead, we can devise a plan, Xie Yun suggested. Thank you. Wang Zheng expressed his gratitude to the three. Let us not mention it, if others are unaware. We are certainly not oblivious. Without you, Wang Daoyu, it's uncertain whether we could have made any breakthroughs. Madame Qi waved her hand dismissively. While Xie Yun could call Wang Zheng his brother, Madame Qi could not do so, considering when Qizhu was present. If she referred to Wang Zheng as her brother, how would Wen Qingzhu address him? By the way, here's an extra foundation establishment pill for you. I have no use for it. Xie Yun handed Wang Zheng an additional pill. No need. I still have several materials on hand, and you've just broken through. You'll need to acquire spiritual weapons. Wang Zheng protested, but Xie Yun insisted, placing it directly in front of him. Just take it. If you end up not needing it, you can return it to me. We will undoubtedly need to stabilize our cultivation over the next couple of years, so there's no rush for spiritual weapons. With Xie Yun's insistence, Wang Zheng accepted it. Even though he had obtained several spiritual weapons from Chu Qi, he couldn't give them to Xie Yun and the others, as that would only bring them harm. After sending the three off, Wang Zheng let out a slight sigh, relieving his frustration. He then adjusted his state of mind and immersed himself in alchemy once more. With a significant increase in spiritual energy and the assistance of Qinglian fire, Wang Zheng's success rate in refining foundation establishment pills soared. Out of 6 batches of materials, he succeeded 4 times, achieving a success rate of approximately 60 to 70%. Although luck played a part, it also indicated that his success rate in refining foundation establishment pills was over 20% higher than that of ordinary alchemists. Most astonishingly, he had managed to refine a medium-grade foundation establishment pill. Such pills were rarely seen in Linyuanqing. While their spiritual power was not vastly superior to that of low-grade pills, they contained fewer impurities, leading to a higher success rate for breakthroughs. While Xie Yun and the others gathered information, Wang Zheng remained active, visiting various shops and searching for peculiar tales in hopes of uncovering clues. However, after a month, he had no leads. Ultimately, Wang Zheng chose to continue his pursuit of a breakthrough. Consuming the foundation establishment pill would only lead to a failed attempt. and any regression in cultivation was merely due to an unstable foundation. This time, Wang Zheng opted for the medium-grade foundation establishment pill. Memories of his previous experience resurfaced. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the spiritual energy within his dantian showed no signs of vaporization. Eventually, the spiritual energy surged forth, causing Wang Zheng and Amp, Appos, S complexion to flush as he spewed out a mouthful of blood. Yet, after this release, the discomfort in his meridians lessened significantly. Although he had bled, it was not from injury, it was merely the result of an excess of spiritual energy pressing against his blood. After 2 days of recuperation, he returned to his original state. The medium-grade foundation establishment pill had proven ineffective, or perhaps its effects were negligible. His spiritual energy and consciousness seemed to have slightly improved. But this time, there was no explosive growth. It was likely that even a half-step advancement was unattainable. Wang Zheng felt as if he had encountered a true bottleneck in his cultivation. If the medium-grade foundation establishment pill had failed, how likely was it that the high-grade one would yield results? He doubted there was much hope. Moreover, considering his current alchemy skills, producing a high-grade foundation establishment pill would be a challenge. He might not even succeed with 10 attempts. At this moment, Wang Zheng's gaze fell upon his left arm. Could he resort to using the soul-devouring demon Qi? He had a feeling that employing the soul-devouring demon Qi would make breaking through to the foundation establishment stage quite simple. However, this thought was fleeting and quickly suppressed. Until he comprehended what the soul-devouring demon Qi truly was, he was reluctant to use it, unless he found himself in a dire situation. At this moment, despite experiencing 2 consecutive failures and breaking through, Wang Zheng's determination remained unshaken. I should ask that fellow. Suddenly, Wang Zheng recalled that he had overlooked a simpler avenue. The white jade skeleton appeared before him, having been stashed in his storage ring for over a year. The Scarlet Fire Marshal might have assumed he had been forgotten or, with a hint of malice, wondered if the young man had met a tragic end and his storage ring lost. However, such thoughts were merely fleeting. Taoist friend, it has been a long time. Congratulations on your substantial progress in cultivation, achieving a breakthrough. Not breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The Scarlet Fire Marshal had a keen eye and quickly discerned the situation. Tell me, what is going on? Wang Zheng inquired coldly. Inside the white jade skeleton, the Scarlet Fire Marshal seemed to contemplate whether to divulge information, considering the possibility that Wang Zheng might retaliate with the exorcising divine thunder if he remained silent. If you cannot show me your worth, there is no need for me to keep you. Conversely, if you can assist me in my cultivation without posing a threat, I could provide you with some materials to replenish your soul energy, and perhaps one day, I could even help you achieve rebirth. Are you serious? The Scarlet Fire Marshal was taken aback, surprised by Wang Zheng and Amp, Appos, S unexpected willingness to negotiate. Do I need to swear? Wang Zheng and Amp, Appos, S voice grew icy. A hint of impatience creeping in. No need. I trust the character of my Taoist friend. The Scarlet Fire Marshal's mood brightened. Though he was not well versed in human cultivation methods, the current state of Wang Zheng suggested he had reached a pinnacle accessible only to those with innate spiritual bodies. Pinnacle? What does that mean? Wang Zheng asked, puzzled. A pinnacle is an extreme state, meaning that you have reached the limit of the Qi refining stage. The Scarlet Fire Marshal explained. What? Is there really an 11th or 12th layer beyond the peak of the Qi refining stage? Wang Zheng exclaimed in astonishment. The concepts you speak of differ from those in the demon race, but the essence remains similar. Achieving the pinnacle state is exceedingly difficult. Even those with innate spiritual bodies find it a challenge. Some exceptionally gifted demon geniuses, seeking to reach this state, would even disperse their cultivation and repeatedly start over to attain perfection in this realm, attempting to break through to the pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng could only think. These beings must be deranged. How does one break through? Wang Zheng inquired. This time, however, the Scarlet Fire Marshal did not provide a satisfactory answer. Of those I have encountered at the pinnacle, you are only the third. While there are methods within the demon race, I am currently powerless to assist you, as I am unfamiliar with human cultivation techniques, much less the pinnacle state of the human race. However, if you pay attention to this matter, you will surely find a breakthrough. This is undoubtedly a good thing, as many yearn for it, yet cannot attain it. Even Marshal Qihua appears somewhat envious. Thank you for this bottle of spirit recovery pill. It should be of some use to you. However, at my current cultivation level, obtaining such items is no easy feat. Wang Zheng tossed a bottle of spirit recovery pill, which Marshal Qihua immediately absorbed into his white jade skeleton. Although such low-tier pills were once beneath his notice, He now regards them with great appreciation. Rest assured, my friend, this marshal will share everything without reservation. Should you have any inquiries in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Marshal Qi's demeanor is exceptionally warm, as long as there are restorative pills, no matter how slow the recovery. A day will come when one will regain their strength. The extreme realm. Wang Zheng sighed, realizing that knowing did little to help. Even the once formidable Marshal Qi, after cultivating for tens of thousands of years, had encountered only 2 individuals. As for the city of Linyuan, who knows if anyone has heard of it, let alone the methods to break through. Time passed, and 2 years slipped away, yet Wang Zheng and Appos, as cultivation remained stagnant. The beast tide finally subsided. And although the cultivators of Linyuan City suffered significant losses during the onslaught, foundational cultivators emerged like mushrooms after rain. Even Zhou Ping, who had crossed paths with Wang Zheng, successfully exchanged for a foundation establishment pill before the beast tide concluded. During these 2 years, Zhou Ping had gathered with Wang Zheng and others several times. His jovial nature did not lead him to underestimate Wang Zheng for remaining at the Qi refining stage. Xie Yun, Wen Qingzhu, and the others had solidified their cultivation levels, each acquiring spiritual tools in preparation for entering Qiwan. They inquired if Wang Zheng would join them. After much contemplation, Wang Zheng resolved to re-enter Qiwan. He had exhausted the materials for foundation establishment pills. While 4 remained unconsumed, they were of inferior quality and likely ineffective. Thus, he sought to gather more materials in Qiwan. Though the probability of concocting superior foundation establishment pills was slim, it was worth attempting. Moreover, there was another place he intended to revisit, Wanlei Valley. In that valley, the Taoist Zhong discovered remnants of the chaotic divine thunder technique, which, though it only recorded the method for condensing the wood elemental exorcism divine thunder, had greatly aided Wang Zheng. Without this exorcism divine thunder, he would have perished countless times. Therefore, a return to Wanlei Valley was imperative for Wang Zheng, and whether he could uncover further techniques would depend on his fortune. Though Xie Yun and the others had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, their combat prowess still paled in comparison to Wang Zheng. The toxic fire ants he nurtured, despite their numbers remaining unchanged over these 2 years, had significantly improved in individual strength. This progress stemmed from Marshal Qi informing Wang Zheng that the toxic fire ants seemed to have evolved from the fire demonic insect of the demon clan, making the breeding and evolution methods for the fire demonic insect applicable to the toxic fire ants. The feed pills, crafted from fire attribute spiritual herbs combined with the essence of certain magical beast inner cores, proved to be exponentially more effective than the redbeard grass Wang Zheng previously employed. However, the consumption was staggering, even for Wang Zheng. Previously, nurturing a single toxic fire ant required approximately 10 spirit stones annually. With 1,000 ants, that amounted to 100,000 spirit stones. Yet under the current feeding regimen, even with fewer than 5,000 toxic fire ants, each one consumed 200 spirit stones yearly. While 200 may seem trivial for 5,000, it totals 1 million spirit stones. This was under the condition that the prices of magical beast inner cores had plummeted post-beast tide. Thus, Wang Zheng found himself unable to expand the toxic fire ant population further. He contemplated dividing them into 2 groups, one following the fire demonic insect's evolutionary path, and the other adhering to the previous strategy of sheer numbers. Ultimately, he refrained from doing so, as nurturing toxic fire ants was an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. Merely concocting feed pills was already overwhelming. Managing 5,000 was manageable with Wang Zheng's alchemical skills, but should he attempt to increase their numbers to tens of thousands, it would likely encroach upon his cultivation time, rendering the effort futile. Despite Wang Zheng's stagnation over the past 2 years, his cultivation had not ceased. The thunder seed within him continued to grow, its power surpassing its previous limits. His ZY7 cuts and ZY Misty steps had also seen significant advancements. With his current mental prowess, he could rival those in the mid-foundation establishment stage, easily wielding lightweight spiritual tools like the breaking needle. Now, aside from his cultivation, he bore little distinction from a foundation establishment cultivator. However, the dilemma remained that without a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, his cultivation had reached its limit. His spiritual power had barely advanced over the past 2 years, and his mental capacity seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Even his physical training, which had seen the most progress, appeared to have plateaued. Continuing in this manner, Wang Zheng pondered what else he could accomplish aside from concocting feed pills for the toxic fire ants. Accompanying Wang Zheng into Qiyuan were Zhou Ping and his sister, along with his friend Zhang Yu. when Qi Zhu and the others had only just reached the foundation establishment stage, and their spiritual tools were merely ordinary. Thus, they dared not venture into overly perilous areas. During their Qi refining stage, they had learned of locations containing materials for foundation establishment pills. With their newfound strength, they could now retrieve them. Even for those at the foundation establishment stage, seeking materials for these pills remained highly valuable. Although Xie Yun and the others could not utilize them, they could exchange them with Wang Zheng for the pills they required for their cultivation. The four shared a cordial relationship, yet they maintained clear accounts of their dealings. Zhou Ping sought materials for foundation establishment pills for his sister and friend. The foundation establishment pill he previously acquired was not solely through his efforts. Besides the fallen comrades, his sister and Zhang Yu contributed significantly. Such scenarios were common. Some families pooled their resources during the Beast Tide to purchase a single foundation establishment pill for their most talented cultivator. Once that individual broke through, it would become significantly easier for others to obtain foundation establishment pills. The group of 7 entered Qi Yuan, and those like Xie Yun, who were now foundation establishment cultivators, could fly on swords. In areas frequented by low-tier magical beasts, their current cultivation levels posed little danger. Although Wang Zheng and Apos' spiritual power and mental acuity rivaled those at the foundation establishment stage, his spiritual energy remained unrefined, and thus, sword flight would deplete his energy at several times the rate of a foundation establishment cultivator. Therefore, he, along with Zhou and Zhang Yu, opted to ride a spiritual beast known as the Wind and Thunder Rock. The Wind and Thunder Rock was merely a first-tier superior magical beast. However, its taming required beginning from infancy and could take decades to achieve. Most free cultivators lacked the resources for such an undertaking, leaving it to some families to train them for transportation. This particular Wind and Thunder Rock was raised by the Zhou family. Although the Zhou family was only a mid-tier family, during this Beast Tide, aside from Zhou Peng, another family member also broke through to the foundation establishment stage, bringing the family's total number of foundation establishment cultivators to 5, placing them among the upper mid-tier families in the southern wilderness state. With Wang Zheng's current mental prowess, he could indeed command a cloud-flying boat, but that was a means of self-preservation and would not be used lightly. In the following months, their group reaped substantial rewards. While Wang Zheng maintained a low profile, not seeking to stand out, there was no need for him to compete for greater shares, as whatever materials Xie Yun and the others acquired would ultimately be exchanged for pills he required. Zhou Peng and the others already possessed some materials, and with their recent haul, they had gathered enough for 3 portions. However, whether they could successfully concoct 2 foundation establishment pills would depend on luck. Even the most skilled alchemist in Linyuan City had a success rate of no more than 50%. Wang Zheng, have you gathered enough materials for the foundation establishment pills? Which alchemist do you plan to approach for the refinement? Zhou inquired as she settled beside Wang Zheng, speaking with familiarity. Zhou, hailing from a distinguished family, exuded the grace of a refined lady, yet she was far from delicate. Her demeanor towards Wang Zheng was notably cordial, perhaps owing to the fact that Wang Zheng and his companions had once rescued them, or perhaps due to his identity as an alchemist. Even if she was unaware that Wang Zheng could concoct foundation establishment pills, the status of a Qi refining period alchemist was not to be underestimated, standing equal to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. There was, however, an alchemist she was somewhat acquainted with, albeit with a low success rate in pill crafting. The herbs in her possession were also precarious. She decided to postpone the discussion. My grandfather was once familiar with the second prince of the Chu kingdom, a senior who was a late-stage foundation establishment alchemist, but unfortunately, he mysteriously disappeared 3 years ago. Chu Qi, Wang Zheng also expressed a sense of regret. Yet Zhou could never fathom that Chu Qi was someone Wang Zheng had personally dealt with. How reliable is the alchemist you know in crafting foundation establishment pills? Zhou inquired with genuine concern. Wang Zheng seemed to grasp her intent, wishing to determine if their mutual acquaintance could assist in creating a foundation establishment pill. Perhaps a 30 to 40% success rate, but such matters often depend on fortune. Crafting a foundation establishment pill, given Wang Zheng's current mental acuity, had certain nuances that were challenging to manage. The success was a mere 50-50, with luck playing a pivotal role. Could you? Zhou looked at Wang Zheng with hopeful eyes, her gaze filled with a vulnerability that made it hard to refuse. Wang Zheng, not one to succumb to mere sentiment, did not outright decline. I can inquire, but I cannot guarantee that Senior will assist. Thank you. My family believes that my elder still possesses a red blood spirit mushroom. I shall ask if it could be traded. Much appreciated. Wang Zheng smiled. Zhou Yu was indeed astute. Should he not agree to make the inquiry? The likelihood of acquiring the red blood spirit mushroom would diminish, especially since it was likely one of the more abundant resources they held. If Wang Zheng received favorable news, the red blood spirit mushroom would likely be obtainable. Conversely, if the news was unfavorable, it would remain a valuable asset for her elder. Wang Zheng found this entirely reasonable. A primary ingredient for foundation establishment pills held immense value for a family, and it would be unreasonable not to secure something in return. 2 months passed, and their gains had diminished compared to before. Most of the manageable beasts had been dealt with. What remained were predominantly second-tier elite beasts or large groups they could not challenge. Nevertheless, their current haul was commendable, prompting plans to return to Lin Yuan City. While Wang Zheng contemplated his departure, he intended to avoid accompanying others to Wanlei Valley. Should the Chaos Divine Thunder technique materialize, it would undoubtedly entice everyone. Such techniques could not be shared. The scroll containing the method radiated an enigmatic power that could not merely be replicated. Otherwise, if one could simply transcribe techniques like the Z-Way Star technique repeatedly, they would amass great wealth. Even lower-tier techniques would gradually distort with repeated copies. Without a certain level of cultivation, one could not accurately depict the intricacies of the techniques. Yet before Wang Zheng could formulate a suitable excuse, an unforeseen situation arose. Hurry! A massive swarm of fire crows is approaching. Wang Zheng's expression shifted abruptly. Zhou Ping was still trying to comprehend why he, a foundation establishment cultivator, had not sensed it earlier while Wang Zheng had already detected the threat. Xie Yun, releasing his spirit bees, now bore a look of horror. Quick, scatter. Who on earth disturbed the fire crow nest? As he spoke, he took flight on his sword, soaring into the distance. When Qi Zhu and her grandfather reacted instantaneously. Although Zhou Ping had yet to notice, they dared not linger, taking to the skies as Zhou Ye and Zhang Yu summoned their wind and thunder eagles. Upon spotting the swarm of fire crows, Wang Zheng had already sent forth his wind and thunder eagle, thus matching the pace of the others. Zhou Peng and his sister, alongside Zhang Yu, flew in one direction, while Xie Yun and Wen Qizhu and Appo's grandfather temporarily aligned in another. However, Wang Zheng did not follow them but veered in a different direction. When Qizhu glanced back, seemingly wanting to call out to Wang Zheng, but Madame Qi interjected, "Enough, child. Do you not see? He has other intentions. Even without this incident, he would have separated from us. Do not fret. You are well aware of Wang's abilities." Hearing this, Wen Qizhu could only remain silent. Over the years, their bond with Wang Zheng had deepened, yet it was merely that. The fire crow swarm. While a fearsome collective in Qi Yuan did not possess particularly swift flying speeds, their early detection prevented them from being overwhelmed. However, what perplexed Wang Zheng was the fact that the fire crow swarm was heading toward him. His expression shifted slightly. While the speed of the wind and thunder eagle would allow him to evade the swarm, escaping was not a task to be accomplished in a short span. Moreover, within Qi Yuan, the presence of other demonic birds posed a risk of entrapment. Nevertheless, Wang Zheng did not immediately resort to his dark cloud flying ship. Instead, he piloted the wind and thunder eagle for a distance until he was beyond Zhou Ping and the others' mental reach, before stowing the eagle and swiftly retrieving the dark cloud flying ship to flee. "Fellow cultivator, please hold." A woman's voice echoed within his mind. Wang Zheng was taken aback. He had not noticed another presence ahead of the fire crow swarm. At that moment, he discerned a crimson sword light darting ahead of the swarm, a calamity drawn toward him. Wang Zheng and Appo's expression darkened instantly. The swarm of fire crows behind him numbered at least 30 to 50,000. While that was not an issue, Wang Zheng could escape with his dark cloud flying ship. However, directly ahead, at least 3 second-tier elite fire crows, each with a wingspan exceeding 10 zhang, loomed. While the individual strength of fire crows was not particularly exceptional, becoming ensnared would lead to being overwhelmed by the swarm behind. In such a predicament, how could Wang Zheng afford to linger? "Fellow cultivator, I have discovered a golden core opportunity. Assist me in escaping, and I shall share it with you." The notion of a golden core opportunity ignited a flicker of warmth within Wang Zheng's heart, but that fervor dissipated almost instantly. A golden core opportunity required one to have the means to seize it. Currently, he was unable to even break through to foundation establishment, rendering such an opportunity utterly useless. Wang Zheng and Appo's dark cloud flying ship showed no signs of halting. The woman within the crimson sword light appeared pale, seemingly on the verge of collapse. "I am merely exhausted. With a brief respite, I can invoke a secret technique to perform fire escape and lead you to safety. The voice from the sword-light woman resonated again. Her mental energy considerably weakened, yet Wang Zheng remained unmoved. The temptation she offered, while enticing, did not instill confidence in his ability to evade the encirclement of 3 second-tier elite fire crows. Even with the enhanced potency of the poison fire ants, they would scarcely suffice against the throng of fire crows behind. The fierce flock of fire crows within the Crimson Abyss instilled trepidation even in those of the Golden Core stage, let alone someone of my humble standing. As for the female cultivator's claim that she could use fire escape to extricate me from peril, regardless of its veracity, it would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. There was no need for me to risk my safety for such ephemeral illusions. Does my companion wish to be eternally ensnared in the southern wilderness? I am aware of how to depart from this desolate region and can even offer you a grass return fruit. The female cultivator, enveloped in the brilliance of her sword light, regarded Wang Zheng as her last glimmer of hope, thus revealing something that astonished him. Over the years spent in Lingyuan City, Wang Zheng had unearthed no information concerning the ultimate realms and had been seeking news of an escape from the southern wilderness. Yet, to his bewilderment, he found no leads. Even Xie Yun and others, having reached the Foundation establishment stage, had been exposed to higher circles, yet they too had heard nothing. The cultivation resources in the southern wilderness were scant. While the Crimson Abyss yielded some spiritual items, it was fraught with danger. Rumors spoke of numerous resource-rich regions beyond the southern wilderness, where various texts circulated, yet the cultivators within were confined to their homeland. Now, this female cultivator professed knowledge of an escape route and even possessed a grass return fruit. The grass return fruit, also known as the grass return pill, ginseng fruit, or longevity fruit, could be consumed directly to extend one's lifespan by 50 years, beneficial to both Golden Core cultivators and mundane mortals alike. Furthermore, it was one of the most crucial ingredients for refining the supreme purple gold pill, a breakthrough elixir for advancing from Foundation establishment to Golden Core, worth 100 times more than the Foundation establishment pill. Had it merely been the grass return fruit, Wang Zheng might have hesitated to take the risk. But the allure of leaving the southern wilderness was irresistible. Wang Zheng's cloud vessel finally came to a halt, and the female cultivator within the sword light exhaled in relief. However, upon alighting on the vessel, she was startled to discover that this individual was merely at the peak of Qi Refinement. Initially, she suspected he was concealing his true strength, but upon probing with her spiritual sense, she discerned that while his spiritual power was indeed substantial, it fell short of the Foundation establishment threshold. You are not at Foundation establishment. How is this possible? She had chosen this direction due to sensing a spiritual presence that seemed at least mid-Foundation establishment. Wang Zheng's gaze fell upon this somewhat disheveled female cultivator. I must say, she was quite stunning. With hair adorned in elegant pins and celestial brows framing starry eyes, she exuded an ethereal grace. And even with her pale complexion and tattered attire, she remained captivating. However, Wang Zheng's momentary admiration quickly dissipated as he recalled their perilous situation. Friend, you should focus on your recovery. If your fire escape proves ineffective, my own capabilities will be of little consequence. Wang Zheng declared, tossing her 2 jade vials. One contained a spirit recovery pill, while the other held a 3-essence spirit recovery pill. The female cultivator was not severely injured, yet her spiritual energy was severely depleted. Given her state, it was evident she lacked such restorative elixirs, or she would not appear so fraught. Her cultivation was already at the peak of Foundation establishment. If she had not consumed any beauty-enhancing pills, her cultivation time likely did not exceed Wang Zheng's by much. Although astonished by a Qi Refinement cultivator possessing a spiritual sense comparable to mid-Foundation establishment and producing such rare elixirs, there was no time for further inquiries. As Wang Zheng navigated the cloud vessel, it reached 90% of its speed, yet it was insufficient to shake off the 3 pursuing second-tier elite fire crows. However, they would need some time to catch up. At present, they were already over 1,000 feet away from the fire crow horde. But should they be ensnared by those 3 elite fire crows, it would spell doom for both of them. 15 minutes later, the 3 fire crows were within 100 feet of Wang Zheng's vessel, while the horde had been left behind by 1,500 feet. The female cultivator, having consumed a spirit recovery pill and a 3-essence spirit recovery pill, appeared significantly reinvigorated. Could you spare me another spirit recovery pill? The fire escape technique consumes vast amounts of spiritual energy, though Wang Zheng appeared to be merely of Qi Refinement. She could not regard him as such. He remained silent and tossed her another spirit recovery pill. He too consumed one, as piloting the vessel was taxing on his spiritual energy. Who is this person? Curiosity gnawed at her, yet there was no one to provide answers. After refining the 2 spirit recovery pills, her spiritual sense had returned to a considerable degree. Put away your vessel and come to my side. The 3 fire crows were now less than 30 feet away. If they did not move, they would soon be attacked. Wang Zheng swiftly stowed away the cloud vessel and landed beside the female cultivator. Noticing her glowing red aura, he instinctively grasped her arm. She instinctively struggled for a moment, but eventually shot him an annoyed glance, resigning to his grip. Clearly, she recognized his mistrust, fearing she might escape using fire escape. Leaving him to face the 3 elite fire crows alone, which would be tantamount to courting death. A flash of fire enveloped them. Wang Zheng felt a rush of air beside his ear, his body subjected to a tearing force, as the surrounding scenery dissolved into a crimson haze. With a thud, Wang Zheng landed heavily on a patch of grass, his body uncontrollably rolling down a slope, his limbs tingling, unable to move. Suddenly, he seemed to be obstructed by something warm and fragrant. When he came to his senses, he realized he and the female cultivator were nearly entangled, their gazes locking, causing both to flush deeply. What are you staring at? Get up, she chastised, her tone laced with irritation. Wang Zheng, embarrassed, found himself unable to respond, his body still lacking sensation and movement. The female cultivator quickly recognized that it was not his reluctance to move, but rather his inability to do so. Her fire escape technique was incomplete, inflicting considerable harm on her body post-use. She would never resort to this flawed technique unless absolutely necessary, as it would leave her with disordered spiritual energy and numb limbs for at least 1 or 2 hours, rendering her vulnerable. Here in the Crimson Abyss, should a beast appear, that would likely become its next meal. A blush crept to her cheeks as she hesitated, diverting the conversation to alleviate the awkwardness. What do you go by, friend? Wang Zheng. I am Murongyu. Are you truly of Qi Refinement? Murongyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed. How is that possible? Your spiritual sense rivals that of mid-foundation establishment, she exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Zheng did not respond, instead closing his eyes to regulate the chaotic spiritual energy within him. Murongyu noted Wang Zheng's reluctance to answer, feeling a twinge of irritation, yet she too closed her eyes to begin her recovery. She harbored little trust for this peculiar individual. What if he recovered faster and harbored ill intentions? Murongyu pondered, unable to relax with a man pressed so closely against her, a scenario she dared not contemplate, yet here it was, unfolding before her. Suddenly, a hissing sound broke the silence, and both Wang Zheng and Murongyu opened their eyes to see a 5 or 6 foot long rock python slithering towards them. A second-tier inferior rock python. Their expressions turned grave. Under normal circumstances, they would not be concerned, but in their current state with disordered spiritual energy and numbed limbs, evasion was impossible. Had they known this would occur, they would have preferred to be devoured by the fire crows. At least it would have been a fleeting pain, rather than the dread of being swallowed whole by the python. As Murongyu found herself ensnared within the belly of the rock python, the thought of being digested sent chills down her spine. What are you doing? She suddenly exclaimed, noticing the man beside her, Wang Zheng, moving his body at that moment. Her eyes blazed with fury. If looks could kill, Wang Zheng would have been reduced to mere ashes. You're pressing on my spirit insect pouch. Wang Zheng grunted, struggling with all his might to summon a thread of spiritual energy to open the pouch and release the venomous fire ants. However, their bodies were pressed closely together, and as he moved his hand, he inadvertently brushed against Murongyu, causing her to shift slightly and fully compress his spirit insect pouch beneath her. Now, it was impossible for him to open it. With his last hope severed, how could Wang Zheng not feel rage? Realizing her misunderstanding, Murongyu felt a flicker of guilt. But there was no time to dwell on it. The rock python had halted just 10 paces away, lifting its head and flicking its tongue, ready to feast upon them. Wang Zheng and Apos, his heart wavered for a moment, yet he refrained from unleashing the devouring spirit magic. Although it could easily consume the python and Apos, as flesh with a mere thought, he was apprehensive. The nature of the devouring spirit magic was too peculiar. Relying on it could lead to a backlash one day. Until he comprehended its intricacies, he was reluctant to use it. At this juncture, however, he sensed the presence of another flicker of power within him. Despite the turmoil in his spiritual energy, a flame remained unaffected. Wang Zheng's consciousness lacked offensive capability, yet he could manipulate the azure lotus fire. The flames coursed through his meridians, swiftly expelling the chaotic spiritual energy. A sharp pain surged through his meridians as they tore in multiple places, but he paid it no heed. The rock python opened its maw wide, a foul wind rushing toward them. At that moment, Morongyu did not resign herself to fate. Instead, she unleashed a blood arrow from her lips. Composed of her own essence, infused with fiery power, aimed at the python's left eye. However, the python merely tilted its head, and the blood arrow struck its flank, tearing through its tough scales but inflicting minimal damage. Despair washed over Morongyu as the enraged python lunged for her. She closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, only to feel a surge of heat that compelled her to reopen them. A burst of azure flames erupted from Wang Zheng and Appo's mouth, soaring into the gaping maw of the python. The creature writhed in agony, collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions. The might of the azure lotus fire, while it might have been withstood from the outside, reduced the python and Appo's innards to ashes upon entry, extinguishing its life force as it fell. Spirit fire. You possess the heavenly spirit fire. Morongyu gasped, a practitioner of the fire element with an exceptional affinity. She understood the significance of the heavenly spirit fire. There was not another like it in the entire Linyuan city. Wang Zheng, pale as a ghost with blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, ignored her, closing his eyes to recuperate. Morongyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, muttered under her breath, "Stingy." She assumed Wang Zheng was still miffed over her earlier misjudgment. But the reality was that he had indeed come into contact with her body. After half an hour, Wang Zheng finally regained the strength to move his limbs. Morongyu, still feeble, regarded him warily as he sat up. Yet, Wang Zheng paid her no mind. Instead, he swallowed 2 medicinal pills and began refining them. Another quarter hour passed before Morongyu stood up, casting a glance at Wang Zheng in meditation. Hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. "Hey, give me 2 more pills." Having exhausted her stock, she found herself in dire need, having been pursued so relentlessly by the fire crows. Wang Zheng produced 2 jade vials but refrained from handing them over directly. "Give me something in return," he demanded. Morongyu muttered, "Stingy," but reluctantly retrieved the jade box. Her reluctance evident. Ultimately, she passed it to him. Wang Zheng opened the box to reveal a fruit the size of a fist, entirely white and radiating a strong spiritual glow, resembling a humanoid form. Indeed, it was the grass-returning fruit, also known as the ginseng fruit, which could extend one and Appo's lifespan by 50 years if consumed directly. However, few would be foolish enough to do so, as it was a crucial ingredient for refining the golden core pill. Breaking through to the golden core stage granted an additional 300 to 400 years of lifespan. Thus, a mere 50 years paled in comparison. Wang Zheng assessed the jade box, determining that if left as is, its potency would diminish significantly within a century. He intended to use the grass-returning fruit far beyond that time frame. Consequently, he swiftly placed it into a millennium ice jade box to preserve its efficacy. After securing the fruit, he finally handed the 2 jade vials to Morongyu. The urgency of departing from the southern wilderness was not to be delayed. Even if Morongyu regained her strength, Wang Zheng felt no trepidation. The information he sought was undoubtedly of lesser value than the grass-returning fruit. Millennium ice. Morongyu recognized the rarity immediately. "Do you have any more?" "Give me a few," she demanded without hesitation, as a feeling that Wang Zheng had taken advantage of her. Wang Zheng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "How many do you want?" Morongyu, not naive, understood his intention to ascertain how many grass-returning fruits she possessed. "The more, the better." "Stingy," she retorted. Wang Zheng shot her an incredulous glance. "Stingy? This Millennium Ice Jade box is worth at least half a foundation establishment pill. For a high-tier alchemist, preserving a medicinal herb's potency is far more crucial than a single pill." Wang Zheng produced 3 jade boxes, but Morongyu still seemed dissatisfied. He then retrieved 2 more, at which point she relented, perhaps recognizing the rarity of those boxes and that Wang Zheng likely did not possess an abundance. Little did she know, Wang Zheng had over 100 such boxes, having consumed most of the medicinal materials for foundation establishment pills, leaving many of the boxes empty. As both regained their strength, no ulterior motives arose. However, 2 hours later, Morongyu exclaimed in terror, "We must flee. That damn flock of fire crows is back on our trail." Wang Zheng's expression darkened. Fire crows were notoriously vengeful. Yet, how could they have tracked them so far? His gaze fell on Morongyu. "What did you take?" It was evident she had pilfered something from the fire crows, or they would not have found them from such a distance. "Nothing," Morongyu denied. Wang Zheng's expression hardened. Morongyu was clearly withholding the truth. "Tell me how to leave the southern wilderness, or I will not accompany you while being hunted by the fire crows." "I'm not safe yet. How can I tell you?" "I and Appo's. I'll explain once we return to Linyuan City," she retorted, Her argument weak. A chill flickered in Wang Zheng and Amp, Appo's eyes, but as the fire crows drew near, engaging in conflict with Murong you would only result in being besieged. The means to escape the southern wilderness was far more pressing and significant than any grass-returning fruit. What did you take? He pressed. I have no interest, but if you do not clarify, I will not follow you into a fire crow ambush. Recalling a past rumor sent shivers down his spine. To eliminate a Foundation establishment cultivator, 100,000 fire crows had besieged Lin Yuan City. While millions of beasts attacked during the Beast Tide, without prior preparation, Lin Yuan City would suffer catastrophic losses against the fire crows and Appo's frenzied onslaught. And nothing, just an egg. She stammered. An egg. Wang Zheng and Appo's gaze fell upon the spirit beast pouch at Mu Rongyue and Appo's waist. Give it to me. Wang Zheng commanded. Don and Appo's, to even think about it. Mu Rongyue replied, clutching her spirit beast pouch and eyeing Wang Zheng warily. I have no interest in what you possess. Your pouch cannot mask the fire crow's perception, so hand it over. Wang Zheng and Appo's expression darkened slightly. Can you? Mu Rongyue asked, somewhat taken aback, but there was no time to ponder. Should another attack occur in her current state, she likely wouldn't be able to employ the fire escape technique. Reluctantly, she handed over the spirit beast pouch to Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng extracted a bird egg, slightly larger than a fist, with a fiery red hue, adorned with golden patterns that suggested it was no ordinary item. The intense heat nearly made Wang Zheng drop the egg, but in the next moment, he swiftly stowed it in his spirit beast bracelet. You possess such an item. What manner of person are you? Mu Rongyue was astonished. Not only did Wang Zheng possess a consciousness comparable to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, but he also wielded a supreme flying spirit tool, the divine spirit fire, and seemingly had a spiritual insect in his eye. The elixirs he produced even made her a perfected Foundation establishment practitioner, envious. Now, he had revealed an exceedingly rare spirit beast bracelet. The space within the bracelet was at least 10 times greater than that of a spirit beast pouch, rich in spiritual energy, capable of fostering the growth of spirit beasts while effectively masking their presence. Sell me your spirit beast bracelet, and I shall provide you with a Foundation establishment pill. Standing upon the cloud-flying vessel, Mu Rongyue expressed her interest in Wang Zheng's bracelet. However, Wang Zheng merely shot her a glance, ignoring her. 2, 3 pills. I can only offer 3. Mu Rongyue believed she was demonstrating ample sincerity. Do you think I lack for this? Wang Zheng replied indifferently. Mu Rongyue was momentarily at a loss for words. How could a Qi refining practitioner claim to be uninterested in Foundation establishment pills? Was he truly addicted to being in the Qi refining realm? One grass-holding fruit. Mu Rongyue bit her lip, resolute. The spirit beast bracelet was of utmost importance to her. Otherwise, she might find herself facing the same fate as that Foundation establishment practitioner from years past, being pursued by fire crows for countless miles, ultimately meeting a grim end without a burial site. Wang Zheng shook his head. While the grass-holding fruit was indeed a generous offer, the blood dragon still resided within the spirit beast bracelet. Without the bracelet, he could not conceal the dragon's presence, rendering the sale impossible. Mu Rongyue was stunned. Was he truly unwilling to exchange even a single grass-holding fruit? Did he have a screw loose? Yet, she quickly considered the possibility that this man might have a spirit beast within his bracelet that required concealing. However, she knew that asking him directly would yield no answers. Intrigued by Wang Zheng, Mu Rongyue ultimately refrained from further questioning and continued her recovery. Due to their early departure, they had avoided being besieged by the fire crows this time. 2 days later, they had traveled 500 or 600 miles from the vicinity of the fire crows. If they were to return to Lingyuan City, Mu Rongyue could fly back on her sword within a day, given her cultivation level. All right, tell me how to leave the southern wilderness, and then take your nuisance with you. The nuisance referred to the peculiar egg, which Wang Zheng deemed a definite hazard. If it were to come to light in Lingyuan City, the fire crows would likely besiege the city once more. No, Don and Appo's, take it out. Could I borrow your spirit beast bracelet for a while? Once it hatches, I will have a way to mask its presence, at most for 3 years. Wang Zheng shook his head firmly. He could not allow anyone to see the blood dragon. Where are you going? Can I follow you? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zheng nodded in agreement. After all, this woman already knew most of his secrets. Had it not been for their relatively smooth cooperation, he might have entertained thoughts of silencing her. What exactly are you searching for? Perhaps I can assist you if you share, Mu Rongyue asked. In a canyon crackling with lightning, Wang Zheng had been leading Mu Rongyue in search of the so-called ancient cultivator's cave for half a month, yet he had found nothing. While ancient cultivator caves were not uncommon in Qiyuan, deliberately seeking one might take 10 or even 20 years without success. The endless Thunder Valley stretched for miles, with a width of over 100 miles, teeming with lightning attribute beasts. Even Wang Zheng and Mu Rongyue could not act recklessly. An ancient cultivator's cave, Wang Zheng declared, and then Mu Rongyue inquired. Only that it is somewhere in the endless Thunder Valley. He continued his search, knowing his information was scant. Mu Rongyue couldn't help but scoff. Was such meager information sufficient to locate an ancient cultivator's cave? The entire Lingyuan city knew about the existence of such caves in the endless Thunder Valley. Yet the valley had been scoured hundreds of times. If it were easy to find, it would have been discovered long ago. Wang Zheng realized that searching in this manner offered little hope, but he was determined to pursue the remnants of the chaotic divine thunder technique. After some thought, Wang Zheng recalled that the person who had discovered the cave was merely at the 9th level of Qi Refining. Thus, the cave and Appo's location would not be overly perilous, merely well concealed. Are you planning to continue searching like this? With this time, you should focus on breaking through to Foundation establishment, Mu Rongyue remarked, finding Wang Zheng's behavior quite peculiar. If I could break through, would I still be waiting until now? Wang Zheng sighed. Perhaps he believed that Mu Rongyue's background was commendable and her knowledge profound. She might have heard of the Extreme Realm. Do you know about the Extreme Realm? Wang Zheng inquired. Extreme Realm? Where is that? Could the endless Thunder Valley harbor such a secret realm? Mu Rongyue pondered aloud. Wang Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. What is so amusing? It seems you know a lot. She retorted. Nothing, never mind. Let us keep searching. If you have matters to attend to, you may return to Lingyuan City. Whenever you wish to hatch that creature, you can come find me. Are you planning to stay here? Is it worth it? Wang Zheng did not respond, and Mu Rongyue remained. She couldn't trust leaving the precious beast egg in Wang Zheng's care. What is the Extreme Realm? Mu Rongyue ultimately succumbed to her curiosity and asked. Wang Zheng contemplated before answering. You should know about innate spirit bodies, right? Of course, I am a fire spirit body. Mu Rongyue declared proudly. Innate spirit bodies were rare, even more so than single attribute cultivators. While they might not necessarily enhance cultivation speed, those with innate spirit bodies possessed extraordinary strength. Wang Zheng had only discerned that Mu Rongyue was a single spirit root. He had no idea she was a fire spirit body. Oh, those with innate spirit bodies have a slim chance of entering the Extreme Realm. You may understand it this way. Above the perfected 10th level of Qi Refining, there are the 11th and 12th levels. I'm currently at the 12th level of Qi Refining and cannot break through. How can that be? Where is the 12th level of Qi Refining? Mu Rongyue exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did you not see it? Wang Zheng replied candidly. What type of innate spirit body are you? And how do you enter the Extreme Realm? It should be a 5-element spirit body with an exceedingly slow cultivation speed. As for its benefits, I have yet to discover them. Before refining the green lotus fire, I had already reached the perfected 10th level of Qi Refining. After refining it, I attained the 11th level. Taking a Foundation establishment pill brought me to the 12th level. And now I remain stuck. Perhaps you should seek a mid-grade Foundation establishment pill, Mu Rongyue suggested. I have already tried it, but it bore no effect. Wang Zheng shook his head. Ah, does it require a top-grade Foundation establishment pill or even a supreme-grade one? Wang Zheng smiled ruefully, perhaps so. But he couldn't currently refine a top-grade Foundation establishment pill. He hoped the few herbs he had on hand would suffice to concoct one. You can refine Foundation establishment pills yourself? Oh, with your green lotus fire and such strong consciousness, that's not surprising. Mu Rongyue was not overly shocked this time. Is there an Extreme Realm even at the Foundation establishment level? Mu Rongyue seemed quite intrigued by the ultimate realm, as it could facilitate her continued cultivation, which is undoubtedly a positive development. Surely, there must be such a realm. Every level should possess an ultimate realm, though the higher one and Appo's cultivation. The more challenging it becomes to reach it. But how does one attain the ultimate realm? Wang Zheng shook his head, uncertain. If I knew, I certainly wouldn't be so hesitant. The ultimate realm would undoubtedly enhance one's strength significantly. You are still in the Qi Refining stage. Yet your prowess already rivals that of the Foundation establishment stage. How can you possibly refuse such an opportunity? He chuckled. What if I were to offer you the chance to break through to the ultimate realm of the Foundation establishment stage, only for you to remain stuck there for eternity? Would you accept? Mu Rongyue was taken aback. While breaking through to the ultimate realm is appealing, if one cannot find a path to further advancement, What uses great power? The fundamental goal of a cultivator is longevity. If one possesses great strength without an extension of lifespan, it is indeed a misplacement of priorities. Of course, if great strength also leads to increased lifespan, no one would refuse that. There must be a way to break through, right? The ancient cultivator's cave you are searching for, could it be related to reaching the ultimate realm? Morongyu mused, her imagination running wild. Perhaps. Wang Zheng preferred not to divulge his intentions. If that secret technique were to appear, he would not hesitate to seize it. Even if it meant battling a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps due to the allure of the ultimate realm, Morongyu refrained from suggesting departure. With a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator by her side, many troubles were alleviated. At the very least, those who hunted beasts in the Thunder Valley or sought to harness its unique environment for cultivating lightning-based spells would avoid them, keeping their distance. In the Thunder Valley, they lingered for 3 months, acquiring numerous cores from lightning attribute beasts, yet Wang Zheng still had not located the ancient cultivator's cave he sought. Morongyu's patience appeared to be waning. Are you still searching? Wang Zheng nodded. There was little else to occupy his time. You go ahead and attend to your own matters. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, Morongyu could not afford the same leisure as Wang Zheng. She needed to prepare materials for condensing her golden core, as well as formations to withstand heavenly tribulations. Otherwise, the number of cultivators perishing in heavenly tribulations was not insignificant. Very well, I shall return to Linyuan City first, which will take approximately 3 months. I need to gather some items to incubate the fire crow. I will require a location rich in fire attribute spiritual energy. Wang Zheng nodded, and after Morongyu departed, he resumed his search. 2 days later, Wang Zheng arrived at the edge of a lake spanning 10 miles. They had searched this area multiple times, yet he returned once more. For the past few months, he had contemplated why the ancient cultivator's cave that Taoist Zheng could locate had been overlooked by countless others. Connecting this thought to Taoist Zheng's various characteristics, he began to discern a clue: formation arrays. It was evident that the ancient cultivator's cave was concealed within a formation. Taoist Zheng, being a formation master, could have fortuitously discovered this cave, which made sense. Thus, he perused the formation texts left by Taoist Zheng, and indeed found a hint. A significant portion of these texts pertained to water attribute formations. Previously, Wang Zheng had overlooked this detail, however. It now became apparent that the formations surrounding the ancient cultivator and Appos' cave were likely situated underwater or near a lake. Consequently, he would be more meticulous in searching such locations. Indeed, within the lake, he faintly sensed something unusual. The lake was several hundred feet deep, and while lightning danced nearby, the water's surface exhibited ripples, yet rarely stirred into waves. This suggested that the water's movement or external influences were being dampened by some unseen force. Perhaps, having formed a preconceived notion, Wang Zheng hypothesized that there was a formation beneath the water, making everything fall into place. However, the underwater formation posed a challenge for Wang Zheng. He lacked understanding of formations, and though he could use spiritual energy to part the water, it was still inconvenient. Should he return to Linyuan City to seek assistance from Lady Qi? Wang Zheng pondered. Within this cave, the most valuable item to him was the secret technique of the chaotic divine thunder, and even if other treasures existed, they were not of utmost necessity. Lady Qi was among those he considered trustworthy, so Wang Zheng decided to investigate the cave first. If the formation truly existed and he could not breach it, he would then seek Lady Qi and Appos' help. Wang Zheng leaped into the water, using his spiritual energy to part the waves, gliding beneath the surface like a fish. Upon submerging, his spiritual consciousness was compressed to more than 10 times its usual range, limiting his ability to explore to less than 100 feet. Just as he descended halfway, he sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy ahead. It was not surprising that aquatic beasts inhabited these depths. A 3-meter-long greenish-blue water python swam towards him, its girth comparable to that of a bull, darting through the water like an arrow aimed at Wang Zheng. Despite being merely a first-tier beast, its ferocity was palpable. Wang Zheng, however, was undaunted, conjuring a silver flying needle, a spiritual artifact he had acquired from Zhao Guan. With a swift thrust, the needle, though slowed by the water, effortlessly pierced through the greenish-blue python and Appos' head, resulting in a spray of crimson blood that spread through the water. Wang Zheng casually collected the python and Appos' corpse. While a first-tier demon core held little value, his venomous fire ants had a particular fondness for the blood and flesh of demon beasts. Wang Zheng continued his descent. encountering 2 more first-tier aquatic beasts along the way, which he dispatched with ease. After a thorough search of the lakebed, he arrived at a site where remnants of architecture were faintly visible. This was the only suspicious location he had found. However, what kind of formation could be hidden here? Wang Zheng could not discern any clues. "Let us test it," he murmured, activating several spiritual talismans. Water serpents coalesced under his command, swirling chaotically in all directions. The sediment on the lakebed was stirred up, rendering the waters murky. Although cultivators possessed spiritual consciousness, it became nearly ineffective in such conditions. Suddenly, a faint blue water barrier was triggered, scattering the nearby sediment. An entrance to a cavern was vaguely visible. Mere moments later, the stirred sediment settled once more, returning the site to tranquility, and the blue water barrier vanished. Shortly thereafter, a striking figure emerged at the edge of the ruins. Upon reaching the location of the blue barrier, she waved her hand, releasing a beam of spiritual light that reactivated the barrier, repelling her spiritual energy. What a peculiar formation. How did that person enter? The enchanting woman pondered with curiosity, preparing to launch another attack for further investigation when she suddenly turned around. At that moment, she beheld a figure rising from the sediment at the lake's bottom, none other than Wang Zheng, who had seemingly vanished moments before. You didn't enter." The beautiful female cultivator was astonished, realizing she had been deceived. Wang Zheng regarded her coldly. It was none other than the returning Murongyu. This woman seemed to possess some hidden treasure that masked her presence, for otherwise, Wang Zheng would have detected her earlier. When the swarm of fire crows appeared, he had failed to notice her presence immediately. After all, spiritual consciousness was not equivalent to sight. As long as one could obstruct spiritual perception, they could evade detection. "You were following me," she exclaimed. "Humph, it seems we are both guilty. You clearly discovered the cave and Apos' location here and waited for me to leave. How patient of you." Murongyu retorted defiantly. "If I claimed it was mere coincidence, you would certainly not believe me." Wang Zheng replied, somewhat helpless. He had underestimated her, assuming she had truly departed, only to discover her depth of cunning. "Perhaps you should give it a try. Who knows, I might be foolish enough to believe you." Murongyu shot him a glance. "Very well, since you are here, let us explore this cave together, but you must grant me the right of first choice, with any other rewards shared equally." Why? Although Murongyu was unaware of what Wang Zheng was seeking, she knew it was anything but trivial. "Just think of that egg." Wang Zheng offered a reminder. You were threatening me." Murongyu was filled with indignation. No one had ever dared to threaten her. Those men were all eager to please her, though she looked down upon such behavior. Encountering someone who completely disregarded her feelings was somewhat infuriating. Moreover, this fellow had the audacity to threaten her. "Agree to enter together, or we can settle this right here." Although underwater, the poison fire ants could not be utilized, but for a fire attribute cultivator like Murongyu, the limitations were even greater. "Humph, you were quite bold. But remember, this is your only chance. Do you understand formations?" Wang Zheng inquired. "I do not. Do you think everyone hides as deeply as you do?" Offending a woman would undoubtedly lead to revenge. Wang Zheng firmly believed that. "I do not comprehend either, so we must attempt to forcibly break it." In this scenario, returning to Linyuan City to find Lady Qi was no longer feasible. The only spiritual artifact available to Wang Zheng was the breaking needle, which would likely have no effect on this formation. The breaking needle might penetrate the formation but could not destroy it. "Why don't you give it a try first?" "I am not in a position to do so," Murongyu stated. Wang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, then realized his misunderstanding. She was a fire attribute cultivator, and indeed it was inconvenient to gather spells underwater. After contemplating, Wang Zheng waved his hand, and the lake water before him seemed to come alive, forming the visage of a water dragon, resembling a blood dragon, as Wang Zheng had modeled it after the blood dragon. "Go," Wang Zheng commanded, and the water dragon surged towards the blue barrier. Bang! The water curtain shook violently but remained intact. Wang Zheng frowned. This seemingly thin barrier exhibited impressive defensive capabilities. The power of the water dragon undoubtedly surpassed that of an average second-tier low-grade spiritual talisman. However, judging by this trend, the blue water curtain's resilience was at least second-tier high-grade, if not top-tier. If they were outside, their combined attacks would likely shatter it swiftly, but underwater, their offensive strength was significantly diminished. "Let us attack together. This formation has existed for countless years and has limited energy. It should not withstand many assaults," Murongyu proposed. Wang Zheng shook his head. Such an approach would attract unwanted attention. "Is there a way to destroy it without causing too much commotion?" Murongyu furrowed her brow. seemingly deliberating whether this course of action was worthwhile. You must tell me what lies within. If it is merely that one item you mentioned, I will ultimately gain nothing. Wang Zheng was uncertain, even unclear if what he sought was present. If I find what I am looking for, and you gain nothing, I can offer you a compensation of a fire escape secret technique, which is certainly not the inferior kind you have learned. Wang Zheng mused before speaking again. You possess the fire escape technique? Murongyu was once again astonished. Who exactly are you? It's a deal. If you dare deceive me this time, Murongyu seemed wary of Wang Zheng's potential retreat and readily agreed. She then produced a jade knife, about a foot long, crafted from penetrating spirit jade. It could breach various spiritual light restrictions, but the stronger the restriction, the greater the damage to the jade knife. I have used this jade knife a few times. After this, along with the return, it will likely be rendered useless. The jade knife was indeed a fine item, but Wang Zheng had never encountered penetrating spirit jade before, indicating its rarity. Stay close to me. Do not use spiritual power. Murongyu instructed. Wang Zheng understood that breaching the restriction with the jade knife would be instantaneous. Otherwise, being trapped outside would be truly tragic. Do not stand so close. Are you trying to get us killed? Murongyu felt the presence of the man nearly pressed against her and immediately felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Wang Zheng was at a loss. Without utilizing spiritual power, he could only enter the space created by Murongyu. If he did not stay close, was he expected to stand in the water? Wang Zheng took a slight step back. Murongyu remained silent, channeling her spiritual energy into the jade knife and slashing towards the blue barrier. The blue water curtain seemed to tear apart, and Murongyu surged forth. At that moment, Wang Zheng instinctively employed the purple star illusionary step, never anticipating that this technique would be of such use. The two of them plunged into the water curtain, and the fissure sealed itself behind them. Outside, the water temperature fluctuated, but standing below, there was no sensation of dampness. In that instant, Wang Zheng noticed an unusual throbbing of the thunder seed within him, as if it were yearning to burst forth. Follow me. Wang Zheng no longer hesitated and, guided by instinct, entered the opening. Once inside, he discovered it was akin to an underground palace. The walls were adorned with numerous carvings, depicting scenes of ancient tribes hunting and various sacrificial totems. Could this underground palace have been constructed by an ancient tribe? But how could that be, considering how many years it would require? Wang Zheng and Murongyu traversed the corridor, entering a grand hall. The furnishings were carved from stone, and the wine vessels were notably crude, shattering upon contact. A few white bones lay scattered on the ground, however. The decaying remnants of clothing indicated that they had belonged to cultivators, despite the age. No storage bags or similar items were found nearby. Perhaps someone had previously visited and taken everything away. There seems to be nothing of value here. Murongyu expressed her disappointment. Wang Zheng also found nothing of worth. But this underground palace surely held more than met the eye. Approaching the bones, Wang Zheng examined them, his brow slightly furrowing. What is it? Murongyu inquired. These bones bear bite marks, their color a dull gray, indicative of having been gnawed by venomous insects. This condition resembles that caused by my poison fire ants. Yet it could not have been them. It must be another type of venomous spirit insect. A shiver ran through Murongyu. In recent months, she had witnessed Wang Zheng using poison fire ants in combat. Reflecting on the beasts devoured by the fire ants, she had previously thought little of it. But now confronted with human bones, a chill crept down her spine. Let us move. It has been a long time. Those spirit insects may not still be here. Wang Zheng suggested, yet he released over 100 poison fire ants to scout ahead. Although poison fire ants were not as agile as spirit bees, Wang Zheng could still control them over short distances. The underground palace was vast, and they searched through 4 or 5 grand halls, uncovering only a few bones, with nothing of value in sight. Perhaps there had once been treasures here, but they had all been removed. It was not until the 6th hall that they discovered a storage bag. This belonged to a withered skeleton, yet the individual had died no more than a century ago. And the storage bag remained untouched, indicating that no one else had explored this place. The spirit insects you mentioned should still be here, Murongyu remarked. Wang Zheng opened the storage bag, revealing nothing he required, just a bag belonging to a cultivator at the peak of Qi Refinement, containing 2 medicinal ingredients for foundation establishment. However, due to improper preservation, much of their medicinal properties had deteriorated, rendering them nearly useless. As for spiritual tools and spirit stones, both Wang Zheng and Murongyu held little interest. Wang Zheng released over 300 poison fire ants, their pace noticeably slowed. Suddenly, the ants emitted a distinct sound, signaling the presence of foes. Retreat to the Grand Hall. Wang Zheng instructed Murong Yu, immediately commanding the poison fire ants to withdraw. They were currently in a narrow passage. If they were blocked in from both ends, there would be no escape. The Grand Hall, at least, offered ample space for maneuvering. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, Wang Zheng swiftly discerned the source of the agitation among the venomous fire ants, the six-eyed corpse spiders. These fist-sized, grayish-brown arachnids scuttled across the ground, possessing remarkable speed. Yet they lacked the ability to spin webs. Due to his experience in nurturing venomous fire ants, Wang Zheng had perused numerous texts regarding spiritual insects. The six-eyed corpse spider was known to be a particularly troublesome poison creature. A bite would render one's body rigid, akin to that of a zombie. With 4 spots resembling eyes on its body, hence its name. As he summoned a spiritual shield, Wang Zheng noted the astonishing leap of the six-eyed corpse spiders. A bite from them could spell trouble. He conjured a fiery shield for protection and alerted Murong Yu. Although unfamiliar with the six-eyed corpse spiders, she reacted even faster than Wang Zheng, activating her protective talisman immediately. Women, by nature, often harbor a fear of such creatures, and cultivators were no exception. Wang Zheng and Oppo's mental probe revealed that there were already thousands of six-eyed corpse spiders present, continually converging in numbers. However, the venomous fire ants appeared undaunted, launching themselves at the spiders with their toxic flames. The fire ants had the advantage of flight. Yet the spiders' impressive leaping ability allowed them to snatch the airborne ants from midair and overwhelm them in numbers. Despite the individual strength of the fire ants being superior to that of the six-eyed spiders, facing a coordinated attack would likely lead to their demise. Wang Zheng could not allow such a calamity to unfold, so he released a multitude of venomous fire ants. Their sheer numbers quickly turned the tide. As the six-eyed corpse spiders fell in droves, the fire ants showed a peculiar interest in the corpses of the spiders, devouring them. Especially the size of soybeans found within the spiders, which sparked competition among the fire ants. However, to Wang Zheng's surprise, after the death of 3,000 to 5,000 spiders, they began to retreat. Could it be that these nearly mindless poison creatures felt fear? Oddly enough, there seemed to be a bug cultivator present. Wang Zheng sensed a consciousness coalescing around a spider king, which was 2 to 3 times larger than the average six-eyed spider, akin to how he controlled his queen ant. This individual could command spiritual insects from a distance with a level of skill surpassing his own. Yet it was clear that the six-eyed corpse spiders were no match for his venomous fire ants. Intrigued by the presence of another bug cultivator within the subterranean palace, Wang Zheng considered the ancient bones scattered throughout the palace, suggesting that the six-eyed spiders had existed long before, possibly recently tamed by someone. He decided to follow the retreating spiders, and without needing a command, the venomous fire ants pursued them relentlessly. Be wary of traps. Murong Yu expressed her reluctance, seemingly wishing to distance herself from the spiders. Wang Zheng found her hesitance amusing. Here was a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator, yet she was frightened of these spiritual insects. The silent figure within must be harboring secrets. If you prefer to wait here, feel free. However, if you desire the fire escape technique, you'll need to barter something of value. Upon hearing Wang Zheng's words, Murong Yu scoffed, clearly discontent with the notion of abandoning this evident treasure trove. They trailed the venomous fire ants through 2 more palaces before finally spotting the bug cultivators controlling the six-eyed spiders. To Wang Zheng's astonishment, there were not one but 2 figures clad in black robes, a stocky man with a face full of malice and a slender, younger man whose gaze lingered on Murong Yu with lascivious intent. Hey, boy, you dare to injure my spiritual insects and still pursue me? Truly, you are unaware of your own mortality. The stocky man growled, glaring at Wang Zheng. The lean youth, with a smirk, chimed in, "Senior brother, this brat is all yours." The lovely maiden is mine. The stocky man, without retort, summoned 2 massive spiders that glistened like jade, radiating an eerie chill, the white jade evil spiders. Each of these monstrous arachnids was of mid-tier 2nd grade, equivalent to mid-foundation cultivation. As the white jade evil spiders advanced toward the venomous fire ants, their long legs swept through the air, ensnaring several ants with their barbed limbs and consuming them. Despite their small number, if this carnage continued, the venomous fire ants would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Wang Zheng swiftly directed his fire ants to attack the stocky man. Eliminating him would render the 2 white jade evil spiders inconsequential. However, the stocky man seemed to share the same strategy, commanding the spiders to ignore the fire ants and target Wang Zheng instead. Capturing this Qi refining youth would not only conclude the battle, but also allow him to subjugate the venomous fire ants. Recognizing the ferocity of Wang Zheng's fire ants, he was eager to uncover the secrets behind their cultivation methods, which could exponentially increase his own power. Meanwhile, the lascivious youth withdrew his own spirit beast, a second-tier upper-grade unicorn dragon. Though it was only upper-tier second grade, its thick shell made it difficult for Murongyu to break through quickly. The lecherous youth, maintaining his distance, hurled insults at Murongyu, causing her to blush with anger. Suddenly, the white jade evil spiders shot out threads of silk. Wang Zheng retreated swiftly, but the silk moved faster, ensnaring him in an instant. Despite wielding a golden axe, which failed to sever the threads, he realized the futility of his efforts. Ha ha ha, boy, this silk cannot be cut even by mid-grade spiritual tools. Do you think your artifact can break it? Hand over the cultivation method for your venomous fire ants, or my white jade evil spider may very well be hungry for a long time. The stocky man taunted. Feigning terror, Wang Zheng made a daring move, propelling himself towards one of the white jade evil spiders. However, the stocky man clearly intended to capture him alive, as the spider did not immediately devour him, but instead prepared to bind him for future sustenance. But in the next moment, an azure flame enveloped Wang Zheng, incinerating the spider's silk in an instant. The white jade evil spider recoiled in fear, instinctively retreating from the flames. Yet, Wang Zheng refrained from attacking. He recognized the robust defense of the spider and understood that swiftly defeating it would be a challenge. Instead, he aimed to eliminate the stocky man first, which would resolve the situation. Wang Zheng deliberately allowed himself to be ensnared by the white jade evil spider to close the distance to the stocky man. His effective attack range with the ZY mysterious fairy steps was less than 10 zhang. In a flash, he lunged toward the stocky man, who paled momentarily but quickly regained composure and began to retreat. Yet, before he could distance himself, Wang Zheng was upon him in an instant. The stocky man barely had time to summon his protective aura when Wang Zheng launched a silver needle, specifically designed to counter foundation stage defenses. The needle pierced through the stocky man's dantian, rendering him powerless. Although Wang Zheng did not kill him, he was intrigued by the man's method of controlling spiritual insects and wished to ascertain whether he possessed any valuable secrets within his storage ring, thus sparing his life for the moment. "Junior brother, save me," the stocky man cried out in despair. Upon hearing his plea, the lascivious youth's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable Qi refining youth would so easily incapacitate the stocky man. The youth assumed this was a hidden strength, and the thought of rescuing his companion filled him with dread, knowing that if they joined forces, his own life would be at stake. The depraved youth charged down the corridor without a moment's hesitation, thinking he could escape. A dream. Murongyu had long been incensed by this individual and would not allow him to flee. The unicorn dragon possessed commendable defenses, but its speed was lacking, rendering it incapable of halting Murongyu. Thus, she reached the passage before the lecherous youth, brandishing a scarlet spirit sword to block his path. "Little beauty, you can't bear to let this young master leave, can you?" The depraved youth taunted, his words dripping with insolence. Seeking death, Murongyu seethed, striking with her sword. The youth retaliated by hurling a blood-red orb, but Murongyu, uncertain of its nature and fearing it to be an explosive, sidestepped. Boom! The crimson orb detonated. But its power was lesser than that of a mere fireball talisman. A cloud of fetid smoke unfurled, prompting Murongyu to immediately activate her protective aura, wary of the toxins prevalent in the cultivation world. To her astonishment, the red mist disregarded her defensive barrier, seeping into her body. Alarmed, she swiftly retreated. But in that moment, the depraved youth seized the opportunity to escape. Wang Zheng noticed the unfolding scene. Murongyu's complexion had grown increasingly ashen as she sat cross-legged, attempting to expel the poison from her system. The two white jade evil spiders, weakened due to their master's depleted powers, were left to fend for themselves. Wang Zheng effortlessly dispatched the stout, middle-aged man, rendering him unconscious before dashing out in pursuit of the fleeing depraved youth. Meanwhile, a portion of the poisonous fire ants was diverted to deal with the unicorn dragon. Although the depraved youth had a head start, the underground passage restricted sword flight, thus diminishing his speed compared to Wang Zheng. Upon noticing Wang Zheng closing in, the youth and Apos' expression darkened momentarily, but he soon realized that none of the poisonous fire ants had followed. "Kid, you dare seek your demise instead of enjoying your fortune? Heh, perfect. I shall slay you and then pursue that little beauty." The depraved youth and Apos' spirits lifted once more, completely dismissing his incapacitated senior. In an instant, Wang Zheng was upon the depraved youth. While the youth specialized in beast taming, his own prowess was not to be underestimated. He had not seen Wang Zheng and Appo's stealthy attack with the piercing needle, but recognized that his senior had been incapacitated by a spiritual weapon. Naturally, he was cautious not to repeat the same mistake. A spiritual shield rose before him, and with his other hand, he wielded a venomous short blade towards Wang Zheng. In the confines of the narrow passage, close combat proved far more practical than sorcery. Wang Zheng deftly evaded the seemingly toxic blade and pointed a finger at the depraved youth and Appo's chest. The armor he wore failed to withstand the penetration of stellar energy, and the youth suddenly discovered that a significant portion of his meridians felt constricted, preventing the flow of spiritual power. Before he could react, Wang Zheng struck again, disarming him of the short blade. Hand over the antidote, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, my spiritual insects will feast on you. Wang Zheng and Appo's voice was icy, for there are numerous ways to perish, and being devoured by spiritual insects was far from a pleasant fate. Despair washed over the depraved youth. Whether he had anticipated this day or not, he brazenly declared, "The antidote. Ha ha ha, I am the antidote. The yin-yang harmony powder is not poison. How could there be an antidote?" Wang Zheng and Appo's countenance shifted. Although he had never utilized such despicable substances, he understood that they stimulated the mind and heightened desire. While not entirely incurable, he could not immediately procure an effective remedy. Damn it. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Wang Zheng's eyes. Humph. My master is the blood goo master. Each of us disciples carries a life-threatening goo left by him. If slain, it will lead back to the killer. Now, release me, and return to enjoy that little beauty. With my experience, she would make for an exquisite furnace. Life-threatening goo, though Wang Zheng lacked knowledge of such insects. He surmised that killing them would result in a troublesome goo attaching itself to him. Thank you for the reminder. I shall not take your life personally. Wang Zheng rendered the depraved youth unconscious. The blood goo master was unknown to Wang Zheng, but he was undoubtedly an ancient figure of the Golden Core realm, far beyond Wang Zheng's current capability to confront. This was not a place to linger. Wang Zheng hastily returned to the main hall, where the battle was nearing its conclusion. The two white jade evil spiders weakly waved their legs, and had it not been for the poisonous fire ants' wariness of their icy aura, they would have likely been devoured. The unicorn dragon, however, was less fortunate. Despite its strong defenses, it was vulnerable to poison and had been reduced to a mere shell. Wang Zheng glanced back at Morongyu, who remained seated, but her aura had grown increasingly chaotic. He discarded the depraved youth to the side and removed his storage ring, despite the youth claiming there was no antidote. Wang Zheng still wished to investigate further. As the youth remained alive, Wang Zheng's consciousness was obstructed by a seal. Without hesitation, he summoned a bolt of lightning, the exorcising divine lightning coursing over the storage ring. After the youth fell unconscious with a cry, blood trickled from his mouth. Upon entering the storage ring with his consciousness, Wang Zheng was pleasantly surprised to discover two pure moon ghost orchids, excellent for clearing the mind and sharpening the spirit. Though lacking specific formulas, a slight refinement would yield beneficial effects. As for the youth's insinuations of carnal pleasures, Wang Zheng could not entirely dismiss the notion. Yet he recognized that Morongyu hailed from an extraordinary lineage. Should anything untoward occur, her family and Appo's influence would inevitably be involved, complicating his quest for a breakthrough. However, refining pills necessitated a stable environment, and these two nuisances could not be allowed to remain. Wang Zheng also retrieved the storage ring from the stout, middle-aged man, which contained various methods for taming spiritual insects and beasts. Deeming the man useless, Wang Zheng unceremoniously discarded both individuals into the main hall, where a swarm of poisonous fire ants proceeded to devour them. Wang Zheng rarely allowed the poisonous fire ants to consume cultivators, as he too belonged to the human race. But the youth and Appo's words had made him wary. If he were to kill them, the possibility of a goo lingering on him was quite troublesome. Unbeknownst to Wang Zheng, deep within the crimson abyss, in a concealed cave, a grim-faced elder in blood robes suddenly opened his eyes. Two blood-colored beetles burst forth from his hands, exploding in midair to reveal two identical scenes. A swarm of poisonous fire ants feasted upon the bodies of his two disciples, their cries swiftly silenced. Damn it. Who is it? Did those old monsters discover that hidden location? This individual was none other than the blood goo master the depraved youth had mentioned. With a darkened expression, the blood goo master hesitated but ultimately refrained from taking action. He was at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. It was impossible for him to abandon it simply for the revenge of two incompetent disciples. Yet, he could not let it go so easily. The hidden location might contain something of interest to him, and to avoid attracting the attention of other ancient beings, he had sent his hapless disciples to retrieve it. A transmission talisman was dispatched with a single directive: blood sand. Locate a bug cultivator who employs poisonous fire ants. If they are not of the golden core realm, capture them alive. Wang Zheng, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that an individual named Blood Sand was en route to seek him out. After dealing with the two, Wang Zheng returned to the main hall, where the two white jade evil spiders had grown faint, yet their resilience was commendable. Wang Zheng contemplated briefly before administering healing pills to the spiders, subsequently placing them into his spirit beast pouch. The white jade evil spider possesses considerable utility, particularly given the numerous restrictions posed by the venomous fire ants. For instance, it proves advantageous underwater or when confronted by ice elemental beasts. Morongyu continues to suppress the spring elixir within her body, and Wang Zheng, no longer hesitating, retrieves the alchemical furnace. After a moment of contemplation, he selects several auxiliary herbs and commences the refinement of a medicinal pill. The primary herb, the pure moon orchid, gives rise to what may be termed the pure moon pill. As Wang Zheng contemplates, his hands remain busy, directing the pure moon orchid towards the furnace. However, in an instant, his movements halt abruptly as he pivots sharply, pointing his ZY7 section finger behind him. Yet, he refrains from executing the strike, as it is none other than Morongyu rushing towards him, her eyes glimmering with a bewildering crimson light, her attire drenched in perspiration. The fabric of her garment is nearly torn asunder, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her bosom. Wang Zheng's finger, aimed at Morongyu's chest, cannot press down. Unable to suppress a gulp, he reflects that he is merely a diligent cultivator, not a eunuch. Give me, Morongyu implores, akin to a jilted lover, as she throws herself upon Wang Zheng, kissing his neck and tugging at his clothing. Morongyu, calm yourself. I am concocting the antidote for you suddenly. A soft sound resonates, followed by an acrid scent wafting through the air. Wang Zheng's expression shifts dramatically. The pill has been ruined. At that moment, Wang Zheng is also ignited with a surge of frustration. I am the best antidote with no retreat left. He finds himself entranced by this astonishingly captivating woman. He raises her chin, leaning in for a kiss, while his other hand sweeps down, causing a large hide to fall to the ground with a sound akin to tearing fabric. Her gown flutters, vibrant and alluring. The spring breeze has brushed away several red plum blossoms. The two exquisite forms entwine in a passionate embrace. Wang Zheng opens his eyes to behold the flawless figure, tinged with a rosy hue, towering and inviting, igniting a primal urge within him. Even more astonishingly, he realizes that his cultivation has improved, albeit by a modest half-step, leaving him astounded. Such occurrences can enhance one's prowess. Should the opportunity arise, he would eagerly embrace it again. His hand glides over her toned abdomen, stirring something deep within him. Morongyu's eyes remain closed, yet Wang Zheng discerns that she is awake, uncertain on how to confront the unfolding scene. If you are awake, please open your eyes. Given the circumstances, we ought to speak candidly, should we not? Wang Zheng regains his composure. Recognizing that Morongyu is no ordinary woman, she is an exceptionally gifted cultivator, undoubtedly held in high regard by her family, with aspirations of achieving the golden core stage not beyond her reach. Even her search for a companion would likely be directed towards someone with the potential to attain the golden core stage, while he is merely a wandering cultivator who is yet to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Thus, Morongyu's disposition will influence Wang Zheng's decisions regarding their future interactions, resting entirely upon her thoughts. Morongyu opens her eyes, tears brimming within them. Are you still feeling wronged? Wang Zheng finds himself at a loss for words. Regardless of the circumstances, as a man, he cannot claim to be the one at a disadvantage. That is not my intention. However, you are aware of my predicament, and I am uncertain whether I can break through to the foundation establishment stage. Wang Zheng sighs helplessly, feeling neither defeated nor entirely despondent, yet a sense of loss lingers. I do not care. You have taken my body, and if you betray me in the future, I shall. Morongyu seems to seek release, biting down on Wang Zheng's shoulder. Although she does not exert her full strength, it feels akin to biting into solid steel, leaving her teeth aching. Oh, you are still a body cultivator? Morongyu is at a loss for how to articulate her feelings at this moment. My cultivation technique possesses certain bodily training effects. Wang Zheng does not conceal the nature of his technique, It is well known throughout Lin Yuan City. How did you come to practice such a technique? Morong Yu voices her discontent, resembling a petulant young bride. Haha, for a wandering cultivator, there are not many choices available, and this technique is not entirely without merit. Even if I cannot find a follow-up technique, there are alternatives, which are certainly simpler than breaking through to the extreme realm. That is true. But are you truly a wandering cultivator? Morong Yu expresses skepticism. Indeed, I hail from a humble nation, where I encountered a ferocious tiger while gathering firewood. A cultivator saved me and brought me into the realm of cultivation. Thereafter, I arrived alone in Lin Yuan City. Wang Zheng omits the details, yet speaks no falsehood. Morong Yu hesitates before revealing to Wang Zheng. I am not a family cultivator. I come from the royal family of the Yin Kingdom, being the 7th princess. Wang Zheng, upon hearing this, is not particularly surprised and smiles. The Morong clan, as far as I know, is primarily associated with the royal family of the Yin Kingdom. Though I did not expect you to be a princess. By that token, I am also a prince consort. If you are unafraid of death, you may now go out and proclaim this. Morong Yu smiles brightly, resting her head on Wang Zheng's shoulder. However, her expression turns somber as she says, I would rather not be the princess of the Yin Kingdom. Due to familial and national interests, they have arranged a marriage for me with a tyrannical prince. Thus, for these past few years, I have remained in Qiyuan, not returning to Lin Yuan City. During the Beast Tide, you were also in Qiyuan? Wang Zheng is taken aback. Morong Yu nods. Wang Zheng is surprised. Although Morong Yu is no ordinary cultivator, he notices her lack of extensive experience. At least, she appears somewhat inexperienced when facing other cultivators. Otherwise, she would not have fallen prey to the Blood Goo Master's disciples. An experienced cultivator would have dispersed the unknown toxic mist rather than relying solely on protective energy. Yet, had it not been for this, both Wang Zheng and Morong Yu would not be lying here. Contemplating this, Wang Zheng feels a softening in his heart and reaches out to trace Morong Yu's abdomen. Resting his hand upon her bosom, the primal desire awakens, and in their conscious state, the two resonate with a harmonious melody. In the tender embrace, he finally comprehends the meaning behind the saying, a gentle abode is also the grave of heroes. In the future, when we are alone, call me Yu'er, and I shall call you Zheng. Heh, very well. Wang Zheng chuckles, his gaze returning to the stone door before him. From the storage rings of the two brothers, he has found various items, although not related to the thunderous secret arts he seeks. It seems there are some items of interest even to Golden Core experts. However, the stone door, composed of an unknown material, proves impervious to their attempts at destruction, suggesting the need for a special token. Given that the two brothers have arrived here, they must possess a means to unlock the stone door. Wang Zheng meticulously organizes the contents of their storage rings. Could it be this knife? Wang Zheng suddenly realizes that a crack in the stone door is perfectly sized for the azure poison blade. Yu'er, step back. Let me try this. Using a poison blade to open a door feels ominous. He suspects whatever lies within is unlikely to be benevolent. Click, click, click astonishingly. It actually opens. However, after a moment of waiting without any hint of danger, Wang Zheng recalls that this place was not established by cultivators, but rather resembles an ancient human tribal site, devoid of any formations. Stepping through the stone door and traversing a passage, both Wang Zheng and Morong Yu stand aghast. A vast square, measuring over 1,000 zhang, lies before them. Centered around a circular structure reminiscent of an ancient tribal altar. Surrounding the altar are countless white bones. In this realm, there exist both humans and monstrous beasts. The ground of the altar square is cloaked in a somber grayish hue, a color seemingly stained by the blood of past sacrifices. Now faded yet enduring through the passage of time. Wang Zheng gazed upon the colossal remains of beasts, numbering no less than 100, each exceeding 10 zhang in estimation. Among them lay the skeletal remains of a dragon, estimated to be at least 30 zhang long. The blood dragon itself measured merely 12 or 13 zhang, and even its skeleton would barely reach 10 zhang. Thus, this dragon's bones suggested a living form of at least 40 zhang. The size and power of such beasts are intrinsically linked, and the sacrificed creatures here must surely belong to the 3rd or even the 4th tier. Comparable to the legendary Yuan cultivators. Wang Zheng felt a surge of astonishment. In the forefront, several skeletal forms were identifiable: a dragon, a turtle, and a tiger. Could they possibly represent the 4 spirits? Morong Yu, possessing considerable insight, immediately recognized the forms of the 4 skeletons. The 4 spirits, Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu, are revered as the most powerful spiritual beasts in legend, often referred to as divine or sacred beasts. Even their bloodline descendants possess far greater prowess than ordinary spiritual creatures. The sheer audacity of utilizing fourth-tier beasts for sacrifice speaks volumes about the formidable power of this ancient tribe. Yet, upon entering the square, their divine consciousness felt as though it were ensnared, unable to escape their corporeal forms. I shall proceed. After all, you have yet to reach the foundation-building stage, and my speed surpasses yours. Morongyu declared, preparing to ascend the altar for a closer examination. Men act, while women observe. Wang Zheng boldly stepped forward. Morongyu felt a mixture of concern and sweetness. Despite his cultivation not surpassing her own, he still emanated a protective aura. Wang Zheng's actions were not without purpose. He sensed a stirring within the white bones of his left arm. At that moment, he began to comprehend the nature of the offerings made upon the altar. As he passed the dragon skeleton, despite the countless years that had elapsed, he could still feel an inexplicable pressure emanating from it. Upon reaching the altar, what Wang Zheng encountered was as he had anticipated. The offerings consisted of the Longxing bone. However, this time, it was not merely a fragment but rather a substantial portion of a complete skeletal structure, lacking a skull and arms, yet possessing a torso and a left leg bone. The presence of so many Longxing bones was astonishing. Hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward. Having encountered Longxing bones numerous times before, he felt no immediate danger. Wang Zheng decided to collect this substantial piece of Longxing bone. Inexplicably, he felt as though a mysterious force was guiding him to discover these relics. Currently, he needed just a half arm and a right leg to complete the collection of Longxing bones, but where could they be found? What mysteries would they unveil? What was the secret of immortality? Was the true terror merely the soul-devouring demonic energy? Wang Zheng remained oblivious, acutely aware that his strength was insufficient to resist this unseen force. Thus, discovering a means to transcend his limitations and augment his power remained his sole avenue to alter his fate and seize control of his destiny. In addition to the Longxing bone, Wang Zheng also observed 4 offerings placed beside the altar. The first was a green crystal, devoid of luminous energy. Yet he could sense the terrifying energy concealed within, entirely restrained. The second item evoked a smile from Wang Zheng, as it was indeed worth the journey. A scroll of beast hide, identical to the one he had once acquired from Zhongdaoren. The scroll contained the Chaos Divine Thunder technique, albeit recording only a single variant, the water attribute Divine Thunder. Acquiring even this one was a source of great satisfaction. The third item was a Dan, exposed to the elements for countless years, yet retaining its full spiritual essence. The rich moisture coalescing around it hinted that it belonged to a 4th-tier beast. While Wang Zheng could not ascertain its exact tier, he was certain it was not of the 3rd. He surmised that the offerings upon the altar far surpassed the slain beasts beneath it. The final item was a single red feather, exuding a potent aura of flames. The intensity of its essence was even more formidable than that of the water attribute Dan. What kind of beast did this feather belong to? A mere feather. Yet it rivaled the potency of a 4th-tier beast and amp. Apos, Dan? Could it possibly belong to a 5th-tier beast? Wang Zheng suppressed his excitement and collected the items. This scroll of thunder techniques is precisely what I need. You may select from the rest. Wang Zheng presented the 4 items, deliberately withholding mention of the Longxing bone, as knowledge of it might not bode well. Ah, this is a Zhuke feather. How could this be? Morongyu exclaimed in astonishment. A Zhuke feather? Are you certain? Wang Zheng inquired. I have perused some texts. This feather bears an uncanny resemblance to those of the Zhuke, and the richness of its fire essence suggests that even if it is not a true Zhuke feather, it is likely from its descendants. Please let me have it. The others hold no value for me. Morongyu eagerly claimed the Zhuke feather, her satisfaction evident. Wang Zheng glanced at the remaining items, the green crystal, which he sensed contained tremendous energy yet was of the wind attribute, rendering it useless to him. The other was likely a 4th-tier Dan. I shall keep the water attribute Dan, while you may take the wind crystal. Even if you cannot use it, it could be exchanged for something valuable in the future. Morongyu hesitated before accepting the green crystal, sweetly responding, Thank you, husband. This was the first time she had addressed him as such. Perhaps out of shyness or due to the intimacy they had yet to fully develop. Wang Zheng chuckled helplessly. Indeed, wealth begets companionship and destiny, having acquired the benefits. It was time to depart. He drew forth the azure dagger, and the stone door sealed once more. At that moment, Wang Zheng realized the dagger was anything but ordinary. Upon closer examination, he discerned 2 ancient characters inscribed on the hilt. Poison inscription. Surely, this was the name of the dagger. However, it seemed incapable of channeling spiritual energy. serving merely as a close combat weapon. Yet, a mere scratch from this poisoned blade would be far from a pleasant experience. Let us depart. This place is not suitable for lingering, Wang Zheng urged Morongyu. Indeed, she acknowledged, aware that the two slain individuals were disciples of Golden Core cultivators. While the Yin Kingdom also possessed Golden Core elders, Morongyu would never utter such matters. The duo hastily vacated the premises. Upon cutting through the blue water barrier with her jade cutting blade, it shattered as expected, yet the rewards gained from this endeavor were truly invaluable. Wang Zheng had fulfilled his objective, yet Morongyu had one more task ahead, to hatch the beast egg. Initially, she had intended to seek additional fire attribute spiritual materials. However, with the acquisition of the Zhuke feather, all that was rendered unnecessary. The pair departed from Wanlei Valley, traveling 1,000 miles to locate an abandoned flamestone mine, where the fire attribute spiritual energy remained abundant. After establishing a formation to conceal their presence, Morongyu commenced the hatching of the anomalous fire crow egg. Prior to hatching, she needed to establish a bond, for otherwise, the spirit beast that emerged would bear no connection to her. Morongyu's initial contract for bonding was rather rudimentary. While Wang Zheng possessed some knowledge of raising spirit beasts, it paled in comparison to his understanding of spiritual insects. Fortunately, the brothers had ample resources in this regard. Hence, Morongyu's contract was considerably improved, fostering a close bond between the spirit beast and its master without hindering its growth. During Morongyu's endeavor to hatch the spirit beast, Wang Zheng busied himself with taming the two white jade evil spiders. These spiders had already undergone some domestication. While Wang Zheng could exert control through contracts, their potential was limited, and he could only rely on them temporarily. However, with their second-tier mid-grade strength, proper training could elevate them to second-tier high-grade or even peak status, though third-tier was a far-fetched aspiration. However, with the presence of the blood-sucking bug, Wang Zheng had never envisioned that these Baiyu evil spiders could be utilized indefinitely. Despite his mere cultivation at the Qi refining stage, he astonishingly possessed a third-tier spirit beast and two second-tier spirit beasts, an assertion likely met with disbelief by others. After a month, the two Baiyu evil spiders had fully recovered, and Wang Zheng completed the contract with them. Although they occasionally displayed a defiant attitude, their compliance had markedly improved compared to their initial resistance. To achieve complete obedience would likely require a year or two of nurturing, a patience that Wang Zheng was willing to invest. Meanwhile, Morongyu successfully hatched a little fire crow, which was distinctly different from ordinary fire crows. From birth, it exhibited an uncanny ability to please its master, showcasing intelligence far beyond that of typical spirit beasts. Additionally, its red feathers bore exquisite golden patterns, the origin of which puzzled Morongyu. Initially, she had risked stealing the egg because it could autonomously absorb spiritual energy, a phenomenon she had never encountered before. This led her to conclude that the spirit beast within was extraordinary, prompting her to take the risk. Although the little fire crow had just hatched, it eagerly consumed the spirit-feeding pills crafted by Wang Zheng, following him around with plaintive cries, pecking at him if denied. Wang Zheng felt that this little creature had truly become sentient. As both cultivated their spirit beasts, they inevitably found moments of tender intimacy. Perhaps they understood that upon returning to Linyuan City, their opportunities to meet would be scarce, even requiring them to pretend not to recognize each other. Thus, they indulged in their affection to the fullest. However, as cultivators, they were acutely aware that if they were solely consumed by romantic sentiments, their paths of cultivation would come to an end. Half a month later, the two reached a location 100 miles from the exit of Qiyuan City. Zheng, I will swiftly gather information about leaving the southern wilderness. Once we depart, I am certain we will discover a way for you to break through, and we need not concern ourselves with others. Morongyu said, leaning affectionately against Wang Zheng. Let us go, Yuer. I believe that day shall not be far off. Wang Zheng replied with a smile, gently patting her back. Reluctantly, Morongyu walked away, and as Wang Zheng watched her figure fade from sight, he sighed, unsure if it was longing or resignation. This was not how he had envisioned his plans unfolding, yet it was not entirely disheartening. At least there was news of leaving the southern wilderness. In the final stretch, Wang Zheng opted not to use the cloud-flying boat, instead navigating the ground with caution to avoid demonic beasts and dubious cultivators like others at the Qi refining stage. With his spiritual sense, he was not concerned about being ambushed. Upon returning to Linyuan City, Wang Zheng pondered and sent a transmission talisman to Wen Qingzhu and the others, inquiring about their well-being. Wen Qizhu's talisman responded, and she soon arrived at his door. Only when Qizhu had come. After several months apart, Wang Zheng noted with surprise that she appeared rather haggard, stirring an inexplicable sense of guilt within him. He understood well the feelings of Wen Qingzhu, who had devoted herself to her cultivation, aware of the difficulties he faced and preoccupied with his own journey. Yet, he had unwittingly formed this bond with Murongyu. However, this guilt was quickly suppressed. Even with this connection to Murongyu, he would not waver in his pursuit of the Tao. To reveal any other emotions towards Wen Qingzhu at this moment would yield no favorable outcome. His sole focus was to leave the southern wilderness, while Wen Qingzhu differed, as she had ample resources to cultivate in Linyuan City. At least until she reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, she would not encounter issues. Whether she could condense a golden core would ultimately depend on fortune. Thank you for your concern, Taoist one. What of Senior Li and Taoist Xie? Wang Zheng replied coolly. A hint of grievance surged within Wen Qingzhu, yet she restrained it, lightly biting her lip. They are not in Linyuan City. The spirit washing pool has opened, and we were among the first to enter. If you are interested, you may inquire at the city lord's mansion. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wen Qingzhu thought that if she stayed any longer, her emotions might overwhelm her. In the past few months, she had been deeply worried. Although she was well aware of Wang Zheng and Appo's strength, not having witnessed his safety made it impossible for her to feel at ease. The spirit washing pool was a secret realm in Qiyuan, and its activation required considerable resources. Hence, it would only open when a significant number of foundation establishment cultivators emerged in Linyuan City. Entering the pool allowed individuals to refine their inner spiritual energy, making it immensely significant for anyone to await Wang Zheng's news. Wen Qingzhu had relinquished her opportunity to be among the first batch to enter. While there would be second and third batches, the initial entry offered the most potent effects, with the most refined spiritual liquid. For this reason, Wen Qingzhu had stubbornly remained in Linyuan City against the objections of Lady Qi, waiting for news from Wang Zheng. Ultimately, all she received was a simple thank you for your concern, Taoist one. Stepping outside, Wen Qingzhu could no longer hold back her tears. She was not typically prone to sentimentality, rarely shedding tears, yet at that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and longed to weep freely, unbeknownst to her. As she exited, Wang Zheng stood in the courtyard, watching her slight trembling figure, desiring to chase after her. Yet, in the end, he refrained. What could he possibly say to her? What could he offer? His life was destined to pursue the path of longevity. Emotions were a luxury he could not afford. This love may someday become a cherished memory, yet at that moment, it felt utterly elusive. Wang Zheng was unaware that years later, when reflecting on this scene, he might harbor regrets, but his choice adhered to his true heart. If sorrow was inevitable, then once was sufficient. Suddenly, Wang Zheng felt an intense desire for wine, a sensation he had never experienced before. He rummaged through his storage ring and found a bottle of spiritual wine left by some unfortunate soul. He drank slowly, one sip at a time. Nyoda, Nyoer, you two scoundrels, may you go to your demise. Esteemed Taoist, are you well? My name is Wen Qingzhu. Visions of his encounters with Wen Qingzhu flooded Wang Zheng's mind, shifting from indistinct to clear and gradually fading once more. He lost track of how much he had consumed, but he was undeniably intoxicated, surrounded by empty bottles of spiritual wine, having drained every last drop in his storage ring. Just then, a resounding boom startled him. Someone was attacking his cave dwelling. Wang Zheng paused, astonished by the audacity of the attacker in Linyuan City. He burst through the door and saw Wen Qingzhu, poised with her spiritual sword, ready to strike. Wang Zheng was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Wen Qingzhu was equally astonished. What is going on with you? Wang Zheng was bewildered. You are attacking my cave dwelling and asking me what is happening? Noticing Wang Zheng's confusion, Wen Qingzhu took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation. You Haven T attended to the spirit washing pool matter. The spirit washing pool. Wang Zheng suddenly recalled Wen Qingzhu mentioning its opening. However, he was genuinely inebriated this time. It should not benefit me. Although he still held a flicker of hope in his heart, he spoke thus, fearing that all his prior efforts would be in vain. Here's the token. Go if you wish. Wen Qingzhu tossed him a token and turned to leave. This time, her emotion seemed relatively stable. Wang Zheng sighed inwardly. Only deep feelings are hardest to betray. Your actions leave me at a loss. Clutching the token, Wang Zheng resolved to pursue the spirit washing pool. He could not afford to miss this chance, even knowing the slim likelihood of success. At the city gate, a vast assembly of over 1,000 individuals had gathered, an exceptionally large force. Leading them were several familiar faces to Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng could hardly have anticipated that the elderly gentleman, thin-haired, and with a ruddy nose, whom he encountered at the auction, was, in fact, a mid-stage golden core cultivator. This revelation elucidated why, upon the gentleman's utterance, Kong Shang had acquiesced. Besides this esteemed elderchin, there was also Deputy City Lord Lei and 2 other deputy lords. Deputy City Lord Lei, whose surname is Lei and given name Zhan, was as combative as his name suggested. Additionally, there were nearly 30 newly advanced Foundation establishment cultivators who had made significant strides in recent years. Each individual could enter the spirit washing pool only once in their lifetime, with the option to do so at the Qi Refinement stage, the Foundation establishment stage, or even at the Golden Core stage. The later one entered, the more profound the benefits reaped. However, it was rare for anyone to wait until the Golden Core stage to enter, as most could not even break through to the Foundation establishment stage, let alone progress further. Elder Chun led the expedition primarily for precautionary measures, as it comprised dozens of newly advanced Foundation establishment cultivators from Linyuan City, who would serve as the backbone of the city for the next 1 or 2 centuries, and thus could not afford significant losses. With a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator at the helm, safety was assured in the previous years of beast-tide warfare. Neither the human Golden Core cultivators nor the third-tier demonic beasts had suffered casualties, highlighting the formidable challenge in exterminating beings of such caliber. Among the group were a few familiar faces, though they merely exchanged nods, acknowledging one another. However, one individual, donned in a blue robe and slightly plump with a fair complexion, approached Wang Zheng with a genial smile. "Brother Wang, it has been quite a challenge to find you these past few years." This man was none other than Wang Zheng, the broker Wang Zheng had first encountered in Linyuan City. They had collaborated on the crafting of barrier-breaking pills, each profiting handsomely in the process. Though their relationship had since soured, Wang Zheng had clandestinely sold the pills at the auction, contravening the principle of discretion they had initially agreed upon, while Wang Zheng had concealed his own success rate in alchemy. Nevertheless, they had not severed ties completely, and Wang Zheng had no intention of creating discord over it. "Brother Huang, it has indeed been a while. I have just concluded my seclusion. I trust you have prospered in recent years?" Wang Zheng greeted with a smile. "Oh, merely surviving is a commendation in itself. Wealth is a distant notion. With the Red Abyss inaccessible, most medicinal herbs are under the control of the City Lord's manor. If this beast tide does not abate soon, I fear I may soon run out of provisions." Wang Zheng and Apos' words were somewhat exaggerated, yet he had faced considerable hardships in recent years, primarily not due to the beast tide, but because the Deputy City Lord's son, upon whom he had relied, had perished amidst the chaos. Previously, he had enjoyed considerable favor in Linyuan City, but following Sun's demise, many ceased to regard him with the same deference, as such favors were predicated on mutual strength. Wang Zheng, unaware of these nuances, contemplated the fallen cultivators during the beast tide, realizing how fortunate they were to have survived. "Indeed, many have perished in recent years. We should be grateful for our continued existence. Brother Wang, you have been diligently honing your skills. Yet it seems you have missed out on significant opportunities. With your alchemical prowess, had you served as an alchemist in the City Lord's manor, you could have easily procured not just one, but several Foundation establishment pills." Wang Zheng expressed genuine regret for Wang Zheng's situation. "Ah, it is indeed a pity. Yet there will always be future opportunities." Wang Zheng replied with a smile, unperturbed. He still possessed 4 Foundation establishment pills, but their utility was questionable. "By the way, Brother Wang, have you considered seeking an ally? In Linyuan City, it is quite challenging for us Qi Refinement cultivators to stand alone." Wang Zheng seemed to hint at something. Brother Huang, please speak plainly." "Well, to be forthright, several families have expressed interest in befriending you over the years. Should you wish, securing your Foundation establishment would be a mere formality." Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. If those families knew of his current circumstances, who would dare make such bold claims? Accustomed to a life of freedom, I have no intention of binding myself just yet. However, I do have a business proposition to discuss with you, Brother Huang. "Oh, what business is this? Do you have pills to offer?" Wang Zheng and Apos' interest was piqued immediately. "I do have some, albeit in limited quantities as I have been preoccupied with my cultivation." While Wang Zheng would not offer his second-tier pills for Wang Zheng to sell, he considered providing some first-tier pills as a gesture to ensure Wang Zheng would attend to his requests with diligence. "Please, Brother Wang, do not hesitate to express your needs. I assure you, I will exert my utmost efforts." It was both simple and complex. Wang Zheng sought Wang Zhen's assistance in uncovering two pieces of information. First, how to leave the southern wilderness and venture to more prosperous realms of cultivation, and second, any information regarding innate spiritual bodies. Wang Zheng and his companions, including Xie Yun and Zhou Peng, had previously discussed the means of departing the southern wilderness, but even as they reached the foundation establishment stage, no one had mentioned such matters, as if it were a taboo topic. It was virtually impossible to find a breakthrough method in Linyuan City. Wang Zheng could only place his hopes on the outside world. Although there were hints from Murongyu, he could not solely rely on her, as her own departure would not be easy. Although Wang Zhen and Appo's cultivation was modest, he had spent years establishing connections within Linyuan City, perhaps increasing the likelihood of uncovering information. Wang Zheng thought that if the news met his approval, he could find a way to procure a foundation establishment pill for Wang Zhen. The thought echoed in Wang Zhen and Appo's mind. Wang Zhen and Appo's eyes widened, looking intently at Wang Zheng. Are you serious? Wang Zheng smiled but remained silent. Very well. It is a deal. I await good news from you. Wang Zhen nodded, momentarily forgetting about the pills, seemingly preoccupied with how to secure satisfactory information for Wang Zheng. Acquiring knowledge about innate spiritual bodies was not overly difficult. With a little time invested, Wang Zhen could gather substantial information. However, escaping the southern wilderness would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. 3 flying vessels, each over 100 feet long, departed Linyuan City, entering the Red Abyss. These vessels maintained their speed, heading unwaveringly toward their destination. Although occasional demonic birds attempted to obstruct their path, they were either left behind or shredded by the vessel's formations. Wang Zheng and Wen Qizhu occupied the same flying vessel. Despite Wang Zheng's desire to maintain a low profile, he did not wish to alienate her. However, once aboard, Wen Qizhu retreated to the area designated for Foundation Establishment cultivators, not uttering another word to Wang Zheng. Alchemist Wang, greetings. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Wang Zheng turned to see a charming young woman in her 20s with a round face approaching him. He paused for a moment before recalling, it has been quite a while. This round-faced girl was the attendant he had encountered at the city lord's manor, where he had exchanged for medicinal materials. After Wang Zheng had been unjustly chastised by another rude female cultivator, this girl had stepped in to mediate, and before leaving, he had gifted her a premium barrier-breaking pill. At this moment, the young girl naturally reached the pinnacle of the Qi Refinement stage, the 10th level. Master Wang Dan, my name is Lining. I have long wished to express my gratitude to you, but I never found the opportunity. Who would have thought we would end up on the same boat this time? Lining exclaimed joyfully. Had it not been for the elixir provided by Wang Zheng, her breakthrough to the 10th level might have taken her another 2 to 3 years, likely causing her to miss the chance to enter the spirit washing pool. It was but a trifling effort, Wang Zheng replied with a smile, dismissing the matter lightly. Just then, a strikingly alluring female cultivator approached, none other than the irascible Xiaoling. Lining seemed to notice Xiaoling as well and, aware that Wang Zheng would prefer to avoid her, quickly sought an excuse to depart, taking Xiaoling with her, who appeared oblivious to Wang Zheng's presence. Wang Zheng gazed down at the sea of clouds below, occasionally catching glimpses of figures, both human and beast, darting through the mist. His thoughts, however, drifted to the spirit washing pool. Yet, he feared that his spiritual energy might not condense any further. Suddenly, he sensed a consciousness bearing down upon him. Turning, he spotted several individuals conversing a few paces away, with Xiaoling pointing at him while speaking to a young man clad in blue robes adorned with a golden crown. As their eyes met, Xiaoling instinctively withdrew her finger. The youth in blue approached Wang Zheng directly, exuding an air of arrogance. Are you the legendary alchemist they speak of? He inquired, sizing Wang Zheng up from a distance. Wang Zheng neither confirmed nor denied it, merely responding with indifference. Is there something you need? Allow me to observe your alchemy skills. If you meet my standards, I could arrange for you to become a revered alchemist in the Xiao family, he proposed. Not interested, Wang Zheng retorted, casting a bemused glance at the young man. Incredulous that someone so simple-minded had managed to reach the pinnacle of the Qi Refinement stage. The princes and princesses he had encountered before were far more refined than this individual. How dare you speak to me like that? A subordinate behind the youth snapped. I neither know nor care. Just know this. If you continue to prattle, you shall regret it. Wang Zheng and Appo's demeanor had evolved significantly from the timid cultivator he had been 10 years prior, fearful of being used as a mere tool by the noble families. Though he remained at the Qi Refinement stage, he was confident in his ability to handle any challenges, as long as they did not involve golden core cultivators. The blue-robed youth, now enraged, prepared to strike, but was interrupted by a commanding voice. Xiao Hui, what is happening? Are you unaware of your surroundings? A regal figure in splendid attire approached, a foundation-building cultivator, whose mere presence subdued the previously belligerent Xiao Hui. Your Highness, what brings you here? Xiao Hui asked, astonished. This prince was none other than Chu Feng, the fifth prince of the state of Chu, with whom Wang Zheng had previously crossed paths, not on particularly pleasant terms. You are Wang Zheng, correct? I am Chu Feng. I have heard tales of your remarkable alchemical skills and have come to invite you to the royal residence, where you may enjoy the privileges befitting a foundation-building alchemist, Chu Feng declared. Before he could finish, Wang Zheng interrupted impatiently, not interested. His response mirrored that which he had given to Xiao Hui. How dare you? Chu Feng's words were squeezed out through clenched teeth, clearly taken aback by such open disdain. It was a rare occurrence for a foundation-building cultivator to be treated with such disregard by a mere Qi Refinement alchemist. Chu Feng had anticipated some resistance, understanding that as a prince, his status might not carry much weight in the eyes of cultivators. Nonetheless, he had hoped to at least gain a reputation for humility and grace, only to be met with a rejection that was both swift and decisive. How arrogant for a lowly alchemist to reject me. Though Chu Feng's expression darkened, he held back his urge to retaliate. However, Xiao Hui had already reached his breaking point. Silence. If you continue to bicker, I will throw you out, thundered Lei Zhan, immediately silencing Xiao Hui. Chu Feng, while not overly intimidated by Lei Zhan, who was merely the deputy mayor of Lin Yuan City, understood the necessity of not openly opposing him. You will remember this, Wang Zheng. Chu Feng whispered, his threat unmistakable. Wang Zheng chuckled to himself, amused by the unfolding drama. Aware that Chu Feng was merely courting danger by aiming to be the third prince from Chu to meet his demise at Wang Zheng's hands. Although the atmosphere quieted, those nearby instinctively distanced themselves from Wang Zheng. While an alchemist might hold a respectable status among ordinary cultivators, facing a prince of the state of Chu, especially one at the foundation building stage, shifted the dynamics considerably. What on earth are you doing? A few polite exchanges would suffice. Why escalate it? When Qingzhu approached, her expression bearing the weight of the situation, knowing full well the influence represented by the prince, Wang Zheng chuckled lightly. It is nothing, merely a tempest in a teapot. He gazed into the distance, where the mist danced and the sounds of nature filled the air. Days later, their flying vessel descended into a secluded valley. The spiritual energy here was not particularly dense, yet a broad entrance to the mountain and Appos, core beckoned. Wang Zheng felt a powerful consciousness sweep over him, undoubtedly a golden core cultivator. To his surprise, it seemed that multiple such formidable beings guarded this valley. Lin Yuan City appeared to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. However, no matter how powerful it mattered little to him if he could not break through to the foundation building stage. The group entered the cave one by one. But the two formidable presences dissipated, and even the elder Qin vanished, leaving only Lei Zhan and the other three deputy mayors to oversee the gathering. They halted beside a verdant pool, approximately 1,000 feet in diameter, surrounded by simple huts for resting and meditating. Is this the spirit washing pool? Wang Zheng mused. The pool and Appos' water shimmered with an eerie calm, devoid of any evident spiritual radiance, yet the gathered cultivators appeared elated. All right, you may now enter the spirit washing pool, Lei Zhan announced, his demeanor cheerful alongside the other deputy mayors. What is amiss with the spirit washing pool? Wang Zheng inquired of Wen Qingzhu. Sensing that Lei Zhan and his companions bore ulterior motives. I and Appos, am coming for you, spirit washing pool, a portly youth bellowed, leaping into the water. The sound that followed was reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, echoing through the valley. Oh no, the plump youth screamed. As the water burned his skin as if it were poison, he scrambled back to the shore, rolling and gasping in pain. Those who followed him halted abruptly. Fear etched across their faces. What is happening? Is this the spirit washing pool or a poison pool? One exclaimed. Old Lei, does this remind you of your younger days? A deputy mayor laughed heartily. Enough. Do not bring up the past. Lei Zhan's temper flared at the mention of his youthful indiscretions. Who knows who will end up on the receiving end? Another deputy mayor smirked. Enough chatter. I shall go in first. The last deputy mayor, sturdy in build, declared, surrounding himself with protective energy as he stepped into the pool. Unlike the portly youth, he emerged unscathed. Some individuals present were initially perplexed, but after explanations from others, they understood that the water in the spirit cleansing pool possessed significant corrosive properties, which could only be countered by one's own spiritual power, thus enabling the refinement of their energy. Upon grasping the reason, Most individuals eagerly entered the pool, yet a small number remained cautious, observing from the shore. "I'll go in first," declared Wen Qingzhu, stepping into the pool. Wang Zheng approached the pool as well, but did not plunge directly in. Instead, he scooped up a handful of water, seemingly attempting to discern its composition. Unfortunately, the water was rich with various spiritual herbs, rendering it indiscernible. However, the corrosive effect of the water had little impact on Wang Zheng. The deeper one ventured into the pool, the more potent the effects became, albeit with a corresponding increase in the water's corrosiveness. While most had entered the pool, the majority remained within 100 feet of the edge. Choosing a relatively quiet spot, they sat cross-legged, resisting the pool's corrosive influence with their spiritual power. For Wang Zheng, the spiritual shield he had conjured was gradually depleting, yet at a slow pace. He felt confident it could last for 10 days or even half a month in this environment. As he continued forward, nearing the 100-foot mark, he noticed that his energy consumption had roughly doubled, yet he felt no discernible change in his power. Despite his preparation, disappointment was unavoidable. Wang Zheng paused, intending to cultivate for a while and closely observe any effects. "Hey kid, move aside. You and Oppos, redisrupting my cultivation," a robust young man bellowed. Wang Zheng glanced at the imposing figure, noting they were separated by about 5 feet, while most individuals had chosen to maintain a distance of around 3 feet. Given the vast expanse of the pool, no one would quarrel over territory and waste precious cultivation time, indicating that this individual was deliberately seeking a confrontation. Wang Zheng recognized Xiao Hui nearby, who was watching him with a smirk, and understood the situation. "Kid, what are you looking at? If you're dissatisfied, come up here and face me. This place doesn't end amp. Oppos, T prohibit combat, and you want an amp. Oppos, T gain anything from it." The burly youth threatened. Wang Zheng merely chuckled, averting his gaze, and continued walking forward. The youth laughed heartily, seemingly pleased with himself for driving Wang Zheng away, fulfilling Xiao Xiao's orders. Yet soon, his amusement faded. That guy kept moving forward. Among the Qi Refinement practitioners, fewer than 10 were cultivating near the 150-foot mark. Beyond that, their spiritual shields could not withstand the pool and Oppos. As corrosive water, they would be more likely to sustain injuries than to cultivate. Yet here was Wang Zheng, standing at that very position. Although they were all at the 10th level of Qi Refinement, there was still a hierarchy. The few at the forefront would easily overpower someone of Wang Zheng and Oppos' caliber. Realizing the true strength of his opponent, the burly youth felt foolish for having antagonized such a formidable individual. Wang Zheng settled at the 150-foot mark, where the corrosiveness was more than doubled compared to the 100-foot area. He sat cross-legged, attuning himself to the fluctuations of his inner energy. An hour passed, then 2. And Wang Zheng, in exasperation, discovered no change whatsoever. He glanced towards the group of Foundation Establishment practitioners beyond the 100-foot mark, contemplating whether to venture into their territory. As a Qi Refinement cultivator, entering the area occupied by Foundation Establishment cultivators would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. However, this concern was swiftly dismissed. His strength was not something others could replicate. If it became known that he had discovered a method to transcend limits, why would he not share it? Thus, Wang Zheng rose to his feet. Meanwhile, a young man several feet to his left let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "Thankfully, this guy has reached his limit. If he doesn't leave soon, I won't be able to hold out." After 2 or 3 hours, most practitioners had exhausted their spiritual energy. Without it, they could not withstand the pool's corrosive properties. In the 150-foot zone, 8 out of 10 had departed, leaving only himself and a certain Wang Zheng, who had always been dubbed a genius. Lin Yan was determined not to be outdone by another practitioner of the same rank. However, Lin Yan's expression soon shifted drastically. For instead of returning to the shore, Wang Zheng continued forward. "This guy is insane," Lin Yan thought, but as he felt his own energy dwindling, he was startled and quickly dashed towards the shore. If he stayed any longer, his body would be corroded, compromising his imposing image. 150, 200. 250, 300. Wang Zheng found himself amidst a group of Foundation Establishment practitioners. Although he attracted some curious glances, no one spoke. They were too preoccupied with their own endeavors. The most astonished was Chu Feng, who had not anticipated that Wang Zheng could reach this point. With his cultivation level, 300 feet was already a limit, yet this individual had not halted. Was he truly just a Qi Refinement practitioner? His curiosity was not singular. As Wang Zheng approached 350 feet, only 3 individuals remained ahead, Lei Zhan and 2 deputy city lords. Wang Zheng was taken aback to see that these three were not utilizing their spiritual energy to resist the corrosive effects of the pool. Instead, they relied solely on their physical prowess. All three were body cultivators of considerable strength, though Wang Zheng also practiced body cultivation. His physical resilience could not withstand the corrosiveness of this region. The water of the spirit cleansing pool was also quite effective for body training. Despite his slow progress in physical cultivation over the past few years, there had still been some improvement. If the pool proved ineffective for his spiritual energy, spending the next 6 months training his body here would not be a bad idea, he mused. Hey, it's you. You've concealed your cultivation. Lei Zhan turned to look at him. No. Wang Zheng shook his head. Haha, do you expect me to believe that? Lei Zhan chuckled. You Haven and Amp, Oppos, T broken through to Foundation establishment yet, and you and Amp, Oppos, already surpassing those at the initial stage. Have you heard of the Ultimate Realm? Wang Zheng inquired. Ultimate Realm? What is that? Lei Zhan asked, puzzled. Just then, Wang Zheng heard a surprised exclamation. Have you reached the Ultimate Realm? Does it really exist? The speaker was a robust middle-aged man. Though not as physically imposing as Lei Zhan, he exuded a sense of solidity and resilience. Likely a body cultivator of the earth attribute. Have you heard of the Ultimate Realm? Wang Zheng was inexplicably delighted to discover that someone was aware of its existence. The sturdy middle-aged man seemed to regain his composure, stating that he had read about it in an ancient text, albeit only knowing the name. I wouldn't dare to be called a senior. My name is Gu Li. You can call me Old Gu. Are you truly of the Ultimate Realm? How did you achieve that? I consumed 2 Foundation Establishment pills, but did not break through to Foundation Establishment and inexplicably reached the Ultimate Realm. Now I don't even know how to advance to Foundation Establishment. Wang Zheng slightly altered the details of his breakthrough, knowing that others likely lacked a deep understanding of the Ultimate Realm. Is that so? Does that mean if you consume another Foundation Establishment pill, you could advance further? Lei Zhan remarked in astonishment. Wang Zheng smiled wryly. City Lord Lei, you truly have a vivid imagination. After reaching my current level, I consumed a mid-grade Foundation Establishment pill, but it had no effect. As for the high-grade ones, I have yet to see one. Old City Lord, may I borrow that ancient text you mentioned? Wang Zheng asked. Gu Li hesitated before replying. I don't mind lending it to you, but that ancient text does not belong to me. It belongs to my master, the real person Ling Su. He is currently in seclusion and may not emerge for several years. Perhaps when the time comes, you could ask him if he knows how to break through the Ultimate Realm. Real person Ling Su. Wang Zheng committed that name to memory. Thank you. If Senior Ling Shu emerges from seclusion, I would be grateful if Lord Gu could inform me, so that I may pay my respects. Indeed, I suspect that Master Ling Shu would also take an interest in you, an esteemed practitioner of the extreme realm. Gu Li nodded in agreement. Whether it is a blessing or a curse to attract the attention of a Golden Core practitioner is uncertain, but Wang Zheng, at this moment, had no other options. Do the 3 city lords know how to leave the southern wilderness? Wang Zheng inquired once more, as the Vice Lord of Linyuan City could be privy to such matters. You wish to leave the southern wilderness? Ah, indeed. Given your circumstances, it is quite difficult to break through here. However, as far as I know, one must possess Golden Core cultivation to depart from the southern wilderness. The reasons elude me. Old Gu, old son, do you know? Lei Zhan shook his head. The other 2 also followed suit. Wang Zheng had not harbored much hope. Such matters are not easily uncovered. Thus, the path mentioned by Murong Yu became his sole opportunity for departure, albeit contingent on luck. Although Wang Zheng remained at the Qi refining stage, in the eyes of most, he undoubtedly concealed his true cultivation level. There was no need for Wang Zheng to provide explanations, and the shift in his identity triggered a series of reactions. He had spent the better part of the day in the spirit cleansing pool, yet his internal spiritual energy was entirely depleted without yielding any benefits. Disappointed, he could only return to shore, awaiting recovery to prepare for training alongside Lei Zhan and the others. Just as Wang Zheng stepped ashore, a burly youth came rolling towards him, collapsing to the ground. Senior, spare my life. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive my transgressions and grant me this one mercy. This was, of course, the individual who had been ordered by Xiao Hui to drive Wang Zheng away. Wang Zheng cast a dispassionate glance at him, feeling no compassion for his current demeanor, instead directing his gaze towards the one named Xiao Hui. Just give him a beating, and this matter will be settled. Wang Zheng's words rendered the burly youth's expression frozen in place. If you're unwilling, you may leave, Wang Zheng stated, then moved aside to meditate and replenish his energy. The burly youth struggled momentarily, seemingly making a decision. The Shao family was a considerable clan, boasting 7 foundation establishment practitioners. Although not first-rate, they certainly ranked among the second tier. As a loose cultivator, he wouldn't dare offend the Shao family, let alone confront their young master. Yet, now he had directly offended a foundation establishment senior due to Shao Hui, who was also an alchemist. While incurring the Shao family's ire might confine him to Linyuan City, the repercussions of angering this foundation establishment alchemist could result in dire consequences, even within Linyuan City, as someone might seek to curry favor with the alchemist at his expense. After some contemplation, the burly youth seemed to have made up his mind. He rushed before Shao Hui and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Though it appeared brutal, it was merely superficial damage, insignificant to a cultivator. His strength was commendable, and Shao Hui along with a few other Qi refining practitioners merely retaliated in kind. Achieving a stalemate. Bearing wounds, the burly youth approached Wang Zheng. I have followed your instructions, senior. I am Chunbao. If there is anything you require, I would risk my life to serve you, hoping for your patronage. Chunbao understood he had thoroughly offended Shao Hui, though the latter was the instigator. The families involved would not share this perspective. If he could secure the protection of this alchemist, all would be well. Otherwise, he faced dire consequences. Wang Zheng glanced at the injured Chunbao, pondered briefly, and tossed him a vial of healing elixir. Rest now. Chunbao exclaimed his gratitude with delight. Wang Zheng's provision of the elixir indicated his acceptance of Chunbao's allegiance. Chunbao's spirits lifted, yet 2 individuals found themselves in dismay. Shao Hui was naturally one of them, astonished by the turn of events and Chunbao's sudden reversal to confront him. The other discontented party was Chu Feng, the 5th prince of the Chu kingdom. Had it been a mere Qi refining alchemist previously, he could have leveraged his cultivation and status to suppress them. However, a foundation establishment alchemist was a different matter altogether. Even the Chu royal family had to treat him with respect. Previously, his second brother, Chu Qi, held a status within the royal family that rivaled that of the crown prince, Chu Xiong. However, Chu Qi had gone missing, inciting the royal family's fury. Yet no leads had emerged. All they knew was that Chu Qi had quietly departed Linyuan City with 2 late-stage foundation establishment attendants, their whereabouts remaining a mystery. This was undoubtedly bad news for the Chu royal family, but not entirely so for Chu Feng. The Chu kingdom boasted numerous princes, but few were truly capable. Years ago, his prodigious younger brother, Chu Heng, had vanished alongside a mysterious alchemist of perfected foundation establishment, leaving no word for over a decade. As for the remaining heirs, there were only Chu Qi and the crown prince, Chu Xiong. With Chu Qi's disappearance, while Chu Xiong's position as crown prince solidified, the only obstacle remaining before Chu Feng was this great mountain. Originally intending to recruit a promising alchemist, he never anticipated the situation would unfold this way. Not only had he failed to befriend Wang Zheng, but he had also made an enemy of him. Chu Feng's discontent was palpable. However, he quickly resolved that he could not afford to let matters continue this way. Offending a potentially limitless foundation establishment alchemist would only worsen his predicament. His earlier conflict with Wang Zheng had merely been a few exchanged words, stemming from his misjudgment of the other's strength. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng's previously sullen expression gradually transformed into a warm and welcoming smile. What was pride worth? If he could become the emperor of the Chu kingdom, his pride would eclipse all. If he were ultimately cast aside, who would care for his pride? Thus, Chu Feng swiftly resolved to reconcile with Wang Zheng, even if it meant sacrificing some dignity. As an alchemist, Wang Zheng would undoubtedly have interests that could be engaged. Master Wang, I have been rather disrespectful earlier. I sincerely hope you can forgive my indiscretions. Chu Feng approached and publicly apologized, leaving those present in astonishment. Although Wang Zheng held a prestigious identity as an alchemist, the stature of Prince Chu Feng could hardly be dismissed. Friend Chu, your humility is appreciated. Wang Zheng had no desire to antagonize anyone. With Chu Feng's public apology, Wang Zheng had no reason to persist in conflict. As long as Chu Feng did not trouble him, he would not waste time on such trivial matters. Here is a scroll of alchemical knowledge I fortuitously acquired. I hope it proves useful to you, Master Wang. Chu Feng presented an ancient scroll to Wang Zheng. Alchemical knowledge. Such a thing could not possibly be a mere coincidence. Friend Chu, you flatter me. Wang Zheng accepted the scroll, and, upon a cursory inspection, his expression turned grave. The value of this alchemical knowledge was undeniable. Even a golden core practitioner would be enticed. However, the risks involved were such that few alchemists would dare to attempt it. Nevertheless, its worth was indisputable. Thank you, friend Chu. This will indeed be of some use to me. Should you require alchemical services in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Wang Zheng offered a few sound transmission talismans to Chu Feng. Grateful for your generosity, Master Wang. I shall not disturb your rest further. Chu Feng had achieved his goal. And to his surprise, Wang Zheng was far more accommodating than he had anticipated. After departing, Chu Feng approached Xiao Hui, employing both kindness and authority. He instructed Xiao Hui to seize any future provocations towards Wang Zheng. Though Xiao Hui was reluctant, the weight of Chu Feng and Appo's words lingered in his mind. Should their family elders learn of his deliberate affront to a Foundation establishment alchemist, it would ultimately be he who faced abandonment. The Xiao family, though not insignificant, could hardly afford a foundational-level alchemist. Brother Hui, what does the prince mean? Are we just going to let that Wang go? Xiaoling expressed her dissatisfaction beside Xiao Hui, her grudge far surpassing that of any man. A slap. Xiao Hui, enraged, realized that all of this turmoil stemmed from this woman's meddling. Otherwise, he would never have foolishly offended a foundational-level alchemist. Be quiet, wretched woman. This is all you're doing. He struck Xiaoling, feeling a slight relief from his anger. As for Wang Zheng, he remained oblivious and uninterested in such affairs. After consuming a 3 yuan recovery pill, he felt his spiritual power renew and rose once more to enter the spirit washing pool. This time, he resisted with no spiritual power. The water of the pool tingled against his skin, but it was insufficient for body tempering. Wang Zheng moved forward, drawing curious glances, not because he ventured far, but because he was actually tempering his body without using spiritual energy. Though the 3 deputy city lords were doing the same, they had long since acclimatized to the process. Wang Zheng adjusted to the 80 zhang range for half an hour before advancing to 100 zhang. In this area, his body would not suffer burns. Yet he felt a slight sting. Days passed, and Wang Zheng continued to make slow progress. Although he moved no more than a zhang each day, after 3 months, he approached 200 zhang. It seemed this area was his limit. Lei Zhan and the others had reached full foundational status, their physical strength comparable to high-grade or even top-grade spiritual artifacts, while Wang Zheng barely reached the standard of a mid-grade artifact. Over these 3 months, his body tempering improved significantly, far surpassing years of effort, but now he seemed to hit a plateau. With a sigh of resignation, Wang Zheng decided to abandon his current endeavor after several days without progress. Returning to the shore, he realized he could not leave on his own. When Qishu, weary, climbed ashore, after 3 months, her aura had grown denser, her spiritual energy completely exhausted. Sitting nearby, she meditated while gripping 2 mid-grade spirit stones to hasten her recovery. Here, Wang Zheng surmised that when Qing Zhu and Appo's recovery elixirs must be depleted. Daily recovery and tempering in the spirit washing pool consumed a great deal of energy. Those with backgrounds fared better, but for reasons unknown, when Qing Zhu had severed ties with her family upon arriving in Linyuan City. Sustaining herself for 3 months with her meager gains was commendable. As when Qi Zhu stared at the jade vial Wang Zheng offered, a flicker of joy crossed her heart, quickly overshadowed by thoughts of his indifference. Did he only care for his own path? No. She turned away, unwilling to accept his kindness. Wang Zheng placed 3 vials of elixirs before her, casually stating, "Take them or leave them." With that, he walked toward the spirit washing pool. When Qin Zhu gazed at his retreating figure for a long moment before returning to reality, upon opening the jade vial, she was stunned to find it filled entirely with 3 yuan recovery pills. These second-tier superior pills could restore 70% of a late foundational-level cultivator and Appo's spiritual energy in a short time. And since the spiritual energy of those at this stage was nearly double that of early foundational level, consuming these pills would suffice for her complete recovery. Given her cultivation level, using them would be somewhat wasteful. Although a 3 yuan recovery pill did not command exorbitant prices like foundational pills, it still required over 30,000 spirit stones each. With 3 vials containing 30 pills, it approached 1,000,000 spirit stones. After hunting beasts in Qiyuan, she would only accumulate around 100,000 spirit stones in a year without additional gains, far from enough for her cultivation needs. Repaying Wang Zheng for these elixirs would take her decades. Why, if you hold no feelings for me, do you treat me this way? If you do care, why such coldness? When Qinju pondered, conflicted as she held the elixirs. Yet, she chose not to return them to Wang Zheng, silently resolving to cultivate diligently, hoping to discover a method to help him break through his limits. Perhaps if she could reach foundational status, he would no longer be so consumed by his own training. At this moment, she failed to realize that the pursuit of immortality was a path of no return, endless, and arduous. With the elixirs from Wang Zheng. When Qi Shu chose not to be frugal, for the spirit washing pool offered this singular opportunity in life. With these elixirs, her benefits would surpass those of others by a considerable margin. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng refrained from further body tempering and instead collected some pool water to study its composition. The water from the spirit washing pool was remarkably effective for body tempering, and if he could break through to foundational status, it might serve him well. After 2 days of analysis, he identified 39 types of medicinal materials, estimating that there were at least 50 or 60 more yet to be clarified. It was astonishing to consider how such diverse materials could yield such remarkable results. Kid, you're not thinking of concocting your own body tempering solution, are you? Lei Zhan, resting nearby, speculated as he observed Wang Zheng and Appos' diligent efforts. Indeed, Wang Zheng nodded. Lei Zhan chuckled. Don't waste your effort. I'll give you the formula another day. But I doubt you'll have the chance to create it. Why? Is it due to special materials or the nature of this place? Wang Zheng inquired. Both, I suppose. This environment is unique, producing a substance known as earth core body tempering cream, but it's exceedingly rare, just a couple of taels every century. Those golden core ancestors treasure it immensely. It's a blessing if we can get just a few drops for our use. You mean there are only a few drops of this earth core body tempering cream in the spirit washing pool? Wang Zheng was taken aback, considering its vast expanse of over 1,000 zhang. While just a few drops seemed insufficient, the addition of dozens of medicinal materials, honed through generations of research, could yield significant benefits. However, without the earth core cream, the combined effect of the other materials would fall short of even a third of its potential. If you're interested, you could give it a try. If you manage to create a substitute, don't forget me. Sure, no problem. After all, I currently have an abundance of time. Wang Zheng replied with a hint of self-deprecation. Be patient, young man. How many years have you been cultivating? The road ahead is long. Lei Zhan patted Wang Zheng and Appos' shoulder. Come, train with me. Lei Zhan added, startling Wang Zheng. In recent months, I have frequently witnessed the 3 fully established body cultivators engaging in sparring sessions. Although they refrained from employing spiritual artifacts, their exchanges were undeniably visceral, eliciting a sympathetic ache within Wang Zheng. Despite his own moderate achievements in body refinement, he felt significantly outmatched when compared to these 3 individuals. Particularly, the prohibition against utilizing other means severely diminished Wang Zheng and Appos' strength. Rest assured, I estimate your prowess to be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. I shall only employ half of my spiritual energy. Wang Zheng could only express his incredulity. Was it truly feasible for one's physical strength to be halved as well? Even if he stood still, Wang Zheng felt he would be unable to land a blow. Come now, I shall serve as your sparring partner. Others would envy this opportunity. Huh, it seems you are simply in need of a sparring partner yourself. Wang Zheng muttered under his breath, yet he rose to his feet nonetheless. The two entered a defensive formation, although they would temper their strength without such a formation. The ramifications for others could be considerable. Enveloped in the defensive array, onlookers were oblivious to the proceedings within. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Zheng emerged, limping and visibly aggrieved. Enough. I told you, if I had lost control for a moment, whose fault is it that you are so swift? If I had not utilized my true capabilities, I would have surely been defeated by you, and that would be quite humiliating. In their recent encounter, Wang Zheng had faced a near-overwhelming force from Lei Zhan. However, after enduring for an extended period, Wang Zheng utilized the Ziwei Misty Steps combined with the Ziwei 7 Cuts Fingers, managing to catch Lei Zhan off guard. To his dismay, Lei Zhan, not adhering to their agreement, unleashed his full power. Wang Zheng and Appos' efforts, which had already been diminished against a body cultivator of Lei Zhan and Appos' caliber, were rendered futile as the latter went all out. Well then, you are right. The logic is yours, after all. This isn't the first time you've ensnared me. Wang Zheng grumbled. Youngster, do not wrongfully accuse me. Aside from this instance, when have I ever led you astray? Surely, you have not forgotten about the Millennium Thunderstruck Wood. Wang Zheng reminded him. How could I forget such a long-standing matter? Moreover, I bore the brunt of the cost. Remember during the Beast Tide when I saved you? By the way, you were merely pretending back then. The two exchanged playful jibes, though it was merely banter. Since that day, Wang Zheng had become the sparring partner for Lei Zhan and his companions, engaging in physical combat devoid of spiritual artifacts or talismans. While his strength was somewhat lacking compared to theirs, his unorthodox footwork and the extraordinary Ziwei 7 Cuts Fingers often left them perplexed, resulting in several unexpected setbacks. Over the course of 3 months, the color of the spiritual cleansing pool faded, its efficacy diminished significantly, and their time had come to an end. As they prepared to depart, Wang Zheng was summoned by the venerable Elder Chen for an inquiry. Clearly, Wang Zheng's status as an exceptional cultivator had become common knowledge among the higher echelons of Lingyuan City. This awareness bore both advantages and disadvantages. Yet Wang Zheng found himself with little choice. Otherwise, he would have had no opportunity to interact with those of the Golden Core stage. Upon returning to Lingyuan City, the number of visitors seeking an audience with Wang Zheng escalated dramatically. Their intentions varied, yet most were politely dismissed with the excuse of his retreat into seclusion. Only a select few familiar faces, such as the Zhou siblings, were granted an audience. At this juncture, they learned that the Foundation establishment pills they had consumed were concocted by Wang Zheng himself. The 3 medicinal ingredients in their possession had gone unrefined for an entire year. The difficulty in producing Foundation establishment pills was substantial, and whether they could yield even a single pill from their trio of ingredients remained uncertain. With luck, Zhouya and Zhangyu might each receive one, but if fortune were unkind, they might not produce any at all. Consequently, they awaited Wang Zheng and Apos' inquiry regarding the alchemist behind the pills. To their astonishment, they discovered that Wang Zheng was indeed a Foundation establishment alchemist. They assumed he had long concealed his true level of cultivation. As for the 3 of them, Wang Zheng no longer concealed the truth, merely stating that his spiritual energy and consciousness equated to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, while his cultivation level remained at the peak of Qi Refinement. Wang Zheng then presented them with 2 options: exchange their 3 medicinal ingredients along with 300,000 spiritual stones for 2 Foundation establishment pills from him, or he could refine them on their behalf, with the number of pills dependent on their fortune. Zhou Ping unhesitatingly opted for the first choice, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. With their family's strength, they could certainly muster the necessary spiritual stones. Content: Zhou Peng and his companions departed. But the way Zhouya gazed at Wang Zheng stirred an envious sentiment within Wen Qizhu. Shortly thereafter, however, Wang Zheng chose to retreat into seclusion once again, this time truly immersing himself in isolation. His purpose for this retreat was twofold. First, to cultivate the Qi Divine Thunder, as there was no reason for him to neglect the secret techniques he had acquired. Second, to delve into the alchemical texts bestowed upon him by Chu Feng. Beyond several commendable recipes and some insights into alchemy, the most crucial element was a recorded secret technique, the soul division technique. In essence, this technique involved the splitting of one's soul. The soul is the essence of an individual. Even a minor injury to the soul can have profound repercussions. This secret technique, however, entails the division of the soul into 2 relatively independent entities. Of course, both would still be Wang Zheng, one primary and one secondary, yet capable of independent action. The risks associated with soul division are self-evident. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Wang Zheng resolved to pursue this technique. The greatest peril lies in the potential frailty of the divided souls. Should either the primary or secondary soul dissipate, it would result in a fragmented soul, rendering any future cultivation advancements nearly impossible. Despite his relatively modest cultivation level, Wang Zheng's soul exhibited resilience and strength that even fully realized Foundation establishment cultivators could not rival. Consequently, the inherent risks were significantly mitigated for him. As for the agony accompanying the soul division, Wang Zheng deemed himself capable of enduring it. Should he successfully cultivate an independent soul, the benefits for Wang Zheng would be manifold. Primarily, the strength of his soul could potentially increase by 50%, effectively equating to the collaboration of 2 alchemists with a shared consciousness, thus greatly enhancing both the quality and quantity of his alchemical creations. Furthermore, this would save him considerable time. The refinement of spirit-nourishing pills had long been a source of frustration for Wang Zheng. With a secondary soul, he could increase the number of poisonous fire ants without compromising his cultivation, thus becoming a vital means of enhancing his strength until he achieved a breakthrough. Having meticulously weighed the pros and cons, Wang Zheng ultimately decided to pursue this secret technique. To ensure his safety, he consulted with Marshal Qihua, from whom he learned that many formidable beings within the demon race practice techniques of external avatars. The soul division technique serves as the foundation for such practices. As long as the divided soul does not stray too far from the main soul for an extended period, there should be no significant risks. However, should they be separated for too long, the divided soul might develop an independent consciousness, potentially usurping or consuming the main soul. Yet, for Wang Zheng, this possibility was non-existent. at least for the time being. He had no intention of crafting any external avatars, had the essence of the 10,000-year fire lotus not been damaged. He might have considered it, but at present, he lacked the energy to pursue external avatar techniques. As for the altar beneath the underground palace, Marshal Qihua remained uninformed. Wang Zheng had not disclosed his discovery of numerous longevity bones. With all preparations complete, Wang Zheng immersed his consciousness into the Sea of Awareness. The Sea of Awareness, or the Ocean of Consciousness, can be regarded as the home of the soul. Although Wang Zheng's soul had been refined to the level of his peers, it had yet to take on a corporeal form, remaining merely a nebulous shadow. Following the methodology of the soul division technique, Wang Zheng commenced the process of splitting his soul. The shadow of his soul appeared to be pulled apart by an invisible force, stretching left and right, each struggling to break free. In an instant, Wang Zheng felt a heart-wrenching pain that was almost unbearable, and he cried out loudly to alleviate his suffering. For just a fleeting moment, the thought of surrendering crossed his mind. Yet, as soon as this notion arose, it was swiftly suppressed. If I cannot endure such minor pain, what path can I pursue? My resolve is as solid as rock. With that thought, Wang Zheng silently recited, his spirit again being torn apart. A crack appeared in his soul, delicate as a spider's silk. Yet, Wang Zheng could no longer vocalize his distress. His soul trembled, signaling his precarious state. Press on. If I give up now, it would be better if I had never attempted this at all. Another tear. Hiss. MMM. Wang Zheng's throat emitted muffled sounds, his complexion ashen, and his consciousness began to blur. Just a little more. I cannot succumb to sleep. Wang Zheng understood that if he were to fall asleep now, it would not merely signify a failed soul division, but could very well mean a permanent farewell to this world. As he continued, Wang Zheng's soul was finally rent asunder, a large portion occupying 70%, while the smaller piece claimed the remaining 30%. However, at this moment, he was on the brink of fainting, enduring excruciating pain as he trembled, reaching for a purple-hued pill that radiated light beside him. The purple gold soul-restoring pill, a second-tier premium pill that Wang Zheng could never concoct by himself, was obtained with the help of Lei Zhan, exchanged from the treasure vault of the city lord's mansion. But what Wang Zheng possessed was extraordinary. It was crafted from the shed skin of the blood flood dragon after its breakthrough. Though it had been significantly torn apart by heavenly tribulation, it was still sufficient to create several sets of top-tier defensive spirit armor. The purple gold soul-restoring pill was said to have the power to revive a person as long as there remained a trace of soul. Whether this was true or not, upon consuming the pill, Wang Zheng indeed felt a warmth enveloping the two fragments of his soul. With a sigh of relief, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, it was 3 days later. However, the moment he awakened, he sensed something was amiss. Who? He suddenly realized that he now possessed two souls, which were interconnected in thought, as long as they were not too far apart. They could sense each other's knowledge and intentions. At first, he was taken aback. Yet, after a moment of adjustment, he discovered that the two souls did not simultaneously express their thoughts. Moreover, he felt that both souls were in a state of extreme weakness, particularly the divided soul, which seemed ethereal. Had it not been for the years of tempering his soul with the exorcising divine thunder, it might have already dissipated. Thus, Wang Zheng promptly swallowed a soul recovery pill and closed his eyes to meditate. Originally, the effects of the soul recovery pill on his soul were not significant. But in their weakened state, the recovery was surprisingly effective. Days turned into weeks, and it took 3 months before Wang Zheng ceased consuming the soul recovery pill. During this period, he had to take at least 1 bottle of the pill daily. If calculated based on the initial exchange rate from the city lord's mansion, that would amount to 2 foundation establishment pills a day, totaling nearly 203 months. Fortunately for Wang Zheng, this expense was not unbearable. Otherwise, he would not have managed. Even though his efficiency in concocting the soul recovery pill far surpassed that of others, the initial purchase of the materials had drained his resources. The consumption of the soul recovery pill was faster than he had anticipated, and his soul had only stabilized slightly, still far from recovery, even weaker than before the division. However, this weakness was temporary. Once his soul fully recovered, his spiritual consciousness would surpass its previous state, potentially rivaling that of a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Zheng believed that once his soul was restored, he would have the opportunity to refine superior foundation establishment pills. However, in his current condition, he could not concoct even a second-tier pill, let alone a soul recovery pill, and purchasing them from the outside world felt utterly unwise. The cost of a single soul recovery pill could allow him to buy materials for 10, sufficient to produce 30 pills. If he were to create a large quantity of soul recovery pills, he would certainly profit immensely. Yet, Wang Zheng resisted this temptation. The exposure of his ultimate realm might pique some interest, but once they comprehended what it entailed, their interest would likely wane. However, if he were to sell a significant number of soul recovery pills, the revelation of the Qinglian fire would lead to dire consequences. Since stepping into the cultivation world, Wang Zheng had long since been free from such predicaments. Yet now, he found himself in a situation devoid of pills. With a helpless sigh, Wang Zheng temporarily exited his retreat. Although he still needed to continue his recovery, he had left the spirit-feeding pills for the poisonous fire ants for too long. If he did not check on them, they might resort to cannibalism in their breeding. Currently, he lacked the energy to manage so many. Concocting spirit-feeding pills would not pose a problem, especially since he could control both souls, allowing him to produce 10 at a time with ease. After feeding the poisonous fire ants, he inspected the 2 white jade sinister spiders. After more than a year of nurturing, the white jade sinister spiders had developed a certain degree of familiarity with Wang Zheng. Their intelligence was not particularly high, yet they held considerable value in cultivation. Unfortunately, as they were originally someone else's spirit beasts, forcibly contracting them had diminished their potential. Nevertheless, that was merely relative. Now, as second-tier mid-grade creatures, the white jade sinister spiders would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset for Foundation establishment cultivators. Without any soul recovery pills, Wang Zheng's soul recovery rate slowed. Yet he was not left without tasks. He began to cultivate the secret technique of the Kuei Water Divine Thunder. The Kuei Water Divine Thunder, fully known as the Kuei Water Tying Divine Thunder, like the Emu Exorcising Divine Thunder, is a type of 5 elements divine thunder. The Kuei Water Divine Thunder is a water attribute variant, and its cultivation requirements are even more lenient than those of the Exorcising Divine Thunder, needing only some treasures rich in water attribute spiritual power for conversion. Although the restrictions are minimal, the condensation speed of the Kuei Water Divine Thunder is notably slower than that of the Exorcising Divine Thunder. The more refined the water attribute spiritual power, the faster the conversion process. In his possession, the best water attribute spiritual item was a 4th-tier water attribute demon core. Its value is self-evident, but for Wang Zheng, if he were to present such a treasure, it would surely provoke envy even among golden core realm cultivators. Rather than have it coveted by others, it would be wiser to convert it into his own strength. Moreover, this 4th-tier demon beast core would last Wang Zheng for a long time. High-tier demon cores possess extraordinary utility, whether in pill concoction or crafting special treasures. If others were to discover Wang Zheng's wastefulness, they would likely deem him extravagant. Yet, he remained oblivious to such notions, suspending the water attribute demon core above his head, gradually absorbing the rich water attribute spiritual power into his body, transforming it into thunderous might. Hiss. However, Wang Zheng soon felt an icy chill, frigid beyond measure. Instinctively, the Qinglian fire circulated through his meridians, preventing him from being frozen stiff. Stopping momentarily, he was puzzled as to whether this chill stemmed from the Kuei Water Divine Thunder or the demon core itself. He leaned towards attributing it to the Kuei Water Divine Thunder, for previously, while cultivating the Exorcising Divine Thunder, it had mercilessly ravaged his soul. The Kuei Water Tying Divine Thunder truly lived up to its reputation. Had it not been for the Qinglian fire, he would have been frozen solid. Wang Zheng silently thanked his luck, but another issue arose. This chill would not dissipate after 1 or 2 instances. It would linger for a long time. His body would require the power of the Qinglian fire to combat this cold for an extended period. However, this would deplete the fiery energy of the Qinglian fire, and without timely replenishment, its potency would diminish. The Qinglian fire is a critical asset for his future alchemical endeavors, and Wang Zheng could not allow such a situation to occur. Is this usage somewhat wasteful? He retrieved a Millennium Fire Lotus seed with a sigh, but aside from this, it appeared that there were no other treasures capable of swiftly replenishing the power of the Qinglian fire. The precious Millennium Fire Lotus seed was cherished beyond measure. Wang Zheng had only utilized one while refining the Green Lotus fire. Nevertheless, he mused that no matter how exquisite a treasure may be, if it merely adorned his possession, it would serve little purpose. Transforming it into his own strength was the true essence. Comforting himself, Wang Zheng released the Green Lotus fire, enveloping the Millennium Fire Lotus seed. As days turned into years, the divine thunder seed of the sunflower water within him grew increasingly potent. The Green Lotus fire, nourished by the Millennium Fire Lotus seed, While it continued to consume energy, not only retained its power but also flourished, its fiery essence becoming more refined than before. Wang Zheng remained in seclusion for over 3 years, during which his primary divine soul regained its former vigor. And his split soul acquired half the strength of the main soul, with potential for further enhancement, possibly reaching 70 or 80% of the main soul and Apos' power. Throughout these 3 years, 5 Millennium Fire Lotus seeds were consumed, while the water attribute inner core expended less than a tenth of its energy. Additionally, the cultivation of the Sunflower Water Divine Thunder had an unexpected benefit. Under the alternating extremes of heat and cold, Wang Zheng's physical strength had significantly increased. Though it still fell short of the peak foundation establishment cultivators like Lei Zhan, it likely matched the defense of high-grade spiritual artifacts. At times, Wang Zheng contemplated that with his current strength, should he break through to the foundation establishment stage, he could be considered invincible among his peers, at least within that realm. Yet, such thoughts remained mere musings, for he had no clear path to break through the extreme realm. Upon emerging from seclusion, not only had his divine soul recovered, and the Sunflower Water Divine Thunder reached a minor breakthrough, but he also received news from Guli that the esteemed Ling Su had exited his retreat. Furthermore, through Guli, he learned that Ling Su possessed insights on breaking through the extreme realm. Such news compelled Wang Zheng to emerge from his seclusion. Over the past 3 years, many had sent him communication talismans, primarily requesting him to concoct pills or inviting him to join various families. Additionally, some familiar friends inquired about his return. Among them was Mu Rongyu. It had been nearly 4 years since they had last met. After replying to a few talismans and tending to the poison fire ant and the white jade evil spider, Wang Zheng pondered and decided to first visit the esteemed Ling Su. Although Ling Su exhibited a certain curiosity about the extreme realm, Wang Zheng understood that without any familial ties, he would need to present something enticing to gain his assistance. While he possessed several items capable of captivating golden core cultivators, upon reflection, only 3 Millennium Fire Lotus seeds truly stood out. His body had gradually acclimated to the frigid nature of the Sunflower Water Divine Thunder, thus eliminating his reliance on the green lotus fire for warmth. Though the Millennium Fire Lotus seed was rare, he knew similar treasures could be sought in the future. The information regarding the extreme realm was uniquely accurate, making it imperative for him to procure something of value. Previously, Wang Zheng had gathered some information about Ling Su. This individual had reached mid-golden core cultivation and had secluded himself for nearly 30 years. Whether he had broken into the late golden core stage remained uncertain. More importantly, he was a skilled alchemist. For an alchemist, the Millennium Fire Lotus seed would be immensely valuable, and while the green lotus fire was even more alluring, Wang Zheng hesitated to part with it, unless he could be convinced that the exchange would guarantee his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. He was reluctant to relinquish the green lotus fire, which was so hard to come by. Having attained perfection in the Qi Refinement stage for 8 years and been trapped in the extreme realm for 6 or 7 years, Wang Zheng wondered how much longer he would have to wait. At times, he even considered whether consuming the soul-devouring demon Qi once more might lead to an immediate breakthrough. Yet, whenever such thoughts arose, an overwhelming sense of reluctance surged within him. It seemed not merely a matter of using the soul-devouring demon Qi, but rather a test of his perseverance, his boundaries, and his moral compass. His bottom line was clear. He would never resort to the soul-devouring demon Qi unless faced with a life-or-death situation. Clearly, he had not yet reached that juncture. Ling Su was well regarded, and his reputation in Lin Yuan City was commendable. He hailed from a medium-sized family rather than one of the 5 great nations. Yet his emergence had elevated his family's status to that of a first-rate family in the southern wilderness. The saying "one person ascends" and All Rise aptly described this phenomenon. "There's no need to be anxious. Your uncle is quite affable," Guli remarked with a smile, observing Wang Zheng's slight tension. Wang Zheng nodded. Not due to the presence of a golden core cultivator, but rather because he was uncertain of the usefulness of what Ling Su might know. He and Guli waited at Ling Su and Apos' cave dwelling for over an hour before a young man in a moon-white robe emerged, exuding a strong aura of alchemical fire, indicating he was also an alchemist. "Senior brother Gu, you arrived just in time. The ancestor has just finished refining a batch of pills." The young man greeted Guli amicably. For practitioners, waiting an hour was hardly a burden. Had Ling Su been refining golden core pills? They might have waited 10 days or even half a month, as the process was exponentially more complex than that of foundation establishment pills. Junior brotherly. This is Wang Zheng, a fellow alchemist of considerable strength. You two should have much in common. Gu Li introduced Wang Zheng to the young man, Li Qingyuan. Fellow Taoist Li, a pleasure. Wang Zheng greeted with a smile. Li Qingyuan regarded him with mild surprise, but merely nodded, seemingly unimpressed that a Qi Refinement cultivator would refer to him as a fellow Taoist. Gu Li noted Li Qingyuan and Appo's demeanor and felt slightly helpless. Given Ling Su's esteemed status as an ancestor and Li's exceptional talent, it was natural for him to look down on those perceived as ordinary. Wang Zheng, however, paid little mind to Li Qingyuan's attitude, maintaining a pleasant demeanor, for he was here to seek assistance. Li Qingyuan's disposition, while somewhat aloof, was not overtly hostile. The two followed Li Qingyuan into the cave dwelling, which appeared unremarkable from the outside but revealed a hidden paradise within, with an array of rare flowers and herbs, many of which Wang Zheng could not even name. Li Qingyuan engaged in casual conversation with Gu Li, leaving Wang Zheng with little opportunity to interject, allowing him to enjoy a moment of tranquility. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a quaint study, its shelves lined with ancient texts. After ushering them inside, Li Qingyuan departed. Gu Li seemed to receive a message from Ling Su and turned to Wang Zheng, saying, "The texts you wish to see are here. Allow me to fetch them for you." Wang Zheng nodded in silence. This is an account left by a certain cultivator, whose cultivation level has evidently reached the golden core stage. The region he finds himself in is not the southern wilderness. Yet he recounts an encounter with a Foundation establishment cultivator who, astonishingly, was able to slay a mid-golden core cultivator in a direct confrontation without relying on external forces such as spirit talismans or demonic beasts. Although he only witnessed this scene from a distance, the shock it left on him lingered for a long time. Upon closer observation, he realized that this individual was a practitioner of the extreme realm. Extreme realm cultivators are exceedingly rare, typically possessing innate spiritual bodies that can only be achieved under exceptional circumstances. If a single spiritual root cultivator is considered a genius, then an innate spiritual body is a genius among geniuses, and the extreme realm represents a prodigious level of innate spiritual body. However, this account provides no further insights on how one might reach such a realm, nor does it offer methods for breaking through. If that were all, it would hold no significance for Wang Zheng, and the esteemed Ling Su would not have summoned him here. A Foundation establishment cultivator defeating a mid-golden core one, Wang Zheng, with his current abilities, could accomplish this without external aid and would not fare poorly even against a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, he understands that as his cultivation level rises, the challenges of surpassing realms will only intensify. Setting the book aside, Wang Zheng exhaled, rising to his feet as he heard approaching footsteps. An elderly man, somewhat gaunt and clad in a blue Taoist robe with silver hair, entered. "Master Uncle, I am Wang Zheng, paying my respects to you, Senior." Both Gu Li and Wang Zheng stood to greet him. Indeed, the gaze of Ling Su fell upon Wang Zheng, a formidable mental presence seeming to pierce through him. Though Wang Zheng had faced golden core cultivators several times, he had never felt such an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Perhaps it was because previous golden core cultivators had not scrutinized him so closely, or perhaps Ling Su, as an alchemist, possessed a far greater mental prowess than others of his rank. "Indeed, the strength of your mental presence exceeds my expectations." Ling Su nodded slightly. "Master Uncle, please converse. I shall seek out Brother Qingfeng to refine some pills." Gu Li excused himself, and Ling Su nodded slightly. Then, smiling at Wang Zheng, he said, "Please, take a seat. Here, we adhere to few formalities. An extreme realm cultivator. Who would have thought I would be fortunate enough to witness one in my lifetime?" Ling Su and Appo's demeanor was quite affable as he sat down on a chair, inviting Wang Zheng to sit beside him. "This is my first visit to pay respects to you, Senior. A small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept." Wang Zheng presented a jade box crafted from a millennium-old fire jade, placing it respectfully before Ling Su. Ling Su smiled slightly as he opened the jade box, revealing 3 millennium fire lotus seeds. He appeared somewhat surprised. Such items would be beneficial not just to Foundation establishment cultivators, but even to those at the golden core stage, especially for a fire attribute practitioner like him, who could save at least 20 to 30 years of arduous cultivation through their use. "Offering a gift implies a request," Ling Su said candidly. "Though I cannot resolve the issues you face, I can certainly point you in a direction." Wang Zheng's face lit up with surprise at these words. He had not anticipated that Ling Su would be able to facilitate his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage. He merely hoped to gain a true understanding of the extreme realm or learn of a method to achieve it. "Please, bestow your guidance, Senior." Wang Zheng clasped his hands in reverence. Do not rejoice too soon, Ling Su cautioned. While I may know a method, I doubt my own ability to execute it. Relying solely on your own power may be even more unrealistic. Nevertheless, there exists a direction. Listen carefully. Wang Zheng nodded, all ears. Regarding the extreme realm. Let me clarify that not even I, nor any of the venerable Nascent Soul seniors, would dare boast of comprehensive understanding. I shall share what I know. But be forewarned that some of it may not be entirely accurate. You must discern for yourself. The extreme realm transcends the strength of ordinary cultivators. Yet breaking through to it is exponentially more challenging than for typical practitioners. Before discussing the breakthrough to the extreme realm, let me first ask, you should be aware of the classification of pill quality, correct? As an alchemist, how could I not know? Wang Zheng replied. Indeed. I possess a modicum of knowledge. Regardless of the type of pill, the difficulty of refinement ultimately leads to classifications of inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional quality. Ling Su chuckled. For the average person, this is indeed correct, but it does not apply entirely to you. Could there be something beyond exceptional? Wang Zheng immediately realized that Ling Su would not pose such a simplistic question to him. Correct, as an alchemist. You should understand that the grading of pills is determined by their efficacy. An inferior pill can manifest 60% of its efficacy. Below that is deemed waste. A medium pill achieves 70% efficacy, an upper-grade pill 80%, and an exceptional one 90%. However, for every tier a pill's quality falls. Its efficacy increases by a tier, while its overall effect multiplies by 2 or 3 times. This principle applies to cultivation as well. For others, reaching the 10th level of Qi Refinement is already considered complete. Thus, provided luck is not exceedingly poor, an inferior or medium foundation establishment pill suffices for a breakthrough. But you are different. To illustrate simply, you are akin to a 1,000-pound stone, using 600, 700, 800, or even 900 pounds. It remains immovable, only 1,000 pounds will suffice. Do you comprehend? Wang Zheng and Appo's countenance darkened slightly as he nodded. May I ask, Senior, what is this foundation establishment pill that surpasses the exceptional grade? Can it truly manifest 100% efficacy? The pills that exceed exceptional quality are known as extreme realm pills, named for the cultivators of the extreme realm. As for whether they truly achieve 100% efficacy, I must ask you, do you truly believe you have reached your limit, unable to progress even a fraction? Wang Zheng pondered for a moment. He could not claim to have made no progress over the years. At the very least, the spiritual energy within him had improved slightly compared to 6 years ago, albeit marginally. Thus, it follows that the extreme realm is not truly the end. The extreme realm pills do not genuinely achieve 100% efficacy, but rather approach perfection infinitely. Then, is it that even you, Senior, cannot refine an extreme realm pill for the breakthrough of the Qi Refinement stage? Wang Zheng felt that. Despite everything, the disparity in realms was evident. Ling Su did not respond directly but conveyed to Wang Zheng. I have cultivated for nearly 600 years and have successfully refined at least 300 batches of foundation establishment pills. Yet, among them, only 3 are of exceptional quality. If we delve further, these 3 exceptional foundation establishment pills can only demonstrate 92 or 93% of their efficacy, while extreme realm pills approach 100% efficacy. As an alchemist, you should grasp the difference. Wang Zheng was taken aback. The probability of a golden core alchemist producing exceptional pills after refining hundreds of batches was scarcely 1%. With his current cultivation level, the likelihood of refining an extreme realm pill was nearly 0 unless he could procure materials sufficient for hundreds or thousands of batches of foundation establishment pills to practice on. But is that even feasible? Setting aside whether such materials exist, a golden core alchemist would require 10, 20, or even more years to refine pills for themselves, with the ultimate outcome remaining uncertain. Does my answer disappoint you? Ling Su asked with a smile. Wang Zheng took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. Disappointment is not the word. Rather, I feel a sense of loss. However, at least I have obtained accurate information. May I inquire, Senior, if there is anyone capable of refining this extreme realm pill? Seeing Wang Zheng and Appo's demeanor remain steady upon receiving this news, Ling Su found himself admiring the young man and Appo's character. Were it not for the fact that the extreme realm was beyond his own capacity to resolve, he might have considered taking this individual as a disciple. The existence of the extreme realm pill remains uncertain to me, yet it is a possibility. Based on my knowledge of alchemical masters, there are certainly no more than 3 individuals who may possess such abilities. Even for someone of my stature, seeking an audience with them would prove quite arduous. let alone you with your current cultivation. However, do not lose all hope. There are rumors that breaking through to the extreme realm does not solely rely on the extreme realm pill. Some peculiar spiritual items or unique environments might yield similar effects. Wang Zheng's eyes lit up at the prospect of alternative methods. "Oh, I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder. I'm afraid I do not know," replied the true person of Lingxiu, leaving Wang Zheng astounded with just those 2 words. "I have heard that some have broken through without consuming the extreme realm pill. But the specifics of their breakthroughs are known only to themselves. It all hinges on one and Apos' personal fortune." Wang Zheng's lips twitched. This seemed even less reliable than relying on the extreme realm pill. Has there truly never been anyone who successfully broke through after consuming a supreme pill? He inquired. It appears you are quite relentless," the elder chuckled. "Very well, I have taken 3 fire lotus seeds from you. And the information I provided is but a fleeting illusion. If you have the materials, I can concoct a few batches of foundation establishment pills for you. However, I cannot guarantee the quality. It has been 50 years since I last refined foundation establishment pills." "Thank you, esteemed elder. I happen to have some materials." Wang Zheng responded eagerly, retrieving a storage bag and handing it over. "A millennium-old ice crystal jade box. Your items are indeed more precious than the herbs within." The true person of Lingxiu seemed intrigued. "I have little use for these. If they are of value to you, it would be my fortune." If I were to take them all, you would surely scorn me. Yet, I do indeed need a few, so I shall take half." The true person of Lingxiu smiled, revealing a more amiable disposition, and his character shone through his words. After a brief hesitation, Wang Zheng ventured. "There is one more matter I would like to trouble you with. You wish to inquire about leaving South Wilderness Province?" The true person of Lingxiu, having lived for centuries, could easily discern Wang Zheng's thoughts. Remaining here, the hope of breakthrough was nearly non-existent. Venturing outside offered a glimmer of expectation. "Indeed. I have heard that to leave South Wilderness Province, one requires the approval of a Golden Core elder, as each Golden Core cultivator possesses a limited quota." Wang Zheng spoke with a hint of trepidation. This information had been relayed to him by Murongyu, and Wang Zheng seemed to have gathered some corroborating whispers, making him believe it to be true. "Your news is quite astute, but regrettably, I cannot grant you my quota." Wang Zheng had heard from Murongyu that South Wilderness Province was controlled by a formidable power. Even Golden Core cultivators within the province found it exceedingly difficult to secure passage for their descendants. Every century, or with significant contributions, they might earn a single quota. Every 100 years, perhaps 3 to 5 quotas might be available, illustrating just how precious they were. If one did not take this route and attempted to cross the Chuan, they would find themselves in a land of death. The great battle from years past had rendered that vast expanse into a desolate wasteland. Even Golden Core cultivators would face certain death attempting to traverse it. Wang Zheng and Apos' eyes glinted with a struggle, but ultimately, he seemed resolute as he declared, "I possess a strand of heavenly fire and am willing to trade this for a quota to leave South Wilderness Province." With that, a blue flame slowly emerged from his palm. The true person of Lingxiu momentarily appeared dazed. For an alchemist, what could possibly be more alluring than heavenly fire? However, the delight in his eyes did not linger long, replaced by a sense of regret, reluctance, and perhaps other emotions, but devoid of greed. Did he find the blue lotus fire unworthy, or did he already possess heavenly fire? Had you presented this heavenly fire a century ago, I would have undoubtedly been tempted. Even at great cost to acquire it, he mused, half-jokingly. Are you not afraid I might simply seize it? I have faith in your character, esteemed elder. Wang Zheng replied with a smile, though an unspoken thought lingered. 6 months prior, the blood flood dragon had awakened from its slumber, providing him with the greatest assurance. While the blood flood dragon was merely a low-grade third-tier beast, its dragon lineage endowed it with strength far surpassing ordinary beasts, easily contending with mid-golden core cultivators. And even if faced with late golden core ones, it could delay enough time for his escape. Of course, risks were inherent, but they remained within his realm of tolerance. Young rascal, regardless of your backing, take your mind at ease. A century ago, I would have been tempted and would have traded with you. But I have only just broken through to the late golden core stage. Though I possess some longevity-enhancing pills, they amount to less than 300 years. In 300 years, should fortune favor me, I might reach the Nascent Soul stage, and while the heavenly fire is indeed valuable, cultivating it to a usable state would require at least a century and a vast expenditure of resources. For me, that would be putting the cart before the horse. If I can break through to the Nascent Soul stage, but the heavenly fire is rare, it is not unattainable by that time. I will have ample time to nurture it. Hearing this, Wang Zheng was overwhelmed with admiration, disappointment, and a glimmer of hope. Appreciating the character and wisdom of the true person of Lingshu while lamenting his inability to secure a quota. Yet, he was fortunate that the blue lotus fire remained with him. Thank you for your guidance today, esteemed elder. Should I be fortunate enough to break through, I shall forever remember your kindness. Wang Zheng bowed deeply to the true person of Lingshu, the only cultivator he truly admired after decades of practice. Do not rush. I intend to reserve my quota for a junior. Others will not be far behind, but I can offer you another path. In 3 years, individuals from the outside world will enter. While we can recommend you, mediocrity cannot occupy this quota. If you gain the approval of the inspecting envoy, you may leave South Wilderness Province, and Appos. It's as simple as that. With renewed hope, Wang Zheng quickly inquired, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. You are a cultivator of Linyuan City, and I too hope that one day, a great cultivator will emerge from South Wilderness Province, allowing our practitioners to break free from this cage. Cage? Wang Zheng was somewhat perplexed. Enough inquiries. Should you reach that level, you will understand. Otherwise, further discussion is futile. As for your foundation establishment pills, I will have someone deliver them to you in 3 months. My junior, whom you have encountered, is Li Qingyuan. His aptitude is decent, though he lacks experience. If you manage to leave South Wilderness Province, do take him under your wing. If I am able, I will certainly do my utmost. Wang Zheng affirmed. I wish you a swift journey into the Nascent Soul realm, esteemed elder. I take my leave. He bowed once more, ready to depart. Let us hope for that day. The true person of Lingshu chuckled, relishing the sentiment. But ultimately, it all depended on fortune.